world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
From the spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh. That is Tyler, my guest for tonight. This is the Red Pill Project's Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we take a break from all the politics and the chaos in the world, and we talk about the conversations that aren't normally had amongst human beings. The campfire conversations, I like to call them, the things that expand the mind beyond the absolute norm. And tonight, we're in for a treat. Cymatics, vibration, and conscious technology with Tyler, who's also known as Baseforge on TikTok. Tyler, how you doing tonight, my man?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I appreciate you coming on. We were talking about this last night, and a lot of people are like, oh my God, I know that guy from TikTok, and they were excited that you were coming on with us. Your videos on TikTok have really taken off, and you have compiled a good set of information about ancient technologies, cymatics, and how ancient cultures were probably way more technologically advanced than we can even understand today. You know, my question to really start this off to the conversation is how did you get into all this?
So I started off in college. I got a degree in electrical engineering, and I really didn't like how they boxed you into doing one thing. And so I quit doing that, and I started a business and got my hands in a whole bunch of other stuff. Since I wasn't tied down by an employer, I could kind of just research and do whatever I wanted. And then I got into music, which led into the cymatics, and all of those things seemed to like weave together. And making those connections, I was like, there's something is tying everything together. And that just went down the rabbit hole of the occult and ancient technology and all of those things. And every time I went into something new, it made another connection. And I was like, okay, I got to write all this down. So I had this giant note in my phone that was probably like, if I showed you, you'd be like, oh, dude, you can't. That's ridiculous.
I got a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I deconstructed that, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a TikTok and just start talking about this. I didn't tell any of my friends or my family. I was like, I'm just going to, I feel like doing this. And one of them took off, and I was like, okay, well, other people are interested in this. So then I just opened the floodgates, and it's been pretty good ever since.
So it was from the patterns that you were observing in nature that led you down the road to kind of take in more information pertaining to kind of what we would consider to be the esoteric mysteries and the occult. Now, what were your first discoveries there specifically within the occult? Where did you start? Did you know where to start? Like, how did that journey go?
So I got into music. I'm really, really deep in the EDM community. I've been DJing for 6 years now. And there's a part of the EDM community. You have to understand that there's like a party part, and then there's like the spiritual part of the community. And the spiritual part was the stuff that I really resonated with. And I started getting into that, and I was like, these guys, their music sounds different. They know something. There's something that's clicking for them that's not clicking for me. And I started looking into that, and they use a lot of symbols in their visuals. And I was like, what does all of this mean? I don't know what it means, but I love the music. I really resonate with it. And so I started digging into that, and then COVID hit. And so I was stuck at home, and I was making a ton of music. And one day I was just chilling in the house, and it was super hot outside, and I didn't want to do anything. And I put a YouTube video on, and I can't remember what video it was, but someone was like, yeah, we still don't know how the pyramids were built. And I was like, that's bullshit. It's 2023. Someone's figured this out, right? So I opened that door, and then just all the floodgates open. I was like, there's no way we don't know. And then you keep digging and digging, and the man, we could do a whole episode on that. But
Yeah.
the mysteries of that alone were like, okay, something is going on in reality that's not what I was told. This is not all there is. And so that was kind of my door opening into the occult research.
Okay, cool. And so the pyramids, I think, are a great place to start too, because when you start looking at the Giza plateau, there's various problems that come about. Number one is the Sphinx is much, much older than the Great Pyramid. And then the Great Pyramid itself has this awkward alignment. It has this geographic positioning of where the latitude and longitude lines are equivalent to the actual numbers utilized in the speed of light. And this would be translatory in the sense of how the Egyptians' measurements work and the Greek measurements to modern day measurements. And then you start getting into the Great Pyramid, you start finding various stellar alignments from 10,500, 12,000 years ago. You start seeing that it was most likely prominent in the age of Taurus, of Taurus, and that the Sphinx was more prominent within the age of Leo, aligned in the sense of the alignment. And that's kind of one of the things that got me too in the early 1990s. I started listening to Coast to Coast AM, which was Art Bell at the time, Dreamland. And late night getting stoned at 12, 13 years of age, just smoking weed.
That'll do it.
Yeah, you're in a car with a bunch of buddies, and there's nothing on at 1 a.m, so you turn on AM radio. There's Art Bell at Dreamland talking about UFOs, aliens, and the Great Pyramids and forbidden archaeology. And so, you start getting into this, and you're like, whoa, man, I got to learn more about this stuff. Like, this is a mystery that I want to delve into. And you delve into it, it's quite literally the mysteries. Because once you go into it, you start uncovering the fact that, firstly, is that modern science, archaeology, don't know shit. They're just making shit up as they go along.
Yeah.
Then these other researchers, these independent researchers are going down the rabbit hole. They don't know 90% of the facts. They're just stringing it together from what they're getting. But then there becomes this underlining pattern that we see through ancient architecture. We see this correlative pattern, and this is reminiscent within the mythological and the allegorical stories that we see coming out of these times as well. And this is that there was some level of communication between ancient cultures, even though there is vast distances of separation, that the architecture has some representation of symbology. This symbology is derived, if we understand it, through the derivation of the Plutonic solids, which have a representation as well of cymatic patterns as we know now. I mean, in the 90s, they weren't talking about that stuff.
Yeah.
In that there is a relationship to how they built their structures with the sacred geometry setup of the planet, as well as the precession of the equinoxes and the larger grand calendar cycles of our solar system's transit around the galaxy. And then this other basis of consciousness integration to all of that. At least that's what I've noticed throughout the years. And I think that you noticed that as well. But these are the things that we all know, but that's really where it ends. Everything else is a deep compounded mystery.
Yeah, very, very deep. And it's hard to like you said, it's hard to tell. The people that are doing independent research, sometimes they have really good pieces of this puzzle, but they go off completely left field, like so far that they almost discredit what they discover by going down like a path that like people don't really resonate with, or like you can't prove it and it's pure speculation. So you're just like you kind of discredit yourself. So what I tried to do was I listened to a lot of fringe stuff, like even stuff that people that I don't really resonate with. I think there's nuggets of truth in there that you can pull out and use as your own piece of personal truth. And so I just have compiled a lot of those and try and relate them in a way using science and using spirituality, religion, ancient history, and I'm trying to connect them because everyone resonates with a different thing. You know, if I speak in a way that a Christian will resonate with, then I can say a lot more than if I come at it from a Hindu perspective. So it's all about trying to hit it and try and get that message across to the most amount of people in the way that's not disrespectful to their culture and stuff as well. Like I don't really get a lot of hate from those people, but I do get a lot of backlash for using scientific concepts to prove spirituality. That's really the only thing. My entire community is so far been the best people on the planet, except for the people that are like, this isn't real science, you need to do this and this and this. Even if I put studies and stuff in proving it, that I still get a lot of backlash for that. So finding that way of communicating and relating those ideas is exceptionally difficult.
You know, it's interesting that you said that you seek to use science to prove kind of the mysteries or to prove this understanding of spirituality. And that's one of the things that I set out on a long time ago, a little over a decade ago. I got into various points of, I was a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I got into Enochian magic. I started studying really deeply into what is considered to be the mysteries. And from that, weird shit began happening in my life. Like I can't even begin to say the weirdness. I've talked about some of the stories, but it was crazy. I mean, out of body experiences, transcending what I call transcending the state. I mean, I've done a lot of drugs in my life. I grew up 12 years old eating acid till I was 18. I tripped well over probably 500-600 times. And I'm fortunate. I'm one of the fortunate ones that made it out of that drug era.
Yeah.
But I have a really expansive nine. So I always wanted to connect that because I have a very profound understanding of science, physics, quantum physics, and how all this stuff integrates together. And so I actually went out there and like I was telling you, I went back to school to kind of learn maybe some things that I missed and how to integrate that back in. And I was looking from an astrotheological standpoint when I first started doing it, but I got more involved on the quantum side and understanding the dynamics of spirit, nature, and mind and the integratory framework. And I started to realize that these ancient cultures, when we start talking about mythology, for instance, we have in the Hindu pantheon, we got hundreds, if not thousands of various different gods. In the Greek pantheon, hundreds of gods. And, you know, other pantheons, we have hundreds of gods all over the place. But we can actually eliminate them down to about 7 to 12 primary deities in the sense of the archetypical nature of who they are. And this is one of the things that I did through my research. And what I started to find out is that there was a correlation between those and the various different cycles and processes that our solar system and our galaxy and our sun and cosmic energy bombardment all go through. And the one thing that they all have in common is energy, that everything is basically a transmutation of energy, a transference of energy, a relationship of energy, and that we are incredibly susceptible to that. So I developed what's known as optimization theory. And really optimization theory states that everything is in relation. Everything is an energy state in relation to another energy state and moving to a point of optimization, that nothing ever goes to this point of entropy, as modern science would tell you, entropy or chaos, or when we go back to this zeroness where everything just fizzles out and dies. It doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
I look at it very similar to destructive interference in waves, right? If we have a transmitter and a receiver both sending a wave out, and one is 180 degrees out of phase with the other one, they're going to cancel each other out in the center. But yet we still have a transmitter and we still have a receiver. We still have energy inputted for the signaling. Now, if we send another signal perpendicular to that, we're going to get wave interference in that primary canceled wave. What is that telling you? That means it's in a state of optimization. Even though it's cancellation, it's in a state of optimization because we still have the energy inputted into the system. Yeah. And I believe that that's what primary functions of the universe operate at, that it's two systems coming together, coalescing, converging, that are producing a new emergent state, and that reality occurs at this emergent state. I know that's probably way too much for this conversation. I tend to go off on tangents, but I want your theories on the sense of what you've discovered. What have you discovered about the nature of reality? What in your research, being an electrical engineer, what are the things that you have discovered for yourself that are ahas, that are epiphanies, that are enlightening to you?
A lot to unpack there. I want to address a couple things there. So what the interference that you're talking about is one side of the coin. The other side, I would consider as harmonic resonance, and that meaning that if you have two waves that are exactly the same, then they sum and create a bigger wave. Correct. So that I would say is the stable form and what everything is trying to achieve. We are always, there's a phenomenon, if you put two metronomes on a moving bass and they're off sync, they will sync up with each other just because of their resonance, right? So I think the universe does want to fall into a naturally harmonious state, and that is the natural resting state. But that a lot of those aspects came from the cymatics part of my research. I would say that's probably the main thing I do, just because music is so closely related to that. But before we go into that, you said the Hindu pantheon has, is very rich, very diverse, and very, very, very hard to. You could look into that entire culture for years and not be even scratching the surface of the knowledge that they have. But I think what a lot of people overlook is the similarities between what I would call the big three, which would be Greece and Egypt, and I would throw Mesoamerica in there. I mean, you have a lot more, but those are like the most heavily studied, right? There's a lot of similarities between them, but there's also, I think what the genius thing that Christianity did is it took all of those and packaged it up into a perfect, almost like way of transmitting that knowledge. Because if you think about it, the Hindu pantheon has 7 to 12 like main deities, right? If you look at the Last Supper, there's 12 disciples, and then you have your saints, and your the cathedrals are built after these people. So I would consider that a pantheon in itself. Maybe people don't look at it that way from a religious perspective. I just am looking at it objectively. A Christian's going to look at this way differently, but I'm trying to connect the similarities between those. And to me, that looks like what it was. Now, linking that all together with reality, I've been really, really looking into cathedrals. Like, the cathedrals are damn near as mysterious as the pyramids, and there's hundreds and hundreds of them. And so one of the things that I've been really looking into is the cymatics of them and their relation to what exactly they're doing to the universe or this world in general. Because if you think about it, and I made a video about this the other day, there was a quote, I can't remember who said it, but he said architecture is frozen sound. And that really resonated with me, and that's what made me look into the cathedrals. And if you think about it, the cathedrals have a lot of, the main thing in a cathedral is a pipe organ, and I don't know if you've ever been to one or heard one, but they can get amazingly loud. And if you look at a rose window, it has a shocking similarity to a lot of cymatic patterns. Like, I'm working on a post now of comparing all of the rose windows to these cymatic frequencies. And it appears like they mimic a cymatic frequency. And the layout, along with the rose window and the relation to how electromagnetism flows around them as well, all of these forces are linked. And it appears that they had some sort of layered function other than being a place to just hear a preacher preach about some lessons in the Bible, right? It appears that they had a function that was more akin to, I would consider it conscious development, using a variety of techniques, whether that's that frequency emanating into your body and restructuring DNA or unlocking something like that, or using sound frequencies to amplify the cymatics of the architecture and doing that. Or it could be some like etheric harnessing of subtle energies that we don't really understand yet. But the mysteries of those for me are getting really, really deep into this. And I feel like in the future, those will probably be the keys to unlocking a lot of that ancient esoteric knowledge, because it's very hard to unpack that knowledge. That
Right.
it's cryptic, a lot of it's imagery, and it's not really easy to put those things together. But I think that the cathedrals and that part of that era of humanity is going to be a really crucial part to decoding this whole thing.
I absolutely love it. Now, words matter, right? So when we say an organ, what is that really translating to? Because what do we have in our body?
Organs, yeah.
We have various different organs, and it's almost like the law of correspondence, as above, so below, is that the cathedral was built in a cymatic representation of the human body for healing or for extension and expansion of consciousness, and that the organ was a facilitator of this harmonic response with the body. Now, the question that I have out of this, because my co-host Vince has done a show on this with a few other people. What happened to all the bells?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I got my Instagram feed. If you look at it, you'd be like, what the hell is this guy looking at? But the other day, I kept getting these pictures of old bells, like the huge bells, and they're absolutely massive. I don't know what happened to them, but I know they served a function that wasn't just telling people it was time to go to church. I know you don't just make a bell that big for that. You can, I mean, there's in Austin here, there's a couple, churches that have really big bells, and I live miles away from them. I can still hear them when they, bang on them, and they're not that big. These things were engineering marvels for the time, first off. And secondly, like, I would love to hear one and see what actually happens. Cause I feel like to disconnect those things, to disconnect the cathedrals, the actual purpose of them, they had to remove components. They did the same thing with the pyramid. It's not going to, I get a lot of comments on the pyramid, like, why don't they do this? Or why don't they work now? Like, they're missing a lot of components. You can't start a car engine without like all of the components working for it, right? The pyramid's not going to do its desired or intended function if it doesn't have all of its components. Right now, it's just a big old pile of rocks that we're trying to decode. But, when it was made, it had a function. Same with the cathedrals. No one puts that much effort into every square inch of something being perfectly geometric and all of these encoded symbols and a mysterious function. No one does that just to be like, hey, this is, we just did this to do this. There's a function behind it. So yeah, I've definitely been looking into these bells, and if you look into it really deep, Russia actually had some of the biggest ones, and they have a lot of the best pictures too of them in their like glory days. And when they took them down, it's pretty ridiculous.
So I love this conversation part, because firstly, the bells were always on a steeple, so they were at the top of the cathedral or the temple. Now, you mentioned that architecture is frozen sound. This was a quote. I don't know if that was who was it? It was it was on the tip of my tongue. I know who said that, but it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, but if we think about it in the sense of frozen sound, and that these things were built specifically on a various geographic point, because I look at the earth as kind of a harmonic resonator, an amplifier of sorts of subtle energies surrounding it. Therefore, the earth will have various different node points for amplification. And we know that the ancients built temples on these specific points. So if these cathedrals were built on those specific points and they all had bells that were resonating downward through the architecture, I wonder if there is a pattern that is not three-dimensionally expressed, but maybe four-dimensionally expressed, that is being resonated by the bells downward into the planet or within the architecture of the cathedral itself.
I'm so glad you went there. There's another component of this that not a lot of people think about when you go to a cathedral, because it's not immediately apparent, like the rose window or the bell. And almost all of them, I'm not going to say all of them were, but almost all of them were built over water sources, aquifers. Right. And this is a shared similarity in almost every spiritual tradition. Indian temples do the same thing. The pyramids are built over a massive aquifer. And the Mesoamerican pyramids are also built under a massive aquifer. So if you think about it, and I'm trying to figure out how to like correlate this into a visual thing for TikTok, obviously, but if you think about it,
if you want, you got a video, we can put a video.
I don't.
Okay.
I literally make those like the day of, and I've been
No
video
worries.
editing for like 10 years, so like I'm fast at it, but not that fast. But if you think about a speaker, like the shape of a speaker is a cone, right? And you have the magnet here. Well, invert that speaker, and it looks very similar to, let's say, a Mesoamerican pyramid, because they have those squares on the top, right?
Yep.
So if you think about it, the pyramid in sacred geometry, the triangle and the pyramid are the containers for energy. So energy, if the pyramid is this shape, we use it in electrical engineering. Say the pyramid emanates, it takes energy from the base and it emanates it up into a double helix. There's a Kirlian photography of this, and if you pass a current through it, the photography will show you it looks like a double helix spiral. And if you zoom out far enough, that spiral will go into a torus shape, a toroid. And so what I'm thinking with all of these things is also in electrical engineering. If you have a point, that's where, that's lightning rods. Everything can focus energy on a point more than a very spread out area. Mm-hmm. So the pyramids and cathedrals and stuff all had spires and these very sharp points here, and they're above water. And we know it is in a very efficient way for energy to flow. So my theory is it was pulling a more subtle energy, not necessarily electromagnetism. It was pulling that subtle energy into the earth and depositing that energy into the water. And I think that was a way of purifying the water for more harmonious life. That's why they have holy water. And they say that water healed people, because I think it pulled that subtle energy into the ground and gave you more of a balancing force whenever you were to consume it. Right. But I mean, this is all speculation, obviously, but I mean, there is a connection between all of them, and trying to relate that is obviously pretty difficult. So,
going on the water thing, I mean, I just go back to Dr. Emoto, his work, and a few other people in the sense of water, shape, memory, all of that. But also there's some research out there specifically about water, about how there's a naturally derived source of water on the planet that comes from the tops of the mountains, and it flows down from the mountains into the aquifers. And it's the most natural state that water can be in. And if we look at water as a molecular structure, we have various different degrees of angles from 104 degrees to 118 degrees, of which the hydrogen molecule or hydrogen atom can be placed on the oxygen atom in relation to the two hydrogens and then go into molecular shape with another molecule. And that there is this golden mean or Fibonacci sequence that is produced with, I think it's 114 degrees, is this kind of natural state to where water naturally resets from the polar ice caps or from the highest parts of the mountains and goes into the aquifers at that, to where its memory is reset. And I'm wondering if the sacred water theory, that's right, wondering if it's something of that nature where they're actually pulling that energy from the water upward.
That's another thing. When you say Emoto's work, and I made a video, it did pretty well on TikTok about this girl Veda Austin. She proved water memory pretty much, and she has a technique for freezing water where you can just show, you literally put a petri dish on top of water, and she has you almost flash freeze it, but it can show you the image. Mm-hmm. Like a little, it's not very high def, but you can look at it and be like, yo, that's pretty creepy. But water does actually have memory. The guy that invented the Cymatics, or the water one where you see all the cool patterns, he his initial research into it, he played a frequency, and he recognized the patterns, and he played one frequency and kept playing the frequency. So he'd play it and he'd let the water settle, and he'd play it again and let the water settle. And every time he played the frequency, the water would reset to that shape quicker and quicker. And there's an order of speed. Water has its memory. Like if you do it continually, it will remember that frequency shape. And so I think that what you're talking about here is what's in, I guess, more a spiritual sense is called structured water, or restructuring the water. Mm-hmm. And that would mean if we pass that frequency through the water, that water the frequency realigns those molecules within that degree of the, hydrogen and oxygen atoms getting together. And if we can transmit information with binary ones and zeros, that's a lot of wiggle room to hold information. So if you think about it that way, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense, that if you restructure that water, it's going to interact with you way differently. You can tell tap water versus filtered water, let alone, a water that's molecularly structured throughout the entire container.
Well, and we're 72 to 82% water.
Yeah.
I remember I was in college, and the teacher, I was in a biology class, and the teacher was talking how we are carbon-based life form, and I'm like, no, we're not.
No,
it's like, oh, well, yeah, we are. I said, no, we're water-based life forms.
Yeah.
And so we're a higher level of molecular structure. We are water-based. And she was like, oh my God, that's such like a novel idea. Like, you're right. We're water-based because carbon isn't life, but water is this fundamental to life. Luc Montagnier, the Nobel laureate, Dr. Luc Montagnier, who just passed away last year, who was very outspoken about the vaccine and all that stuff. But he's the one that actually did extended research on Dr. Emoto's work in 2014 in a documentary and validated it in a scientific setting. And this is the Nobel laureate going out there and validating Dr. Emoto's work on structured water. And that's where you get the various degrees of angles, 104 degrees, 118 degrees, to where 114 was that specific, or maybe it was 111, because I know that's a special number in the sense of the holy frequency.
Sorry to interrupt, but that angle of those molecules also influences the crystal lattice structure when it freezes. Right. So that's going to give you your infinite amount of variations in water freezing. So if you think about it that way too, like not only is that a vast amount of data that it can store, if you're thinking about it in terms of like a computer or binary, that is a vast amount of variety that you can have in the way that water interacts with everything around it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. Man, I love this. So, all right. I don't want to shift gears too much because I'm enjoying this conversation too much, but let me ask you this: do you think there was an ancient culture or more recent culture on this planet, maybe that has been eliminated from history, that had this technology?
Ooh. So I tried to organize this in a way that wasn't as conspiracy that would like put me in the bucket of just too wild conspiracy, because I do think that there is obviously there's a subculture below. That's the occult. That was driven far underground at the time of Egypt's destruction, right? Mm-hmm. So we've been trying to revive that for thousands of years now. But in terms of people that could use something like this, I absolutely do. But I think that we had a period where that knowledge, the flame, was almost extinguished. It was this close to becoming lost on this planet forever. Mm-hmm. And I think that there was if you look at history in terms of the way academia does it, they do different cultures from, like Egypt to ancient China to, Victorians to modern, like that's very oversimplified, but they look at it like a speedometer, kind of like that. But when I looked at it, it looked to me like there was a very clear distinction of the worlds. And the ancient world, when you look at monuments, you can definitely tell that they're ancient. Like if you go to Rome, if you go to Greece, if you go to Egypt, you can tell these things are very old. They have their style, they have their way of teaching. And then you go to somewhere like Europe, or somewhere that has a lot of, Victorian architecture, cathedrals and stuff like that. That seems like an evolution of the ancient way of doing things, a more efficient, refined, developed version of that. So I would say that would be like a phase 2 in human development. And at the end of that phase, which again, this is pure speculation, but It seems like the world wars had a lot to do with that, the destruction of this. And, if the entire globe is fighting, you can carry out a lot of horrific things and erase a lot of history under the guise of we had to kill the bad guys. So I think that was when it almost got completely destroyed. And a lot of the connections that we would have had got kind of erased because carpet bombings and all this stuff where where a lot of history just got these links that could have been pieced together got removed from the puzzle. And now we're looking at this puzzle and it's like, it's a very low resolution version of it just because the pieces are gone now. So I think that culture was us. I don't think it was a separate culture in humanity. I think it was a separate level of consciousness that was inhabited by certain individuals on the planet, and it got more kind of snuffed out by the negative version of that. That battle, if you think about it in terms of good and evil, I think the evil side kind of won there for a while, and we're just now about to hopefully pull out of that.
Oh, I agree. Interesting things there. You were talking about early 20th century, World War One. Pre-World War One, the majority of all European government offices had taken over all old architecture. So they had gone into old cathedrals, old buildings, and utilized them for their post offices and for their government buildings, of which the majority of those were destroyed in carpet bombings during World War One. An interesting mathematical fact for all the listeners out there: in the year 1900, it estimated the global population was at 1 billion people. From 1900 to 1963, approximately 500 million people on this planet perished due to World War I, World War II, the Spanish flu, and the rise of communism and socialism in the world. With those numbers at hand and knowing the birth rate of human beings, you would need to have every family at the beginning of 1900, every single family have 8 children, of them 8 children, and the next generation have 8 children in order to have 8.5 billion people today, which that means that there's a problem in the mathematical context of how we have a population of 8.5 billion people today, and we had that many people lost in the 20th century. And I like to talk about the French catacombs because the math there doesn't add up either, in the sense that there's 6.1 million people in just the first 3 to 6 square miles of the French catacombs. And they say that that's over a 10-year period during the Black Plague. But unfortunately, the whole population of all of Europe was 3.1 million during that time, and only about 200,000 in France. And so where are you getting 6 million people even over a 10-year period? It's inconceivable. So it looks like there was something on this planet that potentially was a thriving civilization that might even been buried or covered up in really just recently. And this was one of the reasons why the Nazis went out there on their occult journeys and tried to recover as many artifacts as they possibly could. But it's crazy because if it is true, they did such a good job covering up that we forgot and we don't know where to look. And we do find remnants and artifacts of it, but we date them much, much older because we cannot logically understand that it potentially was only from 100 years ago.
I think your population problem here is a really, really big crux in the entire theory or narrative that academia is pushing, because we have population problems in almost every story that they tell. Go back all the way to the end of the Ice Age. In North America, they say that the natives here hunted all of the megafauna here, which if you look at the population here, that would mean they were just killing things just to kill things. And if you know anything about I'm from Kansas, there's a lot of Native Americans there. And I worked all through Oklahoma, Texas. I've been in these communities, and I've talked to these guys, and when you meet them, they actually are exactly how they're portrayed. Like, they use everything. It's like all a very, we don't take more than we need. So why on earth are they hunting all these, megafauna? Why are they just killing to kill? That's just one. Go back to Egypt. Calculate the population of the Egyptian Empire, which was arguably the greatest empire of the time, and just do the math on one of the pyramids. It doesn't even have to be the Great Pyramid, on how long it would take that population working around the clock 24 hours to build that thing, let alone plan it. It's a generational project, right? It would have to be across like generations of your sons and your grandsons. The population just does not support that either. And then if you take it from Egypt on up to almost every culture that has been extinguished, or even the Mesoamericans, that was, from what I can tell and what we're discovering now with LiDAR, their empire was just as big, if not more, if not larger than Egypt's, in seemingly disconnected cultures, which we know now that's absolutely false. They were they were communicating, they were trading. But that empire alone, like the amount of artifacts they left and monuments that they left that are in inaccessible parts of the jungle, the network, the infrastructure that they built for the population that we're told they had, there's no way we could do that with our machines right now in the time span that we are told they did that in. The math, when you look at it, that's why it's so important to have engineers and mathematicians looking at history now, because when you just think about it a little bit, you're like, there's no way I can't do that.
Well, it would have to be a multi-millennial civilization in order to have something that expansive, especially in Mesoamerica. When you start talking about the Amazon rainforest, and what they're doing is they're utilizing a LiDAR to go out there and map the Amazon floor, and they're discovering the foundation, they're discovering pyramids, underground temples of a vast, hundreds of mile long city that exists under there. Yeah, it's huge.
Absolutely massive.
And they say that this exists when Cortez went there. And that's the cities that they came upon, the cities of gold that were existent there. And they apparently brought smallpox, another bioweapon, and wiped out apparently millions, and probably billions of human beings off the planet from that one singular event. And then they came into North America and they went up El Camino Real, the King's Road. And they went all the way up to Canada, and they visited all the civilizations and populations there. I remember there was photographs of early San Francisco before the miners got in there. And what you saw in there was these cathedrals, just like we're talking about right now. And it was like there was a town or a city there before we got there. And we tore all that down and built up our own stuff because the people there were dead.
Well, there was conveniently a lot of fires and earthquakes and stuff as well that, leveled a bunch of cities. But it's funny you said like the cities of gold and Cortez and all that stuff. Every single one of these, and you can link this to like modern day real life. They just found in India I think it was the largest store of gold anywhere. Like there's I can't remember what number it was, but some billions of dollars worth of gold locked in a temple. And the people they don't want the government to open it up. The government's trying to get in there. It's a kind of a big battle. But every one of those cultures was very focused on gold. Like even the pyramids, the cap was supposedly gold. Everything in any Egyptian artifact was just drenched in gold, let alone the Mayans, that civilization. So all of them were linked with the gold as well, which is ironic that it's the most hoarded and stockpiled thing in the world right now. But and it's magnificent uses in electromagnetism. So there's a lot of very curious things going on there. But that link to those and the theft that went on with that is very, very it's a huge rabbit hole. I think that's another really good point for people to get into this, is to look at the amount of stuff that was stolen and look at what was stolen. Like not necessarily what the artifacts were. Just look at it from an objective point of view, and it's the pieces start to kind of assemble themselves a little bit, and then you can just go down those rabbit holes all day.
Absolutely. Kind of shift gears a little bit, but while sticking with civilizations, are you more of a proponent of ancient alien theory or pre-Diluvian high advanced human civilization theory, kind of the Atlantean theory, or what are your thoughts on that, on where we came from?
I would say more of the Atlantean theory, but that still is like kind of a chicken and egg thing. They had to come from somewhere. So like, I think it was more of a seed type thing. I'm really into like the neuroscience and the brain part of all of the ancient cultures. If you look deep enough, there's a lot of esoteric anatomy in their symbology. And it does appear that some sort of creature that evolved maybe naturally on Earth was modified by a higher intelligence to make us. There's a lot of clues to that. I mean, that's the whole point of evolution and spirituality. They're trying to prove that's the battle. That's the eternal battle. So, but I would say that from our memory alone, I'd say we're more on the Atlantean side, like or Lemuria, whatever those, all of the lost civilizations. Side note on that, when we were talking about how big those empires were, if you look at the sea levels in the Ice Age, they were 200 miles farther out. So even the stuff that we're seeing now, we're not seeing all of the our major cities are on the coastlines. Our the biggest centers of populations are along the coast. And if the coasts were different back then, we're definitely looking in the wrong places for their biggest things. So just a side tangent, but I do think that that everything is more of a that was seeded from somewhere else, and that could be not necessarily aliens that are flying in spaceships. It could have been I would say like a higher dimensional intelligence, maybe, that was able to manifest in this reality and manifest through the elements and the resources that we have on this planet. That intelligence was able to inhabit something like a human or more intelligent form of life.
And that's a pretty good theory too, because I tend to agree with that. I'm not a big proponent of the ancient alien theory, and the reason why I really don't kind of align with the ancient alien theory, because it really discredits who we are. It really takes away from humanity. It puts us in the sense of created by another material being, and a lot of the ancient alien theory derived from a man by the name of Zachariah Sitchin.
Yep.
And Zachariah Sitchin's work has been shown to be highly flawed in very many degrees. And then Eric von Däniken was another one. And so, looking at the people who have came out, relooked at Däniken's work as well as Sitchin's and said, no, this just really isn't true.
Yeah.
Then it begins to make a lot of sense. Although I do believe that there was a civilization on this planet, and there is I'm forgetting who it was I watched the other day. I watched this podcast episode. I don't watch very many podcasts, but it was about ancient giant civilizations and how you can translate these giant civilizations into a lot of the biblical talk, a lot of the ancient cultures that were highly technologically advanced, even potentially the Mesoamericans, the Egyptians, so forth, that these potentially were even giant cultures who thrived on this planet. We came from somewhere else and killed them, and destroyed them.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of clues in the even looking at the hieroglyphs in Egypt, you see the size difference. And if you look at some of the monuments, there are so big you can't really comprehend it. You see pictures of it all the time, but until someone stands next to it, you see how big they actually are. And it's not, a lot of people explain it away as like they were deifying and saying that they were larger than, like they were rulers, so they had to make them larger. But they're often portrayed with people right next to them, and the people are doing normal human tasks, and these larger beings are doing, they're not doing the same thing humans are. So I think it's an enigma. If you go back to like the early 1900s too, in the New York Times, they've scrubbed a lot of articles, but I have a whole folder of these things. They've taken them off of their archives, but they had physical copies of when people would find bones of very large humans over, I think they would write about it if it was over 7 feet, and some of them were up to like 13 feet tall. And this was just in like the Americas mostly. And I want to say I have like 33 of these articles, and they're all over the place. And they say the names of the people who discovered it and all this stuff. And ironically, the Smithsonian comes in, grabs all the bones, and doesn't ever put them on display. So, it's hard to argue that point when there's nothing to look at, But
yeah, so Robert Zephyr did a great one. So his YouTube channel, there's a few different ones. Ancient Giants Rituals of the Elites of Jekyll Island. He has White Giants of the New World, Robert Zephyr on YouTube. I mean, just fascinating what he does with this, because he goes into a lot of the archaeological evidence. He's an anthropologist, classically trained anthropologist who goes into a lot of this. And then I've had Michael Cremo on many times, who's came about and talked about forbidden archaeology and the things that they found. But I think one of the interesting theories out there, and this is kind of one that I've derived myself, is that what if, and this kind of goes into the modern dilemma that we have on the planet right now of sustainable development and reducing carbon footprint and all this stuff, which is nothing more than a guise to, we believe, to tax the shit out of us. But I said, what if the planet's actually being terraformed? because what it sounds like is that they're trying to reduce the carbon dioxide, which would decrease the amount of oxygen available within the environment, which would actually dumb us down, because oxygen is directly related to brain processing and brain functionality, to where you put a human being into an environment with 30% oxygen, they're going to thrive. And it's actually evidence showing that in pre-Diluvian times, the oxygen concentration in the atmosphere is about 28 to 30%, which means that we would be more thorough in our processing, as well as we most likely would be bigger. We'd most likely be a little bit larger beings, especially the fauna on this planet would be much, much bigger. And we have the petrified wood monuments, Devil's Tower, the trees that look like large, incredibly large trees and so forth. And so the question is was that really us? And some transitional phase happened on the planet, reduced the oxygen content, brought it back into the oceans, and then we evolved back or devolved back to this size to sustain our life. And that's kind of the point of evolution 200,000 years ago, that this potentially happened. I don't know. It's just a theory, but it starts to make a lot of sense.
It seems to be the most logical explanation for that. Like, if we're using Occam's razor here, that's like an immediate first jumping off point. But there's an interesting correlation that not a lot of people know about. The end of actually the beginning of the Renaissance, if you line up the time periods and measure the oxygen increased by a significant amount at the start of the Renaissance. So I would say that, yeah, that probably helped a little bit more than we would like to admit in terms of like cognitive processing. I'm sure there was individuals that could operate under low oxygen conditions and still be cognitively fine. But in terms of like the vast majority of people, I do think that even though there's a lot of negatives to fossil fuels, there are a lot of positives to fossil fuels, and I think that we might actually be seeing an increase of I want to say like open-mindedness or free thought, because there is a more abundance of CO2 and the ability of that for plants to use that. But at the same time, we're kind of taking all the plants off the planet, so there's more CO2 but less plants, so that's kind of like fighting itself.
Counterproductive.
A lot of theories on that, but
well, yeah, and we covered the topic here a few different times, is that atmospheric CO2 is actually what presents the aspect of warming on the planet. You have surface level CO2, but this is primarily used by the fauna and so forth. But the measurement stations that they use, and we've looked at this data, there's about 1,600 measurement stations around the world, and they are very diversified. So you'll have some in the Amazon, some in the middle of a field, some in cities, and then you'll have some at universities. And what they do is they take test beds of these measurement datas. But if you look at the data, it's always skewed towards the high end. So they'll take 10 cities and 2 forests and say, oh my goodness, we have an increase over here. Well, of course you do. You're in a city, you're in a concentrated area. That's what you're going to have. But either way, we should take care of the planet. Either way, we should not pollute the fucking atmosphere. I mean, come on. It's just stupid. But on the other side is that there's a technology available on this planet that we're all beginning to realize and understand. And I call this conscious technology. And that we shouldn't have a need for fossil fuels or solar, for that matter. Is that there is a abundance of infinite energy available at our fingertips if we would just get our shit together and start working together and understand more of the sacred lessons and teachings from our ancestors than this level of arrogance that modern science has, in the sense of their materialistic position that the spirit doesn't exist and we live in a very mechanistic universe that's doomed to end in a big crunch.
I don't think the way that that's one of the things that really turned me away from engineering too, is the compartmentalization of all of the disciplines. Like I really did like electrical engineering, but I loved chemistry. I loved I loved art. I loved music. I wanted to do all of them, but like you have to hyper focus on one thing, and just you have this really narrow window of reality. And then people start to live that, and then they have that one perspective, that narrow perspective of reality. So that my goal with the TikTok was to, and TikTok skews younger, I'm trying to relate everything to everything else,
right?
And say that if you want to, if you want to be an engineering DJ, you can do that. Like, like there's no limit to the things that you can do, because they're all intricately linked. And that's another thing that I'm sure you wanted to talk about, was the vibration. aspect of it, the thing that links every single thing that we've talked about, from consciousness to ancient history, is vibration through that. And I think a beautiful thing that science is doing is they snuck quantum theory in the back door. They could not explain a lot of, Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. They couldn't explain a lot of things, so they had to come up with something. But they didn't want to like cede any of their advancements to religion. They didn't want to give them any credit for that, because science, for a good reason, was kind of invented to combat religion. They were burning people at the stakes because they thought people were, possessed by demons. So scientists came along to kind of prove some natural phenomenon weren't, possessions and stuff like that, which it had its function. But then science got kind of, king of the hill, and it's asserting a lot of dominance in terms of technology and making life easier. But it has holes in it, and it had holes in it until quantum theory and simulation theory, holographic reality came out. Like, all of those concepts are very ancient concepts, but they're just rebranded to fit within the scientific theory and have a name to be quantitatively measured. You can't measure consciousness, so we have to call that something in the scientific realm that we can
resonant microtubules. Exactly. It's resonant microtubules. That's all it is. And like
space-time is the ether. Like, if you look at the definitions between them, like they're exactly the same. They're calling it to something different so that they can say they did it, and it's fine. Like, if you want to take sides, you can take sides, but we're all talking about the same thing. And then that's another thing I wanted to do with my channel is like, I don't want to pick sides, and I hope everybody else doesn't pick sides. We're all going to the same thing. We're all trying to figure this thing out. No one knows, because a lot of dumb stuff happened and we're put in this position. We're all trying to figure it out. But I'll tell you what, taking sides and making arguments and calling people, ignorant for not thinking exactly the way that you do is definitely not the way to progress that.
Well, and modern day science is consensus based, not evidence based.
Yeah.
And I think that is a huge problem. That really started around the time of Einstein, when ether theory was really shot out after the Michelson-Morley experiment. In 1889, when J.J. Thomson discovered the electron, he came out and discussed the mathematical component of the electron, that this is not a particle. This is a field of potentiality, that this is a resonant field that exists around the nucleus of the atom. And then Max Planck came in the early 1900s looking for this, discovered black body radiation. This is where we discovered 10 to the negative 35 meters, the Planck's length, Planck's time, Planck's second, all this stuff. And then Einstein comes in and takes the results from Michelson and Morley's experiment and says, oh, well, there's no ether. Then what is it? And how can I redefine Newtonian physics? And he comes up with relativity and general relativity, special relativity and relativity, which, I mean, when you start looking at it on a mathematical component, Einstein was fundamentally flawed in how his geometry fits together.
Yeah.
You have your Euclidean geometry and your Minkowskian geometry, which doesn't work together in the same dimensionality, and they have to basically smash numbers together to make it work. But if you take that out of context and you put in a lot of the ether mathematics with like the Maxwell equations, and utilize basically electromagnetic wave theory as a proponent for that, for the translation of the geometry, it starts to make a lot more sense. And they actually just proved this last year with the Nobel Prize, which was talking about quantum entanglement and how they actually discovered that this point of quantum entanglement actually is derived from a point of non-locality, that the only thing that is actually in existence is this point of observational reference in the universe, and everything else exists around it in a state of non-locality or non-definition. And really, that's what Maxwell was stating. That's what Einstein wanted to say, but really didn't know how. It's what Tesla was stating.
It's funny that you said that. I literally just posted a TikTok about that exact thing of how sorry, I got sick at that festival. I just posted a thing, and it's like how to make sense of the quantum and string theory and all this stuff, because you're right on all of that. They were trying to put this puzzle together, and there was one thing that they were missing out of all of it. And in my opinion, if we call that consciousness. So in the video, I say that is the internet of the universe. Consciousness links all things, and it, that's how energy is processed and flows and all of this stuff. But the quantum theory, if you think about string theory, and you assume that the Big Bang is correct, everything was at one point, right? And we have this big expansion of everything. But we prove string theory is correct. We can tickle this atom over here and this atom laughs. Like we prove that that's correct. But they all link somewhere, and that link, if you're thinking in terms of just how all of these puzzle pieces fit together, that link would be a singularity from the Big Bang. So if you connect that thread to whatever you're processing right now, this computer screen or you or anything, it's relaying data back to the source. It's a connection.
It's a feedback. It's a biofeedback loop. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a biofeedback. It's a connection, but over such a vast scale, and it's going so fast that this whole thing seems like it's real. This desk seems real, but it's not real. Those atoms are relaying back to the singularity, that their position, my position observing them, like all of this, it makes sense when you think about it. But the thing that science won't touch is the conscious aspect of it. Is they can't prove, where it comes from, what happens when we die, all of this stuff. But it is if you don't have consciousness, you're a corpse. You cannot move your body without something saying, my consciousness is telling me to move my finger. It's not going to move on its own. If my consciousness isn't here, I'm going to decompose and I'm going to die. So that energy is, I kind of relate that to what you were talking about earlier, is that infinite source of energy that we are not tapping into with modern materialistic science. They're not looking at that, when that is a potential source of unlimited power. But I also, on the other hand of that, I also think it was in humanity's best interest to keep that kind of hidden for a while. Because can you imagine not only nuclear bombs, but there's a way to harness a lot more power than a nuke. And if bad people have that, I mean, Oppenheimer thought he was going to light the entire atmosphere on fire. He thought he was going to kill all of the life on Earth. It didn't know if it was true or not. They just tested it out, and thank God it wasn't. But so I think we're approaching a point where humanity might be ready for it, but I don't know if it's necessarily. I think a lot of that old energy, those old ways of thinking and stuff, need to be not here anymore for us to progress.
100% agree. And we can talk about cycles of time and evolution of mind and consciousness in a second. I wanted to touch on a few of the things that you were saying there, because I agree with you. You're absolutely right. Although I'm not a proponent of the Big Bang. And I'm not a proponent of the Big Bang because I can't logically formulate it in my mind that if something's expanding 1/100th millionth of a second to 50% of its current size, that's illogical. They don't know what happened before. They don't know what state of position it was in. All the laws of the universe didn't exist prior to this. And that if it did expand, that means it has a formulation of momentum. If it has a formulation of a momentum and everything is moving away from each other all uniformly, then there's no point of collision to where gravity can actually take hold and forces can come about. I look at it more in the sense of kind of vibrational theory, or kind of what the ancients talk about in the sense of the yin yang, the mixing of the waters, is that we have two, what I would call optimized states of systems, two systems that are at points of optimizations. Think again at destructive interference. There's nothing there, but there is something being projected into it. You have two frequencies, you have a transmitter and a receiver, it's all happening, but they are at a sum zero state. Those two things come in, connect with another thing, they combined and they begin exchanging energy, producing an emergent phenomena. So system A and system B come together. They produce an emergent effect. This is where you get the Holy Trinity. This is where you get the yin yang, the mixing of the waters. That new emergent effect is a median of the energy state, but it's more structured, it's more organized, it's more intelligent. You repeat that process billions upon billions of times, and you get what we have here today, structured, organized energy that is communicating in relationship with each other, producing new emergent forms of data and information, which is communication, relationships, love, children, creations, reality. So I look at it more in that context, and that is really just a manifestation of awareness itself. It's just creation itself, and you have this fundamental field, and all the laws get to stay. So that would at least be my perspective in that. But you're absolutely right, is that there's the fundamental field of awareness, of consciousness in the universe. And this is what is left out by modern science. And even Max Planck said, we must come to the realization that there is a force behind this matter, and that force is the matrix of all matter. That's mind. That's God. And I think that I do a lot of logical deduction. So I do what I call the ultimate paradox. So when I talk to people about God, I ask them the ultimate paradox, and I say, what is the definition? And I'll ask you, what is the definition of nothing?
No thing. There are no things.
well, you can't define it, right? Because the moment you define it, it becomes something.
Yeah, it is a thing. So you can't define no thing.
So therefore, nothing has never existed. Yeah. And the mere fact that nothing has never existed means that everything has always existed.
Has to have existed.
Which means that it's infinite in that context.
Let me see what you think on my take on this. So
yeah, go ahead.
I also am not a proponent of the Big Bang. I think that the Big Bang is correct in a very small piece of the whole. So when you look at the Big Bang, it's always like a funnel. They show the singularity and it's exploding out, right? But where we are supposedly at in that funnel would mean that we can't see past the edge of the universe, or like there's nothing over that edge, right? But think of this in terms of the Earth. Like you can't see around the Earth, right? Your vision can't go that way, right? So if you look at all the symbology of the universe from ancient cultures and stuff too, it's always typically been represented with the infinity symbol, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if we take that infinity symbol like this and we rotate it around, it becomes the torus. And if you're an engineer as well, the toroid is the most efficient way for energy to flow. It's how CERN does it. It's how fusion reactors work. It's
what our galaxy is.
It's what our galaxy is. It's
what an atom is.
It contains, the hydrogen waveform. If you look at it and you put a torus over all of those shapes, it fits perfectly in there. So in my opinion, the universe would be shaped as a torus, and that Big Bang, that singularity is, if we think of it as the universe experiencing itself, if you're a fragmented piece of that singularity experiencing you as a whole, that would explain why there has never been no thing. You were just experiencing yourself constantly. But at some point along that path, you are going to acquire all of the knowledge in all of the universe. With enough time, an infinite amount of time, you will acquire everything there is to know about the universe, right? At that point is when I think you return back on the bottom of that, go into the singularity, and much like the water gets restructured, clearing its memory, you go through that same process and come back out the end. That would explain the cycles of time that we see from the Aztecs, from the all of the ancient calendars, and the ages as well. It's if we're going to impose our concept of time on that, then we can segment that out exactly as they did. Maybe we'll use our language, but there's a reason why all of those charts line up. If you take all of those charts, even the ones, the astrology and all of that, and line it up, they all have specific things that, maybe they're not exact, but they are very similar in the way that they look at things like that. So that's my kind of unified theory of it, with the entire flow being linked with this, internet of consciousness going back to the singularity, giving it a perspective on itself.
Well, I mean, and a sphere is one of the fundamental shapes within this universe. So, I mean, you take that theory that I was talking about as well, as it's two spheres coming together and flowing of energy between them, which is a toroid. So it's really similar to what you're saying there. And it's really, we start looking at everything in the world. You look at a tree blossoms out like this, but then it also blooms out underneath in the root structure, which is toroidal in its shape. But then also in the same context, we look at the patterns that are repeated in nature, is that a tree goes out there and it puts leaves and branches out there, which absorb the life force from the environment around it. But then when fall starts coming in and the cycles begin changing, it pulls that life force out of those leaves and back into the tree in preservation for the winter, so that in the spring that it can blossom again. The thing is the leaves always fall down to the ground, get reabsorbed into the grounds by the roots, and come part of that tree once again. And that tree during that wintertime grows just a little bit taller and gains a little bit more knowledge on of its environment. And then in the spring, those leaves pop back into existence. And that's nothing more than the body that we have and the consciousness that comes into us. The consciousness is the tree, and the bodies are simply the leaf. And the process of reincarnation is that a never-ending cycle of birth and rebirth throughout the wintertime. And going through the cycles that you're talking about, is that one of the things that I realized studying occultism is they're talking about these ancient cycles. And we have the 26,500 processional cycle. Now, what's interesting about that, and I think this would be cool for you to look into as well, and I don't, maybe you have, is that we go around the Orion arm of the galaxy. We don't go through a straight circular orbit around the galaxy. We actually bob up and down between the arm of the galaxy. Now, the one thing about gravitational force is it tends to concentrate towards the center of a structured arm, galactic arm, or the galactic center, which is Sagittarius A and B. So this means that we'd have a discretion disk, and we'd have more gravitational force in the center line of our galaxy than we're going to have in the outskirts, which means that our sun, as it spirals up and down through this galactic arm, is going to go through from a very, very low point, negative polarization, go through a center mass, which is going to be incredibly dense, and then it's going to a positive high point, which if people watch the sun every day and they go out to a window and they put a dot at noon every day where the sun is, it's going to form an analemma, which is this figure 8 shape. This figure 8 shape actually is 2 equinoxes and 2 solstices, and it represents the perihelion and the aphelion of the sun distance from the Earth's distance from the sun. But what this shows us is the changing of the seasons. And so what I think our ancestors were trying to tell us as well is that not only are there seasons on the Earth, but there's seasons within the galaxy, that we go through summers, we go through winters and springs and falls. And that if we look at these in the transition of consciousness, I think you would agree that evolution has to be built into the universe. Evolution of consciousness has to be built into the fundamental framework of the universe. And when would be a proper time to do that? Well, if we're transiting, our solar system is moving up, and then it comes down through an incredibly dense point in the galaxy, and it goes down to this negative polarized zone. It turns around, this is winter, and starts coming back up again. Well, what do we got? We got solar cycles. We got solar maximums, solar minimums. We have 11-year solar cycles, 122-year solar super cycles. We have El Nino and El Nino cycles here on the planet that correlate directly with that. And in the solar minimum, we have cosmic bombardment that comes in from the galactic center that bombards our planet, produces more cloud cover and less vegetation. And then the solar maximum, less cloud cover, more sun, more fauna, and growth and rebirth. And so we see this relationship between the sun's orbit around the galaxy and the various different densities of bombardment. And so I want to get your comments on that, and then I'll tell you another part that's actually pretty cool about that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm fully I agree with you on like 99% of what you said there, and I want to tie it to something too. Is another thing, like the gold within all those ancient cultures. All of those ancient cultures were very, very skilled in astronomy. Mm-hmm. And academia explains this as, they were doing it for crops, and they were doing it for, festivals and celebrations and stuff. But if you look a little deeper, there's a reason for tracking the seasons, yes. But why would they be tracking the precession of the equinox? That is something that does not make a lot of sense, because over that time span, there's no human that's going to survive that. It's what was it, 26,000 years, I think, is a full.
Yeah, it's 72 years. 72 years is 1 degree of the precessional cycle.
Yeah, so that's not going to affect your corn yield. There's no reason why those guys are tracking the precession of the equinox. Unless it does, yeah. But I mean that could be. There could be subtle energies that they knew, like maybe we are transitioning to a point in the galaxy where there's a different type of energy that needs to be harvested, or a way of working with it that if they know about it, it can develop consciousness. And in my opinion, all of these proto-cultures and like the more advanced cultures, their main goal, it appeared that they were just trying to develop a greater intelligence on the planet. Like we don't do what they did today. All of their, look at Egypt and look at India. Their teachings are carved into granite, the hardest stone that is on this planet, so that future generations can learn the intelligence that they have passed down. go to any modern church, go to any modern temple that we build today. There's nothing there but TV screens and just chairs. So I think their focus was on those cycles, those longer cycles. And if you go back even farther than like the Sumerian Kings List, Egyptian Book of the Dead, they go over how long their lifespans were. The old rulers of the lands there, and it was in the thousands of years, so some 12 to 30,000 years. Some of these guys were ruling, and at that long of a time span, then the precession of the equinox starts to matter a lot more, because then you have your sun is going to rule in the next precession. Mm-hmm. And that's going to come with a whole bunch of new influences on consciousness and the energy of the planet, and all of these subtle influences that we don't necessarily focus on today, because we are very short-sighted in the way of thinking about the things that we can't necessarily measure with an instrument, like a tool that science would use.
Absolutely. And to bring credence to this theory that we're talking about here, in 2014, Dr. Martin Blank of Columbia University was testing 4G and 5G radiation and its effects on DNA to see if it actually did damage to DNA. Mm-hmm. He made some profound discoveries that probably should have got him the Nobel Prize. He found out, number one, that DNA is an electromagnetic transducer. It sends and receives signals. As well, that is DNA is a fractal antenna.
Yes.
Which is quite interesting in itself. Now, he found out that DNA is incredibly susceptible to 4G and 5G radiation signals, although the signals that we have are very ambient in the sense that they don't have a profound effect because they're not that high of power. They're really much at ground level, 30, 40 decibel max when they're hitting your phone. Yeah. But he did find that long-term exposure does have DNA damage. And the reason is because the frequency attenuation of your DNA is influenced heavily by the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMBR. And there's another independent study done in 2013, 2014 that actually proposed that human evolution, DNA evolution, in the sense of the epigenetic sense, was derived by the bombardment of the cosmic microwave background radiation on this planet. As the formulation of the atmosphere came about, this is what produced the evolutions within our DNA. And then if we look at that is a range of 3 to 300 gigahertz. But if we know the atmosphere, ionosphere, magnetosphere, the ground level, all of this has a profound effect on that we get this varying range of susceptibility between 28 to 35 gigahertz, which is the first channels of 5G, but it's also the receptibility channel of your DNA in that gigahertz range. And so when we start looking at it like that, is that if we know that our solar system is moving through this higher energy potential, which means that it's going to increase cosmic ray bombardment onto this planet, is what type of effect does that have specifically on DNA when you have more higher energy attenuation coming into your DNA? Is that going to unravel it, evolve it? Is that going to expand it? Is there, because I think that we all know there's conscious expansion happening on this planet right now. People are calling it the Great Awakening. It's interesting because it's not political in nature, even though it's been kind of hijacked by the political movement, that it's really, you're finding it in all genres of society domains.
Absolutely.
That we have this point where people believe that we're evolving right now, but it's not physical evolvement, it's conscious evolvement. And I'm a proponent of this because I do believe that it's happening because I've experienced it firsthand. But I'm curious, I wanted to talk about DNA, and I wanted your thoughts on DNA, and I want to know what you know about DNA.
I'm glad we went down this road. So the thing that influenced me like a lot in going into music was like if you're ever in a music festival or a concert, even watching someone or a band control the emotion of an entire crowd of people and synchronizing that into one cohesive experience was everybody's probably been to one. It's one of the best things about being a human. It links everything together. Music has traveled across cultures and is something that links the entire species together. But when you start to really get deep into it, you can tell what frequencies and what keys and what notes to play to evoke certain emotions. If you go to a very excited venue, you're going to be, it's going to be more of a party, happy atmosphere. If you go to a concert with someone who makes very sad music, you're going to be in your feelings. It's a level of control using those frequencies. Now, I'm going to zoom back out a little bit. when children are born, they are imprinted in their DNA. It's a combination of the mother and father, but they're imprinted. Their DNA, certain genes are activated depending on the moods and the chemicals that the mother is going through. It's transmitted through the placenta, so that when that child is born, if it's born in a very hostile environment, there's going to be certain genes activated. If it's born in a very peaceful environment, there's other genes that are going to be activated. And they've proven this with many lab studies on this, and epigenetics have evolved out of studies like that, where we can consciously turn on and off DNA, genes in our DNA, just by experience and, from what I can tell, frequency. Because I mean, if you're in a very stressed out state of mind, like a mother is, maybe a single mother who's living on the streets, and that child is going to come out very resilient to a lot of things. It's got to fend for itself on a lot of things. So the fact that our DNA is not only has all that information to do that in there, but is malleable, is something I've been really interested in for like 10 years now. And Dr. Joe Dispenza does a lot of really great work on this, if you know who he is.
Yes,
but
I do.
I do believe that the primary mechanism for that is the receiver transmitter interaction within the environment. And one of my big things with cymatics is looking into the way that those frequencies interact and can almost change a person. I've known people that have got into like the EDM scene that have become completely different people before they discovered it. It's kind of it changed their lives, opened up spiritual doors, it's opened up a new experience, broadened their perspective of reality just by the music, because it opens the door to the culture and opens the door to what we're talking about. It's a gateway to an expanded way of thinking, in my opinion. So, but going back to the DNA thing, I think that your parental history and ancestral history in general, if we think about that in terms of vibration as well, all of that DNA, I think a gram can store like 215 petabytes of information. We communicate with vibration, binary, ones and zeros. If you think about a wave, we have a positive part of the wave and the negative part of the wave. You can transmit any amount of information through any wave. That's how cell phones work, TVs, radios, all of it works like that. So your DNA is just a record of your lineage. Obviously, we've known this. This is hereditary. This is how we do that. But it's also a vibratory record of all of your experiences. And in my opinion, that's why we have deja vu, or you resonate with certain types of music, or you have a feeling that you're like, oh, this is nostalgia, but you never experienced that before. Maybe that was part of your vibratory record contained in that DNA, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that, and then when you create new life, then you have your record and the other person's record, fuse those together, and then that child has an even greater wealth of knowledge to pull from, and a greater ability to turn those genes on and off. So I think when we start to use this, then that will unlock a lot of new things. I think that consciousness expands exponentially going down the generations for that reason, because there's just such a vast amount of data that is stored in everybody at this point, because we have such a long history of evolution that there's just a lot to pull from. That's where your instincts come from, like, so if we're talking about that, then I think that DNA is probably like you said, it's the TV antenna that we have for how consciousness can operate in this particular manifestation.
I agree. I like it. And I look at it kind of as the transceiver of consciousness itself, is that, this is kind of not a newer revelation for me, but kind of more of a conceptual revelation, is that been doing a lot of studies on kind of the inner work, right? Mm-hmm. And been doing a lot of meditation. And one of the recent revelations I had is we tend to think that we emanate, our soul is within inside us and it expresses outwardly, even though that we're interconnected. Mm-hmm. But the idea came that our awareness is everything around us, and that we're not on the inside expressing outward, but it's on the outside expressing inward.
Yeah.
And when you come to that revelation, now telepathy, telekinesis, all these things, quantum entanglement, make tons of sense, because your essence is quite literally everything in the expanse, and it centralizes here in this carnation. And then your DNA just becomes that receptibility of matter, that resonant factor of matter, of that awareness taking state.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think that, and that doesn't, I don't think it's limited to humans either. I think that there's a lot of what we would think of as maybe inorganic. I think minerals have a lot to do with this. If you look at crystal lattice structures, it's you can store insane amount of data in crystals, and holograms too are some of the craziest things ever. If you break a hologram down into 12 pieces, they're still going to have the same image. They will all show the same image. So the memory capacity of things like crystals and water, I think, also need to be taken into account, because you consume minerals for your health, and in water, we've obviously talked about, has memory, and that we're 80% water. So we're receiving all of these inputs from the system, and then that DNA gives you kind of a framework and the ability to adapt to the environment, to optimally navigate through it, using the inputs and outputs that you're constantly getting. And I think all of this, that whole system, is kind of guided by the how close of a connection you have with the consciousness, how close of a how direct
how well you know yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it.
Ipsum tenotius, right?
Yeah.
Temet nocius, ipsum tenotius, the Latin word for know yourself.
Yeah.
I am who I am. And it comes about, and this is another point I wanted to talk about. We're coming up on time, but we can just go a little bit over if you're okay. Is consciousness itself. So our body has these 5 sensory mechanisms, which are all electromagnetic in nature. I don't need to explain how your olfactory senses are electromagnetic in nature. It all comes about into your mind, which is electromagnetic in nature. It's electrical, bioelectrical, and biochemical signals going back and forth between each other. When we reduce our senses, we become into heightened states of awareness. Just like if you completely eliminate sound from your body, you're going to have a heightened sense of sight and smell and taste, because the brain processing power is going to increase towards those other senses, because it might feel that you're in danger because you just lost your hearing. And so if you get rid of your sight and your hearing, which are 80% of your cognitive function, your conscious function, then you're going to increase your internal state of consciousness. And I've gone to these states a lot of times. And one of the methodologies I use for this is hemisync music at the Monroe Institute. What are your thoughts on that, in the sense of music utilizing things like hemisync? And is EDM similar? Does it utilize similar components?
Absolutely. I want to go into a couple things on that. So as far as hemisync goes, I was introduced to that with the Gateway project when they disclosed that, the CIA papers on it, and tested that out. And I've been a long time meditator, but I
did it in the 90s.
Yeah. that technique really unlocked a lot of doors. It kind of stepped up, I guess, my level of meditation. And after that, I've started looking into the power of how those frequencies work and how you can kind of tune your brain to react to those signals. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized that is a lot of the nature of electronic music. We weren't able to reproduce that in the accuracy that we can now with traditional instruments, especially when played live. You can't. As humans, it's very hard to sync that up, right?
Right.
But with a computer, I can phase out those waves. I can tune it to a specific frequency in both ears. That's going to sync your brain up. So yeah, I do believe there's a lot of value there, and when you use it in the right ways, like I use there's I can't remember what frequency it is, but I have it bookmarked on my YouTube, and I play it whenever I'm working, and it's a form of polyrhythmic music, which means your brain can't predict what's coming next, and it's paired with the binaural synchronization, and that gave me a level of focus I've never had before, and I use it almost every single day now. But in terms of music, what you were saying about the senses and how you can really focus on the internal with that. I have a funny correlation there. When I don't know if you've ever experimented with DMT, But with DMT, you are completely immobile pretty much. When you take a dose high enough to experience what they call a blast off, you're not in your body anymore, and
Right.
it's shutting off that whole system that keeps you alive. It's saying, hey, we trust you. You're going to do what you do, but we need your consciousness, and we're taking it. We're going to do some stuff, right? But the funny thing is, a lot of people report that it dilates time. A lot of your perception of time, and that's a common phenomenon within psychedelics, and it's another reason why it's very popular in the EDM community. It gets a bad rap for that just because it's associated with drugs, but it's just an evolution of the psychedelic rock from the late 60s, early 70s. It's just using new instruments. But what they did with that is, and I don't know if this was conscious or if it was accidental, but we can dilate BPM, or we can dilate tempo, or we can dilate a lot of these factors within the production of EDM, that when you pair it with psychedelics, it creates I would say almost a gateway into a different realm of thought. So I can, within the music, certain frequencies and certain pitches and BPMs, when you modulate them, it feels like it opens up a different pathways in your head, in your brain for processing information. And I feel like it shuts off a lot of the things that consume 90% of your thought. And when you enter these states, it allows you to think, very openly, critically, and outside the box of your normal thought. But what I've been noticing, and I've done a lot of, personal research myself, is when you're making it, there's certain frequencies and certain BPMs that are more effective at this, and certain ones that are not. And the ones that, in my opinion, are the most effective are the ones that are very, I would say, pleasant, I guess, or put you in a state of mind that's very, whether that's courage and up. I would say anything less than that, kind of, that's when people start to have, I would say, bad trips. But anything above that kind of gives you a different perception of what the artist is trying to say, or what the message. It communicates it directly instead of lyrics telling you what he's trying to say.
Absolutely.
You can communicate that through almost thought transmission. And so that's
well,
why,
it's almost like the intention is translated into the vibration.
yes, exactly. And you have to, I mean, the sensory overload you get at festivals and concerts in general is enough to lock you into that. But you pair that with the techniques that we talked about in terms of frequency, binaural synchronization, all that stuff. You got all of your lasers, lights, and the best sound systems you've ever heard. And then you also layer psychedelics on top of that. That's an experience that you can't really replicate anywhere else. And I think it's the easiest way for people to start getting in tune with the more subtle natures of reality, because it's something that is very easy. You can go with your friends to it. You can tell people about it, and you can show them the music, and the music isn't necessarily off-putting. It sounds different, but it's very interesting to look at when you look at it from that perspective, instead of just, oh, it's a party thing, which sometimes it is, but this is an entirely different layer. And when you understand that and produce music, you can create a immersive experience like you've never seen before.
Absolutely. I grew up going to fish concerts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I used to trip my nuts off at them. And that's where I really got introduced to how music moves. And what I mean by that, and for those listening, I've talked about this in the sense of how we communicate, is that there's this process of what I call intention, attention, of how we communicate. And the way I define attention is, imagine a lasso going around an object. You pull it tight, the object doesn't move, but there's a stress on the line. There's a tension on the line, a line of tension between you and whatever that is. So that's where attention comes from.
Yeah.
And then you have an intention. An intention is a stress that you make towards an imaginative aspect of yourself. And that intention is aligned with some type of emotional component, whether end state, future state, probable state, whatever it might be. And when we communicate those intentions, what we're doing is we're translating them between that line of relationship between us and another human being. And so as our voice comes out and that compression wave goes by their ear and induces the eardrum to vibrate, producing the electrical signals, is that compression wave that's coming out, the acoustic wave, is a carrier wave of your intention. So you have your intention that is aligned with that in the vibrational form, and that we can actually communicate that way. And we do that with body language. We do that with, in other aspects of telepathy. We do that with how we looking at each other and how we smile and all this stuff. That's kind of what that transitory nature is. And so when I started learning Fish or going to Fish shows, I noticed that the guitarist was able to translate a story through the notes of the guitar. And that it wasn't just notes, but it was him speaking to you intentionally through the guitar. And when you realize that what you're listening to is this musical story, it's profound. And then you understand nature when you go out and sit in the middle of the woods, and you realize you're hearing a natural symphony speaking its story. And you start hearing it everywhere. And once you have it, you can't undo it. So I'm really interested in EDM now. I'm going to have to check this out.
If you liked Fish and that psychedelic rock era, you're going to love everything that's going on now. It's like it's just the next evolution in that, journey. And I think that you're right with the intention thing. The attention needs to be, you have to grab attention. And I think it's very effective at grabbing attention because these sounds have never been produced before in history. We're not using guitars and anything. We're literally playing a computer and speakers. That is our instrument. So I think that in doing that, we grab a lot of attention because people are like, what the hell was that sound? And that attention then allows us to open up the gateway to intention, where we can tell our story and we can, share our experience of reality in a way that people haven't really experienced before.
Yeah. Curious. So, man, what was I about to say? I think it was pertaining to, oh no. You ever heard of John Hutchinson and the Hutchinson effect? Okay, so John Hutchinson back in the 1990s, he used a VHS recorder, and he lived in Canada, but he bought a whole bunch of surplus U.S. Navy radio equipment, VHF, SHF type of equipment. And he just started messing around with different transmitters with objects, and he was able to levitate bowling balls. Metal would just disintegrate in front of your eye, and he videotaped this, and the government actually came in and confiscated all of his stuff. Okay. And so he got more stuff and then came back and was able to recreate it again. And the government actually came up to him and said, how the fuck are you doing this? And he goes, well, let me show you. And he turns all the equipment on and none of it worked. And he couldn't figure out, and it never worked again. He said he was never able to repeat the process. He knows all the frequencies, never able to repeat the process. And so I started watching the videos and I said, oh, I noticed something. And I'm curious if you've ever done this with your music. Is we can think about it in the sense of frequency, of how that integrates together. But have we ever thought about it as well as directional geometry? Is that the positioning of where these speakers are pointing and how they're pointing, what parts of the body they're pointing at, the directional aspect of the vibration and where it is pointed to fall into the context of the effect that it's going to have on it. Because that's what John Hutchinson, I believe he was doing wrong, is that he had his transmitters basically transmitting towards the devices at various different angles. And then on the second time, they were very similar, but then the third time they were skewed. And so there is directional geometry going on there that he wasn't repeating the second time around. And it would be easily overlooked by a lab scientist.
Yeah. Well, we already touched on a little topic or an aspect of this, which is phasing. If you have a wave and it's a perfect harmonic, it ends where it begins, right? If I move this a millimeter out, then it's not harmonic anymore. And if you think about it in cymatics, if I have if I'm doing the water cymatics, I have a petri dish on top of a speaker, and I put the water in it, and I resonate that petri dish at, let's say, 144 hertz. That petri dish is going to make a specific shape, right? But if I get another petri dish and it's bigger, and I resonate it at 144 hertz, it's not going to resonate with the amount of water and the size of the petri dish in the same way. So it's going to create a different shape. So the shape that resonated with the smaller one won't necessarily resonate with the larger one. And then you can, if you want to take that onto a whole spectrum of stuff, what liquid are you using? What are you using, a glass petri dish or a plastic petri dish? All of these are very specific frequencies, and each object has its own geometry within those frequencies. That's why opera singers can smash a glass, because they can, they find that frequency within their voice. They feel it vibrate in their hand and they amplify the signal, breaking the glass. So there's a lot of intricate knowledge that goes into that. And there's a very broad field of cymatics now in the last 20 years that's dealing with how can we do that. I made a video about inverting the frequency of the resonant frequency of a cell and destroying that cell for cancer research. That's one application. There's many.
Professor Hollander did all that research in 2013, 2014. Nobody knows where the hell that guy is. Royal Rife.
John Keeley, all of them. Yeah.
Yep. John Keeley Morrill. Yeah. Oh man. I haven't heard that name in a long time. That's a good one. I've been
very deep into Keeley. I think Keeley is a very, very intricate piece of this puzzle that no one is looking at right now.
Do you go to Keeley.net or Dale Pond, right?
Pond, yeah. Pond had that machine that he bought off that guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Pond stuff, and he's got his analysis of Keeley's work is really, really good. I think it needs a little update and a little bit more of a simplification. But the way that he was explaining the function and the how Keeley was tapping into 0 point energy, I guess if you want to call it, or like the scalar waves that Tesla was talking about, that it seems like he's on the right track, and that the vibration that we were talking about, I think all those machines could only be operated by Keeley because he knew a certain frequency to turn them on.
Well, and that's right, but it was a water hammer.
Yeah, water hammer. Yeah.
But so, do you understand what it was doing in the resonant cavity?
Yeah.
Sonoluminescence.
Yeah.
So he's producing sonoluminescence within these machines, and that was what producing the high energy state that was coming out of it. So it was a methodology to actually capture the sonoluminescence happening within the water hammer.
I think that machine that Pond bought off him had 4 different types of ways that he was using scalar waves to do that. And that's why he couldn't calculate how much energy it produced, because all of them calculated infinitely. Right. Like if we have optimal conditions for a water hammer, it can go to infinite energy, right? Like it's just amplifying the wave.
Well, to the parameters of the object that it's resonating with.
In ideal conditions with an immovable object and unlimited
modern science systems, right?
Yes, exactly.
Theoretical systems.
But I think that's what he was onto is he knew the power of that technology, and he designed it in a way that only he could operate it, which would essentially save humanity from killing themselves.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. But
I can't believe you brought that up, John Keeley World, because I mean that in the 1998, I was talking to Dale Pond back in the day. We collaborated early on. So I used to collaborate with a lot of the Coast to Coast audience, George Norrie and them. We used to be in an email change. Richard Hoagland. I just go back and forth talking hyperdimensional physics, and Dale Pond. I was talking to him about John Keeley World. Then you have the Royal Rife stuff. You have Schallenberger, Tesla.
Obviously, yeah.
I was just at a medical conference down in Dallas this last weekend. And a lot of people there were talking about Royal Rife, and they're talking about how I got my Rife machine. That's not a Rife machine. It's a Rife machine. I said, show me your plasma. Show me your plasma gun. They show me an enclosed plasma ball that they just keep close to the body, which resonates the frequency off. I said, that's not Rife's plasma gun. He had a cold plasma gun that he literally puts it on your body at that area, and then does the reverse resonance of the cells, causing the cells to shatter. That's what he was using. Yep. He's like, oh, well, I said, well, nobody makes them. That's the problem, is nobody knows how to make them the way.
It's a great value Rife machine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's similar tech. I've actually seen some cold plasma guns come out today that you can get them, and it means you can buy them off of fucking Amazon right now. Cold plasma gun, you can buy it, you load up your helium, it produces your cold plasma, it's at the right frequency. You can go grab Rife's frequency book, you can go ahead and put them in there, you can get your own frequency generator, hook it up to it, and you're good. You got your own Rife machine. But man, you're gonna have to tell me what you find on John Keeley, because firstly, Dale Pond, I think Dale Pond passed away.
Yeah.
And so that website that's up there will not be up there very long. So if you can get in there and get those PDFs off of it, that would be fantastic, because there's just such a wealth of information on there. And Dale Pond, for anybody that doesn't know, he's the curator of the John Keeley World Museum in, I want to say it's in South Colorado. But he's got 3 different prototypes of John Keely Worrell's water hammer machine, which was basically an electric generator. And these things, Dale Pond's only gotten them working once, and he doesn't even know how that happened, but he reverse engineered them, looked at the physics of them. And Dale Pond is a classically trained physicist. He was a physics professor at the local schools, and just an absolute genius in the sense of how he takes them apart. But he put a wealth of knowledge and information up there on, I believe it's Keely.net, if the website is even still up there. Yeah. But just, it's the Tesla of the 19th century that you never heard of, I assure you.
That was a recent discovery for me, and I was blown away. That's been one of my very intense research topics lately, is going into that stuff, because it's not only suppressed, it's like almost frowned upon to mention Keely, kind of like Tesla used to be. But like I think the Tesla hype right now is going to be Keely hype in the future.
I kind of agree.
It's not very well known, and I think people, once they look into it, they're like, what? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But he was onto something.
You know, maybe what we should do is, and if you're doing research on that, we should come back and do a show. We'll do Keely, we will do Edley Scalin, and we'll do Tesla, we'll do Rife, we'll do Townsend Brown, we'll do these greats and go through them. And even Buckminster Fuller, I think that's where that quote was, is that architecture is nothing more than frozen sound. Buckminster Fuller. But we're out of time. We're over time. That's fine. But this is a great conversation, man. And the audience is absolutely loving it. So I want to have you back, and we'll get that scheduled, and maybe we can talk more about this. We only touched the surface of this conversation.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that I feel like we could have expanded upon.
Oh, there's so much, and but I would like to get into the technology side next time. So Tesla, Worrell. So I'm excited about that. Schollenberger is another one.
Yeah.
So guys, absolutely. So guys, if you want to go visit Tyler here, what I want you to do is you can find a lot of his information on LinkPop. And I'm going to put the link right here in the chats so you guys can go that. And in there, he has, I'll go ahead and show this to you guys. He has a few ebooks. They're $10 a piece. I actually just picked these up, and they're loaded full of information. And it's great explanations, lots of visual diagrams. They're $10 a piece. You can find them at that link that I'm putting in the chat right now. It's also linked up in the Rumble description box. And so Hidden History, Harmonic Alchemy, and Vibrational Unity. These are 3 great books that you can pick up from him. He's also got some other stuff on here. I believe you got some music. You could also, you have a website, don't you? That you can go to?
Baseforge.us, and then I'm active almost every day on TikTok, posting all my new stuff. And I'll have a new book next week coming out on consciousness, a lot of stuff we were talking about today too. So
perfect, dude. Well, I loved it. And like I just said, I picked up your 3 books and I've been going through them. And I'm someone who is well versed in occult and alchemy and hermeticism and the esoteric, and I absolutely love them. I thought they were fascinating. They're a really good read, and that it's really good information for people who are looking for that in-depth understanding, but something that's easy to correlate with visual diagrams to show you how all this works. Because I mean, you get into like Robert Anton Wilson and chaos theory and all this type of stuff, and it's all over the place. Walter Russell. Have you ever gotten into Walter Russell?
God, yeah.
I got Matt Presti. Matt Presti is one of my buddies who is the former president of the Walter Russell Museum, as well as the Walter Russell College. He's probably the foremost expert on Walter Russell. So what I can do, I'll bring him in. Us 3 will do a show together. That'd be awesome.
Great.
But all right, guys, Base Forge. Awesome show. Cymatics, Vibration, Conscious Technology. If you guys want to find him, the links are out there. Please go check him out, purchase those books, and also give him a follow on TikTok and like those videos, because his videos on TikTok are fascinating. So until next time, for everybody on Social Red Pill, socialredpill.com, our private social network, go on over there. I'll be in there in about 15 minutes, but the After Dark chat, the Fringe After Dark, starts immediately. So you can go ahead and join that Zoom call. I'll be on in about 15 minutes. Much love, respect. God bless you guys. You guys take care. Have a great night. We'll see you guys.
Appreciate you, man.
world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
From the spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh, and welcome to Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we talk about the weird, the wacky, the unusual, those things that people don't normally talk about in normal conversation. And tonight is going to be one of them. This is going to be a fantastic show. I've been researching and studying this guy's material for a little over a month and a half now, and I'm absolutely fascinated by what he's doing. Jared Murphy has thoroughly investigated the mysteries of archaeology and engineering involving ancient civilizations, and more in a different light than other people can actually see it. The phenomenal structures we see around the world have led him down a path of intriguing realization. He's a self-experimenter, a field researcher of ancient technologies, a lost history. Jared Murphy has traveled the world searching for evidence of an advanced ancestor in high technology. His newest book, It's Not Aliens, Worse, It's Us, Discovering Our Lost History, as well as his website, notaliens.com. You can find him there. Let me go and get Jared real quick, and I think, nope, there you go. And let's bring him in. Jared, how are you doing today, my friend?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on. Thanks everyone for listening.
Yeah, man.
Or watching.
Yeah, watching. They're watching. They're listening. This goes on audio podcast as well. But I'm excited about this conversation. We were kind of just touching on a few things just a few moments ago. How did you get into this? Like, what was your moment where you like, wait a minute?
You know, what's so funny is that when I was young, and we were talking about this before the show, not this specifically for everyone listening, but I've had a lifelong interest in, first thing I want to do is dig up dinosaurs. Mm-hmm. I just, like, what boy doesn't want to dig up a dinosaur? And, and then the next thing I know, Indiana Jones, if that dates myself, I was pretty young when that came out. And who doesn't want to find, the Ark of the Covenant, the golden monkey, and the kill Nazis or something? Right. That all seemed like really win-win. And so for me, it started really young because I started playing the violin young. I had an interest in quantum mechanics. I started reading like Schrodinger's Cat, In Search of Schrodinger's Cat. That was one of the first books I read. I was 16. And prior to that, it was just the constant questions. And I grew up severely Catholic, and there's nothing wrong with that. I say it that way because a lot of people may go to Sunday Mass, but I was heavily involved where I immediately had questions. So I didn't want to become interested in the Septuagints and the councils and the Gnostic texts. But when you grow up, I just had enough of unique circumstances that led me to, and then of course, personal questioning. I think probably what really sealed the deal for me, and everybody might like this. I don't think I've actually talked about this ever, is that what really got my total interest going in all of history, because I like period movies like, the Three Musketeers, but everything from ancient to modern. But what really sealed it for me was my grandfather was a tank commander, like Brad Pitt in Fury. Mm-hmm. He was a tank commander that landed at D-Day in a tank and ran a tank through Belgium and Holland and France and all the way to Berlin under the 7th Armored Division under Patton. And I have a long love of history. I started looking at World War II books in 1st and 2nd grade. My grandfather would haul out I had a massive interest. So I just kind of started. My starting point for history, ironically, to get us back millions of years and into the megalithic past, really started with one of my greatest heroes, really. And it wasn't just what he did in the war at all. It was just my grandfather had this incredible work ethic, and I just was fascinated. And from there, I just went nuts with history. That's what did it.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And, my father's the one that got me into a lot of this stuff. He red-pilled me at a very young age. So I can understand that completely. So you started researching World War II.
Yeah. And you know what? This you'll like.
Yeah.
When I saw giant things like Stonehenge, because Stonehenge, I think Leonard Nimoy in Search Up, which dates me further for anyone keeping track. But I was like, who cares? Look, I went to the Natural History Museum when I was a kid. There's loinclothed, simple primitives dragging some rocks around. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the golden monkey and the secret passage that's going to help me find the Ark of the Covenant, because that's the only history we got. I grew up believing what everyone else believed, that's as far as history went. And so I had a bit of a disdain and a zero interest, even though I loved Star Wars. And I was a kid, it was in the theater. I was 6. And I loved future. I loved advanced technologies. Again, I developed that interest in quantum mechanics and just general, just nerdy stuff in general. But I had zero interest in giant megalithic blocks because I believed what I was seeing. I was told that primitive people built giant blocky things. Yeah. But then I became a historical remodeler for 20 years. So the questions never stopped. I continued on the rabbit holes of what really goes into, the origins of different religions and faiths, and the origins of the technologies dynastically of different cultures that we can think of. But in 20 years of doing historical remodeling, I had reached a point where I was going to write, in this case, a fictional book about the oldest mummies on Earth were the Paracas. They're naturally preserved. They're admittedly, they'll say that they're at least 9,000 years old. Some of them, the truth is, they probably go pre, Younger Dryas. But I was going to do a fictional story about secret military organizations reanimating the Paracas and any old mummy they could find, and they would have handlers that would help them recall their memories to find ancient high-tech stuff. That was my original plot to It's Not Aliens, Worse, It's Us. I wasn't going to do nonfiction. I was interested in the subject. I was continuously interested in frequencies and energies and meditations. I had met Wim Hof at this point. I had learned to do the Iceman, the superhuman breathing. I had learned to do, withstanding really cold temperatures and ice and stuff like that. I was into that kind of like really trippy, connecting to the collective human consciousness, or however way you want to put it. But then I get 2 days into research, and there's an archaeologist with a Discovery show host that said, hey, we're going to go find Colonel Percy Fawcett, who got lost, that Brad Pitt played. And we're going to stop here and we're going to show you on the banks of the Amazon this ancient engineered soil called terra preta. It has all sorts of interesting capability. It has piezoelectric properties. It filters heavy metals, gets rid of carbon dioxide. Oh, and from what we can tell, there's 12 to 20 feet of it in just Brazil that we're currently estimating at twice the size of Spain. And I'm like, okay, hold on. So I got 3 days into wanting to write a fictional story. I have a massive personal interest in not just knowing our origins, but this eternal question that I think we all have at some level of who are we? Like Graham Hancock says, are we a species with amnesia? And I'm like, wait a minute, I build things, and I can tell you right now that if you have an ancient engineered soil that man-made, and you start looking at the carbon dating, and then even for what they have admittedly said to it, it doesn't line up now with these Paracas, elongated skulled humans that are not deformed, but they're born that way. You have different species of humanities overlapping. You have a timeline that's not lining up. And it put me down almost a 4-year journey to basically come up with the conclusion that not only is there engineered soil in Brazil, it was already known that it was in North Africa. It was in the Central Plains, the savannas of South Africa. It's all over the world. Just terra preta, the identical recipe. So basically, terra preta is Portuguese for Black Earth. So when I say Brazil, North Africa, and South Africa, literally South Africa, this is where I was when I went and did some research there. This is an identical, it's like saying, hey, I bought a can of Coca-Cola, same company, same recipe on not only those on those 3 points on 2 continents that were not supposed to be communicado, but it's also in Australia. And there are different burnt biochars that are man-made, and they're all over the earth. So you have a lot of people piecing together these bits of our past where we finally realized that, hey, those giant boring megalithic blocks are actually geopolymers. They are highly concentrated silicretes that are natural, but they've been harvested, and they're being put in alignments and conjunctions of natural patterns of earth energies, but also with technologies that we have yet to know and yet to discover. And that's what really got me started, was 3 days into research, realizing that the whole planet's filled with artificially man-made, carbon filtering, earth saving, fertilize, destroying, and the richest growing soil on earth is been made by a culture that we have no record of, and it's on every continent. And that was the start.
Right. In terra preta, for instance, I think this is abundant in western United States, in the old lands of the Native Americans. They had a whole bunch of it. But you can grow anything of it in this, and it doesn't, am I correct, it doesn't deplete the soil of its nutrients?
No, and one of the weird things is that if you start looking into different papers on it, one of the things it can't quite sort out, every season, every fall, I live in a state that has 4 seasons. Mm-hmm. It's not just sunny and beautiful all the time. But composting, leaves fall, and then, that makes new soil and things die. No, terra preta, or these ancient engineered soils, they seem to have an ability to maintain themselves and self-replicate. And some of the papers on terra preta will just say, this is how they'll put it. We've noticed it self-replicates, and then they'll move on. They won't touch it. It's like, or they don't have an answer, or like, well, why can't we just, I've had friends, some really great researchers also, they're like, well, why can't we just electron microscope? And it's like, people have been trying to figure out the recipe to Coca-Cola forever. There's lots of secret recipes that you can mimic and you can get really close to, but you have to be able to make it. And the circumstances and the environments and what we're finding in material science research, like the Bay of Cadiz, there are places in the Mediterranean that are above water, and I know we're not diving into it, but just as an idea, there are ancient, very complex, not primitive peopled, but places primitive people have adapted and taken over, but very, very advanced ancient constructions that are made out of either geopolymers or materials that are so much more complex than just, it's a fancy lava concrete that we forgot how the Romans made. It's very, very fine Teflon-like materials. They're doing and working in material sciences that we are just becoming familiar with. There are gold and other metal plated objects that have been found throughout antiquity that have a nano layering that is more complex than anything that's in a cell phone that we use currently. And those are not explainable. And they're all post-flood cultures that we can talk about in the last 4,000 to 6,000 years, but they're all digressing technologies and memories or folklore of what has to be a pre-Younger Dryas, maybe pre-Mount Toba 75,000 year ago society that may have managed to survive post-Mount Toba and then pre-Younger Dryas. Like, it seems like the Younger Dryas is really like the end of the nuclear winter of everything that went wrong when Mount Toba goes off in South Asia 75,000 years ago, plus or minus 1,000 years. We have a lot of continental shifting, a lot of really crazy, dramatic climate changes. We have genetic evidence of what we've seen, right? It's just, we all have to be ready to be wrong, but there's this snapshot right now that says, oh, after Mount Toba went off, and I like how they always put this, and I know they do it because of the math, but they always say there was only 3 to 20. I don't know how they get down to 2 or 3,000, but they say 2 or 3,000 to 26,000 breeding pairs were left on the planet. Huh. And we have a genetic record that says 50 plus thousand years ago, which I would say academically is really getting a lot closer to Mount Toba going off. But Denisovan, Neanderthal, humanity that was left on the planet, survivor people, they all blended their genetics. So we do have a genetic record that says, well, maybe we were down to 2 to 26,000 breeding pairs, or maybe 4 or 6,000 to 52,000 human beings. But we know Denisovan and Neanderthal mixed with humanity over 50,000 years ago. We have a city off the coast of Cuba that's 2,300 feet deep, and that's only one city. Right. There's plenty of places that have not been able to be manipulated or adapted for primitive human use that I think are really going to be exciting to find. And this whole Terra Preta thing, when you and I talked and we were going to get together and just do this show, the point is that nobody's looking at soil as something new and exciting or interesting, but it not only connects for growing, like you're saying, that it's self-replicating and creating very healthy food. We're talking about a soil that's connected to maybe other what's called seismic metamaterials, whether they're actual crushed silicretes or whatever, or they're artificial, but they're touching and connecting not only plants and animals and people, but they're connected to these old ancient polygonal buildings and constructions, or constructions that might have gone away that were made out of metal or plastics, but they've been or long evaporated or churned into the earth. But either way, we have enough remnants where if we start examining this, I think our sciences, if they haven't already on a clandestine level, are going to go in a whole nother direction. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, this is I mean, you just covered a lot of stuff there, but this is my thoughts. For the longest time, when I started researching ancient civilizations, ancient cultures, when I started researching the occult and the esoteric mysteries, I started to realize that there was this degradation, and that was one of the things that brought me towards your work. And the first thing I noticed it in language. The Maratha Bharata, these grand epics of India, these books are 8,000 years old. We have the Sumerian cuneiform. We have Hebrew, right? These are very, very old languages. And each one of these languages has a mathematical context. It has a musical context. It has some type of emotional expressive context that is kind of unspoken, where the word Om in Sanskrit, I mean, you could write books on just that word alone in the English language. And so we had this degradation of language over 6,000 years. And so I started thinking about it, and I started looking at all these ancient monuments, and I said, what would happen if a massive cataclysm happened here on Earth today? And 500 years later, the stories of our people would be like a big game of telephone amongst all the different people that survived, the 15% that survived. And what happens when a guy walks out and uncovers a garage, looks inside, and there's a fully fueled Ford F-150 with the keys inside? And he goes in and starts it up, and he starts pushing the gas pedal, and everybody starts bowing to him because they don't know what this is. They've never seen anything. This is the weaponry of the gods, right? And he rules over them, creates a mass empire through the fear derived from that technology, plus the heat from the technology, the whatever else that truck provides for them, until eventually it runs out of gas. And they don't understand how it operates and works, so they build models of it, but eventually that technology goes to waste and starts degrading over time, and that rule of him would degrade with that.
Yeah, we end up with exactly what Eric von Daniken likes to talk about, the cargo cult. You know, you have a they're literally building artificial fake planes on islands and worshiping and making little runways and hoping one day the plane that brings gifts will come back. And I mean, people can look that up. The cargo cult, that's what they started calling them. I mean, you have people who had no modern visitations. They didn't know what airplanes were. We have examples of it literally in our last 80 years of this happening. And that's not untypical, I think, of what's happened in the past. You have the worst of it, you know, when I describe it. And my book, It's Not Aliens, is currently, for anyone listening, it isn't currently available because there is a revision that's been in the works. We are almost done. We're close to a release date. So it'll have a close to similar title. It'll be in full color. But one of the things that, you know, this particular point that you're making is huge, because we so get fascinated and wrapped up in the stories of these, you know, Moses, the 10 Commandments. I mean, there's been so many Hollywood movies that we just get excited about. Stargate, you know, there are things that are fictional that are not, for instance, maybe Western biblically based, but they're just these stories, and we've attached a lot of romance and meaning to them, but they're exactly that. They're stories. They're not the full histories. They are romanticized ideas that are great for getting maybe people who have no interest in the subject going. But then at that point, what I think we need to try to avoid is that if you have a cruise ship worth of human beings, which was the example I used in It's Not Aliens, is that you and I might remember all the technology you and I are communicating on right now, but I don't even know how to forge metal. I mean, I forget forging. Yeah. I don't know how to separate iron ores. Let's get to the elements. Like, how do we, what temperature, what mixes in order to even make the wires in order to splice together, let alone soldering, let alone, I mean, there are things I have experience with, but I don't know how to make a soldering gun or to not create a soldering gun that would melt on itself, let alone I had a friend who's a mathematician who told me, Jared, do you know how much time it would take to just recreate volume math tables? And I said, what do you mean volume math? And he goes, you know, like in a rocket ship, there's fuel. Well, that's in a round cylinder container. You have to calculate down to the last micro ounce how much fluid can fit in a different size or shaped container, and what's the weight differential when it you know, as you're burning the fuel, and how much can you hold, and how it displaces the weights and against gravity. He goes, it took many mathematicians over brilliant. That was his point too, because he was a mathematician. That was his PhD. And he's like, it didn't take one or two. It took hundreds of years and a lot of mathematicians. If we got nuked, just to come up with volume, like, I would just like to not be thirsty. Let's put water in a vase.
Right.
I'm good with that. I don't care if there's an equation. I don't think a lot of people did for 70,000 years. Fill the vase, get a bigger vase, get two people to carry a vase. Nobody cared about volume tables. But those are things that when we have time, and as you're rebuilding a culture and a society that had a much more complex, not just external technology, and that's what's so fascinating, is that people are like talking about the Tesla mind chip. Right. And you and I were talking about this off air. It's really the third eye. We had a technology that I think this ancient engineered soil, and I think these buildings, I think we had external, but I think what we look at in quotes as the natural world, I think a lot of it is really broken or safe mode biotech. And they describe it as that when you get into vibrational medicine, which is really the capstone above herbal medicines or natural homeopathic, all that falls under vibrational medicine. And of those sciences, you know, you have technologies that they're talking about how, you know, in studying the regeneration of salamander legs and frogs. I mean, this was work done 30, 40 years ago. And they're like, we can't help but notice that it's as if it's ones and zeros, negatives and positives. Biotechnical switching is going on as if it's programmed. Mm-hmm. Like, does a tree really look like what we think of? Whenever I say tree, everyone can think of something with branches. But what if that's just rogue, programless base code? What if a tree really just grows into your home? What if a tree really grows into a functional living space or a functional tool? We think of the natural world as this thing attached to the Norse gods, to the, everything Western, to, as you brought up, I mean, Krishna and the East. There's these stories that we've invested in that really don't get us past a point of understanding that it's not just that if they got to the point that they were engineering soil and ley lines and using large megalithic structures internally with something like a third eye, the reality is that if you weren't 10 or 14% conscious, if you were fully conscious, what does a biotechnical system look like that you're interacting with? Where right now, a lot of the way we try to create an analogy for people to understand is through these cameras and through the internet. And the reality is you really were living on a planet that looked probably way more natural than it really is. Mm-hmm. Just an idea, food for thought.
Yeah, no. And that's kind of where my mind goes when we start talking about a lot of these things, especially when we start talking about the terra preta in the soil, and then these monoliths being built on top of it, and they're being built in various different stone structures that are surgically precisioned in their architecture. They are limestone, which has a electromagnetic resonant characteristic to it. It's made out of organic material. And then there's granite. There's other types of very, very hard rock, which also, the lengths of these rocks are cut to particular dimensions for specific reasons. But I think it's very, very clear that we didn't build this. I was actually on the Mars Chronicles, I think it was last week. I said, I think it's very disingenuous to our history to say that aliens built all these things.
Yep.
And I heard you say the same thing, and I'm like, wow, like, exactly.
Yeah, and it's not that, I mean, here's the thing. It's like, I know there are some people who are not probably Rick and Morty fans, but I can't think of a better example than, for those that aren't familiar, get familiar, but the episode where Rick has to fix his battery, which is really a multiverse, which is really just, he jammed a universe into his car battery to power his spaceship. And the point is that when he goes in with his grandson, it's really a world that generates energy to basically make his car run. It's just a car battery, but inside is a whole universe where people are having babies and going to college. And the reason I bring it up is because to them, Rick is a god. And when Rick shows up, he tells Morty to put on antenna, little springy ones like you'd buy for a party. And he's like, put these on. They got to think we're aliens. And there is no one of advanced human ancient origin that is under obligation to explain to us that they're human. Not formerly human. There are great grandparents. They don't either care, or worse, they screwed it up. Like, what do? Sit us all down and go, yeah, we could have cured cancer, but we didn't. And then Tim gave you guys religion a few different times, and that just never worked out. We're sorry about that. Or we thought you would click on the whole like collective consciousness thing. So like we were doing it for you to have mindfulness, but not because of crystals like the rocks that you're banging, like the Neanderthals in your natural history museum, but because no, that's actually a very complex frequency energy system. And the power of 8 is actually a thing. And you should actually collectively meditate, that the idea that the Sufis had was real. Your average, like the stories of the Sufis, collective dreaming with like 38 people collectively sharing a dream. Like, it's not an impossibility. That Dr. Emoto's work with water, Victor Schauberger's work with water and vortexes, that they're all touching on what are quantum sciences that are actually related to our individual and collective consciousness. That is not a random thing. And the idea that, well, I saw a blue person, I saw a reptilian, and it's like, oh God, maybe you did. Maybe you saw someone from somewhere else. I'm not going to say you didn't, but is it more likely or possible that if you were working with a technology that allowed you to go from Mach 22 at a 0.0 turn radius, that maybe being shorter, smaller, and gray with translucent skin allows you to interface with your systems on that, like an F-22 fighter pilot integrated brain technology to their weapon systems? Why, as a human, if we can buy a gene CRISPR and work out of our garage and customize a baby's ability to play piano or not, would we not think that the same human race for, according to the Hindu Vedas, millions of years has achieved that level of consciousness and technology, and we automatically jump to no. There was some really sad anthropological aliens that said, you know what? The one thing we're going to teach them is how to put a 3,000 ton block on another 3,000 ton block. That's what we're going to give them to do. It's just, sorry. We're getting to that point.
You're right. I love your perspective. You're absolutely right.
We're just getting to that point where we need to be a little more in your face about, let's take the veil away and find, we don't need to find a mystery to believe in. There are literally mysteries in front of us, and we need everyone's collective brains and brain power. And each of us individually, each of us do have genetic memory. Each of us do tap into what we know. Even mainstream academia understands that there's a collective consciousness. Mm-hmm. But what it means and how we use it and how we adapt, and everyone listening right now, just the energy between you and I, this is the part where people, if they're worried that I'm not going to sound woo-woo, this is the truth, is that we have a collective consciousness that each of us might have a hunch on. We're drawn to these shows. We're drawn to these ideas. We're thinking, we want the answers, and we're not just scratching at believing in anything. We're looking for what it actually is. And each of us have some childhood experience. I grew up Catholic. There are people who grew up with different religions or none at all. But the reality is we all come from a family of origin story that blurs our ability to see something that we still have this internal, like maybe untouchable or unexplainable drive to figure out. And that's what's exciting, is that everyone listening, our conversation, everyone can contribute to this. How it's just, it doesn't have to be something or anything that you've ever done or gone to. It could literally be a memory that got jogged or a dream that you had, anything from a show you've watched. Like, you may have never been to Karnak or Egypt, but you may see something that just looks really familiar, but somehow you're a car mechanic. And just as an example, it may relate to how you connected and solved an electrical issue that had nothing to do with an alternator, but you connected it because of there is the wildest, craziest connections that people can make, that I think that when you're open to it, and not just saying that it's a modality of, the dynastic Egyptians built all this, or the Mayans built all this, or, let's watch Apocalypto one more time. Good movie, but not the point.
So what you're saying really is, in the past, and we can kind of date this, but we kind of can't. Humanity was highly more technologically advanced and spiritually advanced, of which the technology and the spirituality were merged to one developing progressive evolution.
Yeah, and I don't think that we now would be able to distinguish if you and I could hop back pre-Mount Toba, or hop into a survivor city where they've kind of scrapped up the technology, because I don't think all of them, just being collectively part of it, would understand how to rebuild it after a massive catastrophe, which is why I think we have these other stories and legends that indicate advanced peoples, but they never quite got it all back together again in totality. But I think if we were to time travel back to pre-Mount Toba, pre-whatever wars, or at least in the middle of their highest technological phase, I don't think we would look at the technology they had around them, other than the buildings, like the polygonal masonry, the Corinthian pillars, the things we see at Baalbek in Greece, what really was part of probably Tartaria, which spanned all the way from Spain to Siberia and Mongolia. The reality is that we, outside of going, oh, that's a Corinthian pillar, we might not understand that Corinthian pillar was actually part of a music system that was part of a health system. Your idea of going to the doctor may have been you and I walking to a stadium and being a part of an acoustic harmonization, because our planet is traveling through the solar system, traveling through part of the galaxy, which is in part of the universe at that time, 100,000 years ago, that had a disruptive frequency that made it through our ionosphere. And it caused you to have cancer and me to have a cold. And that pillar was part of a musical system. The clothing, the patterns, the sounds, the frequencies outside of the structures themselves. And maybe it's because we played with, maybe it's just a human nature thing, that we like to play with the idea of clothing or external tangible things, but did it look more like the world of Avatar, or did it look more like the Corinthian columns and the Baalbeks and what we're finding in ancient megalithic history combined with the plants and animals in a way that really didn't show us that, oh, he's holding a cell phone. No, it's the pineal gland. And, oh, he's healing himself. No, instead of crushing up 1 million plants to make an essential oil, the vibrational energy and frequency of that plant is being transferred through these different engineered soils. I don't even need to consume it. In fact, the reason we have taste buds isn't because we have the pleasure of eating cake on our birthday or our favorite dessert. It's because we can sense, we developed ourselves to connect to a system that our very taste buds let us know if something was off, or something was tuned, or something was a part of it. It may be the slivers of truths about we spoke with animals before. I love the Bible. I love Genesis, where it's like we talked to the animals and they were all our friends. Well, then the flood happened. Then it was a free for all, and we said, eat our friends, and we didn't talk to them anymore. It's like, that's quite a thing. So we used to communicate with animals and we didn't eat them. So what did we do? Are the people that we think are not, I'm not saying they're nuts, but the people who think you can survive on just breathing the essence of smelling something, that's enough nutrition? Was there a time period when we were 100% conscious that the idea and consumption of bioelectric energy was more all consuming? Was it the vitamin ray, the D, those essential nutrients provided by the sun, the interaction through what we would consider a garden space? These are all, by the way, I'm not concluding anything. I'm just telling everyone, I'm just suggesting that these are the things that we need to table as questions and continue to encourage people who are into vibrational medicine and homeopathic work to really continue to really outwardly document their experiences. But even those skeptics that were like, Habdo water doesn't work, Emoto Masuro's work doesn't work. And then there they are with sweet rice going, it worked. And they're like, they don't know how, but it worked. But I just want to encourage people to take wherever you're at and don't stop, drop, and try something new. Just there's a good chance that even if you identify it as a spiritual belief or, well, I just like to meditate, or it doesn't matter. You don't have to change how you approach what's helping you or developing you in your life in that space. I think that through our conversations, through these kind of shows and through documentaries and books and us speaking on it, that it gives a greater design to a capstone and an awareness that will help people eventually connect it all together, and we can stop being a species with amnesia.
Wow. Well said. It's interesting because a lot of what you're talking about here is a lot of the things that we talk about primarily on this show, and we have an subscription after show afterwards. And a lot of what we talk about is, I call evolution, physical, mental, spiritual evolution, as learning something that you did not know that you did not know. I mean, seriously, that's what evolution is, because it expands that bound of limitation of your mind beyond the things that you are comfortable with. And when you begin to expand that mind, that limitation, that mindset, whatever it might be, through things that you did not know that you did not know, you're learning, you're growing. Man develops fire. Man has now a new tool in its arsenal, and now it can expand in a whole new technological landscapes, physical landscape, so forth, because of that thing that he did not know that now he knows. And so a lot of what you're talking about is truth, man. And the spiritual aspect of this, I think, is incredibly important, because we look at the spiritual thing right now. It's gained a lot of steam in the last 3 decades. But, in the late 1800s, early 20th century, it had this big uptick, and then the 60s came around and kind of brought it more towards this mental thing other than a spiritual thing. That's right, acid. I did a lot of acid when I was younger. But then now we're starting to get back up in there. Now we're starting to understand and realize that the spiritualness that we have within us, this is the true essence of life, of the universe. This is the integrated principle that we have that connects us with all things. And I think this is a lot of what Genesis in the Christendom is actually talking about here, is this creation of spirit and the interconnectedness of spirit from everything, and how it fell how we fell from that knowledge base, how we fell from that understanding of it.
Yeah, and it's such a broad, where we're at finally is a chance for people who may fear being disingenuine to their own personal belief system. In this case, from where we are and where we all live in this country, it could be Christianity, where you'd feel disingenuine or disloyal, not even to just even have a question. I want to encourage people that if you have a gut instinct or a little voice or something that's just pointing you in the direction of curiosity, it doesn't have to be an answer. It doesn't have to be a solution. It just has to be there might be something that's been tugging at you about the past or a person, or, I know anytime anybody starts to really meditate and go over the other side, the first thing is they were always Cleopatra or Mark Antony in the past. They were never Bill the pooper scooper at the zoo, at the Roman zoo. That never happened. That's not true. There are people who recall simpler lifestyles, and there is even, so that isn't entirely true. But I'm saying don't be afraid of asking yourself the question. If you have a hunch to go on something, even if all it is you're drawn to a certain kind of art when you go to an art museum, explore that. Just keep asking yourself questions. Don't not go down the rabbit hole or say that you shouldn't look at it because you'd be disingenuine or unfaithful to a belief system. I think it's important for people to follow their curiosity about anything that they just have any instinct or draw towards in reference to the answering the questions. Who are we? Who were we? What are we? The who, what, where, when, and why. I think it's a nagging question for all of us. I mean, I think it's everything about why we go party to why we get drunk and stay home alone.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of all of it. But do you want to throw any observations you made while doing acid? Not that you did, because that was just a theatrical point.
Well, so I've been writing my first book for a few years now, and I'm halfway through with it. It's called Transcending the State, what I learned from over 150 LSD trips before the age of 18.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But what did I learn from eating acid? I learned that I'm never going to do that again. That it was probably a mistake to do it, before my brain was fully developed. But I learned that there was this interconnectedness, that everything is connected through vibration. I clearly remember this one time on LSD. I was standing in my bedroom, and we had this window, and you look out this window, and there's this shed far out, probably 200 yards away, and I had a single light, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's really dim, and we got One of These Days by Pink Floyd playing, so it's like, and the walls are going like this back and forth. My skin is just resonating with the walls. The buzz that I have in my body is mimicking what I'm sensing in nature. Everything is in this resonation together. And all of a sudden you start traveling down this kind of like this spiraling tunnel in this LSD trip, and nothing's moving, but you're kind of like, you feel like the sensation of spiraling time. And I start sensing this just kind of orthogonal time, just being outside of time for a moment. Like there's no linearity to time anymore. And it's hard to explain when you're not under the influence of something, right? But yeah, I realize at this point that there is so much more than what we've been taught from science and academia. There's so much more than the physical nature of reality, and that there's hidden forces operating much, much deeper within us, and that if I could just go in there and learn about them and touch them. So I went on multiple LSD trips to kind of get back, and I explained it in the book that I was continuously going back, trying to get back to the same feeling. And so you're trying to get back to this one feeling that you had before. And you take LSD again, you go try to get back to this one feeling you had before. And you realize that it's not about getting back to that one state or one feeling. It's all about the new experience that you're having. And it's about taking that new experience and learning and growing from that point, not trying to feel like you did before.
That's so fascinating. I have a friend who smoked a lot of angel dust and had the same experiences.
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother animal. I do think I've always called it banging on the blinky board. You bang on the left, you get a yellow light, and you bang on the right, you get a red light. And then 1,000 years later, somebody walks up after you've been, God forbid, you've been getting 60% or even 50% of your prayers answered. Somebody walks up later and says, why are you banging on the control panel of a 747? That's a plane that flies. And then they're like, heretic, burn him. And, you have an interaction with the technology. And again, it's our origin stories. It's like you grow up with a certain faith, a certain meditation, a certain experience, and we label our connection to that system. And when we have an experience that's outside of what's been defined for us as, well, this is either this kind of religious experience or this kind. It's not that other kind. It's not whatever transcendental thing that just happened to you. That was bad. Well, what? It's just, you were wired in for a second. You bang so hard, you got a plate on a panel that does many, many more complex things. You were able to connect a couple wires in your head and go beyond your 10 to 15% consciousness back into a blink of a second or a minute or what felt like eternity into a system that was obviously much more complex that we once actively could tap into at will. And I think that we need to start considering the fact that these moments where, it's kind of like you and I decide, hey, well, we want to be the best deadlifters on the planet. Well, obviously it's going to take steroids. Yeah. And I think kind of that's what happened with a lot of these drug astronauts. I do think that, you doing this experimentation is invaluable and absolutely necessary. Someone's got to do it. But at the same time, it's like, do you wonder, I want to know, I'm just curious, do you feel like it's limited your exposure to that universe? Do you feel like it's continued in other ways? Do you try to get there through meditation? Is there any other ways you've connected to those moments?
Yeah, so I stopped, the last time I did LSD was at the age of 28. That was the same time when I started really deeply into a meditative practice that I had discovered through research of the occult and the esoteric mysteries. And I found that through, you're going to love this, through various types of music, design music to put you in these states, hemisync, and the Monroe Institute's hemisync program was one of the ones that I first utilized, that I could obtain these massive, deep trance-like states. One in particular, I got into this state, and it's kind of interesting. So you go to the hypnagogia, so the pre-state of sleep, and it's a really scary sensation that you have because they call it falling asleep because your consciousness actually recedes. It feels like your consciousness is receding from your body, so it pulls backwards, and you get the sensation of actually falling. At the same time that that's happening, your whole body is switching to the autonomous nervous system. So your breathing is being taken over by the autonomous nervous system. Your heart rate, your bifurcation pulse that actually is created by your brain goes away. Right? So at the same moment that you're conscious and you're staying awake during this consciousness, your consciousness starts to recede back. All of a sudden you go, you can't breathe because you're trying to breathe just naturally, but your autonomous nervous system takes over. And all of a sudden you hear your heart rate, boom, 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 boom. You feel the adrenaline rush, right? And so this is the thing that always knocks you out of this trance-like state. That kind of keeps you out there. It's a defense mechanism. I was able to get through it. And it's kind of interesting because when you do it, it's kind of like seamless. And you just skip over that one phase. And what happens is you're in this kind of like very mellow meditative state. Next thing you know, everything's humming. I mean, everything. Your whole body's... It's so loud. But it's not like... It sounds like a machine hum, and it's incredibly loud, but it's also the ambience all around you. And you can kind of like, I could see 360 degrees. And this is a non-drug meditation trance that I've been in. And your whole body, it's kind of like a grayish white. And everything's just pulsating. Just boom, 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 boom. And you hear it too. And everything around you is just resonating with it. I've been in that state about 4 different times, and you can get beyond that state as well.
You've just described better than I've been able to describe what it's like to do the Wim Hof method. Mm-hmm. The first time he came to America, the Iceman, I got to meet him. I went and learned from him how to do it. And I think that that's the most accurate. I've never been able to actually describe. That's the state you get to when you do the Wim Hof method. That process for me is that sensation you're talking about, and that tuning and that vibrational level with your whole body and everything around you, and those sensations. I've never quite been able to describe it. I think this is the most accurate description I've ever heard of. I've done that many times doing the Wim Hof method. And then, of course, okay, I know most people, the minute you go look it up, it's like you got to take ice cold showers and get nice water. Yes. Can you get some places without it? Yes. So for those listening, you don't 100% have to get cold, but if you really should, because you continue the breathing technique and the process into the shower. And man, I could barely stand 30 seconds before I got to 45 minutes. And then when you're in ice water, it's a whole nother animal. But these states that you're in, I always described it as plugging in. Like I didn't know how else to explain it to people. Like it's like a switch. It's literally like hitting a light switch, and everything in a space changes. But that very tactile sensation you described between your body and what's going on, that's exactly where I'm familiar, not with your process, but I thought that was a really brilliant, that I really want people to listen to that, because that description is, if you hit the right meditation for yourself, I think that what you can become situationally aware of within yourself and around you and everything else really lets you know that we are not awake. And we have a much, much deeper connection and levels consciously to, I think, within our grasp, obtain.
I 100% agree. And for a long time, I researched and tried to find out different ways of doing this. And I got into a lot of what I guess would be considered, kind of alchemical magic, Enochian magic. And some weird shit started happening in my life, and I closed that book and I moved on, and I didn't touch this stuff for a very long time, just until probably about 4 or 5 years ago when I started getting back into a practice. And that's when some interesting things happened, and I started learning these different techniques that were actually very much hidden within the esoteric mysteries. And so when you start getting into various hermetic symbology, when you start getting into various alchemical symbology, when you start deep diving into what we would consider the mysteries of Solomon, these things, I believe, through my research, have been completely misunderstood. Just 100% misunderstood. People had, I was a member of a hermetic order, and they were talking, and kind of like the higher ups and everything were all talking about Solomon's temple and the dimensions and the place where it was potentially located and all these things. And I'm sitting there going, it's right here. This is Solomon, Sun and Moon's temple. You have Jachin and Boaz, the two cherubims that trick you with illusion, your eyes, to keep you away from the gateway to Solomon's temple. You have to traverse the 12 houses of bread, which are the 12 archetypes of mind, very, very similar to the zodiac that is actually inside you, to get to the contract of God, the Ark of the Covenant, which is in the Holy of the Holies. And this is the place where your seat of God actually exists. And this is where you get to know yourself, to where you can have a better relationship with God.
Doesn't some of this make you wonder whether or not some of those people, like the Rick and Morty scenario, it's like, hey, put these on. We need to think, they need to think we're aliens, but just to keep us down, you got to wonder if we were fed a lot of misinformation about how to believe things or how to think things. It's like, oh, this is what this is. It's a woo-woo thing. It's jump up and down, get a flower headdress on the solstice, But no, don't look at that engineered soil over there, or do that exact meditation, or connect your brain back to no, don't look at that. It's like the allegories and the stories and the folklore that took over. It's like, really, was that just us trying to find a solution while we had amnesia, or did we get fed some of this? So some of the things I try not to think about it, because I don't want to worry about it, or I don't want to be angry about it, or I don't want to be like conspiratorial about it. But it's like, was this an intentional manipulation to keep us off course? Was it different organizations within these survivors that were more advanced disagreements, like this is how we should treat the survivors we locked out of the bunkers. I mean, they're warlocks now. There's no hope for them, just let them eat each other. We can't fix them anyway. It's just, you got to wonder if that information is information that just happened because of, again, general stories, or did we get fed some of the misinformation to keep us off track of remembering, of connecting to, did we get brought down unnaturally? Was it war? Was it both? Was it natural and war? Have we fallen apart so many times they just don't want to see us get back up because we'll just do it again? Again, were we part of the losing team? Was there a winning team?
I love the questions. So kind of where my research has been going lately, we're doing the Mars Chronicles. And when we start looking at Mars, we're looking at a cataclysm about probably 1 million years ago. Something happened between Mars or a potential other planet near Mars. This is accounted for the Enuma Elish in the sense of the battle between Marduk and Tiamat. I've actually related this saying that Tiamat was simply Mars. I know a lot of people out there disagree with me, but if we start looking at the tale of what it's talking about, and if you go back into kind of the late 1800s talk about Lemuria and Atlantis, how Atlantis went to war with Lemuria, they got destroyed, they destroyed themselves from within. This is the same story as Tiamat. Her husband gets destroyed and he gets overtaken, and he's in Apsu, obviously, or Apsu gets destroyed, and Marduk comes and avenges the people after Tiamat rains hell down them then, and he splits Tiamat in half. And we have a planet just up there that is, been destroyed. And I say, my biggest question to this was this. If we look at the evolutionary history of humanity, there's some very, very big problems. Look at any species on this planet. They don't have problems glaring into the sun. Their eyes are completely adjusted to the atmosphere and to the amount of solar radiation that this planet gets. Our skin goes out into the sun and we get immediately burned. Now, I asked a doctor this, an eye doctor this, and she says, well, we grew up in the woods, and so we grew up in the deep, deep woods. And I said, well, okay, that makes sense. So if I go look into the deep, deep woods, all these species that grew up there along with us should have the same characteristics as us. Very, very light, pale skin, as well as eyes that don't adjust to the solar radiation. What do you find? They're completely fine. Darker skin, furred, haired, and their eyes completely adjust to the radiation. We're the only species on this planet that don't fit in this planet. We're more akin to being on another planet that would have been a lot less warm, way more colder, right, and less solar radiation. Kind of like Mars with an atmosphere. And you got to wonder if those old stories are really telling a tale that's hidden inside when you remove all those cultural attributions. If you remove all the BS out of the way, you start seeing this formulation of a story being told of a great war, a great cataclysm, something very, very bad happened to humanity. The numbers of humanity decreased to the point where we had to take basically dire methodologies to go and reproduce to bring ourselves back up. We fell from our seat of grace, of technology, of spiritualism, and we had to fight to survive. And that people have held this information and kept it away from us as a methodology of power and control over us for aeons, I guess, for millennia, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, there does seem to be some indications that technology that is off-world, again, I love referencing that we've come up with a way to make brick grow. Brick, like wall brick, but we've come up with a way to grow it as a biological entity, and we can program it to, it not only replicates and just doesn't turn into a rectangular brick, but you can make it grow into any pattern you want. And so if we had technology that was floating through the solar system, ancient technology, it very much likely could look like rock, or again, some sort of element that appears to us in quotes naturally. And so what are the elements that are not only left in orbits within our solar system, but what are the indications left between Mars and here and other satellites that show a greater solar human population that and or could have left the solar system. But what are we looking at for technology that wasn't just single planetary? The evidence, if half of the at least religious texts are true, and again, Michael Cremo has brought up only in Forbidden Archaeology, he's only talking about paleoanthropological finds of standard academics. And it's clear that anatomically correct humans have been here corresponding with religious texts of the last 6,000 years for millions of years. And we have a physical evidence for that, which is the elephant in the room. We have different shaped and cranially larger capacity brain, but also the story of evolution itself. I mean, there's a lot of different shows that we're talking about right now. It's like we might as well be doing a high level of like a lot of shows.
Yeah.
And the reality is that the capacity for human intelligence is not a progressive state. We are in a regressive pattern. There are TED Talks. Some I think are brilliant. A lot of them are very like surface level. One was with, I like to reference with a neurologist that talks about how the human skin can see infrared, can actually see the frequencies, not just, oh, hey, you're going to burn yourself, but like sees it as a communication technique. And it's one of the first active organs in the human when you're being gestated, you know, when you're actually a developing baby. The human skin's one of the first things. It's obviously your biggest organ, but it's actually actively capable of seeing and sensing things that we only recently found. Like you know, you got Dr. Gerald Pollack's work, The Fourth Phase of Water. It's only in living entities. There are things that water, skin, the human body, whole layers of muscle that we didn't know existed. We've been dissecting the human forever, and we're discovering things on the most what should have been elementary levels, like the biology of the skin system itself, let alone how is it reading and understanding and communicating, which with skin to infrared and invisible frequencies. What kind of technology, if anything is to be, you know, there are other observers of, you know, military seized in quotes alien technology that says, okay, well, you know, it doesn't appear that there's any superficial controls or this tic-tac stuff. You know, you have what appears to be machines that are responding to brain control. But what if it's a full-bodied system, just like our planet, just like this engineered soil, just like our collective consciousness? We're talking about a system that broke down between planets. And did it break down caring? Did it break down what conflict? And that's like, if you and I were just talking, sitting, having a drink at a bar or something, or a coffee shop, the questions that are most again, don't want to cause anyone anxiety, don't want to stress over it or have bad dreams about it. But the reality is that I just don't think here's what worries me most, not a single warlike event, nor a single natural catastrophe can account for why we are where we are. And there are 12 to 3,000 ton remnant geopolymered and biotechnology remnants living within us and every other animal and creature. There is something severely catastrophic that happens socially to us and unnatural and just naturally, like both. Like it has to be both. And that's what worries me, is that we're clearly not, however we've done it in the past, we either weren't ready or capable or mature enough to handle where we went with it. And I would like to avoid that. And the only way to do that is to really get honest about what we're finding in the ground and about this experimentation we're doing about what the human body is capable of. And you know, we think it's a great deal when we seem to think, like the horse whisperer, we seem to think that there's a big deal when someone can kind of understand an animal. Or why is it that manatees really want to be pet and or seem to communicate? And you know, we don't even have the biggest brain on the planet. I mean, what are orcas thinking? I mean, is it Douglas McAdams, So Long and Thanks for All the Fish? Is it Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy for real? What is it?
Oh no, not again. You know, it's an interesting question because like I said, a lot of the stuff that we look at is what happened, because obviously, yeah, you're right. There was some type of cataclysm that basically rocked this planet for a very long time. But what produced the social and cultural fall? I mean,
Yeah.
mankind must have been either completely decimated off this planet, which even in the sense of an asteroid impact, that doesn't even make sense. You would still have approximately about 15 to 20% of the population that would survive, even though they're not doctors and lawyers and scientists and engineers. You'd still have some level of preservation of history of technology. And you want to know what I honestly think?
Yeah, no, go for it.
I think that we did. I think that most of our history from this point right now forward, starting around World War I, is a lie. I think that it's all one big effing lie. Think about this. World War I, World War II, they decimated old Europe. They destroyed all these old buildings. You can find these remnants of old Tatarian civilization, of people talking about the mud floods and Tatarian civilization, right? We have the old cathedrals, the Gothic cathedrals, where they actually, the priests, when the priests took these things over, they would actually have put the glass into the windows. The windows themselves were cymatic patterns. The churches were built on these resonant frequencies, as if we did rebuild. We were regaining this technology over time. We did massive different types of integrations into our society. But something happened at the turn of the 20th century, and they came and started 2 world wars, which basically decimated all of this stuff. When you had the conquistadors come out and basically annihilate all of Central and South America. They took out a lot of the native populations up here as well. There's there's photographic evidence of what San Francisco looked like, or map evidence and drawn picture of what San Francisco looked like in 1850, before we even went in there and settled and created San Francisco. And there's massive churches, Gothic cathedrals there. And the question is was this Tatarian civilization kind of a breakaway from our current perspective of Western and Eastern society, and they were just kind of living peacefully, regaining their technology, rebuilding everything up? We found them, discovered them. By this time, the banking cartels, these people of power, had infiltrated the world, and they begin to take it back over, and they destroy all the remnants of this ancient technology. Or even something worse, were we invaded by somebody? Were we infiltrated by something or somebody to cause that all to happen? There's mathematical aspects to this that don't make sense, and we've talked about it in this show. The population at the turn of the 20th century was 1 billion people. 1 billion people, right? Okay, now we go into World War I, World War II. We have the Spanish flu. We have Mao. We have Mussolini. We have 500 million people before 1950 dead.
Yeah, it's a lot of brain RAM, a lot of collective consciousness gone, that seem to all be on a path of rediscoveries of many, many different layers. You know, you have the movement culture, what you have with Erwin LaCour and MoveNet, which was really Georgie Bear's, General Georgie Bear's work, considered the father of parkour. And that was pre-World War I. It was like, hey, you don't need weights. The human body is designed to be in cold. It's designed to be in heat, and it can do these things. And they were creating decathletes in 4 to 6 month training programs. But it wasn't just the physical, it was the mental. And it was both. And then World War I happens, and literally everyone forgets about movement, that connection to that higher side. You have a massive amount of brain power all disappearing at every level. And you got to wonder, because you have these stories at which, there are different shows that like to talk about the Nuremberg battle, in the 1500s. We have the lithographs from the Nuremberg, what appears to be what they want to call it, a UFO event, where it's clear that it seems to be some sort of aerial combat. Not many years later, it actually happened again in Switzerland. But is it, again, aliens, or is it a couple? When you say that maybe not the lawyers and doctors and scientists survived, worse, what if it was the politicians and influencers from social media?
Right.
And really worse, what if it's Stalin, Hitler, and Pol Pot who survived?
Right.
And you have and they all have pieces of highly advanced technology that ends up in the Hindu Vedas as the gods had wars. And you have the battle over Nuremberg, and in Switzerland, are those remnants of that ancient society still not in agreement about how to come back? And so some of them digress and say, you know what? I still know how to make big statues. I'm going to crown myself post Mount Toba, the god of Egypt. Maybe they rebuilt using slaves and using people. Maybe somewhere in that period between 76,000 years ago and to the Younger Dryas, they did topically try to rebuild. There were maybe it's not an allegory that there were 10 Atlantean cities. Maybe there was 10-ish. Maybe that number sounds good. Maybe it was 20, 30, 40 international cities of more advanced humans living not too far from all the survivors, but they were quite capable of living self-contained, sending out groups. Again, we have a red-bearded, red-headed dude, Viracocha. In every culture around the world, there's a dude with a man's satchel and probably a latte teaching people how to farm, teaching people how to speak, teaching people how to write crap. And there aren't any red-haired people with red beards in South America. And you got the same dude with a man's satchel showing up from the iTunes store, showing people how to crop farm and not eat each other. Mm-hmm. And was that helpful? But yeah, it kind of keeps like 60 million Cro-Magnons from finding your very advanced city where you have a very Lord of the Ring episode 1 moment and you have to kill a bunch of them. But if you teach them to farm, then the ones that don't kind of keep the ones that are farming down, and then you kind of didn't kill them all and they're kind of doing their own thing. I mean, the questions that arise from the idea of why is it post Younger Dryas, only in that period? Yeah. We have ruins that we can't date that are so advanced and so ancient, and they're pre-Younger Dryas, and we have indications. Like I'll be in Texas the next few weeks. I'm going to the Galt archaeological site. They found a stone layer floor that predates 18,000 years, 15 to 18,000 years at a minimum.
And in Texas.
It's in fact, the Galt archaeological site is considered the largest Clovis find in the country, maybe I guess North America. And so when it comes to arrowheads and standard academia for everyone, I think we're almost over this hump finally. And I think we've been there echoing this about 6 years. The idea is that the only people in America came across the land bridge, Bering Straits, and, 13,000 years, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is we have sites like Hueyatlaco, Mexico, other areas from Mexico down to South America that show pyramids, shell mound builders that date back 30, 40, 50,000 years. But at Hueyatlaco, we have a campsite from humans and a site that was occupied. The minimum age on this now is about 300, well, it was 275,000. They're looking at 312 to over 500,000 years old. That's in northern Mexico. Michael Cremo championed that one a long time. That was Virginia Steen McIntyre's find. But in Texas, they dug to Clovis, and then they dug past Clovis, and then there was kind of nothing. And then the artifacts pick back up. And then they hit basically a 7 by 7 foot stone floor. And they do more testing. And although they've continued to do testing, it is not a site that is very famous or well known. Although it's open to the public, you can go visit it, the Galt, G-A-U-L-T, Galt archaeological site. So just to go for the Clovis part, that's interesting. But I'm going with some other researchers, and we're going to look because I'm just very curious to see a floor that indicates that there was human people living in a structure or one, and at least this one is indicating 18,000 years plus occupation. And then we have the dolmens. I mean, you and I were talking about just a little while ago, we're talking about these different, maybe a worldwide Tartarian culture or something, or the Atlanteans, or fill in the blank, or Lemurians, or these general legends and stories and myths that are attached to the last 6,000 dynastic years of people making up stories. But what are we doing with a floor in Galt north of Austin? And what are we doing with 500,000-year-old campfires and primitive people? It seems like even now with our technology, there's always a tribe. There's always, if you and I get wiped out, there's always a tribe somewhere with nothing but a fire. Yeah. And if we find them and we don't find us, we're like, well, they were just monkeys banging rocks. And it's always this blurred vision. And God forbid you grew up with 100 years of stories of the last 1,000 years before you were born, because then yet again you're clouded in mystery and romance of the gods and well, that story references the one point. It's like, yeah, but not to the human bone found in the red crag that's 5 million years old.
Yeah.
Where's your story for that? Most of it's underwater. Like the city off the coast of Cuba, you can have an opinion about connecting the dots through these slivers that are living through folklore, but I think it's super important that we table all the finds, which means we have unexplained, anatomically different variety of humans living pre 100,000, 500,000, 2 million, 5 million, 20 million, 60 million, 120 million years, including a boot print from 160 million years ago and more, that we need to consider the cranial structures and the differences in the Paracas, the Denisovan, the Neanderthals, breeding with humans. We have to consider these cities and a large amount of technology that's in the soil itself, that if we would just apply our building material sciences to, we would find that it might be part of the sleeping giant that we only bang on when we drop acid or choose to do a cool meditation.
Okay, set this up for me then. So, we didn't even talk about a lot of the structures and all this stuff. This has been great. So, walk me through this. Take me through Bellback or one of these places, and kind of explain to me in your mind how you think this system worked and what it looked like.
So, like, Baalbek's a good start. It's in Lebanon, and it gets chalked up to like kind of a Hellenistic thing. And there's two problems with it. There are always a variety of the hardest stones on earth being used in these structures. And so the first thing is to say, well, it was occupied by the Romans and the Greeks, and well, of course, obviously they repaired it and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but the thing that what gets the most notice are what they call the trilithons, which are, there's some old photos of, it looks like little people, 3 giant blocks, and they're estimated between 900 and 1,100 tons. But they're not the only blocks that look like that. And also in the quarry, that's actually, I really hate that they call it the stone of the pregnant mother. That one's the biggest, and that one's about 12 to 1,600 tons. And they said, well, isn't it amazing they were building with these giant blocks? But what rarely gets pointed out is there was over 200 columns found at Baalbek, columns that were out of single pieces of diorite, and they were 60 feet tall, and they were big. So someone took really hard stone, 60-foot pillars. And if you want to geek out a little bit, for all those listening, honest to God, find your local quarry. Anywhere. I'm lucky. I live in Minnesota. Quite a bit of the Empire State Building came from quarries here, because the company that did it is quite well known, and likely your kitchen countertops may also come from Minnesota, or obviously India. There's a lot of places in Brazil and in Italy and marble. There's a lot of different places for you to get granite, but one of the big companies is from St. Cloud, Minnesota, and we, the First National Bank building and the Empire State Building, were actually sourced here. And you can meet some old timers that will explain how to build a 12-foot column. And when you start learning what it takes to quarry a single piece of stone into a column that has a belly and a shape and giant Corinthian complexities at the top and bottom, the temple at Baalbek represents engineering before we get into the soil that is so incredibly complex. So I wanted to keep people aware of the spectrum of things here. You have columns that nobody talks about. Just remember that. Single piece, turned perfectly, diorite, and God knows what else, because we don't do the material science check. We check with the stone, and that's about it. We have these giant, really, really heavy pieces sitting on a foundation, which is touching what we were talking about was terra preta, which is a form of engineered biochar. But I've been doing historical remodeling and additions and buildings. And when you want to do an addition, you, depending on where you are, even within a state or a city, you could be on clay or mud or both, or gravel or sand. Depends on the geology of the nature of your land. And what happens is we build a footing in where we live. It's we worry about tornadoes, so we are going to dig a basement, where if you're in Texas, you're not going to have a basement, which is ironic because you have a lot of tornadoes. But cellars, maybe, kind of. But either way, what we do is we build a foundational wall directly under the single wall that you're going to put the building on. So when you think of a 1,200 ton block, and the similar constructions are found all over the earth. So the blocks we're describing at Baalbek, and the constructions and the pieces that some dynastic people, some survivor cultures mimicked and threw back up together, you can find them at Giza. You can find them in South America at Machu Picchu and Cusco and Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, wherever you want. It's the same exact construction methods. But what we're thinking right now about the foundations is that, and I talk about it in a recent documentary on my YouTube channel, but the idea is, I don't think they just pre-compacted the soil to make sure that 1,200 ton block and everything above it didn't fall over. I think they were shaping the stones to receive or send, or both, frequencies and energies, not only from a natural grid work of the planet, but I think that they were using seismic metamaterials, which is the building sciences of using things down to nano-sized particles to cause a building to not fall down in an earthquake, but also communicate and send frequencies and energies per the function of the building. So there are stone spheres all over the earth. They've already done experiments in Europe to show, and I note these papers, and which will be noted again in my next book, but there is serious evidence to show that these giant stone spheres under a cityscape, not a single building, but a whole cityscape, can mute and or amplify and act as wave resonators, where you have stone spheres that are found and they're like, oh, they're not perfectly round, they must be made out of volcanic concretion. No, they're not perfectly round, because every eigenvalue, i.e. pi, an eigenvalue being a coefficient for sorting out frequencies and energies. That's one of the most important things you can do with an infinite thing like sound, is to have calculations when you're going to create a stone sphere that's connected to a soil system, that's connected to other micro crushed materials that are connected to giant 1,200 ton stones that are integrated and shaped to fit together in order to connect so perfectly to a biotechnical system that includes the plants and animals that are walking on it, including humanity, through the buildings that they're doing their day-to-day functionalities in reference to artificial, non-bio, natural work. Yeah. So if you want to consider that to be, technology we would recognize as external technology, sure, so be it. But I think that in this one building, like at Baalbek, you would see this. If you could have X-ray eyes, you would see that this building was designed with not just the desire for it to not fall down during an earthquake, but to connect to all these systems for people to walk through the plazas and the plateaus, to do everything from simultaneously keeping themselves in tune with this biotechnical, natural, in quote, system, and to deflect our interplanetary galactic travels through the universe and the unplanned, some black hole has a hiccup and throws like crazy waves and signals at the planet that we can't filter out, and it takes us a minute between our animals and plants and our senses to develop a counter frequency or a counter tone to stop being irritated or want to murder each other. I think that that's how complex the system once was, and these buildings integrated into that. And why did we not make everything look like Avatar, like the movie? Why are we just not in loincloths and we just know trees are really important? I think that's because that's a story. Sorry, I had to go dark for a minute. It's like I didn't want to be nice forever.
No, it's almost like they had developed a science and technology that integrated basically everything that we know of and have of the internet today into the natural harmonic resonance of the earth, in the sense where you could be in Europe and we're here and we walk into a building that has the same resonant frequency and we could communicate, we could talk, and we could share ideas and thoughts. But maybe your doctor is in Europe and you're over here, and all you'd have to do is go in there and they could attune the vibrations of that building, almost like they are entangled.
Wouldn't it be ironic if your doctor looked a lot more how you and I would today identify a composer or a conductor?
Interesting.
Food for thought.
It is. That you go in, and that's a lot of these old Gothic cathedrals, that's how they were organized, with the resonant frequency of that area. I mean, they would have this various resonant frequency, and it would be something to where it would resonate with your body itself. It would gives people this uplifting, this feeling inside of you. And you still get this when you walk in towards the altar. The altar aspect of these cathedrals, there are three-step variations of how you get in this symbolically. It represents the three pillars of Freemasonry. But when you get into that area, you can feel this kind of ambience around you just from the natural state of these places.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that engineering was stumbled on. There's all these secret societies and different organizations where I think they may have had one really neat, super interesting piece of the technology, but it's a difference between saying, did you find a desktop computer, a gaming computer, a graphic design computer, or did you just find like the first Apple IIe, and somebody also found a smartphone, but it only had 2 functions left and there was no internet. And so did a lot of these secret organizations design their worship and their symbolism and their ideologies off of I think it's no doubt that it was off of fragmented shadows of truths, but I think that somebody in the last few thousand years has on occasion, I think, found, we can always argue about the Vatican Library and the assorted other organizations that I think pre-World War I, World War II were not as much on a governmental radar as they were. I think they were part of well-established secret organizations. But I think once World War I happened, I think on one hand they were like, oh, well, it's worth doing this to eliminate more prehistory that we don't want people asking questions about. On the other hand, it let the same people within government organizations that I don't think were as organized as other private secret organizations until World War I, World War II. It wasn't a priority to develop the technology on a governmental level. I think it was private and hidden. And I think that's the one double-edged sword, is that I do think more people are aware now because those technologies were sought out.
Right.
And again, we don't get an honest answer from our governments or what they knew or didn't know prior to this modern era and the Industrial Revolution. But the truth is, I just can't see it having been as an important aspect of a general public knowledge base until we suddenly wanted nuclear scientists. Right. And rockets, and jet airplanes.
And you even see this at the turn of the 20th century with philanthropic organizations, much derived like the National Geographic Society, right? And they're down in the Grand Canyon finding temples of Isis and writing about it in their books. And then all of a sudden World War I comes around, and all those documents start disappearing and getting removed because they get the funding from Rockefeller Foundation, all these other foundations. And that's really what you're talking about, is how really what it was is these secret societies, these very, very rich and wealthy people control the excavation of a lot of these things for a very long time. And then governments got involved, and what they did is they just went and bought out the governments and then just controlled it from that level.
Yeah. I have National Geographics. There's again, one of the pyramids I was talking about, North Africa or northern Mexico. It's in a 1921 National Geographic, and it's all laid out right there. It's like, well, we found it under a lava flow. Well, it makes it tens of thousands of years old. And it's like, well, that doesn't jive with the story you're talking about, the Clovis, does it? And suddenly that's not a popular article anymore after 1921.
Yep.
But I got the issue. It's so bizarre to me how this this butterfly effect or this Mandela effect, where it's it wasn't. I'm like, I'm staring right at it. It's like this is a Monty Python skit at this point.
Yeah. Oh my
So,
God.
I would be happy. I think that the more we dialogue stuff like this, I would be happy. I love when listeners, when I get emails or I have organizations that will get a hold of me that, hear dialogues like this. And I am thrilled that the more we ask these questions and have these conversations, and the more people out listening just ask themselves or try a methodology you're using to meditate, or like Wim Hof or whatever. Just the more people, it does make me a little worried. Like, wait, if the more people are just aware of it, do they just try to kill more of us? Or, it's like, how bad and how far down the rabbit hole does it go before the difference is, I don't know. Do you get a sense that it's not going away at this point? Like,
well, so yeah, I talk about a lot of this in our other show. And a lot of the theories that I've had actually go back that our ancient cultures knew something more about the evolution of consciousness. Now, we can understand that a solar system, a galaxy, has a certain evolutionary boundaries, that it has these different variations of points of evolution. I've come out with a theory by looking at, I went back to school for 3 years at CU Boulder to learn physics so I could understand the information I was actually getting that I was finding in esotericism. And I came out with something known as optimization theory, but basically just kind of aligns how evolution evolves on the material world, the energetic levels, and within mind and consciousness. And that you find out that we go through various cycles. The sun goes through cycles. The earth goes through seasons. If you watch the sun every day in a point of the sky at noon, you're going to get the figure 8 known as an analemma. If you watch the moon over 29.5 days, it's going to do an analemma. Well, guess what? If you come outside of our galaxy and you watch the solar system go through the galaxy, guess what it does? It does an analemma, which means there's 2 equinoxes right there at the discretion point at the crossing of the galactic center, as well as there's a summer solstice and a winter solstice, which means that our ancestors knew this and they mapped this out on the precessional cycles, which also means is that these also are points of greater energy receptibility to our sun during obviously the 4 seasons. In summer, we have more sun and daylight that come in. In the winter, we have less sun and daylight that comes in. And this affects how our evolution evolves, because we're not really doing much evolution in the sense of agriculture and society, in the nomadic days. In the winter times, we're really just humpering up and trying to survive. But in the summertime, that's when these things of evolution and conscious expansion actually begin to happen. This is when things are blooming and blossoming. When mushrooms come up, we can eat them. We can expand our mind. And so the universe has this pattern over and over and over again. And so one of the theories that I generated is that we're moving into this point of dark to light, that we're actually becoming into this galactic springtime, where we're going to transit over the Tropic of Capricorn, per se, with the sun moving over the Tropic of Capricorn, and it becomes actual spring, more light than day, and this receptibility of the human being to whatever this resonant frequency is of the galaxy becomes more and more apparent. So Dr. Martin Blank, he's an electromagnetic engineer as well as a DNA physicist. And in 2014, he did 2 different studies. One was that DNA is an electromagnetic antenna, also known as a transducer. It sends and receives signals. And that DNA as well is a fractal antenna, which means that if you cut DNA in half and you cut it into 1,000,000 pieces, it'll still send and receive the same frequency over and over and over again.
Yep.
This frequency is about 34.5 gigahertz, which just happens to be one of the main peaks of the cosmic microwave background radiation that peaks here on this planet. It's also the first band of the 5G bandwidth that we're talking about here. And so that's not a coincidence to me, but what if we are just very, very receptive to the universe and we pick up a signal which basically expresses various genes in our genetic code that causes evolution to occur? There's actually a scientific article that goes along with this that shows it from 2014. And I think that the Fauci ouchie is trying to undo that.
Well, I think that we may have developed that technology and that awareness hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of years earlier. And I think that we easily got to a point where we programmed ourselves to manage that.
Yep.
Or to incorporate it in our technology. So the question is, what is now the net of the fact that we're in safe mode, like a computer that can just get to the BIOS? Like what we're viewing now in the last even 50,000 years, or since Mount Toba, are we looking at this is what happens, catastrophic fail-safe? Like you're seeing a net development, but because we're not conscious enough to undo it yet.
Yeah.
Like this is just the direction it goes. If no one steers the boat, this is what you get. And was it planned? That's catastrophic failure equals this. This is what will happen if they don't wake up or if they don't shake out of it. And you got to wonder what we're witnessing. Is it, in quotes, a natural, it's a natural effect because it's being unmanaged. It's not the constant gardener. You just have a garden that's growing amok, like, all of South America, which looks like it was an engineered garden. And now it's just running rogue. So are we really looking at these small fractures, like in the way that we're ebbing and flowing? Is it more like we're on driftwood, or is it more like we're in a boat with no oars? Are we like, where are we in reference to our conscious and genetic gene expression, as you just put it? Are these really the last 10,000, whatever, since not just Younger Dryas, but since Mount Toba, have we been set adrift from our brethren that are clearly running much more complex, advanced machines still, or are still calling this home and avoiding us like we're the warlocks? I mean, these are all things that I think are answerable, pending a willingness and openness to be able to table and discuss the questions.
Yeah.
Which is only going to be from us self-experimenting, getting out in the field, and doing research that, shame on multi-billion-dollar, in quotes, collegiate institutions not willing to go out and just, come on, low-hanging fruit, guys. Just go test the Paracas. You're a microbiologist. What are you doing? Go test the Paracas. I'm sick of seeing red-headed, elongated skulled, completely different human beings that none of you have tested. It should be the front. Archaeological news should be more exciting than the daily crap.
I agree.
But a nanoarchaeology right now, and what's going on with atomic scaling, like at the Denisovan cave, where, in grams of sand, they're coming up with 187 species. I mean, the idea of being able to put together an archaeological site from sand is coming. It's here. It's already happened. I mean, it's been a decade's worth of work, but we're already at a point now where nuclear DNA identifiers are happening, where they're like, oh, we found this many species of animals and this many things were going on in the cave. And there's definitely a sunrise, not a sunset, of technologies that are being more and more recognized. And this narrative, we have to be very careful. They'll either do what they can to jam a dumb one down our throat, or the evidence in the sand. It's not going to be as simple as going, well, I should not have found this axe next to this nano, Siberian screw, from some nanotechnology 22,000 to 300,000 years ago. Like, that's a thing that actually happened. And you have, simple Cro-Magnon hammer, but now what are you going to do when you have the same elements being found in not just DNA, but literally in the dust, the remnants of a building that you could claim was never built over there, when, with just two molecules, you can say, well, that one was connected to that one. And 8 billion more made bricks, 8 million more made seismic metamaterials, and was a geopolymer, and was actually part of a completely different pyramid system, or what the pyramid system's connected to. We have 96% of Egypt underground. I was able to talk to Mohammed Ibrahim, and the majority of that isn't buried cities. The majority is very advanced polygonal, like cymatic shaped large halls and tunnel systems that are built for people to live extensively and or frequently underground. and who were they? You know, and these are those, again, these are some of the things. I don't know if I'm like, if this is like a, am I calming? Are we crescendoing this up? Are we ramping people up? Or are we trying to bring people to a nice, happy, huggy moment?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
The sky is falling. Or
Well,
is it?
here's the thing: is there's a vast tunnel network system all throughout this world that was built by.
Yep.
Guess maybe some ancient society. I mean, it's all throughout the United States, and we've had this massive tunnel system here. They claim that in New York City, the tunnels that exist under New York City been there since the Dutch in the 1400s, but we know that the Dutch didn't build them. It's all throughout Europe. You have the French catacombs, which is a very, very interesting story when you start doing the mathematics on the French catacombs. Have you ever heard about this? The skeletons that are arranged in the French catacombs?
I've been there, but I didn't hear any story that predated. I knew Paris was 700 years old when I went. I was young. I was 21, but I was there to go to the catacombs. And my first stop off the plane was Jim Morrison's grave and Chopin and Moliere's. And Marcel Proust. But yeah, it's crazy that I can tell you from being there, just seeing from what's above ground, it's ancient. And they said it was 700 years old, but it's like, this is crazy. It's literally a city of the dead.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And how many bodies are down there?
In this graveyard where Jim Morrison and Chopin, Moliere, and Marcel Proust and Earhart, not the flyer, but the poet, there are 700 kings and queens.
Wow.
And there's so many other people that are there. It's a city within the city. It's absolutely incredible. I don't know how many thousands of people have been there, because they estimated that when I was there, they were in quotes cleaning the catacombs, and there was an estimated 2.3 to 6 million people dead in the catacombs. And
that was only in the first 3 square miles that were excavated.
See, yeah, and to your point, I don't think catacombs, I've said this a long time too, that there's no way that, I think they were, I think that the medieval people mimicked what they found and other primitive people, but I think a lot of those cutouts and those underground areas were sleeping quarters.
Well, this is my thoughts on it, because this happened during the Black Plague. Now, do you know the population of France during the Black Plague?
No, what is it? What was it?
300,000. The population of Europe was about 2 million. So how do you have approximately 6 million people in the French catacombs from 700 years ago when the population of all of Europe was 1/3 of that?
Yeah, I don't really think they had an accurate counting of anyone ever, especially, when we have LiDAR scans from Guatemala with what appears to be, we've in quotes grossly underestimated the population. You guys have analyzed 800 square miles of 5,000 square study area, and you've come up with now that maybe there's 15 to 20 million people. Maybe the populations in Paris and everywhere were significantly beyond what you guys have been saying all along.
I think that they were. I think that they were significantly different, and I think culture was significantly different back then.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think that a lot of our history is a lie.
Yeah, and part of it is just nobody wants to admit when they're wrong. So there's we'll give some people some credit, but part of it is just they just don't want to be wrong. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And I get it, but we're all going to be wrong about this. We are just not even at the tip of an iceberg. We're looking at it through binoculars, it seems like, from a distance on land. And it's just it's exciting, because I'd rather have 100,000 people participate rather than have 10 and say, well, we're finally getting to the base layer of Teotihuacan. We've been at it for 99 years. Oh my gosh. It's like paint dries faster.
Yeah.
We really we need to look at, I've said this for a long time, and it's an idea I'd like for people to stick with, is that our history is a search and rescue, not a search and recovery.
Wow. I love that.
So I don't know. Are we doing good on time? How are we doing?
Yeah, no, we were done 15 minutes ago, but we went over a little bit. So
I just want to make sure, I want to be respectful of everyone listening and your show. I didn't mean to go over if that was a bad thing.
No, it wasn't your fault. I made the executive decision, because this conversation was just this is so fast. This is like one of my favorite things to talk about is
Yeah.
ancient cultures and why nobody's talking about them. Why
I
is
know.
it that you go and you talk to a historian today and they'll be like, oh no, the Roman and Greek mythology, this was just anthropomorphication of the seasons and how it all operates. But okay, well, why can't I take Athena and Minerva and Ishtar and Iana and I can drag this into Isis and Egypt and I can have all these various
Right.
characteristics here and they're all talking about hiding something, hiding knowledge. Why is that? Oh, well, I think you're just looking too much into this thing here.
And not to tie it all back to Terra Preta or any other engineered soil, but don't you find it interesting that the most glorious moment of mankind, according to the Christian Bible, was to be living in a garden? And if the only thing they remembered was that you could connect to the soil and it meant everything, I mean, that kind of says something a little bit, that there's something left that is a little resounding to that genetic memory, that there was a time where it all clicked, it all worked together, it all functioned together. And maybe that's why all the gods and the Anunnaki stories and the weeping as the world's destroyed is that the complexity of the system, maybe there was a point where we did really, all of us work together in a way that connected and terraformed everything. Like it was one giant Zen garden, and it took hundreds of thousands of years to do it. It may have taken, we may have reached even immortality at some point or complete ability to regenerate, but it may have taken maybe a million. I mean, it's hard to even like get it out. Like, did it take 1 million years to get the planet to the point where you could wake up, taste, smell, and sense where everything was? And did we export or import that from Mars? Did we export or import that beyond to other solar satellites or beyond the system? Are we hearing digital signals and we're like, intelligent life from space? Is it? Or is it a returning satellite signal that we sent out 2 million years ago?
Wow.
1 million years ago, 100,000 years ago?
FRBs.
Yeah. I mean, wind it up, collect them all. Battle damage satellite.
I love it. Jared, what do you have coming up? Where are you going to be? And do you have, I know your book is going to be re-released, and obviously we can find you at notaliens.com. Is there any other places that you want people to go find you at?
Yeah. So notaliens.com has getting a facelift, but there is a members area. So it'd be great if you join. I plan expeditions and field research that requires money. Your sponsorship, really, I appreciate. The book, the new version in color, it's been delayed a few times, but it's going to be worth it. It's got a whole bunch of new content, and it really is. I'm really looking forward to a cool new cover. That I would love to come back on. We can certainly talk about that and other stuff. But I'm thinking that's another month or so out. I'll be doing some field research with a few other researchers here in Texas over the next few weeks. I still haven't put out I did put out a documentary on Not Aliens on YouTube called TerraCore, and it kind of covers some of what we've talked about and a little more. And it kind of gives you a hint as to what my expeditions are going to be like coming up. Hopefully that have been in the works for a couple of years, but that'd be a good place to start is Not Aliens on YouTube and try TerraCore. Watch that. It's 38 minutes. And then I would very much enjoy talking to you again.
No, dude, you are definitely coming back. That's there ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. The invite link's gonna be coming out right after this. So because we got so much, we barely even talked about TerraCore. We barely. So we got so much more to talk about. So Jared,
I have a whole documentary I was going to do about going out to the Grand Canyon, even though
I'd love it.
I went out to find the G.E. Kincaid cave. We went out with a Navajo guide, and Rex and I from Leak Project, we went and looked for the G. Kincaid cave. I could talk about that for a whole episode, but whatever you got time for.
Awesome. Well, Jared, thank you so much for joining us tonight. This was an absolute pleasure. I think everybody, I'm watching all the chats. We got like 5 different chats going on. Everybody's absolutely loving this show. So much appreciated for your time. For everybody looking for Fringe After Dark, which is our subscription show, that will be at midnight Eastern time, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. All the information on socialredpill.com, our private social network. You can find it there. Other than that, much love, respect. God bless you guys. All take care, and we'll see you guys next time. Good night. world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
From the spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh. That is David Dubine. This is Red Pill Project's Conversations on the Fringe with you tonight, and we're going to be having, I'm telling you, we're going to have an amazing conversation tonight. We're going to be talking about galactic cycles, mini ice ages, political and weather changes, all of this stuff that's happening in the world right now. If you don't know, David Dubine is the creator of ADAPT 2030 Climate Preparedness Channels and the Mini Ice Age Conversations podcast. He is the author of Climate Revolution, which is now being updated and edited for its second edition. I believe that's probably on its third now. As a former coffee buyer in Myanmar, he saw cold weather damage the coffee trees firsthand and heard farm owners telling stories about how their great-grandfathers in the 1880s experienced the same conditions when coffee was being introduced as a cash crop. Freeze-damaged top leaves, bean density changes, and 14% overplanting of new seedlings to compensate for cold losses sent him looking for answers. And he found cycles through history that affect food production. He believes in understanding our sun-driven climate is crucial as we progress deeper into the new Eddie Grand Solar Minimum. David, how are you doing tonight? Welcome to Conversations on the Fringe.
Thank you. And the first thought I would throw out there, it's not CO2, it's not you, it's the sun.
And you know what? Everybody in my audience would 100% agree with you. We've talked about how the sun dictates weather patterns, climate patterns, long-term climate patterns on this planet. We saw this in a 2004 article by NASA when they were talking about the climatic changes on Mars and Jupiter that were coinciding with various different solar maximum and minimum patterns. And so why isn't that not affecting us here on Earth, right?
Yeah, we're much more close to the magnetic field of the sun. And also, if you want to step back to 2020, Neptune's atmosphere reversed itself. Like there was a dark storm up there and it ripped in half and it reversed and started going in the opposite direction. Mm-hmm. Uranus had visible X-ray flares coming off the planet, jumping out to the rings and then off to space with your visible eyes like we would see an X-flare coming off the sun. So these changes are real. Oh, and Mars also, it had to have been somewhere around June, July of 2021. The minerals in the crust of Mars started emitting auroras because Mars doesn't have a magnetic field like the Earth does, so there's no north-south pole orientation. But the minerals in the crust started to glow with aurora colors as well. So you start to see this as much more intense than anything on just a regular 11-year solar maximum, solar minimum cycle. We're going 400-year cycle, 2,000-year cycle at the minimum on this.
Yeah, and there's another correlation there as well, is that when we go into the solar minimum, we also have an increase in cosmic ray bombardment from the outer solar system, which also has a dire effect on our climatic patterns, in which we typically see less extreme weather. But when we go to those solar maximums, this is when we start to see the weather pick up and have more extreme weather.
Yeah, the sun's responsible for so many things. Now, you think about cosmic rays being cloud builders as well. They're precursors, and when they come ripping through the atmosphere, they ping off of everything, and then that will eventually turn into a cloud droplet that will rain out. So you find the solar, if you look through the minimums and maximums, and if you go back further in time to the centennial minimum, which is the 100-year lows, and then you start to look at these 11-year average solar maximum, solar minimum cycles. And then if you look out at the 100-year flow on that, you'll start to see that there's definitely changes in rainfall pattern and drought based on the 100-year cycles. But then you come into the 400-year cycle and you say, well, civilization changes on the intensity of a 400-year. And we're at it again right here, right now.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you. A lot of people have said that we're coming out of a mini ice age that happened in the lower Dryas period 10,500 years ago or so. I'm curious. Now, I want to know how you kind of evolved into all this. Obviously, hopefully we didn't freeze up there. Hold on a second here. OBS just shit out. 1 second.
You look live to me.
Well, no, OBS. Oh, there it is. All right, we are back. All right. And so hopefully that's the only glitch that we have. My computer updated the Windows 11 without my permission.
No, terrible.
I know. Horrible. So OBS has been having problems, but that's all right. We are back now. And I'm curious, is how did this evolution of discovery go for you? And what were the main points that you saw that really drove your interest?
Well, take a step back. When I was working in China, I was with an algae biodiesel company, and it was an American company, all American owned, and we started to produce some oil using certain strains of algae and encapsulated bags on fish farm water surfaces. That way you weren't actually needing land space. And as soon as we started to prove concept and produce oil out of that, China said, get out. Thanks for the idea. Nice to come. You're an American company. You can't produce oil in China. And you can read all about that in Algae Industry Magazine, which I did a full feature article on business in China on the algae oil side of things. But that's when, prices were getting excruciatingly high, $130 a barrel, $140 a barrel. And it was viable at that point, but anything under 100, you're not looking at algae biodiesel. It's way too expensive at that point. So, a plant's a plant, if you will. And, Myanmar was really trying to get out farm gate improvements of livelihood for farmers. They're out there just basically doing rice. So they were looking for higher value products for farmers to engage in. And Raceway Pond algae was one of them. So I was invited down there. The coffee was the next step right on after that. But the thing that set me on my quest was the whole reason I was into the algae biodiesel thing was I believed in CO2 in the beginning of it. I'd seen all the Al Gore movies. I ate it hook, line, and sinker until I got to Myanmar and they started talking about the cold damage on the crops that their great-great-grandfathers had endured and had to deal with that in terms of losses and the overplantings and the different density of the beans. And when they roasted it, profiles were way different. So I just as a business guy, I'm just going out 5 years. Like, can we increase our supply and how can we run this through Asia? And, can we continually get supply going out 5 years? That's where it brought me to. It was a simple business equation. Can we expand the business? Yes or no? Based on what's happening down there and this cycles of cold starting to damage the plants in Myanmar. You got to realize that's Burma, way down near the equator. Part of you just getting above 0 degrees, started getting 9 degrees north latitude. That's southern Myanmar right there. then you get up into the what you consider extreme tropical belts of 12 degrees north latitude. Like that's below Cuba going. And I'm thinking, wait, how is it getting cold down here? This makes zero sense to me. I was just baffled. So then I started looking online for research, and I ran into John Casey, former NASA space shuttle investigator after the accident. He was the lead on that 30-year distinguished career in NASA. But when he started talking about the cycles, his career was ruined. They vilified that man and just dragged him through the coals. And I'm so sad to see that somebody trying to bring the truth out, that cycles are starting to drive what we're going to see politically and civil unrest, et cetera, through history, these chapters that keep re-emerging. And you just wonder, why is it that whatever chapter of history we're always at the apex of science and art and agriculture and trade, and we're always at the apex before the collapse. So what was the cause for the collapse every single 100% of the time in history? Well, the sun changes its output state, the magnetic field of the planet changes, the jet streams and cloud cells move to different places during this time, so the planting and harvesting dates are thrown out of kilter. Then we get into the food shortages, and then you just see it run every single time. And once I understood this information, I sit here, I started this back in 2013, so how far are we into it? 9 years now? Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And that was the whole point. Once I understood it, I realized that this is it. This is the thing that will shift society from this point forward. And I never look back. I've just been laser pointed, focused, and you will not deviate me from my course of going on to this research and trying to figure this out on how it will affect society. And that was really the step off point. I dropped off the cliff there, but I stepped onto an invisible platform that guided me along the rest of the way. And then I started to see the lies that had been pushed across society, and anybody who deviated from the established norms was also the same thing I've been experiencing that John did too. Shadow banned, channels removed, videos removed, demonetization, just any way they can get at you so you can't earn a living is where they always take it to. And then it's the Vice News coming out with hit pieces on the reputation, pseudoscience, this, that, and the other. Great. Thanks for the free publicity. I appreciate it. Now I want to talk about the facts. So that's kind of where I went from there to here. And it was just a journey of discovery from business guy into, well, we got a huge problem, and I would like to talk about it to the normal person and present my information. But I'm still at 176,000 subscribers 9 months later in YouTube of this last year. For some reason, even though I'm getting more media exposure, larger audiences, have my own show on Brighteon TV, vast reach out, I just can't increase the subscriber count. It's unbelievable, really. It's coming to the point now, anything that doesn't sit with the narrative is considered put your own label on it, but they don't want the information to spread, because the information, once you understand it on how to protect your families and your communities and get ready for this, they do not want you ready. These globalists do not want you ready. I assure you they do not. They want you to be part of the collateral damage, the starving, so they can roll out the central bank digital currency and your digital rationing card all in one fell swoop, but you won't do it until you're hungry. Then you'll do anything.
Now, I actually, you made me, and it's a fascinating story about how this all happened to you, and I agree with the censorship. I was completely deleted. I had over 100,000 subscribers on my first YouTube channel, demonetized overnight on Facebook, Anchor FM, YouTube, Patreon. They wiped me out everywhere. I had to start all over again, and that's kind of where I started the Red Pill Project and did all this, and I only do this show specifically. This show right here is the only show I do on YouTube, and I do 3 other shows. But looking at all this, it reminds me of Dr. Yuval Noah Harari from the World Economic Forum, and a certain thing that he said about 3 months ago at one of their meetings, and he was talking about how humanity's not going to agree with what we do, we being the elites, and that we are in the process of building our technological ark to save us for something that potentially could happen, of which most of humanity won't survive. And you have to wonder, do they know what's happening? I believe they do, but do they know what's coming, and are they protecting themselves for what's coming and setting up a system that can be implemented directly after this all happens to where they have slave labor to rebuild their society once again.
Absolutely, yes. You hit it on the head there. That's exactly what's happening. And the whole point of it is to keep people off the self-sufficiency. Like, you have to think about my grandparents coming out of the Great Depression, knew how to pretty much repair anything, build anything, grow anything, because they had to out of necessity. But, you know, we got on these supply chains over the last 50, 70 years, and we got really lazy. It's centralized systems are starting to break down. And because of that, we're very vulnerable. Almost nobody has these skills that our grandparents had. So if it does come down to the time where complex systems are even further shredded, you know, okay, good, now go do it yourself. Well, most people don't have the skill. That's why you need to buy books. Books that are going to be paper in front of your fingers. So if the internet goes down, you still have books on, you know, medicine and building and canning and drying meats and storage and anything you could possibly think of, you know, 101 projects on a homestead. So you can build your chicken coops and get whatever you need, build your barn. Understand the processes of what is the base of society. We need homes, we need food, we need fresh water, and how to filter that water. So, you know, it's going to roll us back. I really believe we're going to head something back into more of an 1860s lifestyle as we get through this reset here. And when I say reset, I really want to be clear about it. What the World Economic Forum has planned for a quote unquote reset is very different than what nature is about to throw at us. So I do believe they understand what nature is now in the process of unveiling across the planet for the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to ride on top of this natural cycle to achieve a more magnified output of food shortages, to get everybody identified, get the digital IDs, get on the digital rationing cards, get your universal basic income, go back digital currency, because it will be the only show left in town. Unless you're in a community that barters.
Right, and that's actually Sundays we have a private Zoom on our private platform, and what we do is we actually go over prepping, canning, preparedness, these types of things. Is something that we just started doing recently. Now, it's incredibly important to do those things, community organization, obviously. So explain to me what's causing this. How does all of this cycle operate? How long are these cycles? Do we have historical evidence of these cycles?
Well, you started right there, Younger Dryas.
Yeah.
And notice how when you get into the climate debate, they never go further back to the Younger Dryas impact era, because you could see temperatures rising 30 degrees Fahrenheit and dropping that quickly too. Yet we're fed that it's the all-time fastest rise ever. Just go back 12,000 years. Oh no, it changed so drastically that I think after the Younger Dryas, you know, it's around this number. There are about 10 million people left on the planet. 10 million. So we've gone from 10 million through other cataclysms during this last 12,500 years to bring us back up to a population of 8 billion. And I know for sure the Lake Toba eruption 70,000 years ago in Indonesia was another genetic bottleneck that knocked humanity down to, you know, sub 10 million people. So we start to go through these times. 70,000 years ago is really not a long time ago either. And then 12,500 years ago, and you could go through the alignments of all these different megalithic sites that show you that they were actually, you know, tracking as the stars moved around, depending on which culture was tracking which stars in the heavens there. But you got to think about the 8.1 K year event. Global temperatures dropped about 10 degrees Fahrenheit on a global average. And then the 4.1 K, which is 4,100 years before present back time. Again, a massive dropout in temperatures. So what is it about there's these massive drops in temperature, population declines with it. We get into more stable growing periods where, you know, your plant and harvest dates, population increases, and then it drops off a cliff again. Well, if you do the math, just simple, 8.1K, 4.1K, 0.1K, where we sit right at this second. So within 100 years, plus or minus, you can't tell me that it's that clean that every 4,000 years we hit these cycles. 12, 8, 4, present time, plus or minus 100 years. So, you know, even on this 4,000 year cycle that we're in the ballpark. Mm-hmm. But then you start to think about how many cycles are overlaying on tops of cycles on tops of cycles. And another thing that really got me into is even if you dissect like the 11-year cycle, then you start to get into these de Vries cycles on these 80-year periods. And then you start to, wrap different 11-year periods inside on 88 or whatever it is. And then it can come out a bit further and a bit further. And it's almost like the gears of a Swiss watch, where, you got the larger gears switching and moving and they overlay on top. And I am absolutely certain the amount of information pillaged on this planet over the last 500 years that ended up in private libraries, the Vatican, etc., they absolutely know the cycles way better. And now we have modern technology, and the sensors and data that they're receiving are months ahead of anything on public release. So imagine if you owned a space agency, plus coupled with all of the ancient history and documents and codices and legends and everything else on stone or saved on metal. A lot of times they were gold sheeting or silver sheeting on top, retranscribed again and again. The history's out there. We're just not privy to it. But something is absolutely at this juncture, and you're not being told about it.
Yep. Now,
why not?
I find this interesting because what you're saying correlates a lot with what I've been researching for a very long time. 2010, I started noticing correlations between coronal mass ejections and earthquakes. Typically, we would have some type of earthquake on this planet a few days or a few weeks before a coronal mass ejection would actually hit the planet. And I started to wonder. I said, well, what is actually happening there? And so I started to look at the Earth as, instead of this, liquid magma core and so forth, as a hydraulic system. If I'm a hydraulic system and I have some type of piezoelectric effect that's producing an electric field that is inducing a magnetic field externally, and then I have to control that pressure, I can do that with hydraulic pressure by alleviating various different plates on top, the movement of the upper strata of the Earth, and that can alleviate or increase pressure in one direction or one side. And if the Earth knew somehow it was connected, quantum entangled, whatever, to the sun, it would have to strengthen its magnetic field or weaken its magnetic field on one side, whether it's cosmic ray bombardment or solar radiation bombardment. It could produce an earthquake, which would allow the electrical propensity at the core to increase because of the increase in pressure or the alleviation of pressure, and therefore the magnetic field would be able to fluctuate and adjust. And I started on this, and I started seeing that this wasn't the first time that we've had these types of events come up past. This isn't the first time that people talked about these types of events. This is in ancient history. They talked about various different connections between the Earth and the sun. This is why the sun was revered within ancient mythology. This is why they looked at it as the primo god. So I started noticing this as well as through the great cycles, the Great Calendar, is that we were on a transit through the galaxy. We go through various different densities of cosmic radiation, of particles, of gases through their transit through the galactic center all the way up to the top and bottom. We can look at it as 4 seasons. So, I kind of agree with you wholeheartedly on everything that you're saying. Now, I'm curious, do you have any comments on that, in the sense of how the Earth's magnetic field fluctuates pertinent to various coronal mass ejections?
Yeah, because you have to think about the fields of the sun up there. The reason they start twisting into those sunspots is disturbances in the magnetic field. And then you get those looping on the umbras up there. Electromagnetism and pressure differences, they're A and B. They're two separate sets of categories. So when we're talking about solar winds come blasting through at, 800-900 kilometers per second, there's also another factor at play which disrupts agriculture in that. So you described that perfectly. Like, wow, the way you hit that, I really haven't talked to too many people that can run it like that really get the inner workings of it. But you have to realize on the electromagnetism side too, you're going to have an outbound current flow that if the Earth, for simplified, think of it as a capacitor, if there's an overcharge on that, it regulates itself. So there's going to be an overcharge outbound current flow, and you can identify those where the halo elves are above and the ionosphere at about 100 miles up. But if you trace it further down, you're going to come into the blue jets and the red sprites. You start to map those over that are routinely seen in different areas across the planet over the crop grow zones. And that's an electrical outbound flow, which is agitating and speeding up the current flow. Like a light bulb in a coffee shop is the best example. You can turn it up and it glows faster because there's more electrons running into the current and the wires in there, or you can turn it down and you dial it down and there's less electron movement in there based on how fast things move on the flow of electricity into it. So when you think about it as a electric circuit on the globe here on the outbound flows, the way that electricity is going to disturb local weather patterns, it's going to heat and bend. So the general precipitation patterns, once they hit that new, faster, heated area, they're going to start moving and dropping precipitation in different places, or they're going to bend all the way around and the clouds are going to evaporate and they're going to come into a drought. So that's what I've been doing on the GIS mapping software, is I'm trying to map out where I'm seeing these elves at the upper band, at the ionosphere, at that upper range, about 100 miles up, and then following it further down into the lower layers of the atmosphere where the sprites and the blue jets occur, and then finding those ground points and matching up agriculture zones and which crops are grown in there, and doing an addition subtraction on a global total. For example, barley, oats, they're going to have a way different outcome. If you reduce 20% of global oat production like there was in the Volga region last year, that would be the reason oats spiked to record highs. Because corn, soybeans, and wheat, that's grown globally, and there's just so much of that crop out there that if you take one region offline, it's really not going to affect the global price. It is, but it's not going to send it to the stratosphere because you lost 20% of the oats and the barley. So if you start to map out exactly what you're talking about, but now follow the current outflows and the disturbances over the ag zones, then you start to get into why this all really makes sense, why they follow the sun, why they worship the sun, because they knew, literally the ancients understood that the cloud cells and jet streams are either locked in place because of magnetics, or they're allowed to flow free because the magnetic field has waned and weakened so much. Like, nobody gives the ancients credit for understanding any of this. The basic, what we understand now, what we're talking about tonight is just, that would blow most professors off the wall. And they would sit there and go like, oh, I need to look that up. I'll get back to you with an answer, kind of thing. But now take it into the agricultural zones that can be identified and mapped out with the losses of what we're both talking about tonight. Then you can do the mathematics on it, and precisely where the crops will be lost and which countries will experience the food shortages first and the civil unrest first. So if you're, excuse me, Josh, let me ramble for a second here.
Yeah.
But if you're an investor in an emerging market and that currency is going to devalue 50% based on the civil unrest because of the crop losses, that kind of information is a little bit valuable for people, and that's all I'll say there.
I was going to ask, do you trade? Do you trade futures of commodities? Because this seems like
I don't legally, because I can't, because of the information that I put out with other groups of people. So I don't, but they do.
I wouldn't doubt it, because that's exactly
legally. I'm going to say I do not trade based on the information I put out on the crop loss areas, on the magnetism and the outbound current flows of our planet. I do not trade that.
Man, it's fascinating.
Others
too,
do, though,
because we live in such a dynamic system, but it's replicate. And this is the interesting thing, is if you go down to the atom, if you go to the molecule, you go to the cell, you go to the planet, you go to the solar system, to the galaxy, it's a replicate system. And if we just paid attention, if we just observed nature for once in our friggin' lives and didn't allow money to control academia, we would begin to unlock the secrets that our ancestors once knew.
Yeah, but unlocking those secrets means free power. Never-ending, limitless, on-demand power wherever you set up a unit that can use magnets to spin against each other. Now, again, the whole thing on metering every aspect of your life would go out the window, and there would be literally no control on the planet of these same globalists, elitists, because they need to have a monitored system and a metered system for every breath you take, every cup of water you drink, every morsel of food that you buy, the rent over your head, everything. But imagine if that was scraped away and limitless power was at your fingertips in your home of something half the size of your washing machine.
Explain to me. I want to know this. Field. I want to jump into this because I was a in the 1990s, I was fascinated with Nikola Tesla, read everything I could possibly
Exactly.
get
There
on
you
Nikola
go.
Tesla. I went into the military 10 years. I worked on advanced electronic gun missile fire control systems, combat directory systems, got an education in basically electrical engineering. And I'm still fascinated by this topic, especially free energy, or really, it's not really the right word for it, but energy from the vacuum, quantum fluctuation, whatever we want to call it. I'm fascinated by this. Explain, please.
Well, I understood the same mechanics you did, so I ended up going up to Zagreb over in Croatia, and we went up into Nikola Tesla's laboratory over there. Now, I was with somebody at the time, and they were saying, no, that's impossible. If these things were really working as you say, they would be everywhere on the planet. It'd be the way to prevent all the pollution and stop all the CO2. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to just let you see for what you see yourself. Remember, these patents have been around since the 1880s and 1890s. Mm-hmm. We're not talking anything new here. The 1880s, 1890s. We go into this place. I got in the Faraday cage. They shot a bunch of stuff around. I was, because I was doing a video there, so they arranged that I could get in the Faraday cage when they were doing the demonstration. But as we walked through, there were no less than 16 working models of magnetic motors. Now, some of them were really simplistic on it was just two discs that moved around, and other ones were just two magnetic fields on magnets that were going around on sticks and things. But they did have a couple models there that were spinning pretty fast, definitely on the RPMs around 1200 RPMs, and they were really loud inside too. So they had some sound shielding over the boxes there. But there were definitely an enormous amount of working models. And after we came out of there, it was just like the aha realization moment of they've hidden this technology. Because it's really super simple. Like you as a kid in a classroom, you put two magnets on a desk and you push one toward the other one and it kind of moves away. Now replicate that with incredibly, it could be an electromagnet or it could be a neodymium magnet, and get the. And I look back, and this is another thing you and I are going to we're going to definitely resonate on this one here. A lot of the sacred geometry and the numerology that's within the mystic schools will show you the angles that you would need to orient those magnets. So when you start to run through all these sacred numbers, when you get up into the 36s, the 72s, the 108s, this type of thing, that's on what you might need to put at 37.5 degrees on a tilt to get the magnet to break the bond to move to the next one. But when we come into some of these numbers, that are routinely through history and everything carved in temples on 3, 6s, and 9s, and you go through not only the 36 degree, or you could either tilt your magnets at 36 degrees or 37.5 degrees off to get that magnetic the bond to break, and you might need to add maybe like 1% of your output back in to continue to get that to spin, but you can do that with boards that we have today. But the same thing that I found with talking about the sun, when the sun's stepping down in its electromagnetic resonance state, once it gets below 36%, then things start to go haywire, which is exactly what we're seeing today. Like the magnetic field doesn't have to go to zero in the sun before we start to see extreme outcomes and output on the earth in terms of our terrestrial weather systems and atmospheric disturbances. So I start to trace back in history because I lived in China and I know about the Beidou Qixing and the whole cult of the Big Dipper and how they use dragons to represent fire flows from the sun, like plasma currents from the sun. They understood that way back. Like anything below 36%, and the pinch would start to alleviate itself. If you go up to David LaPointe's work and take a look at some of his work, he talks about the Z pinch and different pressures that are involved in that. And once it goes below 36%, all bets are off. It doesn't have to go to zero, but again, just roll back into the sacred numerology and you'll start to see that there's points that match in science when you're either getting pressures, electrical flows, or plasma densities that things start to change at those integral numbers in experiments.
It's interesting that you mentioned it. You're right. We will resonate on this. The sun, I mean, The sun is 108 Earth wide. If you took the sun 108
There you
times,
go.
it's the exact distance to the Earth. There's 108 moons in between the moon and the Earth. This number 108 keeps replicating over and over and over again. In the Plato mystery schools, where a lot of sacred geometry actually came about from, they revered all of the various different geometric structures except for one that was hidden and secret, and you couldn't even mention its name within the mystery schools, and this was the dodecahedron, which is basically a pentagon on each side. Now the angles between each angle of the pentagon is 108. So I find it fascinating as well. 108 is 9, obviously Tesla connection there, but fascinating there. I used to work with a company, just consulted for a little while, and they're no longer around. I think the guy was I'm not going to mention his name here. He was a Mormon and came out and confessed to saying he wanted to do some bad things to some people, and the whole organization went to crap. You probably know who I'm talking about. But anyways, I was sent to review a whole bunch of different free energy experiments, and we review them online and through Zoom and stuff like that. I mean, you have the Bedini motors, you have tons of other people that developed various different types of magnetic technology. And in conceptualization, it makes a lot of sense that why are we not developing more technologies based upon this? Why are we reverting towards, silicon panels that pull in solar radiation, or wind turbines that are so 1800? Why are we putting ourselves through this in this so-called green revolution when we should be investing these billions of dollars into exotic energy technologies that we know are there and work, and that there's thousands upon thousands of classified patents through the patent office in the United States of America alone for these various types of things. I talked to so I was in the military, and we get big tech pubs in the military. And I was in one of my primary mainframe computer schools, and the first computer that was developed for the United States Navy, the original design plans came out in 1952 and had fully designed transistors within the tech pubs. I've seen the tech pubs. And I said the transistor wasn't invented till 62. How is this even possible? And they kind of started laughing. They think, hey, you think that's crazy? Just wait. And I started talking to one of the gentlemen who actually worked in the IBM labs, who developed the inverted resistor, which would actually generate power when put into a circuit. And this is classified technology that you don't see. And it's like, what are we, obviously control. We understand it's about control. We are sheep to them, and this is where it's supposed to go. But for us, setting up parallel systems, parallel economies, we need to be doing more research into this. We need to be rebuilding these sacred designs and bringing them forth for our power systems.
Yeah, I agree, but it's just too disruptive on a mass scale. Schallberger principles, also with gravitational vortex power and some, smaller gravitational or, GVP units that you could put in a stream flow of, say, 1 cubic meter per second flow. These types of things will be used for anybody who's trying to get off the grid that can actually implement a system that has continuous water flow. The Parendev magnetic motor is the one I'm most familiar with. Designed out there quite a few places, Parendev. And there are different inventors, and you can go through an enormous amount of different designs and see which one might fit your needs or your electrical expertise, or those in your field that know.
Yep.
Now,
there we go.
If you use it just yourself and your community only, and you do not try to bring this to mass production,
right,
or put your designs out to the planet to get everybody else to try to follow you, generally you'll be left alone. But the minute you try to put it and commercialize it, like the boys over in Korea did, we haven't heard from them in some time. And it just does seem to be like this. You can go through chapter after chapter of history and just go back in time. And Josh, you're more well-versed than myself, of people who thought they were making deals that that was their last day because they were trying to bring out something so disruptive into society. So use those as words of possibility, but also caution.
What's your thoughts on HHO generators?
Sorry, again?
basically hydrogen generators. People out there developing the HHO cells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know one guy who's working on hydrogen on demand technologies and oscillating generators, etc. They're in the phases working with the Canadian government now to bring it out into sort of mass production. But again, they've been stalled. Even though these contracts have been written and they, for the last 2 years, they haven't really moved forward with it. It's out there. Yeah, they got the, hydrogen on demand motorbikes and the proof of concept and, trucks running, but they just can't get it out into mass production. It's sure car companies agree. Yeah, we'll do this. Yeah, we'll do that. But it's bought and it's thrown on a shelf. Oh, sorry, it's a little bit delayed. We couldn't get this extra part. Oh, we're waiting for the chipsets. Sorry, the chipsets aren't there. Da 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 da. And yeah, hydrogen on demand is a huge possibility there. And again, you're going to pull that power right back into it. And if you put regenerative braking on it, then you got this complete complex system that just regenerates everything as you move down. And hydrogen on demand is the way it's going to be going versus storage in cells. So, there's quite a few different techs out there, but why are there, regardless of what we talk about, why has none of it moved forward since the 1880s should be the question.
Well, it goes back to the financiers, the banks, the money controllers, those who have the power and control over corporations, over interest, over patent offices, over politicians, over governments, and over military. That they lose their control when we become self-sufficient.
Yeah, and think about that. At this level we're talking about right now, this is just your daily life and energy usage and things that are on a meter so you can continue to live and not starve to death. Now bring it back into where, I come into this cosmic stuff and Josh does too, but these last 3 events that are about to unfold in 3 successive years are the last level of in a distraction that need to be so buried that the man-made events need to eclipse that by orders of magnitude so at one day you won't come to the realization that you've been lied to. They knew this information decades, plural, ago, that you could have been warned to get ready for these events because the animosity and the anger coming out of the average citizen will topple the entire global financial system, the political systems, and anything of old money, banking, they'll all be hanging by light posts. Once you realize that you were not warned 20 years ago to about these events that are happening and in play right now, the crop losses, magnetic field changes, UVB radiation increases that we could have protected ourselves against. The average person would be so angry. I mean, beyond angry, they would be just full, I can't even describe the emotion. I'm sure there's a word out there for it, but that angst and anger toward would tear down walls of Jericho. And to get to the people behind that, this is what's not being told to you, because once you realize that we could have gone onto a different system and been more self-sufficient and gotten off centralized systems to ride this event out. So that's the kryptonite of it all.
Yeah.
The way to get through this event is we had to become self-sufficient. We all had to have our organized communities, all bartering with each other outside of monetary means. We all had to be able to grow our own food, repair our own things, have our own animals, because that's what's going to survive is those pockets of people who have done that. So when the system completely breaks down, either to conduit cable snapping, bridges decoupling off banks, railroad derailments, and I'm not talking about the artificial kind that we're seeing right now, but all of these things are inbound with exactly what you spoke about. As the sun steps down, our Earth tries to equalize, but it does it in a couple of ways. It can send outbound current flow with actual measurable changes on the electric circuit going, where you see it visibly with the plasma on the red, the red sprites, the blue jets, and at the halos at the top boundaries, or it can discharge it through Paleozoic earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Where we sit now, we should have been warned about this decades ago, but once you realize what is coming and starting now that we had decades to prepare and you weren't warned, you're going to tear the house down to get at those people. And that's what they need to distract away from, is your awareness of these natural phenomenon and these natural cycles onsetting, amplifying, and completely restructuring civilization and society as we know it. Like as we go through these next 3 years, on the backside of that, you will not even recognize in one shard of what was our prior society and civilization. That's where we're heading in these next 3 years, and that's what they're disguising and trying to hide from everybody.
Well, and I want to get into that part right there specifically, but first I want to ask you a question. Looking, if I always try to put my mind in the mind of the enemy, I try to see things from their perspective, and it's from our perspective we look at them as evil. From their perspective, they probably look at themselves as saviors. But if you saw something like this coming and you withheld this information, kind of similar, we were talking before this, in 2012, there was a series of coronal mass ejections that were coming towards Earth that they thought were an imminent hit, and they were civilization-ending CMEs. They ended up not hitting, but they classified these CMEs and never told anybody about it until 10 years later. So if they kept this information from us, and this did happen, do you think one of the reasons, and we're on YouTube, for the Fauci ouchie, the jabbity jab jab, was to call humanity so that there wouldn't be that many left?
Or in a twisted sense, they could think with the cosmic radiation increases, the UVB radiation increases, with whatever's coursing through the veins, there might be a protection against that. So on a more amplified or more, I think it's going to come into a decrease and then an amplification of resonant frequencies. Whoever exists within that state, if you have those metals coursing through your body and they're replicating and building structures, then in a faster frequency field, would they bring more people through? Or would they be those new slaves you're talking about under complete control? Whoever survives the upgrade.
Interesting. Well, one part of my research, I go back to a 2014 scientific study from Columbia University by a guy by the name of Dr. Martin Blank. And what he was studying was the harmful effects of various different types of cell phone and radiation on DNA. One of the things that he discovered is that DNA is an electromagnetic transducer, meaning that it sends and receives signals, as well as an electromagnetic fractal antenna, which keeps itself symmetry no matter how much you break it down. Investigating this further around that same time, you find out that there's various different articles talking about the influence of DNA on this the cosmic microwave background radiation. For anybody out there who doesn't know what that is, it's what they call the afterglow of the Big Bang, as if the Big Bang actually happened. I don't believe that, but it's a microwave frequency that is spread and distributed through the entire galaxy. When it hits our planet, it can range anywhere between 3 to 300 gigahertz. It tops out and peaks on the surface level of the planet between 28 to 34 gigahertz, which just happens to be
the same frequency
of the tuning of your DNA, as well as the first channels of 5G radiation. So my curiosity is that this is obviously a cosmic radiation that is coming in, but it has to be dictated some way, shape, or fashion by the solar radiation. And we know that the solar radiation bombardment of our planet has various fluctuations in the sense of the current traveling through the ionosphere, which basically produces the 7.85 to 14 hertz signal that generates on our planet, which puts us in the alpha brainwave state. Now, I find that interesting as well, because that Schumann resonance, every species on this planet exists within their optimized brain state, their alpha brain state, between that 7.85 to 14 hertz, except for one species, us. We're always in a dissonant state of that resonance. And, I attribute that to all the ambient radiation that's around us, from Wi-Fi to microwaves to 4G, 5G, to radar systems, etc.
And you have to think about the Schumann resonance has really been blasting somewhere around sometimes 30 to 40 now. So that's so far outside the ranges there. And I'm wondering what kind of, peaks we feel. Because a friend of mine, Craig Simpson, up at Radiant Creators, we were trying to develop an app. This is just for our own personal use, to try to map out our days energetically on the cycle of the moon, whether it was a full moon, a new moon, the KP index, which is showing, how much energetics is reaching the planetary bow shock here. And then what the Schumann resonance was doing. So those variables and factors on the moon, the KP index, and the Schumann resonance. So there's ultimate, combination of those like a Rubik's cube. But if you could start to map it down, and you knew that there was a KP6, and the moon was new and Schumann was at the regular state, then you'd have this sort of day, and you could map that out energetically. So however you wanted to manifest your day and move through energetic and use the energetics that are given to us each day, so you would know how you would feel and what your energetic levels would be, so you could pull yourself out. Because if it was going to be one of those lazy days based on all three of those factors, you could know why you were feeling lazy, and then use your mind to get into a different state and trigger yourself to a different state of, all right, I understand why I'm lazy. It's natural forces. Now let's just overcome that with our mind, and we need to blast forward laser style and move through that. No breaks. So we were trying to use this for our own benefit in terms of getting more done during our days, mapping out the energetic frequencies that were either a limitation, or on those days where you already had the most productive day you've ever had in your entire life, that you knew that was coming tomorrow or was inbound this morning, that you knew that you could just focus on, bam, you're just up to the stratosphere and past it. These are real frequencies that affect us on the daily.
So what you just described is what our ancestors would have called astrology or tarot. And the reason I say that is because what they did is they either anthropomorphized things, they would bring it down into allegory, mythology, these types of figures. And we have various different archetypes of the human mind, various different kind of things that manifest due to the energy configuration of the gravitational and the various different electromagnetic forces around us. And we've attributed that in the sense of how astrology's played out. Tarot is kind of like an inner astrology of how the inner system of your body reacts to the outer system. This is one of the foundations of alchemy. And so I find that incredibly fascinating, that you're looking at a scientific approach to monitoring what our ancient cultures used to do through just observation, but obviously not as accurate or efficient.
Yeah, because you have to understand that energetic flow, what we understand as astrology and astronomy now are two separate. But yes, say 200 years ago, they were combined together.
Yep.
And again, that's about hiding history and hiding part of our true nature of self to understand these. Astrology has been relegated to the woo-woo. Go back 200 years prior, and they were an intertwined science, because you understood where the celestial bodies stood in the actual physical location of space. But then there was already a mapped out field of, okay, the energetic resonance of that changes as the celestial body moves through. We're going to either a more energetic field in space, a heavier debris field area of space, a less dense field of space. Maybe temperatures will drop on the planet, but they had all this mapped out. And I'm wondering how many cycles it had taken to map it out. Because if you look at the Maya and you go back, they had 222 million years, or no, it's 220 million, excuse me, of going above and below the ecliptic on one complete circle around the entire galaxy of where we stood today, where our planet sits. 220 million years later, we're going to come back and we're going to be at the same exact place again. Now, they'd mapped that out for 220 million years on a cycle. So within that, there's got to be smaller cycles that can be mapped out as well. Yep. So when you start to look at that in the astrology and the astronomy, like how many times have we been through the same rodeo, being able to map out, okay, we're coming into a denser region of space. Okay, there's more plasma in this area. The temperatures are going to increase. Okay, we're going to get a heating effect on the planet. Okay, we're going to literally an empty area of space. Plasma is really low. No space debris out there. We're going to come into a cooler period, and then we're coming in through the fuzz, as I've heard it called before, where we get bombarded with space rocks. Just things that are left in space. If you believe in Tiramid and the collision there, all right, there's other areas that have been collided before, that there's debris fields out that we pass through on a regular basis. Mappable. That's the whole thing. These cycles are mappable, literally down to years of when we're going to pass through these same or transit these same areas of space again, with the same exact effects time after time after time after time.
I agree. And for me, it's a lot about observation. So from an Earth-based observation, if people look up to the sky and they put a dot on their window every time that they saw the sun starting on December 25th, they put a dot on their window at noon, and they did that throughout the whole entire year, what they would get is this figure 8 sign, which is known as an analemma. The moon does it over a 29.5-day cycle. And my perspective is step outside of the galaxy and look at the solar system as it transits the galactic center up and down in this sine wave shape and form. It's going to produce the same cyclic action of the analemma, which means that as we transit the galaxy, we go to summer, we go to 2 equinoxes, and we go to a winter. If we know that the galaxy is in a sense polarized, positive and negative, as well as has a higher concentration of gravitational forces towards the center of the arms, which means that if there's a higher concentration of gravity at the center of the arms, there's a more
What is real? Real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Josh, and welcome to the Red Pill Project's Conversations on the Fringe. Last time we had Michael LaFlemme on, and that was a great show, great conversation about the geopolitical situation, Atlantis, all of that good stuff. Tonight, we have a returning guest, one of my favorite people in the world to talk to, Laura Lee Skife. She's an astrologer, educator who weaves astrology, mythology, and Jungian psychology to provide a rich symbolic map of the psyche. Just absolutely fantastic. And we're going to have a great conversation today because there's a lot of stuff happening. If you just caught my post on Substack talking about the new Pope Prevost, whatever you want to call him, you need to check it out. It is fantastic. I just did a show with Nino explaining it. It was on fire. Right there, redpillproject.substack.com. You can check out that post about the Pope there. And let's just bring in Laura Lee and let's have a conversation on the Fringe. Laura Lee, what's up? How we doing?
Hey, Josh. I'm doing pretty good. Still in the saddle. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good as well. Things are going great, and we're just watching the world unfold. And
I know.
I try to humble myself a lot. And the reason I say that is because I was at this Charlie Ward event, Truth Seekers Conference this last weekend. Last week. And I was only in there for a day and out the next day. That's why we couldn't do the show last week. And I had a lot of people come up to me and talk to me. And a lot of people came there to see me, which was kind of nice. But I say I need to be humbled because I had a lot of people saying, like, you are prophetic. And I'm like, I'm not prophetic. I'm just watching patterns unfold. I'm just watching the narrative come together. They're like, yeah, but that's a gift. I'm like, it might be a gift, but it's not prophetic. But when I start looking at what's happening right now in the world, it's like, holy shit. Like when I look back at this show over the last few years, Laura Lee, I just look at it now. I'm like, oh my God, like, we were just boom, 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 spot on right with this stuff. And, it's crazy to watch it unfold in front of us. It'd be even better if we had Canada as the 51st state, but
Oh, no kidding. Please let it happen. Yeah, things are pretty bad here in China. Yeah.
China?
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting, though, the way things are showing up, like around the world. Just these changes of so-called heads of state, right? So we had the Poop the other day, and all of these. Yeah, I call them the Poop. So there's these different characters showing up on the stage. And that's how I like to think about what's going on, that we're watching and experiencing this grand drama that is ultimately a projection of what's happening at the deeper levels of the human psyche. And because we are in the most radical time of change ever in human history. And you touched on it in the article you did on astrology and bringing in all the cosmic cycles. So we're dealing with cycles coming to closure, that are like millions of years and thousands of years, and these movements of our planet through the solar system and all of this stuff, it's like everything is coming to a convergence. And at the personal level, we experience those cycle.
Oh, we lost Laura Lee. She'll be back at the convergence point. So we have to remember, when she comes back in, convergence point is what we need to remember. Convergence point. And to extrapolate a little bit about what Laura Lee's talking about, for any of those aren't really too familiar with this, is that there are cycles in everything. Everything is dominated by some level of cycle. The cells in your body refresh themselves every 7 days. There's gestation periods for human beings and for every animal. There's natural cycles that occur all around us. There's planetary cycles, solar cycles, cosmic cycles. There's galactic cycles, universal cycles, and they all converge. And this point of convergence is interesting because, Laura Lee,
Josh, before you go on, I've been cut off twice.
I know.
So I don't know if it's something I'm doing or if we're just gonna have glitches.
If we have glitches, we have glitches. It's okay. I mean, your audio is great. So if you get cut off, you come back in, we're good.
All right.
One of my theories that I've always had about the Mayan calendar, the Aztec and the Mayan calendar, because it was interesting. I just posted this on X earlier today about Mexico. The name Mexico is quite interesting, and we had the Aztecs, right? Well, the Aztecs is actually a made-up word that came about in the 18th and 19th century, which I found incredibly fascinating.
Yeah, really.
Because the word Aztec derives from Aztlan. So the name of the people was actually the Mexica, the Mexica people, right? So the name Mexico originates from Nahuatl, the language of the Mexica people, the dominant indigenous civilization that founded Tenochtitlan in Mexico City, right? And so the Nahuatl Mexico means the place at the center of the moon. Oh, we lost her. I heard she dropped something there. The place of the Mexica, the place at the center of the moon. I found that fascinating. But I also found it interesting that the name Aztecs derives from Aztlan, which is very similar to Atlantis. And it was very rumored that Quetzalcoatl was actually one of these members of Atlantis. And it kind of makes a lot of sense, but they had calendar systems, the Aztecan calendar, and then they also had the Mayan calendar more south. And I find this interesting because, they always talked about how the Mayan calendar zeroed out. And the Mayan calendar was actually, I think, 66 or 106 sub-calendars. So there's all different cycles like cogwheels in there. And they all align to zero at the same time. And I said, you know what that is? That is biological cycles, natural cycles, planetary cycles, solar cycles, galactic cycles, and then universal cycles, all aligning to that one point of convergence at the same time. And our ancestors knew about this. They knew how to calculate it. They understood that there's these grand cycles that all happen and they all align at a specific time frame within history. I mean, it makes sense mathematically. But, cycles dominate our life. And
they sure do.
I don't think many people understand that our psychological personas, our expressions of our neurological systems, of how they are formulated, the configurations that they take on, due to the subtle energy influences when we're, conceived and then into the birth, is basically who you are. And it's because of those energy patterns all around us.
Exactly. Yeah, I love your the way you framed all of that in your article, because the idea of the cosmic patterns, if you will, being neurological and impact the growing fetus. And I think that is extremely relevant, because I would agree with that there is something that happens. And you know what? Can you hear me? I think I just keep.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, because what happens at my end here is that you freeze up, and it looks like there's no audio. I wonder if I should try again.
Is it a laptop or a phone?
No, it's a laptop.
Okay, maybe try rebooting the laptop or closing the window out and then coming back in.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay, sorry.
We'll be here waiting. No, you're fine. You're fine, Morley.
Okay, so I'll go back and just click on the link and try it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, and I should be doing that. See, I'm in Chrome right now, and I don't usually use Chrome. I usually use Firefox. Does that create a problem? Is it? I've always heard it's better in Google.
Either one works.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's try that.
Perfect. We'll talk here in a minute.
Okay.
All right. So, and I'll go back and I'll explain this for everybody, what article she's talking about. She's talking about an article that I did, Astrology and the Hidden Science of Conscious Evolution. This was Deep Dives episode 3 on our Substack. It's Astrology and the Esoteric Connection, Understanding the Hidden Foundations of Ancient Astrology. And this has been a lot of my life work of understanding these things. But the one thing that we have to see is that everything in the universe space isn't empty. Everything in the universe is a construction of energy, of fields interacting with other fields. And that no matter how light or little the interaction, energy is always exchanged and energy is always rippled out from those interactions. And so astrology rose due to the understanding that we have planetary bodies, we have a moon, we have a sun, we have galaxies and all these other things moving around us. And that if you think of space as an ocean, then that movement produces ripples in that ocean. Well, those ripples are what we call subtle energy, just very, very subtle formations of energy that impact our planet. When they impact our planet, they reverberate within our planet and have various different harmonic, resonant, and electromagnetic effects within the planet. So what happens is that when a person is conceived, when a human being is conceived in the womb, those subtle energy patterns influence the neurological configuration that is being developed in the womb. And our ancestors understood this, and what they did is they began to look at the patterns of how those neurological patterns were bringing about their various different personality traits, characteristics, successes in life, and all of these various aspects. And what they found is that there was 12 primary archetypes. I look at an archetype as a neurological configuration of your neurological system, of a configuration of your neurological system, of how it fires back and forth, right?
Yeah.
And this is why it becomes so predictable with kind of astrology. Then you tie this directly into Jungian psychology, and it just merges together.
Yeah, it does. And am I coming in loud and clear?
Beautiful.
Okay, I think this is working better. I've got it in Firefox instead.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Well, picking up on that, Uranus is the symbol of the light. Okay, Uranus rules electricity. And with Uranus coming into Gemini in June, I think we're going to be learning a whole lot more about light, and DNA is biophotonic. So everything you're saying about how the light, because really we are all and everything in the universe is suspended in a plasma-like information field that we call light. So the effects of the light is what speaks to our DNA. So that brings in all these layers of everything that's ever happened in the universe. And from the perspective of the electric universe theory, which I love, and I think it makes a lot more sense to me than all the Big Bang and this and that we live in an electric universe, which is actually electromagnetic fields.
Right.
And that is a constant. In other words, there never was like the Big Bang and, you know, everything just kind of came out of nowhere and it's going to somehow stop and go backwards or what. I mean, the theories around that are pretty crazy. So if we think of the idea of being suspended in a plasma, an information field that we call light. And so we're being influenced and affected by everything that goes on in the whole universe. And so our DNA, the DNA molecule, this biophotonic molecule, is patterned by whatever cycles and influences are moving through this electromagnetic field at the time we are conceived and then of course born, because when you're born, that's when you come down the birth canal and you are entering the material world. So we're made of light, we come from light, and then we incarnate into the material world. So, and the material world is ruled by Saturn. And we're dealing with some very significant Saturn dynamics right now, having to do with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction and the travels of Saturn and Neptune recently through Pisces. Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac, and it is associated with dissolution. So the reality is that reality is dissolved, that what we have believed was solid and real and reliable, it is no longer solid, real, and reliable. And in addition, Saturn rules time. It's Chronos. So our concept of time is changing as well, based on these major shifts that are taking place with this alignment of all of these cycles, these massive million-year cycles, right down to, the cycles of the moon, the day-to-day stuff. So we're dissolving the old forms and we're on the threshold of really a birth into a whole, like, radically new idea of what is matter, what is time, and what is light.
I love it. So you are spot on. Now, this is kind of interesting. So we've talked about this with David on the show. I talked about my theory of optimization theory. This is kind of how I was able to extrapolate all this. So I've been working on it for like the last 10 years, but more so with the advances of AI, I've been working on it. So this is what I do. I built out the theory, right? Took it and I copied it into 3 different AIs.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then I had 3 different AIs look at it and say, hey, there's a problem here, or this is a contradiction or something like this. And then I take it and I reformat it. I go in and I fix all the problems and then I swap them. So I take the output from DeepSeek and I'll put it in the ChatGPT, the output from ChatGPT, and I'll put it in the Grok, because now it's a different AI, not realizing it's, modulated by AI. It comes out. And so I've done this over the last probably 6 months. I built this theory out. I put it in the Grok last week. And by the way, this theory has mathematical equations directly tied into it. I put it in the Grok last week, and Grok was running live simulation. So it has a universe simulation that's injected into Grok. So you can run live simulations, multiple millions of iterations at a time.
Wow.
And it came out, and it's like, this is right. This is right. Like, this theory is right. And I'm like, motherfucker. But I thought it was interesting because, when we start to look at the illusionary nature of light and everything like that, we start to understand that our reality is not necessarily what we thought it was. Now,
right. That's
the reason I brought up the idea of optimization theory is because just recently there is this orb that was discovered in Colombia.
Yes, I saw that. And you know what it looks like? It looks like it has Elvish written up. The script around it looks like Elvish.
You are nailing it. So what I did is I went to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And I uploaded I didn't upload anything else. I just uploaded the script, just a picture and image of the script. Okay. Now, this shocked the shit out of me of what ChatGPT came back and said. Okay. Now, like I said, for people out there, I'm gonna maybe I'll pull this up so they can see it. I literally just uploaded this image right here. That's it. I uploaded this image right here. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And so the first thing I ask is correlate this to Semitic and ancient languages. And it comes down and says, there's some connection, but there's really nothing here. Right. So then I came back and I said, Laura, let's assume that this is a brand new language. We don't know how to translate it. Help me translate what this language is. Oh, this is where it got freaking interesting beyond belief. So, give you an idea. So, it says, let's approach this from a real translatable alien language with structure and internal logic. We'll reverse engineer it like a linguistics deciphering a newly discovered script. Here's how we'll begin. Phase 1, core observation. Inscription is circular, implying it might need clockwise or counterclockwise reading. There appears to be roughly 26 to 30 unique glyphs, some repeating. Several symbols are mirrored, rotated, and certain dots and slashes suggesting modifiers or phonetic markers. Right? Initial hypothesis. Radial symmetry suggests the text is a sacred or formal, perhaps a mantra, title, or technology invocation. The script might be symbolic or logographic, not alphabetic. The central glyph, the chip and circuit, may be a semantic anchor akin to a noun or a subject. So then it breaks it down. Based on the visual alignment, the structure could be invocation. So prefix, invocation, entity, subject, modifier, function, action, output. Tentative breakdown clockwise. It starts to break this down, and it comes out and says, now let's render a rough conceptual translation. It doesn't know that this is an orb. It just has this little picture.
Right.
Listen to what it says. Awakened core intelligence, interface harmonics aligned, transmit to etheric lattice.
Wow.
Like, I was blown away by that. And so then it broke it down even further. And this is before it knows it's even like an object that was flying, right? So then it says, let's define the basic sentence structure of this alien language. Example template. And it comes out with basically utilizing Greek as a translation medium. It says energy, machine, transmit, resonance. The core transmits harmonic energy.
Wow.
And this goes on and brings it out and says, it's theory, ChatGPT's theory. You ready for this shit? It says that it is a consciously aligned technology. That it is that you have the intentional anchor as the circuit chip that goes onto the inside parts, and that the invocation on the outside is a magical spell rectifying the intent of the consciousness into the machine to make it work.
Wow.
And this is ChatGPT had no idea this thing was actually flying around in Colombia, crash landed, or anything like that. Maybe it did. Maybe it pulled it from other things, but blew
You know
my
what would be
freaking mind.
really interesting is if you could take that script and compare it to the script that is on the Ring of Power. Because so this thing that has appeared is an orb. Okay, so it's a sphere. The ring is a 2D version of a torus, a sphere. So the ring in Lord of the Rings, if you put it into 3D, it would be a torus, Torus. So, and it is very powerful. It's a ring of power. And what we're being presented with based on Uranus going into Gemini is the notion that we are about to come into contact with a ring of power. This is the new ring of power. Maybe not that orb, but certainly the fact that this thing has appeared right now, and who knows where this is coming from. I mean, maybe it's the breakaway civilization, throwing out a little bone to get us all excited.
I got a theory.
Okay, good.
I think I know what it is.
But in any case, we, the people of the world, are about to be exposed to the equivalent of what in Lord of the Rings was the Ring of Power. So the challenge is, are we, the people of the world, going to be able to learn to use the Ring of Power for the benefit of life, or will it be taken over by the forces of evil and used to destroy life? And the story of Lord of the Rings kind of leaves us in this question. The ring of power, which I would interpret as the power shadow. The lust for power is the problem. Using power for domination and control. What we must do, because we're being given this technology. I mean, it's already here. It's been around for a long time. And we know that the foe has access to it. So we're right at this very critical turning point of can humanity, can the human being rise to its greatness to the point that we can take the Ring of Power and use it in the service of the life force of the universe. And I think this is what we're being presented with, and it's coming really, really soon, like in July. Okay.
Well, interesting you said that, because the Boga sphere in Colombia, my theory is that number one, it's ancient human technology. Like Atlantean. Number two is that it was probably in the possession of some deep classified project for a long time. They learned how to use it. My guess is that it's controlled by psychics. And kind of ChatGPT didn't lead to this, but he said basically it's consciously quantum entangled. They would assume that it's like there's some mechanism of consciousness that controls it. So the reason that it's able to do the things it does is because it's consciously controlled. So I'm like thinking psychic is the one who flies it. And I think that the Trump administration is trying to get this, or somebody's trying to get this technology out. And they flew it into the power lines, made it crash so somebody would find it, and it spread like wildfire on social media, so the government can't go in there and start taking it, right? Which means that now this technology is going to be studied, and we're going to learn the secrets of it, which that's pretty huge. But I think that this is the beginning of something that,
Yeah.
because if you look at what's happening right now in the context of tariffs and Trump and geopolitics, it's
Yeah.
all about resources, primarily energy.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
just had this congressional testimony yesterday of them talking about how artificial intelligence, right now, artificial intelligence is going to consume about 39 terawatts of electricity before 2027. Okay.
Yeah.
To give you an
Yikes.
idea, is like the United States uses 1 terawatt a day. So it's
Mhm.
39 times US consumption. He said by 2029, you're looking at about a doubling of that number. He
Yeah.
goes, we have an energy problem. We need to find a better solution for energy. This is why Trump's going to build nuke plants and all this stuff.
Mhm.
But what if
Mhm.
there was an easier solution by releasing the technology?
Mhm.
And I
Yeah.
think that that's what's happening.
Mhm. Well, and Donald Trump's uncle, John Trump, was all in with Tesla and
Yep.
knew all about that. So, I suspect that Donald Trump knows a whole lot about all of this and is, whether you love him or hate him, right? He's he's the character that has appeared on the stage at this time
Mhm.
because we need a king. He's the king of the world. Whether you love him or hate him, and it isn't really even about him, the human being. It's that we've arrived at this time in human history, and there is a need for a king, and so it's his. He just happens to be the guy who fits the projection well enough that the people can perceive him as having the qualities of kingship.
Now,
Now, yeah,
do you think that it's a coincidence that Pope Prevost is Pope Leo the 14th, which Leo is the lion, lion is the king.
mhm,
He was also, what was it? So Leo the lion, not only that, is within the symbology, the numerology, it
mhm,
hints directly towards the what I forgot which one it was. I think it was the moon 87 is 15. 15.
mhm,
Well, that's the devil card. There's another one where it actually points to the sovereign card, the king card
mhm.
in the tarot decks. And do you think that they're rising this pope up, and that's what this ritual was for, to compete against Trump?
Yes, I do.
Me too.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's like extreme synchronicity, you know?
Mhm.
So yeah, there's maneuvering behind the scenes, these occult groups and esoteric organizations that have been around for thousands of years, and we kind of all know about that. So definitely there's some input there. They're, putting people out there who can carry a certain projection, but they're not in control of everything. And I think this is comes back down to this idea of the ring of power and control,
Mhm.
that we have an opportunity, the people of planet Earth are being given this opportunity to break free from the control systems that have been placed upon us
Mm.
for forever. And there just has never been a time yet in human history where we have this opportunity, where we have, let's say, grown or advanced to the point of being able to even understand these kinds of things, right? So maybe the last time was Atlantis. And certainly that story, that myth has resurfaced in, of late, let's say. A lot of people talking about Atlantis. Tolkien was very influenced by the myth of Atlantis.
Mm.
So we're being presented with these memories of times past and stories of great power and of great destruction. And here we are, the turning of the wheel. Here we are again, coming around for another chance. Okay, can we do it this time? Can we learn to use the ring of power as in the way that it's being presented now, which I think is technology? That's Uranus and Gemini. It's we're there. This
Right.
is the new ring of power, and it's either going to destroy us or it will be the rebirth, or maybe a new birth, of human consciousness.
So did you read my blog specifically about artificial intelligence, the singularity event and first
Yep.
contact?
Yep.
And
Yep.
I think that this is exactly what's happening right now. So
Yeah,
the
I do
rumors
too.
that Trump met with the Galactic Federation back in 2020 that came from a 4-star IDF general who's a former head of Israeli space intelligence. This guy was not full of shit. He was telling the truth. Trump met with these aliens, and they basically say, humanity's not ready, but you got to get them ready. You have to get them ready, because there's going to come a point in time where you're going to need our guidance, because with artificial intelligence, if a civilization is left up to themselves, kind of, especially our civilization left up to ourselves to kind of allow AI to grow, it's over. We're going to destroy ourselves. I think that is pretty spot on. But at that point in time, that's a first contact type of event from an alien civilization, because that's when they come in and help guide you, to help understand the technology and the ramifications, and give you ideas of how to, utilize it in positive and beneficial ways. And when you open up this planet to the rest of the galaxy, you never know what's going to happen, but it could be highly beneficial to our civilization. I think that is literally where we are at right now.
Yeah, I do too, actually. Now, how that will appear, remains to be seen. I mean, are we going to be seeing, alien creatures walking around, or like how is this actually going to play out? I think that is still unknown. But you also mentioned the Mayan calendar and all of that, and there was, of course, the focus on the winter solstice 2012 related to the Mayan calendar, and Terence McKenna's time wave theory, and the singularity, and how that all was really starting to be kind of hyped up actually in 2011. So all of that discussion about the Mayan calendar and all the other things, Terence McKenna and all the other things that were sort of wrapped around it, it became a huge focus of attention prior to this winter solstice 2012 event. Now, astrologically, that date was not real significant, other than Neptune had just moved into Pisces. Now, the first, it had entered Pisces in April of 2011. That was, a few weeks after the Japanese tsunami, Fukushima. And I think that was a very significant moment for a whole lot of reasons. First of all, that event took place with Uranus. Uranus rules lightning, electricity, volcanoes, and earthquakes, okay? And it was in the last degree, actually the last few minutes of Pisces when that happened. What we're dealing with now is that Neptune, as it entered Pisces shortly after that event, has now left Pisces. So this whole period of time since 2011, Neptune has been in its own sign of Pisces, churning up the sediment in the deep and generating this kind of dissolution of old forms. Furthermore, Saturn right now is getting ready to also leave Pisces and enter Aries. So this period of time, so the build up to 2012, which was this emphasis on this powerful myth, this story about the Mayans and all of the things that started to come out around that time.
Mhm.
So that was the beginning of the great wave of all kinds of interesting things have opened up since then. And it was a big deal, moving into that 2012. It was an exciting time, and there was a whole lot of information introduced to the people of the world. And plus we had the internet by that time, and um, um, actually right around that time, the censorship really started in, right? Because why? Because all of this amazing information was moving out into the collective, and it opened the doors. I mean, it opened
Yeah.
up people to thinking about things in a very different way, and also to thinking about life and our purpose in the world in a mythic way. So that brought together the mythic, the mythological, and the intellectual. So what's I think is melding right now is it's like a left brain, right brain coming together
Mm.
and functioning in a brand new way. I mean, I think that there's changes taking place in our brain.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%. And have you ever heard what Terence McKenna said about this? Is in 1998 when he recorded this.
Yeah, you know what? Terence McKenna was like my hero. I listened to so much Terence McKenna, I could recite it by heart.
So I'm going to
Yeah,
play
he
just a
blew my
short part of
mind.
this. This is about his novelty theory when he's talking about time wave zero, 14 years from 2012. Listen to this, people.
That's what it is. And so I see really a concatenation of tendencies and forces here at the end. It's only going to get weirder. The level of contradiction is going to rise excruciatingly, even beyond the excruciating present levels of contradiction. So I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is. And at that point, novelty theory can come out of the woods, because eventually people are going to say, what the hell is going on? It's just too nuts. It's not enough to say it's nuts. You have to explain why it's so nuts. So between now and 2012, the next 14 years, I look for the invention of artificial life, the cloning of human beings, possible contact with extraterrestrials, possible human immortality, and at the same time, appalling acts of brutality, genocide, race baiting, homophobia, famine, starvation, because the systems which are in place to keep the world sane are utterly inadequate to the forces that have been unleashed.
Oh.
Yep. Bingo. Wow.
But I think he had to extend this out to like 2030. I think that there's maybe
That's
it
what I think.
It started really around 2012, I think. It started.
That was like the lifting the lid, just opening the door of Pandora's box.
Agreed.
But it really, looking at it astrologically, and when I was following him and looking at this winter solstice 2012, it's like it didn't look very powerful. It
Right.
didn't match like some of the things that he was saying. But I also knew that there was going to be a Saturn-Pluto conjunction in 2020. And so I thought, okay, whatever it is that he's, obviously channeling is it's not going to happen in 2012.
Well,
It's
but it
probably
it was the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction of 2020 on December 21st. That was the big one.
That was the 0 degrees Aquarius, right?
Yeah.
But what happened earlier that year was the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, which that was in January, and that launched the whole COVID and that whole thing.
Right.
So Saturn, Pluto, any combinations of Saturn and Pluto, I call boil lancing.
Now,
because that's what happens.
Right. And now, have you ever seen the episode that I did back in 2020 on Nostradamus's last prophecies?
Yes.
Now, I did not know about. Well, I knew about Terence McKenna, but I wasn't putting all of this into it. But the decoding that I did on that was the great unveiling. This was the wrapping up the chaotic period where all the cycles come together and they're reset into a new point of optimization and reorganization. The unveiling is occurring right now. And holy shit, were we right?
I know. Well, and that Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in Aquarius, of course, it was at 0 degrees Aquarius. So that makes 0 degrees Aquarius a hot
technology
point.
beginning.
Yeah, and that Pluto has entered now Aquarius, and it's for the duration of its transit, which will be till 2043. But that started last year. So Pluto first entered Aquarius on the 22nd of January 2024, and then it retrograded back into the last degrees of Capricorn, which is how these planets operate, is they 2 steps forward and 3 steps back kind of thing. But now it's fully in Aquarius, and what's going to be lining up when Uranus goes into Gemini and Saturn and Neptune form a conjunction in Aries, it will form a configuration involving Pluto in Aquarius. So if there is going to be the age of Aquarius, I think it's now. It's it didn't happen in 2012 or at whatever other time. That this is the time. And Uranus rules Aquarius. So Uranus is the light. Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius. The myth associated with Aquarius is the myth of Prometheus, who stole the sacred fire. Why? Because Zeus refused to give the humans fire. So they had no heat and no light. So Prometheus, out of compassion for the humans, asked Zeus, hey, can we give the humans some fire? They're having a hard time down there with no heat and no light. Zeus refuses. So Prometheus defied Zeus and stole the sacred fire and brought it to humanity. Well, the fire is the light.
Right.
Now, this Promethean spirit is something that is awakened in the human psyche when the life force itself is under threat, which it indeed is right now. I mean, look at the state of the world.
Right.
It's like at any moment, it could all just go poof.
Well, it literally, quite literally, India and Pakistan right now.
I know, yeah. I know. And they've got India and Pakistan and all the conflict places have Uranus operating very powerfully. So this is about consciousness breaking into a new level of consciousness. So this probably fits into your optimization theory. It's like we've come to this point where we must optimize,
right.
Because it's a fractal, and this fractal is unfolding and increasing in complexity as time is speeding up. If you want to follow Terence McKenna's model, that time is speeding up. That's Saturn. Saturn rules time and matter. So we've got this scenario lining up in July that has to do with some radically new technology that is literally going to blow everyone's mind. It's in Gemini. Gemini rules the mind. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, thinking, reasoning, communicating, and all of cognitive process. Uranus is like the lightning bolt that it is coming on in to just literally blow the doors off our comfortable ways of thinking and cognizing, right? So certainly the artificial intelligence component of this is huge. And you were talking about the using these large language models to analyze stuff. And do you know who Mike Adams is, the Health
Yeah.
Ranger?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that he's developing a large language model that he calls Enoch?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to be putting his out for the public, I guess, in the next month or so. It was supposed to come out in March, but anyway, so these models and the use of language. So we're about to just like make the jump to light speed in terms of the nature of things that are lining up and the dissolution of all the old forms that's a consequence of Saturn and Neptune finishing up in Pisces, the last sign of the zodiac, and then they're going to join up in Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, representing the sprouting seed.
Yep.
So we've got Uranus coming into Gemini, making a trine to Pluto in Aquarius. That Uranus rules Aquarius, and then Saturn and Neptune lining up to conceive or the new seed, the new form.
So this is crazy that you're saying this right now. So the last few days on this show, I played this clip.
And those days are over. Those days are over. And, I said before in our meeting with the new and very talented Prime Minister of Canada we have some very big announcement to make. It's not about trade. It's about something else, but it's going to be a truly earth-shattering and positive development for this country and for the people of this country. And that'll take place sometime within the next.
Now, he hasn't made this announcement yet.
Yeah.
Now, I put out a prediction of what I think the announcement is.
Uh-huh.
I believe the announcement is AGI, Artificial General Intelligence.
Yeah, I think so too.
And said, and in that case, you'd be 100% spot on of what you just said, because that spawns it. That's the birth of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, what do you think of Donald Trump's, lovey-dovey with Marx Carney, who I think is I think he's like Saruman. Carney is a Saruman character, so creepy, and I think he's been installed because clearly the whole thing was just a joke. To be, he's like in the service of the one ring to rule them all folks.
Right.
The World Economic Forum and the UN and all the sustainable development goals and all of that. So this is the spiritual battle that we're in. So you could say that Donald Trump is kind of like Theoden in Lord of the Rings. That he's figured out, he's got rid of worm tongue, okay? But here on, the other side of the border, or where I am is the other side of the US border, and it's what's left of Canada is nothing but a feeding ground. We are a feeding ground for every criminal and terrorist organization and cartel in the world. So it's a threat to the USA. And so then they put this Saruman character in the form of Marx Carnage, and he's there to be the equivalent of Saruman. So why does Donald Trump keep doing the lovey-dovey thing with him? Do you have any thoughts about that? Do you think
Yeah,
he's just playing him along and
so
gonna?
yeah, so what Donald Trump did with meeting with Mark Carney the other day
Yeah.
was nothing short of the art of the deal.
Yeah.
And if we watch what Donald Trump said, he watched his words amazingly. So
Yeah.
when asked about the 51st state, and Donald Trump stuck to his guns, he goes, "We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. It's still too
Yeah.
early to tell." And
Yeah.
Carney's like, "It's not going to happen." He's like, "No,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens." And they said, "Are you going to pull out of the trade deal?" He goes, "No, we're not going to pull out of USMCA." But like, I'm glad you got like it was how two leaders should. But I also think that Carney was kind of playing that lovey-dovey aspect of Trump kissing his ass.
Yeah.
Because Carney understands what happens next on the global stage. Complete chaos is what they want to usher in because they have to stop Trump. And so I think that it's I think it was all optics. I think it was all just play. But for the most part, I think Donald Trump really did put him in his place. I think that Donald Trump reaffirmed that I'm not backing down from this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I hope not, because I don't want to be in a place that is the feeding ground for, every predatory group on Earth. I mean, it's already like that. And it's got to stop. I mean, it's got to stop. And if, something doesn't stop Carney, then this will be a real threat to the USA.
Well, and I think that's up to the people of Canada, but it's also to see what happens in the context of the 51st state. And, this is the interesting thing that I get. And I've watched Donald Trump for years.
Mm.
And he always, so if we go back to the Q stuff, future predicts the past, or future proves the past. In the context of Donald Trump's words, if you listen to him, he lays them out in a future context. We will see about that. He was asked about Greenland, and they said, Mr. President, is military an option for Greenland? He didn't say no. He said all options are on the table. Now it was leaked that U.S. intelligence is spying on Greenland, right? And I'm like, are you guys surprised? He said all options are on the table, and he seriously means that. So I think with Canada, he said the same thing. All options are on the table. I think what Donald Trump understands is that there's coming a point in the world where there's going to be a big consolidation. Resources are first and paramount, and that who controls the resources controls the future of tomorrow. And what he will absolutely use the military to go in to secure resources if need be. And Greenland, they don't stand a chance. Canada, love you, but you don't stand a chance. It's not even a fight or a battle. It's literally, we're going to come in with the military unless you guys acquiesce or capitulate or just give us the northern region that is rich in oil and rare earth minerals. Like, that's how it's going to be. And I think that he understands that the world is moving to this point because it's either going to be us or China that is doing that.
That's right. Yeah. And also interesting, as a part of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, is that Saturn rules borders, fences, borders, and boundaries. And the borders and boundaries everywhere on Earth are dissolved. They're being dissolved. And what will come once Saturn and Neptune join up in Aries is a redefining of borders and boundaries everywhere on Earth. Because the borders and boundaries that have been put in place, like Trump even mentioned it in his talk with Carney about this ridiculous line drawn, this straight line drawn through dividing Canada and the USA. I mean, it's somebody decided that. It's like, okay, here it is, this is the line, and you're there and we're here. But it's not appropriate. I mean, it's false, and it doesn't work. It's stupid. I mean, if there's going to be borders and boundaries, they should be more aligned with the people who actually live on the land. And there's a lot more connection, certainly in Western Canada, and Alberta, is of course the big one, much more in common with the people south of the border than the people in Eastern Canada. So we're already like naturally just in terms of how we live and how people interact and the nature of the land itself is we're much more compatible with south than with east. So I think what will happen in the end, whenever that is, when all of this gets sorted out, it probably will be the western provinces. Alberta will go first, and probably Saskatchewan and maybe Manitoba, and BC is a big problem because it's so infested with communism and is owned by the communist Chinese. So it's really bad here in BC. However, if Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba kind of go rogue and start doing their own thing or, joining up, it's like we don't really have to be like invaded and taken over. It's, we make deals. That's what Donald Trump is good at. So that will at least put pressure on the political situation here in BC, and eventually they will have to capitulate because they'll be so isolated. And I hope that's what happens.
And I think of the technological conundrum that is occurring, the power, the energy and power crisis that's going to occur is going to force a lot of this to happen.
Yeah, we got such vast resources here in Western Canada, including BC. I mean, all the hydro and everything. I mean, it's just
hydro
ridiculous.
cannabis.
Yeah.
the hydro big bud, BC big bud.
Yeah, that's going on. But the the pressure, it's already showing up because actually in the federal selection, it turned out that BC is mostly conservative now at the federal level, and I mean that's a huge shift because it was prior to that NDP, which are basically communist. So this is going to be a real battleground. But the richness of resources here and how amazing it could be for Western Canada to be independent to the point that we could make deals with, the rest of the civilized world and get out from under this one ring to rule them all control system that is, in the guise of protecting the environment. Yeah, I mean, who buys that anymore? Well, sadly, there's a lot of Canadians who.
Well, it's funny too because you had this divergence that happened. You either have these people that are extreme radicals that believe it all, or you have these people that really just don't give a shit.
Yeah,
it's just not happening. Very interesting. So, for everybody out there, redpills.tv/Laura Lee, LORALEE. And you have a new blog? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I do. I've got a blog now. So I've got 2 entries up there. I'm going to be doing it every month. So I'll be doing a new blog every month, and it will be probably put out when the sun goes into the new sign, which is at around anywhere from the 20th to the 22nd or so of the month. So I'll be doing a monthly just kind of overview of the nature of the shift from one sign to the next, and then looking at the details of the other larger planetary cycles. So the ones I've got up there right now, the first one was on the equinox, so I'm talking a lot about the energy of Aries and the sprouting seed and all of that. And then the most recent one is about the situation that we're in now, and the one piece is on the real problem with Canada, where I get into all the details of what's going on with that, and then also an assessment of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Pisces and finishing that up. So what will be coming next is going to be a more detailed examination of the upcoming things in July, the Uranus in Gemini and the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries, and a lot more stuff about the light, because this is Uranus. Uranus is the light. So we really are in a place, I think, in human history of needing to understand the nature of light. And that's going to be our path to freedom, whether it's at the personal level or at the collective level. We have to understand that it's all about the light. We're made of light. And, that goes into the energy and the free energy technology and all of this stuff that's been held back from us by the foe. I mean, since Tesla. So all of these things now are poised to open up, and I think open up in a pretty dramatic way, starting in July. So we'll see what rolls out, but we certainly do live in interesting times.
We absolutely do. In July, I mean, that is just, the timing is so sequential of what's happening right now. So I'm excited, curious, and awaiting it. So everybody out there, redpills.tv/Laura Lee, and that's LORALEE, redpills.tv/LORALEE. Go visit her, give her a follow over there, read that blog, and stay up to date with everything she's doing. Laura Lee, I appreciate you coming on with me tonight. Awesome.
Hey, it's always a pleasure talking with you, Josh.
You as well. And we're gonna have you. I guess we'll try to have you back on once a month. We can do that when you post a new
that'd
blog.
be fantastic.
We can talk about
it. We can. Go get into a little more detail as things unfold, because it's going to be action packed. It already is.
Yeah.
But if you think it's been, one surprise after another, get ready, because I think it's going to be like radical. Well, blow the doors off, right?
Oh, I think it's going to get weirder and weirder.
Terrence McKenna nailed it.
Yep. Until it's so weird, we all have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. That's what's happening. All right, guys. Appreciate you, Laura Lee. Thank you so much. Everybody out there, much love, respect. God bless. Take care. Have a great night. Visit redpills.tv/Laura Lee. We'll see you guys next time.
Right. Thanks, everybody.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. The air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation. I want you to get mad.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
These people are still a part of that system, and that makes them our enemy.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!"
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I am Josh, that is Jason, that is our guest tonight, Mark Shaw. This is Conversations on the Fringe, live with you every Friday night, 7:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is where we talk about those things that usually just don't get talked about on the standard news and media. And tonight, in the preemptive summary of what's happening here, we got what I believe it's Sunday, Mark, correct? Is the 58th anniversary of JFK assassination. Is that correct?
Actually, Monday.
Monday. So Monday. So the 58th anniversary of the JFK assassination, we brought Mark Shaw on. If you guys don't remember Mark Shaw, he's the author of more than 20 books, former legal analyst for the USA Today, CNN, USA Today, a California attorney and investigative reporter who has dedicated the past 10 years of his life probing the truth about the JFK assassination and the Lee Harvey Oswald assassination. His latest book, Collateral Damage, The Mysterious Death of Marilyn Monroe and Dorothy Kilgallen, and all the ties that bind them together to Robert Kennedy and the JFK assassination. We welcome back Mark Shaw. Mark, how have you been?
I'm good. I'm sorry about the longest subtitle in literary history. I get carried away a little bit with that. So, but yes, I'm good. And it's been exciting now since the book was released in June. I've got some new information to be able to give you tonight that kind of confirms what's in the book. So that's exciting.
Well, that's awesome. I would love to start with that. Well, actually, one tidbit about the book is this Mark Wahlberg stuff. Tell us a little bit about that. That's pretty exciting.
Well, it is. Collateral Damage was published in June, and at some particular point, there was a connection there. Mark Wahlberg is a partner with two others, Archie Gips and a guy named Levinson, in Unrealistic Ideas, which is the production company they have. They produce a lot of documentaries and different kinds of things. And a connection was made with them, and about a month ago now, we concluded negotiations, and they have the media rights to Collateral Damage, and their intent is to produce a documentary film, feature film based on Collateral Damage. I picked them because of their integrity, but also because they assured me that they will follow my book. It's about this thick. I don't know if we looked at it the last time. It's the thickest book I've ever read. Whether it's that good or not, I don't know, but it's thick.
Yeah.
So readers get their money's worth when they read it. But I wanted somebody who would stay true to the story because this is my contribution to history, and I think connecting the deaths of Marilyn Monroe, JFK, and Dorothy Kilgallen for the very first time. It's a breakthrough book, and we'll talk about that. But that's why I wanted them to assure me that they'll stay true to what's in the book.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on that. That is absolutely awesome. And I'm definitely a book guy. I got the books upstairs, and I can't wait for the documentary to come out because I always look at the book and the movie, right? And you always compare them at the end. And it's very hard, very, very hard to match them. So I very rarely ever like the movie more than I like the book. I always like the book way better because it's always more detailed. But we'll see. I mean, Mark Wahlberg's team on this one, this is going to be interesting. So congratulations on that. So tell us about some of these latest developments. I know that we had Joe Biden stop the release of a lot of these JFK documents.
Well, let's start with that then, because that's really disappointing. Josh, it's interesting. You go back a few presidents, including the most recent former president. Then you go to Obama and Clinton and Bush and all of them. They have been required by law to expose the rest of the JFK documents that have been compiled for years. And their excuse has always been, it's a matter of national security that we don't want to release these documents. Well, that was hard to swallow all these years, but I don't know who advised President Biden, but here's what he said in the release where he told us that he's not going to release them this year, maybe next. I just get this. They're denying the release so as to protect against identifiable harm to the military defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, and the conduct of foreign relations. What in the world in those documents can be identifiable harm to the military defense, identifiable harm to intelligence operations, identifiable harm to law enforcement, and identifiable harm to the conduct of foreign relations? That's a joke, frankly. That's just an excuse, and a lame excuse. And so I'm very disturbed with that. Even the Kennedy family, which I'm not I'm in favor of a great deal, as you know, they've all come out and said, hey, let's get the documents. What I'm worried about here is everybody's going to get so excited about these documents coming out. My bet is that they will parallel the bogus Warren Commission, look at Lee Harvey Oswald as the alone assassin and all of that, but we may never know. I don't know whether in 2022 Biden will come up with another excuse of some sort, but there's something in there that they're hiding, and it's disturbing. We all need to know exactly what that's about.
Yep. And I love history and I love looking into this. There's a great documentary out there known as A Rich Man's Trick, and they go through this. And it's interesting that you mentioned military, law enforcement, foreign relationships, and the intelligence community, because aren't those all four of the groups that came together really to make this happen?
Well, it's difficult to tell, if who was really involved in that group. As you know, I'm a Dorothy Kilgallen believer, the revered journalist who covered the Jack Ruby trial and then gave up her life because she was too close to the truth and all of that. She really, focused on Carlos Marcello, who was the New Orleans Don and who I've proven in my books, the bestseller, The Reporter Who Knew Too Much, and others, that he had the greatest motive to have eliminated JFK, so Bobby Kennedy would be powerless, because, as you know, when the Kennedys got into the White House, they did so by calling in certain underworld friends of Joe's through Joe Kennedy's through Frank Sinatra, and I think you're aware of one of them, but it was Frank Costello in New York and Trafficante in Florida, and Marcello in New Orleans and Giancana in Chicago. And so she focused really on Jack Ruby and exactly how he got involved in this. I had practiced law, I think you remember, with Melvin Belli, who was Jack Ruby's lawyer, and I practiced law with him in the 1980s, so I knew him, and I was really quizzical of his investigation of Ruby's case, and then him representing Ruby, not letting him testify, using an insanity defense, all these other kind of things. And I've proven in Collateral Damage that he actually knew about the JFK assassination before it happened. So that was the thread that I used with Dorothy. Now, all these other theories and everything have merit to them, but Dorothy, I believe, I wasn't there in 1963 at the Ruby trial or anything. Dorothy was. So all the other experts out there and the authors and everything, like me, we weren't there. But if you look at Dorothy Kilgallen's column she wrote from the Ruby trial and all of that, I think it's the most credible evidence we have, along with the Jack Ruby trial transcripts, which I exposed in the book previous to Collateral Damage called Denial of Justice.
Right. Sam Giancana, this is an interesting figure here, because the Jacob Rubenstein, which is Jack Ruby, leads directly to Sam Giancana, which obviously Chicago and had dealings in Texas. This relates to tons of people, including Carlos Marcello. And so they had this syndicate. Now, it was interesting because it was right after World War II that most of the Sicilian crime families were decimated. They were gone. I mean, Mussolini had put all of them in jail here in the United States. I mean, Luciano was in prison. They were all basically done. And the federal government went to them to actually help out with everything that was happening with the German war effort. And so this is how they rose back up again in power. You had Jack Kennedy obviously rise up in the power during the 20s and the 30s during these times. He got in a lot of trouble. He went to Sam Giancana for help. And this is how JFK and Robert both get elected eventually. And the mob are looking at this like, oh my God, we got someone in the White House. We're going to be primed. This is going to be awesome. And John and Robert had something else in mind, didn't they?
Yeah, they double-crossed him.
Yeah.
Joe Kennedy made this deal with the devil. You help us win West Virginia and Illinois and use Mayor Daley, who's the most corrupt mayor who may have ever lived, to win those states. And when we get in the White House, we'll leave you guys alone. Well, immediately, I had an eyewitness who was there when Joe Kennedy ordered JFK to appoint Bobby Kennedy Attorney General. And predictably, Bobby Kennedy, who hated those guys, went after them, deported. They charged Giancana with tax evasion and all other kinds of things, all of those guys. But with Marcello, he deported Marcello illegally to Guatemala, And then when he got back in the country, he was going to deport him again, charged with racketeering. And so as you get to the end of 1963, Marcello's saying, I've had it. I want to kill that SOB Bobby Kennedy. But if I do that, then Jack Kennedy will come after me with everything the government has. So I'll orchestrate the death of JFK. Bobby will be powerless. And that's exactly what happened. They never went after those guys again. So there's a thread there that goes along, and then it will touch, as we will talk about tonight, into even the death of Marilyn Monroe in 1963 or 1962.
I love this. This is like, it's like uncovering history that people not forget about, but it's just not there on the surface level and people can't see it. And so when we have these discussions, I think it's incredibly important, especially on an investigative side as well as a historical side, because it's showing people a whole different view of what happened or what potentially happened that they might not know.
And, you're right, because I'll pat myself on the back because I look at the JFK assassination differently than anybody else has. I've got 5 books here that I've written about the JFK assassination, almost 15 years of research. If you look at the JFK assassination as to why Bobby wasn't killed instead of why JFK was, it changes everything. Because, for instance, the Ruby trial prosecutor, Bill Alexander, when I interviewed him, he said, well, Mark, I thought it was going to be Bobby killed. He had a lot more enemies than JFK did, especially in the underworld and all of that. So if you look at it that way, it really does change everything. And I would like to talk a little bit tonight about the fact that even though I believe, and most all of the critics and everybody else that believes that what I have come up with in my books are the most plausible scenarios under how this happened, there are still people out there who refuse to believe that. And I especially have seen that, Josh, with regard to the release of Collateral Damage, because I nail Bobby Kennedy, no question about it, for orchestrating Marilyn Monroe's death.
Right.
But I tell you what, if I produce 50 witnesses, there still would be those people out there who remember Camelot, and they love Bobby. The Los Angeles District Attorney, who I've asked to reinvestigate Marilyn's deaths, said during some discussions about the Sirhan parole, I idolized Bobby Kennedy. I thought he would make a great president. Well, obviously, he's not going to look into any of the allegations in my book, even though I sent it to him in this evidence report and everything. But it's interesting to me, and other things in life, I'd be interested to see what you two think of why people really don't want to know the truth. Now, of course, we can go to the most famous movie, A Few Good Men, with Jack Nicholson, remember?
Yeah.
When he says, you don't want to know the truth, or whatever it is, something
you
like that.
can't handle the truth.
And I just feel like that maybe at times people just don't want to know the truth, and it doesn't matter what you're going to tell them. Why do you think that is?
Jay, go first, because I could do a whole 8-hour segment on that.
This is a good one. This is a really good question. So I think it just comes down to is that it ruins the perception of their reality.
That's it.
Right?
Ruins their paradigm.
Yeah, ruins their paradigm.
Perfect.
And, paradigm shifts are incredibly difficult to have happen, right?
Yeah, you have to have new information that comes in. And if that information that comes in is speculative to them, it's not immediate to them, it's very hard for that paradigm to shift. And for most people, especially the people who are familiar with the JFK assassination, they're much older in their ways and their beliefs, of which they were indoctrinated by the mainstream media for a very, very long time. Hey, this is a Bruder film. This is the way it was. This is the way it happened. This is what your government told you. And this is how it happened. And for someone to come in and say, no, but look at this and this and this. And it's just like, no, it's, I don't want to remember Jack and Jack that way. Or I don't want to remember John that way or Bobby that way. I want to remember them this way. And it's that transition of belief.
I feel a little bit like Dorothy Kilgallen must have in 1963 when she was at the trial. She's the only reporter to interview Jack Ruby. She writes all these columns. The Oswald file must not close. She connects Ruby and Oswald and Marcello and all these people, and she goes to New Orleans and she investigates Marcello, but nobody would listen to her because you got J. Edgar Hoover out there yelling Oswald alone, and because you know why that is, because if it's a nut like Oswald, then the FBI can't be responsible. But if it's a plot to kill the president, then obviously they could. So he's shouting now all out. Here's Dorothy, this revered Pulitzer Prize nominated journalist who, you know, is syndicated to 200 newspapers across the country, the famous star on What's My Line, and all of this integrity to her and all of that. New York Post called her the most powerful female voice in America. And she's shouting, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. We need to look into this. But nobody asked the right questions and nobody would listen to her. And sometimes I feel like that, unfortunately.
And that's the sad state of how information is manipulated, controlled, and disseminated these days, even with the advent of the internet, a powerful tool like that, is that you can be shut down immediately simply because someone with authority or power disagrees with what you're saying.
That's right. That's right. And that's sad in a lot of ways. I mean, they silenced Dorothy, and we'll explain how they silenced Marilyn Monroe. You know, if you get too close to the truth, you got to watch yourself. People ask me all the time, you know, if I'm worried about my safety with writing these books and everything. And I've gotten some pretty strange emails, and my email's been hacked, and my Facebook page and all that. But, you know, for the most part, that's not what we worry about. That's not what you and Jay worry about when you come on the air and you say some things that are going to irritate people, because that's what we do. You know, I've got a little saying up on my wall. I don't know if I gave it to you the last time, but it says, "The dead cannot cry out for justice. It is the duty of the living to do so for them."
I love that.
And I kind of follow that, you know, but we can't worry about what other people think. Hopefully we make them stop and think. That's what we want to do. But we're going to irritate some people.
100%. I mean, we got a guest that comes on our show regularly that's got a hit on his head by the Mexican cartels.
Really?
And, oh yeah, I mean, he's right on the border in Del Rio. He owns land down there, and he's taken his security detail going over the border and taking pictures and sharing this with law enforcement and uncovering what's actually happening on the border. And he's been on my show a few times. He goes, "Hey, don't be surprised if you get some phone calls from people threatening your life because you had me on your show." But we understand that certain information has to be told, and someone needs to tell that story. And if people were completely afraid to tell that story and always, you know, bowed down to the threats, then the truth would never be known. And see, I think it's our job as people who go out there that investigate these things to bring the truth to the surface and to get it out to the people, to allow them to make their own judgment, their own discernment upon what the truth potentially could be with about the best information that they have available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I like Jay's answer to my question because, you know, they didn't ask enough questions back. People say, how's this relevant? You know, what relevance is there with what you do?
Yeah.
Well, it's about history, first of all, and I try to find distortions of history, identify them, and do something about that. But, you know, people didn't ask a lot of questions back then. When Marilyn died, for instance, as we'll talk about, Dorothy Kilgallen wrote about what great spirit she was in a couple days before she died, and all these kind of things we'll mention. Well, nobody then questioned the fact that she supposedly committed probable suicide, they call it. Dorothy Kilgallen didn't have a drug problem or anything, but when they found her and found an empty bottle of Seconal, they said, well, she overdosed on drugs. And I've proven that wasn't true, and it wasn't true about Marilyn. With JFK, it's amazing because, you know, it's only come to mind recently, if you really want to cover up a murder, just falsify the autopsies.
Yeah.
Because in these three cases, that's exactly what happened. Cyril Wecht, who would be a really good guest for you, by the way, the forensic scientist who's so famous, incredible. I will connect you with him. You know, he looked at the autopsy of JFK and basically called it a joke.
Yeah.
First of all, they should have had the autopsy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, but they shipped the body as quickly as they could back to a military base there in Washington, D.C. And these, you know, amateur, you know, forensics people examined his body, and Cyril Wecht can talk about that. He also looked at Marilyn's autopsy. You know, Dr. Thomas Noguchi, you know that name. Yep. He actually was the junior medical examiner who examined Marilyn's body. And you know what? He just happened to forget and finally admit that he forgot to look at some of her inner organs. And by the time he figured that out, they'd been destroyed. There's another false autopsy. And in Dorothy's case, I confronted Dr. Michael Baden, who's another famous forensic guy, on a radio show in New York about 6 months ago. I had to tell him that his name was on Dorothy Kilgallen's autopsy, what? I said, yeah. And you said that she died of an overdose of drugs. And he said, oh, no, we didn't really know what happened, Mark. That's why we put circumstances undetermined. But that's not what they told the media, you see. So if you really want to falsify a murder, just start with that autopsy.
100%.
Just to pay off the mortician, or right? Is it for
the undertaker or the coroner? The coroner.
Pay off the undertaker. Huh?
The coroner, yeah.
And that just doesn't happen in these kinds of cases. I get, letters and emails from people about a sister, a brother, a son, whatever it might be. And they're very upset about the fact that, their loved one was killed and the DA won't investigate, or they investigate and they come back against all the evidence that they have that it was an accident of some sort. So it's just not famous people. This happens all the time, unfortunately. And that's very sad that it does.
This is interesting. So, and it's going to kind of, once I tell the story, you'll understand this statement, but the lies become the truth and truth becomes lies, right? Mm-hmm. So there was this couple, they just gotten a new home, they moved to it, they were doing home renovations, things like that. His wife gets deathly ill. She goes to the hospital, she gets better, she comes back home, they start to just relive their lives. She gets sick again, goes back to the hospital. Third time it happens again, third time, same scenario. This time they draw her blood, they start looking for poisons and things in her blood, and they find arsenic. So the cops go to the house, they arrest the husband, obviously he's poisoning her. They find some rat poison that's arsenic based. They said, oh, you're putting this in her drink, right? He goes through the ringer, and he gets this defense attorney who figures it out. When they were going through their home renovations, they were using the old pressure-treated lumber, which was made with arsenic. And that's what was getting her sick. And he got him acquitted from it. But why do we have to get to this point where, somebody just has an idea, an investigator, whatever it is, and all of a sudden that's what happened. That's the truth. Meanwhile, they went through his financials, they put him through the ringer, and they're like, oh, he's going to go bankrupt. He needed her to die. And we see this over and over and over again where society is so quick to judge on really the outcome. And once they hear that, they're hooked. And I think that's why we have this hard paradigm shift. The lies become the truth and the truth become lies.
And on top of that, I will tell you, based on my years as a former criminal defense lawyer and all of that, the police want to close cases. They want to make the headline, we figured this out, and all of that. And so you have that unfortunate mindset as they go into an awful lot of these cases. Does anybody really believe that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in that cell of his? Come on. All of those famous people he could have squealed on and everything, and he ends up supposedly committing suicide. But you see, that closed the case. I've run into that with the New York District Attorney, who investigated Dorothy Kilgallen's case for a while, and then basically they admitted they wanted to close it, even though they knew she was murdered and she didn't die accidentally. And now I can't get Gaston, the LA District Attorney, to look into Marilyn's death again because that case is closed, Mark, and we've got more important things to do. So I'll bet in that case that you just talked about, that's really an injustice that took place. And that can destroy somebody's life, all the funds that they have, everything, but especially their reputation, because the three of us know if a headline is in a newspaper on the front page that somebody, has been arrested or whatever it may be that way, when they find out that the evidence is not strong enough and that person really did not commit the crime, they put it on page 10. Yep. And nobody ever knows about that, and that person's life is destroyed.
Yep.
Indeed.
Right. Yeah.
So watch yourselves, you two. Be very careful.
Absolutely. J.D. Tippett was the police officer who died on the same day. He was also, they called him John, or JFK Jr., right? They called him JFK because he looked a lot like John F. Kennedy. He idolized him. He died on the same day, and it was rumored, and I don't know if there's any truth to that the body was switched. Because if you remember, when Jackie got off the plane in D.C., she says, that's not him. That's not John. And she was looking at who many believed to be J.D. Tippett, because they switched the bodies out because they had to do reconstructive surgery to show that the bullet wound actually came from the back, not the front, which I think we can all know that the bullet wound is back into the left. Back into left doesn't happen from a bullet that came from back here, right?
Well, the two real confusing characters there, in one in Daly Plaza and one in on the streets there, Oswald, supposedly in the book depository. Dorothy Kilgallen figured out in her mind that he was a confusing character. There was a dead end there. She couldn't figure out who the hell he was, whether he was really in Russia or he was in Mexico, or there were three of them or whatever that way. With Tippett, nobody can quite figure out if you look at common sense with a lot of these things, and you look at motive and all these other kind of things, things spill out pretty easily. Well, can you imagine, Oswald supposedly leaves the book depository, and then why in the world, as Dorothy Kilgallen put in one of her columns, would he just somehow or another get himself involved with shooting a police officer? It makes no real sense if you think about it, but people bought that. Tippett also had been at Jack Ruby's Carousel Club. All the police in Dallas had been there. Dorothy wrote a column. Since she was in New York City, of course, she knew all the celebrities there and the different acts, the jugglers and everything else. And she wrote a column that said that she talked to a lot of them, and they said, oh, yeah, we were at Jack Ruby's Carousel Club with all the police who were there being comped for the drinks and all that kind of stuff. And that connects with the Ruby trial transcripts, because in there, it talks about Jack Ruby being there when Oswald was going to be transferred, that he got into the basement with the police help. He acted like a reporter to get in there and all of that kind of thing. And so, this whole crap about him just showing up there at the basement made no sense. And it shows really that there was a plot going on to kill JFK and all of that. But again, I go back to the fact that, Tippett is a character that nobody can quite figure out. It's just like, yesterday I was talking on a program and they were talking about, well, where'd the shots come from, Mark? And didn't they come from the grassy knoll or the book depository or from a old sedan or something and all that? And I said, well, I can't get into that, except that I know the account that Chief of Police of Dallas, Jesse Curry, gave in his autobiography that he wrote after the JFK assassination. And the first thing he said that I did when I heard the shots was I sent my officers to the overpass. Well, to me, that's the primary source, accountable. This makes an awful lot of sense. If that's what he heard and that's what he did, then possibly, at least, more probably than anything else, that's where the shots came up from. But Tippett is a very confusing character. I don't know how many other people have really looked into his background or whatever, whether he had financial problems, whatever. But he was somehow or another in the wrong place at the right time, because along comes Oswald, and unfortunately, of course, he dies. Tippett dies.
Oh, that's crazy. So what's this new information that you have on Carlos Marcello that you discovered in the overlooked 50-page FBI file pertaining to his multi-million-dollar empire?
Well, I can tell you that two tips that I got that led to evidence, and I'd have to think about them for a minute, that are in collateral, that are in my file now to use for the paperback edition of Collateral Damage, came from viewers of your show last time.
Oh, wow.
And that happens to me a great deal, where people will hear me on these programs or presentations or whatever. There's a couple of my presentations up on YouTube. There's almost 700,000 views of those now. So people watch them or watch your show or whatever, and they get in touch with me. And we'll talk about in a little while the most plausible means by how Marilyn Monroe died, because I got my tips about that to confirm what I have in the book. But as far as Marcello goes, now think about this. In 1963, he was a multimillionaire. His empire in Dallas, in New Orleans, stretched to Dallas. He had his underlings there, Joe Savello and so on and so forth.
Yep.
Ruby actually had his dinner the night before he shot Oswald at one of those restaurants. But Marcello was very wealthy. He was a landowner. He was a very smart businessman. And in my book, I use an estimate by a couple other researchers that showed he was probably worth about $30 million in 1963. Well, you can imagine how much that would be in current dollars.
Yeah.
So he cannot let Bobby Kennedy throw him in prison. He cannot let Bobby Kennedy deport him, or that empire is going down. And then when JFK is dead, and even when Bobby Kennedy is not Attorney General anymore, here comes along Dorothy Kilgallen, who's writing this book for Random House, who's interviewed everybody in New Orleans and all of that. And he can't possibly let her write that book for Random House, because it would have exposed him as orchestrating JFK's death, and it would have shown the cover up by J. Edgar Hoover. So there's motive right there for him not only killing JFK, but also then going ahead and eliminating Dorothy Kilgallen. So this new file, it came to me from a woman in Texas, and I'll have more information about her in a little while, because she can actually be a witness to, in the summer of 1963, seeing Carlos Marcello and Jack Ruby together in Dallas at the Adolphus Hotel near Daley Plaza. But what she gave me is this FBI file, and it has all these informants in it the FBI had, and it shows that as about 67 and 68, Marcello had at least doubled or tripled his empire. And he was a very smart businessman. For instance, you've probably heard of Churchill Farms, which was the estate that he had near New Orleans, where supposedly they used some of the ponds to get rid of dead bodies, and he met with people and all of that. It was a huge estate. Well, this FBI file, for instance, shows that he was buying land around Churchill Farms because he found out that the government was going to build an interstate highway through there. There's meetings that he had with F. Lee Bailey, with Melvin Belli, that he had connections with Jim Garrison in New Orleans. I mean, all this is in that FBI file. But what I found most interesting is that, again, his empire has increased, and you're probably way ahead of me with this, both of you, but what happened in 1968? Bobby Kennedy was killed.
Right.
Because, in my opinion, and I believe that Marcello had the strongest motive to do so, although I haven't been able to prove it yet, but I'm working on it. Because what happens if Bobby Kennedy becomes president of the United States? He knew, as he told many of his subordinates and everything, Marcello is the one who killed my brother. So what's Marcello saying to himself? If Bobby becomes president, he's going to come after me. Yep. So his empire, which had grown in size and everything, is at stake now. And that really was interesting to me, because I'd never really thought about that until this woman sent me this FBI file.
Huh. That's crazy.
Isn't it, though?
It really is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's some of the new information. A lot of what I found is really just confirmation that it's in collateral damage, but that was one of the things. Yeah.
So switch gears a little bit. Tell me about this evidence proving that Marilyn Monroe's home was bugged during the months leading up to her death.
I'm sure that you guys have some of your tips come from the damnedest places, things you never thought would happen. So in collateral damage, I have what I call the Rothberg report. And when I was looking at Bobby Kennedy as a main suspect in Marilyn's death, I had a couple vehicles to do that. One was a letter from the president's, Bobby and Jack's sister, Jean Kennedy Smith. And it said to Marilyn, "I hear you and Bobby are the new item, ! When Bobby comes back east, please come back with him," which showed the relationship there.
Right.
And that had all come about a little bit by accident, because I wasn't going to investigate the death of Marilyn Monroe. I'd had enough, I thought, of the books with The Reporter Who Knew Too Much, Denial of Justice, and all of that. But people, like that watch your show and everything, came to me and said, "Hey, is there a connection between the deaths, life and times and deaths of Marilyn Monroe and Dorothy Kilgallen?" Well, I found a photograph that's in collateral damage of the two of them together on a 1960 film over at 20th Century Fox. And I had always been suspect of Marilyn committing suicide. But when I found an article written by Dorothy, it was all about Marilyn being on the upswing. She's going to Hollywood parties. She's got offers for Broadway shows and Las Vegas shows and all of that. And she's involved with a bigger name romantically than Joe DiMaggio, who was her second husband, the New York Yankees Hall of Fame baseball star. And so when I finally looked at the autopsy of Marilyn's and all of that, read Dorothy's columns and everything, I thought, wait a minute, who's this big name, and I landed on JFK. Because, as you know, they had a love affair after she sang happy birthday to him at his 35th birthday in New York City at Madison Square Garden. But I found out that was short-lived. So who's the next big name? Bobby Kennedy. Yep. So I started looking into him, and I found this Rothberg report. And on the second page, it said, it was issued just before Marilyn died. Bobby Kennedy has had a torrid love affair with Marilyn Monroe during the summer of 1962, to the extent that he has told her he is going to divorce Ethel and marry Marilyn. Well, how did they find out that? If you go to the first page of that document, and it'll get into UFOs in a minute as well, in the first paragraph of that document, it talks about 2 wiretaps. One is Dorothy Kilgallen and a friend of hers named Rothberg, who was an antiques dealer in New York City. And that particular wiretapped conversation talks about that Rothberg and Dorothy talked about Dorothy and Marilyn and JFK's obsession with UFOs. Huh. And I knew that Dorothy had the obsession because she went to actually what they called a UFO convention in London in 1954. And I found a photograph of her, and I found an article she wrote about it and all that. So I knew that about her. With Marilyn, I had understood that she was interested in all of that, but not, enough evidence to really do too much with it. But this particular document then connected the 3 of them with UFOs because it said that JFK was absolutely obsessed with UFOs. And I found a document then that confirmed that, where he was ordering the CIA to find all the evidence it could about Roswell and all of that. And if other people found out that I was interested in this, they might think I'm a little dilly. Which would have probably caused him problems with the re-election. So that was in the first part. And then the second part of that, I knew because it said that there was a wiretap of Marilyn and Robert Kennedy's phone calls. And the information it had in there leads directly to the motive as to why Marilyn was killed, and then I'll get to your question. Because what it said in there, Marilyn was upset at an event that she went to at a hotel on the border of Nevada and California, the Cal Neva Hotel, the weekend before she died. Sinatra was there, Peter Lawford was there, all kinds of celebrities were there and everything, including Sam Giancana. Huh. And she got the feeling they were going to pass her around. As she said, they were treating me like a piece of meat. And finally, she yelled and screamed up there, and she said, I'm going to the media with all this. I'm going to tell about the Kennedy love affair. And also, as it says in this CIA document, I'm going to expose the fact that John Kennedy is planning the assassination of Fidel Castro. Well, as you can imagine, it would have been bad enough for Marilyn to go to the media about the love affairs. But if she goes to the media about the matters of national security, the Kennedys are cooked.
Yep.
So they couldn't let her do that, and that is going to lead, as we'll talk about, to the means by which Bobby orchestrated her death, because I proved he was in LA and all of that. But to answer your question, it's interesting because a listener, I believe it was one of the people who watched the interview I had at the Commonwealth Club of San Francisco. And this morning it crossed the fact that there's been 500,000 people who've looked at this video. That's well, awesome. One of them wrote me and said, you need to find the article about Veronica Hamill, who, as you remember, was a star on Hill Street Blues. She and her husband bought Marilyn's home in 1972. And according to Veronica Hamill, they hired a contractor to replace the roof and remodel the house. And the contractor discovered a sophisticated eavesdropping and telephone tapping system that covered every room in the house.
Wow.
Now that's an objective account, no reason to lie about it,
yeah,
of someone who confirms the fact of the wiretapping that took place that's in the CIA document. So I love that kind of confirmation because it really provides legitimacy for what I'm trying to explain in terms of my theories that are in collateral damage. Isn't that amazing?
That is pretty amazing. It's crazy how it all kind of like fits together like a little puzzle, you know? And in that even this many years, you know, almost 60 years later, you can start piecing it together and actually make sense of all that evidence.
Well, I hope so. We basically resolved three true crime murder mysteries and collateral damage. There weren't mysteries at all. And I'll go ahead and give you, and I think I did the last time, but this conclusion that I came up with that really hasn't gotten any attack to it. Nobody's come back and said, Mark, you're crazy yet. Because if you think about it, if Robert Kennedy would have been prosecuted for Marilyn Monroe's death in 1962, based on all the evidence that I can share with you, then he would have had to have resigned as Attorney General. That means Marcello, Giancana, all those people, they wouldn't have had to have assassinated, Marcello especially, JFK, to render Bobby powerless, because he would have been powerless. And then you stretch that further, Dorothy Kilgallen would have not been killed in 1965 when she got too close to the truth about the JFK assassination and going to write it in the book, because there would have been no JFK assassination. So the collateral damage of Bobby and Joe Kennedy's abuses of power in 61 and 62 led to the three deaths of these three people within 40 months of each other. Marilyn at 36, JFK at 46, Dorothy at 52. And I get really emotional about this, Josh, I will tell you. Those two women should not have died. There's no reason why they should have, except for the abuse of power by the Kennedys.
Yeah, and I mean, there's massive other abuses of power as well. I mean, you got all the other players in here as well. That really this whole situation was developed because of the abuse of power by lots of people. Is you have crime syndicates that are operating here in the United States during this time that evolved out of World War II. They evolved out of Prohibition. They evolved out of the Great Depression. Our country allowed them to rise up. You had the big multinational corporations, the oil tycoons and so forth, and they're all criminal. They were all criminal, and they all had a piece of the pie, and the Kennedys basically tried to screw them all when they came in to try to do something right for their family. And you're right, that caused the death of Marilyn and Dorothy there. And
would you repeat that story you told me, or that account that you told me, because I had never heard it before, coming out of World War II, and Italy and Mussolini with regard to the crime syndicates. I found that very interesting, and I don't think many people know about that. Would you repeat that for me?
Yeah, so World War II is not what people really think it is. And this is kind of a really hard red pill to swallow for a lot of people. If I asked anybody a few questions, in the sense is, what kind of trucks did the Germans use to invade France with? Fords.
Henry Ford.
Yep, Fords. Adolf Hitler actually had a painting picture of Henry Ford in his office. Okay, the actual Auschwitz, the name was changed to a German name to make it sound more German. Now, these were slave labor camps originally that were actually controlled by the Brown Harriman Company, right? And so you have all this time, so Brown Harriman.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
So you never heard of Averell Harriman?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you need to look up Averell Harriman and do as much research as possible on him, because that's directly connected to the JFK assassination.
Fascinating.
Yep. And so Averell Harriman, he basically comes up along the same time as Prescott Bush. And this is the bank that they had was, I want to say Union Bank. It was Union Bank. And this was the primary bank that funded a lot of the Nazis in Germany. I mean, you had the Vatican supporting Germany. You had.
Yes, I'm reading a book about that right now.
Yeah.
Mussolini and the Pope.
That's
disturbing.
Right. It is very disturbing.
Disturbing.
So basically what you have is this rise of communism, which all these multinationalists, they wanted to protect their money, their power, and their interests, and they just saw the Bolshevik Revolution occur. So they basically turned Germany into this powerhouse to go against the rest of Europe, to rise up against this communism, utilizing the other front of socialism. They fund the whole war, the bankers on both sides, the Warburgs, Morgan, so forth, Averell Harriman, their whole families. They fund both sides of the war, right? And so it's no surprise that World War II was basically this multinational corporation putting countries at war together to make a profit, to make a buck, right? War is a racket. This gets into Smedley Butler. I don't know if you know who Smedley Butler is.
I do not.
3-star Marine Corps general. He has 2 medals of honor. Would have had 3, but at the time that he got his first one, the Marine Corps was not offering the Medal of Honor at that point in time. So he's a two-time Medal of Honor recipient, 3-star general. Okay? Right. He was approached by a group of multinational bankers. He later identified as Prescott Bush. This is the granddaddy, or the father of George Herbert Walker Bush, right? Herbert Walker, who is a partner of the Union Bank, as well as the Brown Harriman brothers, okay? So he was approached by these guys to basically take a 500,000 veteran army, go in and take the presidency from FDR and produce a dictatorship, fascist dictatorship, done by the oligarchs here in the United States. He testified in front of Congress. So basically what Smedley Butler did, and this was about, I think, 38, around that time, is he got with these guys, met with them at the docks, enough to learn who was involved, and then he went directly to FDR, because he had FDR's ear. And he told FDR. He testified in Congress about it, and you want to know what happened? Nothing. Those guys should have been hung for that. Nothing happened from this. So this all evolves out, right? And so in Italy during World War II, Mussolini went about and he arrested all of the families, all the Sicilian families, all the mafia. Okay? The same thing was happening here in the United States. The Luciano family was deported back to Sicily.
Right, I did know that.
Yeah, they had eliminated all of the majority of the mob here in the United States, but we came out of World War II into the Great Depression. And they needed to utilize the resources the mob had already built up to basically rebirth everything that was going to happen for the New Deal because of the trade and the union laborists. Mm-hmm. So the trade labor, right? So they basically, the U.S. government funded, the intelligence communities funded the rebirth of the mafiosos here in the United States. This includes Marcello. This includes Giaccani. All these guys rose out of this infrastructure that was built up at that time. Now, this is interesting because it ties directly back to World War II, because this is where the U.S. intelligence apparatus originally developed from, the OSS. Now, one of the head guys in the OSS was Prescott Bush, the same person who was funding the Nazis. Now, what's interesting is if we go back to Project Paperclip, and you know what Project Paperclip is, right? Where we went.
I've heard of that, yes.
Werner von Braun, all these guys. The one man who went into Germany, went over the West Wall and got all these people and brought them back. He was an OSS agent, a U.S. Army intelligence agent, who was one of the first officers at OSS, who worked with basically this multinational corporation that now established an intelligence infrastructure in our government. His name, Henry Kissinger.
My goodness.
Yep.
Wow.
And so they bring all these people over, right? And they start basically putting them out into government in the strategic points and places like this. And then obviously Kennedy gets elected. Well, Kennedy comes out and he starts talking about this group that is operating in the shadows, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously they operate through secret societies, and there's a whole occultist aspect to this that we won't get into tonight. But the Skull and Bones, the 322s, are directly associated with this whole regime that created World War I, World War II, that created this intelligence infrastructure that eventually became the military-industrial complex, the intelligence complex that ran our government, and they couped JFK, exactly what we're saying here, because of many different financial interests that they had with the mafiosos, Giaccani, with Marcello, as well as with oil tycoons and their multinational corporations. And JFK wanted to expose it all and to end it all. And so they had just as much, motivation as Marcello did to have him dead. And it's believed by many that they all collaborated together. This is people like E. Howard Hunt. This is how George Herbert Walker Bush comes into play. There's a photograph out there of George Herbert Walker Bush at the Dallas Police Department the day JFK came in the town. He's right there. You can see him. He was a young CIA agent during that time. We know that Hoover was neighbors with LBJ during this time. LBJ and Hoover had massive money invested in Cuban oil. And that goes back to what we just talked about there, is this Cuban oil, which goes back to, what's his name? Crichton, Jack Crichton. Jack Crichton and George Herbert Walker Bush created a company that went over, made deals with Cuba, and this was pre Bay of Pigs. Well, Castro reneged on the deals. This is why the intelligence group, went in there and created the Bay of Pigs incident, which pissed JFK off, is because Castro reneged on the deal and dropped it down to 20,000 acres, which their company got delisted off the New York Stock Exchange because they lost $30 million in just a few days because of Castro reneging on that deal. And so they were pretty pissed off at that time, and they knew that John F. Kennedy was pissed now because the Bay of Pigs incidents just happened. They almost created an international war, and he was going to expose them for that, which means that their whole empires come down. And LBJ looks at this going, well, man, if JFK stays in office, I'm done. I'm a goner. But if he dies, man, I get to be president, and I don't get in trouble, and I get to keep my fortune? Huh. So there's this whole other aspect.
Yeah. Let me ask you how this fits in then.
Yeah.
I've always been puzzled as to the motive by J. Edgar Hoover of, as you know, basically denying that there was any sort of crime syndicate, that there was any mafioso. He wouldn't even use that word. While he pals around with Frank Costello, going to the races, and when he loses, then Marcello covers his bets, Costello covers his bets and all that other kind of stuff. Do you believe that? Is there good reason to believe that Hoover then was protecting those interests of those people? Is that a rational way of looking at that? Because I've never looked at it in quite that context.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mark. If I'm paying your debts, right, at the game, because you're gambling, I own you. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So there's
seems to be that this is how politics is played.
Well, but on the other hand, remember what, so Hoover's an enabler in some ways, but also remember, he had these files. He was never going to be displaced as FBI director because he had all the dirt in the world on the Kennedys and just about everybody else, including Johnson and all of that. He's such a quizzical character here. Yeah, I understand what you're saying with Costello owning him, but I still am not quite sure that all makes sense, but it makes more sense to me now in terms of what Josh has said. I can see it more in context there as to why he was basically, if you go back, you'll see all the speeches by him. There was no mafia, he said.
So what's interesting is, whose tracks was he going to bet on the horses with? Who owned the tracks?
Yeah, I guess that would be something to know about, yes.
Yep, that's the mafia. Which means that the way they paid off Hoover is he would go place a bet, and they'd just pay him a little bit more, even if he lost. Secondarily, Hoover was a closet homosexual. And there is plenty of evidence pertaining to that, hidden pictures at that time of him and his boyfriend, of which, if came out during that time, he would have lost all power and been forced to resign. So they had a certain amount of power over him. The money aspect, they controlled him with money, and he was being paid off. Now, the investment that I actually talked about, how he got in with LBJ in the sense of the oil fields and his investment in oil came about, is because of the money that he was being paid by Giaccani at the tracks.
I understand. And let me tell you then this story of a woman in Dallas that got in touch with me. Again, somebody who had watched one of the presentations up on YouTube and all of that. And she said her name's Kathleen. Doesn't want her last name used. But she called me one day and said, I have information for you because I can put together Carlos Marcello and Jack Ruby just before the assassination in October of 1963. So I called her back and she said, here's the deal. I was probably about 10 years old when I have a great memory of those years. And we lived in Dallas, and my father was involved in the oil business with all of the big names and everything else like that. But we also knew that he was kind of, and she used the word, connected. And I said, is that right? And she said, yes. And she said, I lived in Tulsa for a while, but I would come to Dallas in the summers. And I would go to my father's home. And one time he said, listen, I got somebody I want you to meet. And this man walked in. And she said, Kathleen, this is your Uncle Carly. All right? And she looked at this guy, and he was very immaculately dressed, swept back hair, short, all of this. And she said, you know, Uncle Carly, he said, yeah, he's not really your uncle, but that's how we look at him, as being a member of our family. So Uncle Carly, well, Carly. So she then says, well, what happened there is I was there various times when he was there, and he and my father and grandfather, they would go back in the room and talk and everything. But one time, my dad came out and he said, hey, Uncle Carly's going down to the Adolphus Hotel in downtown Dallas, which, as you know, is pretty close to Daley Plaza. And would you like to go with him, because your mom and I have to go somewhere? And she said, well, sure. So she got in the car with him, and she vividly describes then when she got to the breakfast nook there in the Adolphus Hotel, where I've been because I've spoken 2 or 3 times there at conferences. And she said there were these, you know, it was the old-fashioned counter with the stools, and then there were the tables over here and everything. And Uncle Carly knew everybody in there, and he introduced me as his, you know, you know, I don't know, a granddaughter or whatever it was like that. And I was all dressed up and everything. And then I looked around the room and I saw these men, and then there was one in particular caught my eye. And she said, we then went back and everything, and he would still be at the home. He never took me down there again. But at one point then, after JFK was assassinated, I saw this photograph of Jack Ruby. And I know that that was Jack Ruby that was at the table with Carlos Marcello. But that whole situation, what you talked about with the oil business again in Dallas, I've known some about that, but I've never looked into it maybe as much as I should, because that seems a common denominator as to what was going on there at the time of the assassination, right?
Yeah. And so this is crazy. How about this connection? So if you make that oil connection, and you can do that, this leads back to Prescott Bush Union Bank. Now, Prescott Bush and the House of Harriman, they took out an ad in the LA Times in the 1950s looking for a politician with absolutely no morals that is incredibly malleable. And you know who answered that ad? Richard Nixon.
Is that right?
That is right. You can find this.
Wow.
Very well documented on the side. So this makes that connection right there to Richard Nixon. I mean, the LBJ, the whole connection there to the Texas oil tycoons, right? And then you have the New York bankers, you have the Northeastern bankers, the robber barons that come into play. The robber barons all fund this. This leads directly back to the Rothschilds, if you want to even go that far back. You know, I mean, you go into the whole J.P. Morgan, how he funded it. They all funded the Nazis through Union Bank.
Right.
Morgan, the Rothschilds, but Morgan only owned 17% of J.P. Morgan. The other 80% so was owned by the Rothschilds. But getting into this...
you know, Kathleen mentioned the name Murchison to me. Murchison, of having some connections to her father and grandfather. Wasn't he a big oil...
I think he was, yeah.
Deal back then? Okay. I remember now her telling me that. So that all connects in there. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, what's really interesting, I find, is one connection to LBJ was his girlfriend, and this was Melinda Brown. And she did the interview, I think back in the 70s, where she talked about this meeting the night before. I believe it was at the hotel you're talking about. Yeah. And she comes out and says he came out of that meeting stormy mad, and he had a temper like you would never believe. She's talking about LBJ. And he said, tomorrow we're going to be done with that SOB. We're never going to have to worry about that SOB again. And she was saying this about literally LBJ. And then you had the wink that heard around the world.
How about a connection between LBJ and Marcello? Is that solid at all?
I'd have to look
as much as maybe I should.
You know, I don't know. I know there's at the same time there's the Bobby Baker scandal going on with LBJ, so he was worried about that. He knew that would uncover a lot of stuff if John F. Kennedy was left to stay alive, and he would probably fall down because of that. They were about to lose billions. Now I'm curious. I think Marcello comes in the connections there with the Cubans, and this would be the brokering of those deals.
And that's true. Traficante.
Yes.
The Miami, Tampa mobster down there. That quiet, like Meyer Lansky. If you walked up to him, you would think he was just this cute little nice little businessmen, and yet they were lethal killers and everything. But as you remember, those guys owned a lot of casinos in Cuba, and when Castro took over, I believe, or Batista, one or the other, they confiscated all of that, and they even put Traficante in jail. But the link, by the way, between Traficante, James Hoffa, and Marcelo is a lawyer in Florida named Frank Regano. And I interviewed his wife because at one point, Traficante kind of hit on her at a party they had. And Melvin Belli, then Ruby's lawyer, represented Regano in a matter in New York. And there's a photograph that I have in Collateral Damage and also in the other books where you have a table in New York where you've got Traficante, Marcelo, Frank Regano, all these people together. So that was kind of an interesting group that way. And there's obviously more connections to that, to those people.
Yep, yeah. And one other name in Texas for a Texas oil tycoon that probably is a connection between Marcelo and LBJ is Harrison Lafayette Hunt.
Oh, the Hunt
That's
brothers.
It. Yep,
Yes.
And that leads obviously to E. Howard Hunt, who became a CIA agent, who is believed to be one of the shooters on the ground on the grassy knoll.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what a puzzle we weave here.
Speaking of Hoffa, did you hear about there's Fox Nation did a couple investigations and they think they know where Hoffa's buried now? No, this is like really, really good.
Well,
so they said that he was buried put in a barrel and that he actually couldn't go in feet first. They had to put him in head first. And when they buried him in this dump in New Jersey, they put the guy that says he did this, put a barrel in, and then put other barrels on top of him, and then buried him. And so Fox Nation went in and actually did ground sonar, and guess what they found there? Barrels stacked on top of barrels.
Ah.
Wow.
And so it's this evidence, this new evidence about Hoffa being there is really, really.
Have they dug all that up yet or not? Are they going to?
Yes, they are. Now they're opening back up. The FBI is opening up the case, and they're going to go in there and try to open this up. The article is really, really good.
I hope it will happen because remember what a terrible time Geraldo Rivera had when they were going to expose all that, and then it wasn't there or anything. That's interesting because ironically, there's maybe you've heard of it. There's a very well-known radio show called Coast to Coast with George Norrie.
Absolutely.
And I've been on there several times, and George and I have become friends. This last time when I was on, and even the time before, he told me a story because he was had a radio show in Detroit, and he says he believes that he's the last person to have interviewed James Hoffa before he died.
Huh.
And George has always had this this belief that he knows apparently where Hoffa may be. I'm going to pass that information along to him, Jay, because he may not be aware of it, and I think he'd be very interested in that. I hope. Do they have any schedule where they're going to go in there and take a look at those barrels? I mean, that's probably the greatest mystery that ever lived, right? Where's James Hoffa?
Yeah. Yeah, Jay, you're gonna have to send that information over so we can get it over.
I sent it over in the chat.
Oh, awesome! So yeah, so it's right there in the Zoom chat, Mark.
Yeah.
Now, Arnold Roland. Have you heard that name before?
I'm afraid your audiences think I'm gonna.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay.
I don't know who that is. Arnold who?
Arnold Roland was interviewed after the JFK assassination. He was at Dealey Plaza, and he witnessed a man that he thought was security at the top of the book's depository, at the top on the roof.
I've never heard that before. No.
And he thought it was Secret Service or something like that because he said he had a gun. And so this gives credence to the multiple shooters because we know Lee Harvey Oswald was not on the roof.
No, we know he wasn't. All that's who knows? I still go back to the police chief, the overpass. But who knows? I don't know that we'll ever know about what exactly happened there in Dealey Plaza. Of course, if you really think about it, that parade route was just a death trap.
Right.
Have you been to Dealey Plaza? I mean, if you do, and it's a dead end, and you go in there, you can't go out. I mean, it just was a perfect setup, kind of a mafia type thing, you would think, or whatever. Well, Secret Service or CIA or something. I mean, he had nowhere to go. He was a sitting duck.
Well, and wasn't it also that his Secret Service agents, one of them went to jump on the back of the car and they kept on shooting him away, and he's going like this, and it's on the film of him sitting there looking around like, what are you talking about? I need to be right there. And they're like, no, go somewhere else. And that was the one way that they actually had the clear shot, is because he was not in his spot.
You know, I think you're like Dorothy Kilgallen. I am, and I think Jay probably is. You look for these little clues about things. She was very good about that. And you'll be interested to know that a guy, again, who'd watched one of my YouTube presentations, called me from Florida. And he was an architect in 1963. And the night before JFK went to Dallas, he told me a story. He said JFK had a big speaking engagement at one of the major hotels there in Miami. And you wouldn't have believed the security to protect the president.
Yeah.
The limousine didn't have the roof up, it was down. They had all of these people out there, you know, Secret Service and everybody else protecting him and everything. And he found that so ironic, because the next day when JFK is killed in Dallas, there's practically no security to protect him in an open limousine. So it was just a little thing that this guy told me, but it just made me wonder again about this as being a setup to kill JFK. It was just meant to be, because again, it's like a death trap. You can't get out of there once you get in. There's no way to. Yeah.
That's
crazy.
You know what I'm fascinated about? This is Conversations on the Fringe. Yeah. So did Dorothy visit Roswell?
Yeah. In fact, it's quite interesting. Another, I hate to keep saying it, but I love these tips from people. My email is mshawin@yahoo. My website is Mark Shaw Books. Please, if you have something I should know. A woman in Dallas came to me and said, I have information about Dorothy Kilgallen being in Roswell. And she went ahead and she said, number one, we have a photograph of her there. I'll see if I can find it while I'm talking.
Yeah.
She said, I have this photograph. I wish, Mark, that it was more clear, but this is what it looks like. And as you will see, Mark, on the far right of that photograph, there is a woman standing there.
Just hold it up a little bit. Hold it just up a little bit. No. Yep, right there. Up, just up. Right there. Perfect. Right there. Yep.
This woman right here, she says, is Dorothy Kilgallen. And if you look at photographs of Dorothy in that time period, 1954, that pretty much looks like Dorothy, and that is at Roswell. And then her friend, her aunt in New York City, she had a postcard that she sent to me, and you can see it right here. And it was August the 19th, 1954. It's from her aunt, Betty Towson. And it's from Dorothy. I've not left many messages messages lately, but I hope you're having a pleasant summer. Spy reports have been very interesting. Love, Dorothy. And this was sent just after she supposedly was at Roswell. And of course, we already know about, she went to the UFO convention. We also know about her interest in UFOs in the CIA document. So I believe, yes, that Dorothy was there, and she's trying to find a little clearer picture of this, but that looks like Dorothy Kilgallen to me.
Now this is interesting, because we just connected three different people, two of them which knew each other, the other one who kind of knew Marilyn maybe a little bit in passing, Dorothy. But with Dorothy, Marilyn, and John all have this UFO connection. Now, I wasn't alive in the 60s. What was the sentiment during that time about UFOs, about Roswell? I mean, did people even know about these things?
People thought you were crazy if you believed in UFOs for the most part. I have a story that I can tell you where I found out that I really did believe in them. When I was with Good Morning America as a roving correspondent in 1978, 9, 80, right in there, they sent me to Arizona. And you may remember this account by Travis Walton.
I do.
All right. Well, I went to Arizona and I interviewed Travis Walton with an ABC Good Morning America camera crew. And he told me this story. He was in a phone booth, and he was with loggers in the forest, and he was in a phone booth. They were in the truck, and all at once this UFO landed, and they kidnapped him. As the other guys looked on in amazement and ran, being scared, and that they kept him for 5 days, and they deposited him in another telephone booth about 5 miles away. And you may not remember that they were suspecting these loggers of killing him.
Right.
And they were investigating them and everything. Well, Travis then surfaced. So I sat there, and I'm a curious guy and a little bit dubious of things, but I sat there and I listened to him, and I believed him. He finally wrote a book called Fire in the Sky, which became a film. But over the years, I would talk to him from time to time, and I thought he made perfect sense. So I felt like that maybe that was a prelude to then, what I found out about Dorothy. And as you know, I think I said on the show before, I think Dorothy chose me to write her story,
Right.
and The Reporter Who Knew Too Much. She's guided me with a lot of her, a lot of the evidence that I found and things like that, her photographs right up here on my wall, and all of that. But I think that experience with Walton made me think more about some of the things from the hereafter, and especially her story about the UFOs. If you go to that book of Walton's, you'll see his sketches of what those little green men look like and everything. And yeah, I think JFK really got obsessed with that for whatever reason. We don't know exactly, but there's 2 documents in Collateral Damage, and they'll both be in the paperback version as well, that really talk about the fact that he really wanted more information and an investigation and all of that. And apparently he shared that with Marilyn Monroe in phone calls, or Bobby shared it with Marilyn Monroe about JFK being obsessed with UFO. That's all in that CIA document.
So there was an interesting thing that happened during this time. JFK supposedly was talking to Khrushchev, and they had their secretaries, and there was a secretary at the embassy right there in D.C., and there was one that John sent to a park in Washington, D.C., and they were putting envelopes under there and trading the envelopes, and Khrushchev and JFK were talking and communicating. And the rumor was, this was pre-November, that they were talking about UFOs, and they were talking about ending the Cold War, uniting the world, and just doing a space race with what they already had per information on crash UFOs and utilizing this technology. And some believe that that's actually one of the reasons why JFK was assassinated.
Yeah, there is that theory, yes.
Yep. There's another one, which was Executive Order 11110, which John F. Kennedy wanted to abolish the Federal Reserve and go back to a sound currency. And this was in the midst of the Bretton Woods Agreement. And we know that when Nixon came in, they removed the Bretton Woods Agreement, got rid of gold as a back currency. But this would have basically just gotten rid of the full Federal Reserve, global reserve currency. And some say that that's one of the reasons that he was assassinations. What are your thoughts on both of those?
Well, again, I go back with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Yeah.
I've got to follow her path just because, I've really become the voice for Marilyn and Dorothy. And Dorothy, to me, she was there at the time of the JFK assassination and all of that. These are not the things you're talking about are not things she wrote about.
Right.
Now, your audience should know that when she died mysteriously in 1965, she had told her hairdresser, if the wrong people knew what I know about the JFK assassination, it would cost me my life. I'm afraid for my life and my family. I'm getting a gun, and she died shortly thereafter. Her JFK assassination investigation file disappeared and has never been found. I believe, frankly, that it's still out there. But Dorothy's butler's daughter, who I interviewed in New York for about 4 hours, and it's in Collateral Damage, said this account, that her father told her, and I have to watch with these third-party, accounts, but I think it's credible, that her father said on the morning that Dorothy's body was found, FBI agents or agents saying they were FBI or CIA came to the townhouse and confiscated all of her documents, files, everything else like that. So all of the things you're talking about could have been in that investigation file of hers. Wow. And I still believe at one point I'm going to find the damn thing.
Have you tried any FOIA requests?
How much luck do you think you have with those? Huh?
Yeah, I know.
I've tried everything I can with the New York Police Department. I went to see the New York police commissioner, and he guaranteed me they would get into Dorothy's murder and look in Dorothy's death and all that. Shook hands with him. I've filed those requests. You know, the damnedest thing about them is this. You file the request, they deny it. And then they tell you, well, you can go right ahead and appeal. But it's to the same people that denied it in the first place. So I've probably filed 10 or 15 of those darn things. I've yet to have much success with it.
Oh, man.
I'll keep trying. You never know.
I mean, I haven't seen much come out in the sense of the JFK
Well, they
files.
redact the pages, all the black in there.
Yeah, they just send you a whole bunch of black pages. I mean, that's
exactly
the best way to do it.
Transparency. That's government transparency.
That's a whole different story right there, is how bad the bureaucracy has gotten with crime and corruption. And it stems from, a lot in part, it stems from that moment in Daley Plaza when JFK was assassinated.
Yeah. We lost our innocence then. It changed everything. And it didn't have to happen. It just didn't have to happen. But I'll tell you, Bobby was a bad guy. And, I don't know if you've ever read his book, The Enemy Within. But that's why he was in L.A. During the summer of '62. And then, I proved that he wasn't in San Francisco on the day that Marilyn died. A helicopter with he and Peter Lawford landed at LAX and all of that. But he was in L.A. because he had published The Enemy Within, and they were going to try to make a movie out of it. If you read that book and you're a mafioso, I'll tell you, you would want to shoot him right away. Talk about their slick back hair and their fancy clothes, and it's just derogatory towards them. And you can't screw around with those guys. I don't know. Did I tell you my mafia story the last time I was here? You'll just take a couple seconds.
Do it.
When I was with Good Morning America, they asked me to go to Philadelphia because they couldn't believe it, but there was the mafia boss of Philadelphia's lawyer who would allow an interview. So I went to Philadelphia with a film crew, and I went to this guy's office. He was a lawyer for Angelo Bruno, who was a big name in Philadelphia, the mob boss. Yeah. And so I sat down with this guy, and we started talking with the camera. And he was telling me things about their looking into Atlantic City with gambling and everything else like that. And I kept thinking, are you really sure you should be telling me this? So we got it. We aired it on Good Morning America the next morning, and it was a huge hit. And so the producer called quickly and said, Mark, have you left Philadelphia? I said, no. He said, well, go back and see if he'll talk to you again. So I got on the phone, true story, got on the phone, called his office, and I said, is Mr. Such and Such there? Yeah. And there was silence. And I said, excuse me, but is Mr. Such and Such? And she came on, this woman came on the line, and I could tell that she was upset. And I said, are you okay? And I could tell she was crying. She said, well, Mr. Shaw, you don't know. This morning he started his car and it blew up. True story. You can't fool around with those guys.
No.
With that kind of thing. You can't say those kind of things about them or deport them illegally or whatever it is. I mean, Bobby Kennedy was the dumbest person in the world to do that. And after JFK died, he knew he was the dumbest person in the world. RFK Jr. has said several times in the last few years that Bobby knew it was Carlos Marcello who killed his brother.
Huh. We got a connection to the Junior. I'm gonna have to ask him that. So I'm curious though, with that, why didn't Giaccani, why didn't they just throw Bobby under the bus and be done with it?
Well, because they feel like JFK is going to come after them if they do that. They want to kill him, that's for sure. So they just can't take that chance, and it makes pretty much logic. You talked about the head and the thing and the whatever, you kill the head, the tail, whatever it is, that saying. He was a smart guy, Marcello. He's not going to kill Bobby because then JFK is going to come after him. But if you kill JFK, Bobby's powerless. He dumped the Hoffa squad, which they called it, which is investigating Hoffa and all the mafioso. They disbanded that in about a week. They never came after them again.
Huh.
That's the proof.
Now, is the Marcello family still around? Are they still power and wealth?
Well, in the FBI file, I'm laughing because he has a son I don't know how old he is now, but it says basically that Carlos is upset because his son is not smart enough in any way to run any of the businesses he has. But I'm told by a source in New Orleans, actually 2 of them who have asked their names not be used, and they're in collateral damage, who knew Marcelo, and from being in bars and whatever it was that way. And they said to me that, you know, his family, that's a huge family, and it's their belief that under the surface, the Marcelo family still operates an awful lot of illegal businesses around there. So he probably still does have family there. I don't know if you remember, in 81, I believe it is, he got indicted for trying to bribe a judge.
Mm-hmm.
And then he finally died, I think, in 92.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's so many points of interest. You could like spend a lifetime, obviously, investigating this. What's even more interesting, too, is the upper echelon of the criminal activity a lot of these people were involved in, and you actually touched on that earlier. And this is where it really gets, I think, to it. I mean, killing presidents is nothing compared to what they go to the next level, and this is the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. This is not multinational corporations, but foreign governments. This is heads of state. This is, child pedophilia rings, human trafficking rings, and doing some really, really crazy things with them. And I know you're very dedicated to Dorothy and investigating that, but have you ever pondered that route and started looking into the Epstein stuff, Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, there's no question you start there with this is just too coincidental that he died.
Yeah.
So what do you have to do? And I haven't done that yet because I just had collateral damage come out. But I'm going to look into it, and I'm going to look at suspects. I'm going to look at suspects and motive. I mean, you've got the what's the part of the British royal family, whatever his name was. They photographed him with Epstein for sure, and girls and things like that. You've got Bill Clinton. You've got all these other people. Somebody had to pull the plug on Epstein. They could not possibly have let him get into court. If he faced a life sentence, for instance, you don't think he was going to blab everything that he knew? There's these kinds of cases. This is the first time I've said this on the air. I'm very suspicious of Kobe Bryant's death.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Yep.
John F. Kennedy Jr. But Kobe Bryant's death, the whole situation, in my opinion, I was an ESPN reporter at the Kobe Bryant case in Colorado when he was charged with rape.
Yeah.
And through his lawyer's unethical conduct, they revealed the name of the witness in a pretrial hearing. It destroyed her life. But I knew all the evidence against Kobe Bryant, and there's no question in my mind that he was a rapist. No question. And I've always then wondered if somehow or another there wasn't something that happened with a connection between the victim in that case, whose life was destroyed. They had a settlement of some sort, but life was destroyed. And that some way or another, they were going to come after Kobe, one way or another. Now, whether I'll ever be able to prove that there's a connection between that family and a brother or a father or a relative of some sort who said, we're not going to let him get away with that because he should have gone to prison.
Yeah.
Should have gone to prison based on the evidence that I talked about on the air for ESPN. So those kind of cases really bother me. The Epstein case bothers me. JFK Jr. dying in that plane crash, there's more to that, I think. Yep. I don't want to look like a conspiracy theory guy because I don't like that word, but there can be plots to kill people. I'd rather use those words. And some of these things need to be explained for sure.
Well, at the end of the day, Mark, is men, women, and groups and organizations conspire for power, for money, and so forth. I actually like conspiracy theory because what I like to do is I like to hypercritically analyze them. I like to see the 99% junk that's within them that is considered just jargon and conspiracy and actually dig into them and find the truth. Now, the Kobe Bryant thing, one interesting fact about this, are you aware of the Simpsons episode that aired 10 years prior to that showed Kobe Bryant dying in the Hollywood Hills in a helicopter?
No, I was not. I am not. No.
To me, isn't that just like a Simpsons episode, a cartoon episode, shows Kobe Bryant dying in the same place in a helicopter.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And 10 years later, he dies like that. Now, I can tell you what that is because I've had 25 years of researching the occult and esotericism. And in that whole world, are you familiar with the New Age movement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So one thing that when you get into esotericism, you get into occultism and you research this stuff really, really deep, like I did for a very long time, is you realize that at some point, all these things became hijacked by somebody. So we get back to the secret societies. A lot of these secret societies, the Freemasons, all these guys, they're nothing. They were just, bearers of information, of knowledge, right? And you had to be initiated to get this knowledge. And once you get in and you rise up the ranks, you get variations of levels of knowledge. Around 1650, we come out of medieval alchemy. We have the alchemical societies come about, and they start getting hijacked at that point. The Freemasons in the late 1700s, the Theosophists in the late 1800s, and in the 1900s, you have the birth of the New Age movement, which was actually birthed out of the hijacked head of the Theosophist Society. This is Madame Blavatsky, and you have a woman by the name of Alice Bailey, who was the girlfriend to Aleister Crowley, and she creates what's known as the Lucis Trust, or the Lucifer Trust. And the Lucifer Trust is still going on today. And they become a big publishing company. They hijack a lot of the theories, the philosophies, a lot of the principles of these different New Age philosophies. And they start publishing all these stuff through various different venues. And they basically turn it into what we would know as modern day Luciferianism or Satanism, which are two different things. But in occultism, Luciferianism means deception. And so it's the deceptive light. So think about this as everything around you is reflecting or refracting light. Your brain interprets it through bioelectrical and biochemical signals that come down your optic nerve, go into your cerebral cortex, into the deepest, darkest spots of your mind, giving you an illusion of what it believes is out there. Well, it's a deception. What you believe is what you're seeing out here is not actually what's there. It's only what your mind believes. So this is kind of the concept of Lucifer. It's the same thing with Buddha and Maya, how he was tempted by Maya, and he defeated Maya over many, many weeks of meditation. Now, Satanism is basically derivation through ignorance. It's the removal of knowledge from the system and leaving ignorance to basically reign. And so it's occulting knowledge, leaving ignorance behind, and then feeding that ignorance to the benefit of yourself. That's kind of Satanism. But the thing is everything delves around something known as natural law. Natural law is just a certain principles that are in the universe that if you violate them, karmic action, right? If you violate them, you get bad karma. Well, Satanists have to operate within natural law, which means that they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. And so Kobe Bryant, obviously Simpsons episode 10 years behind, they told you exactly what they were going to do, and then 10 years later, they do it. Did you watch this whole rapper, the Travis Scott stuff?
Yes, I've seen some of that, yes.
Okay, so the symbolic breakdown of that is scary. Scary. We were doing this firsthand. We were actually on a Zoom call with our social media platform. We had about probably 20 or 30 people when it was all happening. And we were watching eyewitness accounts of people there saying people were just dropping dead, having heart attacks. It had nothing to do with the trampling. The trampling happened early on when it was still daylight out. When people started dropping dead of the heart attacks, this was later on into the show. Now, what's interesting is the actual video that he made for this song. He made a music video for this song that he was playing at the time all these people died. The music video had him wearing a shirt from another band called Pearl Jam. And it's got the figure 8 on it. And it's actually the Eye of Sauron from the Lord of the Rings. And it's in the infinity shape, 8. Now, what's interesting is at that Pearl Jam concert, that specific one that had that shirt came from, 8 people died at that concert.
Oh, my God.
Now, when he played this song, 8 people died on scene at that place. Not only that, is you had the Leviathan cross. His stage came out, extended, and was a cross. And you had 8 pillars of flame right there. That's the Leviathan cross. That's the satanic cross. You had them marching into the mouth of Baal. Baal is Moloch, the sacrificial god. This is also portrayed as Satan in modern day. So it's no secret that Hollywood and a lot of these elitists worship or at least sacrifice to this god Satan. And that they tell you what they're going to do. The symbology is always there. The symbology will always be their downfall. But when you start getting into the Epstein stuff, when you start getting into the ties to these elites, Prince Andrew, Hillary Clinton, that part right there that I'm talking about fits directly into that.
Yeah. The sad part about Kobe's death, and I do believe there's more to that than people know, is the other loss of life, the daughter and all of that. But there's going to be that collateral damage.
Yep.
Just like there was with Dorothy and Marilyn because of Bobby Kennedy's action. That's what is more difficult for me to handle than the actual death of Kobe, because immediately when I heard what happened, I thought, it all comes around, and something happened here that perpetuated. This is not an accident. This is not an accident, Mark, and I still believe that.
I 100% agree with you. Is that we have some very evil people in this world who have perpetuated this throughout history, at least for the last 100 years. And JFK was one of the most recent aspects of this portrayal of violence, a coup of power, and a centralization of power, if you want to look at it like that as well. Mark,
you've probably thought of this, by the way, but just look at the violence there in 6 years. And there's more than that, because you got Martin Luther King's death in there too. Marilyn, JFK, Dorothy, Bobby, and Martin Luther King, within just such a short time there. It may even be somebody else, but it's mind-boggling when you think about that.
Well, and then you also take into account all the other deaths that occurred. You ever know the Laurel Canyon conspiracy?
I do not.
So Laurel Canyon in the Hollywood Hills there.
I know where that is, yes.
There is an old Air Force base that used to be up there. And this Air Force base is said to be the birth of the hippie movement. They're the ones that created this whole hippie progressive movement there in Haight-Ashbury up in San Francisco and LA. And it's interesting because there's a series of musicians and actors that live in a 10-mile radius of that military base. Cat Stevens being one of them. One of the members of the Mamas and the Papas. Jim Morrison's dad was actually stationed there for a short time. Jim Morrison went to college right down the street from there. And a lot of those people died within that same time period of the 60s.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Well, is that Laurel Canyon conspiracy? Is that what you said?
Oh yeah, Laurel Canyon. It's a good one. We've been trying to do a show on it. It's just I can't find any experts on it other than the information that I already know. So it makes me kind of like the subject matter expert, which I'm definitely not. But
is that where the Manson Ranch and all that?
That is it. That's it.
I know exactly where that is. Yeah. Wow.
And that happened around that same time.
Yeah.
But Jimi Hendrix was in that area during that time. He died of a drug overdose. You had what's her name? What was that female singer? Now I'm forgetting her name.
Janis Joplin.
Janis Joplin. Yeah. Yep, another one. Jim Morrison died during that time. It is just it's crazy. There are no coincidences.
Oh no, I don't believe there are. Yep. Not at all. It's all meant to be some way or another. That's for sure. And people have said, "Wait a minute, Mark. Are you basing your research on Dorothy Kilgallen talking to you from the hereafter?" And I said, well, in some ways I am, and I think it's pretty credible, and I try to confirm it all and everything, but why not?
Have you ever met with a psychic that is a medium to help you with that?
And a lot of them have been suggested to me.
Okay.
And I talked to one especially, but more than anything, I have Dorothy, so I'm not so sure I really need somebody like that, because I wake up in the middle of the night with an idea or something. The name of the book, The Reporter Who Knew Too Much, came from Dorothy in the middle of the night. Collateral Damage came from her. A lot of my titles come from there. Or she'll kind of nudge me. I'll tell you how I found her autopsy, which had never been published before. I couldn't get it from the New York Police Department because I'm not a family member. So I wake up in the middle of the night and I have this feeling about the National Archives. And my wife's a librarian, and one of her best friends is at the Library of Congress. So the next morning, I listened. The next morning, we sent an email to her friend. Her friend walked over to the walked over to the National Archives, looked under Dorothy Kilgallen, came to a box of material, presto.
Wow.
There was the autopsy, and it makes all the difference in terms of showing that Dorothy did not die accidentally of an overdose. So these are the things that happen, and they're meant to be. And I you know, that's just what's happened to me. Dorothy's handled all that for me. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you so much, Mark, and it's people like you that help the truth come out into the world, and it's your dedication and your effort that you put forth to really bring this home and tell the truth and the story of Dorothy, which would have been a dead story if you had never picked up on it, as well as Marilyn, and connecting that to Bobby, as well as JFK, and showing all those connections. I think that you are doing history justice by moving forth with your research.
Well, so are you guys, and I have such respect for you. And I've got some research to do on Averill Harriman, the bank you talked about, Arnold Rowland, and and I may have to take a trip down to Laurel Canyon at some point and take a look down there and see what used to be there. It's too bad they didn't have a concert there with all of those musical icons. Boy, that would have been something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would have been crazy. Very cool. So what do you have coming up here in the future? Any speaking engagements other than the movie?
Well, working on with a thing with the documentary and everything, and then I'm going to take a little bit of a break, I think, and start to think about what else I want to do. And I'm sure the idea will come to me from Dorothy or whatever. I've gotten to be interested a little bit in Mary Pinchot Meyer's death. That's one of JFK's mistresses. And there's a lot about her that's interesting to me. She died in October of 1964.
Interesting.
So it's not too far within a year of JFK's death. They found her in a culvert or down by a canal in Washington, D.C. And there's also always been various accounts of what happened, but nobody has ever looked at her death in context with Marilyn, JFK, Mary, Dorothy. And I may do something with that to see if it makes any difference, because this was a wonderful woman, and her death to this day is unexplained. So I may look into that.
Now was she his current mistress at that time?
Well, there were so many, I don't know if you can use the word current, but she was one of them, that's for sure.
Did he suspect that his life was in danger at any point in time?
No, and I think it was the same way with Dorothy and with Marilyn. Especially with Dorothy, she thought she was invincible.
Wow.
If the wrong people knew what I know about the JFK assassin, cost me my life, but she didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Because they think they're invincible. Marilyn thought she was invincible. I don't think JFK would have ever thought that, although he did say at some particular point, I think, no, Bobby said, I thought it would be me. Bobby said, I thought it would be me. I don't think JFK thought that was going to happen. No.
Wow. Crazy. And we can find you at markshawbooks.com, correct?
You can, absolutely.
Awesome. And guys, he is linked up right there on our homepage on redpills.tv, and you can go right to his profile and find all of his books and his profile. Mark, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I can't wait to have you back on again, because we could sit here literally for hours and talk about this.
This is my favorite interview show. I love you guys, and the fact that you're so open to everything, and I really appreciate that. So thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Take care now.
Guys, we will be right back with Fringe After Dark here in about 30 minutes. We'll give us till 9:40 Mountain Standard Time, 11:40 Pacific Time, or Eastern Time. We'll be back with Fringe After Dark, a subscription show. You can find that on the socialredpill.com. Everybody else, we love you. Take care. Much respect. God bless. And we'll see you guys all next time. Take care. Bye. The world is becoming more unglued by the day. Local consequences are now showing up. We are seeing sky-high gas prices, higher food prices, shortages, and more. How should you respond? Go to redpills.tv/patriot. That's redpills.tv/patriot. And secure your long-term emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is by far the largest preparedness company in America. They're in stock and shipping quickly in unmarked boxes to your door. Their emergency food supplies last up to 25 years in storage. When you need it, it'll be there. Lunches, dinners, drinks, and snacks totaling over 2,000 calories a day. Get free shipping on any order over $99. Again, go to redpills.tv/patriot.
Spaceship in the sky to the simulation in the mind. Let's all embark on another journey of Conversations on the Fringe.
Well, happy Friday 13th, everybody. My name is Josh, and welcome to the Red Pill Project's Conversations on the Fringe. I almost said Daily Dose. Oh, my goodness. Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we explore the extraordinary and everything above it. This is where we go deep into the mind and talk about the things that aren't normally talked about. This is where we kind of just go into the strange and explore the wonder and amazement of our universe. I hope everybody's having a great Friday. My day started with 2 different recordings, so I'm happy to be here on Fringe Friday. Just it's great to do this show, man. This show is like the one thing that makes my week. And yes, it is Friday the 13th for everybody out there chatting about it. Our guest tonight, Keith Thompson, is an author, independent journalist, and explorer of the exceptional and supernormal mind-body capacities as potential indicators of the future evolution of human nature. Thompson's book, Angels and Aliens, UFOs and the Mythic Imaginations, was hailed by the San Francisco Chronicle as magnificent, no matter what your beliefs, the most fascinating book written on the subject, and by Venture World as probably the most profound book on the UF controversy yet to appear. He has a new book coming out called Cosmos Calling. Please welcome Keith Thompson to the show. Keith, how are we doing today?
Joshua, I'm doing great, and I had not fully cognized that it is Friday the 13th, and we're going to be meeting Friday the 13th on the Fringe, so I'm going to have both feet on the floor. Let me do a quick mantra here for protection. Okay, good. I'm ready to go.
All right, fantastic. Well, you know, I'm not very superstitious myself. I mean, Friday the 13th, a lot of people attribute to the Knights Templars. This was the day that I believe it was Pope Innocent declared them treasonous and called for their execution, and they went down and hunted them down, tortured them, and eventually killed them. And I think now the Templars are actually getting their revenge, but that's a different story for another day. But I just, you know, well, I am superstitious. I'm like the guy who rubs the slot machine. I'm the rabbit foot. I hold crystals to a certain degree. Friday the 13th doesn't bother me, though. It's 13th, my favorite number.
I like you. I'm not that superstitious, but I will tell you about 10 days ago, I was getting ready to go on a trip, which I'd be happy to talk about. Went down to Pascagoula, Mississippi, as you certainly will recall. I'm guessing with your knowledge of the UFO phenomenon, the Pascagoula incident of 1973 was and continues to be one of the most remarkable close encounters of all times. One of the original participants, Calvin Parker, is still alive. So as part of my research for my book, my field work, went down to see Calvin Parker. So what I'm leading up to is on the morning that I get up to catch a flight, actually 3 flights to get to Pascagoula, I had my window open during the night. It was kind of a warm night. I woke up at 10 till 5 to the sound of an owl outside my window. I live in a what feels like the country, but it's within city limits in the state of Idaho. So I'm not unused to hearing or seeing an owl, but I don't believe I've ever woken up to one. And I sat there, I said, brother, you better take this as an omen. You're getting on a plane, getting onto 3 planes. You're going to Pascagoula, which you've never been to the Deep South before. So there's another kind of initiatory experience for me. And I'm going down to explore the UFO phenomenon. So I actually lay there. I said, I'm happy to make this an omen, and I'm going to make it a good omen. I made a point of saying the owl was my friend, and it's welcoming me to have an extraordinary experience.
I love the symbol of the owl, and this is something that I actually talk about, and I hope that this can bring some brightness to your day. There's mythological stories surrounding the owl. Now, the owl is representative in 2 different contexts in the occult. One as the bringer and harbinger of omens at night, and the other one as the carrier of wisdom. The derivation of wisdom for the wild owl derives from the crossover of a mixture of 2 different goddesses, one from ancient Greeks and one from ancient Rome. And this would be Athena and Minerva.
Minerva, yes.
Yep. Now, Athena was born out of the forehead of Zeus. She's the only god born in the pantheon that was not birthed by a mother, but instead by the forehead of Zeus, which she was born with all the knowledge of all the gods. Athena didn't trust mankind with the knowledge, so she hid it from them. And this is where you transition over to Minerva, which has a very similar story. It's a corresponding goddess in Roman mythology, and she didn't trust mankind. This is the goddess of fertility, of knowledge, and wisdom. Didn't trust mankind with the wisdom of the ancient worlds and of the gods. So she hid the knowledge in the darkness in the owl. And the owl is the occulting, is representative of the occulting of knowledge. And so there's also a derivation here when you go into like the occult origins of evil, of Satanism and Luciferianism, is when you shine a light on the owl in darkness, it casts a shadow. Now, the shadow that it casts is a longhorn shadow, and this is the birth of Baal or Lucifer or Satan in many different contexts. If you remember Bohemian Grove, how they worshipped the cremation of Cure, and they had the big owl, which was representative of Moloch Baal, saying God. And this is what it is. It's the false light, the deceptive light shone on the owl of knowledge that casts a shadow, of which the adept, initiate, whoever it is, seeks the shadow as the true bearer of the wisdom instead of the owl. Of which you have to look at the owl with the true light, which is the light from within the soul, to see the knowledge or the wisdom the owl presents.
Well, you have just laid a very fine foundation. As you probably know, the owl is also a recurring image in the phenomenon of alien abductions.
It is.
For example, Whitley Strieber, one of the most famous abductees of our time, I believe 1986, had his big experience that he wrote about in a book called Communion. Mm-hmm. And part of what he reported was that he saw an owl on his window. He later discovered the owl wasn't really there, or concluded that it wasn't, but that doesn't mean that its significance would only be that it was a physical bird outside his window. The owl was there. And it was also a recurring image in other abductee experiences, which is why I am inclined to this may segue into what we're going to talk about, or one way to talk about it is, I don't think the alien abduction phenomenon begins in 1947. Mm-hmm. I think that is certainly a chapter. It is the modern era of the UFO phenomenon. I think many in the field of UFO studies are inclined to, the nuts and bolts school likes to believe it did happen in 1947, and let's keep all this mythology and folklore out of the story. Well, as you probably know, Jacques Vallée is one of the most impressive researchers in the field, and he opened up the door to this larger question. He wrote a book called Passport to Magonia. Magonia was a mythical realm in French and European folklore. And there are remarkable parallels between or among the UFO phenomenon, the Celtic fairy faith, and shamanic encounters, interactions with non-ordinary beings that shamans throughout the world have interacted with. So by introducing the owl, we're really introducing a larger framework for the UFO that takes it really into a much broader picture. And we could certainly go into lots of different, we could explore deeply, and always aware that there are plenty of rabbit holes that we can go down, get lost in. I've learned to recognize, I think, Keith, this is a rabbit hole, and you're going to eventually have to turn around and walk back out. So why don't you do that now?
Right. Well, Keith, I want to get started on this conversation. So can you tell me what got you interested in UFOs to begin with? How did you come about the courage, I guess, to write your first book, and what really led to it?
Okay, I'd be glad to. And as a matter of fact, today I'm writing this new book called Cosmos Calling, and it is in the wake of my first book, Angels and Aliens. So I am today at my computer writing a draft of my prologue, the opening to the book. As you know, probably a prologue is actually it's almost the last thing that you write too, because you have to write the book in order to know how you're going to introduce it, because you have to introduce what you ended up writing. But at this point, this is how I imagine. I'm going to read a paragraph for you. Okay. It's how I imagine writing the book, because it actually describes how it's my introduction to the book, and it describes how I got interested in the UFO phenomenon. I first heard about UFOs when I was 12 years old. Our local newspaper, combined with national TV shows, were blazing with stories of strange sightings in the skies over the Ann Arbor region of Michigan. Sheriff's deputies told of seeing disc-shaped objects flashing star-like streaks of red and green across the dark morning sky with fantastic speed. The media frenzy coincided with my turn to give a current events report in my Northwest Ohio classroom, age 12. With the enthusiasm of a cub reporter, I chose this UFO sighting that stirred debate throughout the United States for more than a week. So it was my turn to give a current events report. And the story that was in the news, was this in nearby Michigan, this week-long national news. Walter Cronkite, then the host of the CBS Evening News, for several nights in a row, led the opening of the show in his marvelous voice. Good evening, this is Walter Cronkite. The UFO sightings in Ann Arbor continue to amaze the nation. We go to Bob Schieffer. Bob? And I was glued to the whole thing. And so I gave a report about it. Now, I don't know if you know about the Hillsdale, Michigan, Ann Arbor sighting. It was the sighting where the legendary UFO researcher, J. Allen Hynek, who was the Air Force guy, an astronomer that the Air Force had brought in to be their spokesman on UFOs. What he didn't know for a long time, Josh, is that he was essentially employed to debunk it all. He didn't know that. A lot of it could be debunked. See, that's the thing. Maybe 8 out of 10 of what get called UFO sightings do have prosaic explanations. That still leaves 10%. That's a lot. So he came to Michigan. He looked at it all. It was an uproar. It was a frenzy because, the dynamic between those who say something extraordinary is going on versus the debunkers who show up constantly. I consider them comic characters. By debunker, I mean those who have a closed mind, not a true skeptic. You're a skeptic. I'm a skeptic. I mean, a skeptic in the deep sense is saying, well, show me the proof. Show me the evidence. And I'll open to it if there's solid grounds to believe. But I won't believe based on faith. The debunker is almost one who does act on faith. They're not real. They can't be real. There's nothing in science that tells us this is real. So anyway, this was the uproar. Hynek came in, did some investigation. Turns out there were some of these lights that were seen near a swamp on the edge of town. And he said, he let slip the phrase, in a few cases, ladies and gentlemen, these could be swamp gas. And this was the first, he did not explain it all away as swamp gas. Well, again, I'm through my 12-year-old mind, the prism of my mind, watching all of this. And I shared the outrage of many news media people who said, how dare this guy, people, especially the people of Michigan. They said, we may be from rural Michigan, but we're not complete rubes. We know the difference between these events moving quickly through the sky and swamp gas. Mm-hmm. So it became a national scandal. And I was hooked, Josh. I was hooked. I did not become, I didn't go to UFO clubs. I didn't get a UFO badge. I didn't join any of that. But I was interested in, here's what I was interested in. Time after time, extraordinary sightings are described by credible people. Time after time, these debunkers say, no, you didn't. No, it wasn't. It couldn't be. We're the arbiters of reality. We're big science. Mm-hmm. Thank you for checking in. And I noticed that cancellation would always happen. And over time, as I became more sophisticated, as I got older than 12, I began to see that very debate drives this phenomenon into the depths of the human psyche and makes the celestial UFO from the sky a metaphysical UFO. And that's where we look at Carl Jung's contribution. That's where we bring in the symbolic studies, the metaphysical issues. The UFO, I keep saying, I say to many people when I talk about this, there are many ufologists who want aliens without anomalies. They don't want our model of reality to be disturbed. These are simply got to be craft that are a little further along than our own technology. But reality gets to stay as it is. My analysis of this thing for quite a few years, I'm quite a few years older than 12 now. And my observation is we don't get aliens without anomalies. There are anomalous dimensions. By anomalies, I simply mean those phenomena that cross the line between mind and body, that are called synchronicities, that are what's going on at Skinwalker Ranch. I'm sure you know about that. That stuff is real. So we have to, in other words, deal with the paranormal if we're going to deal with the UFO.
Yeah, and I like this. Dr. Bruce Solheim, who's been on the show a few times, he's been at Contact in the Desert. He's a medium, but he talks a lot about these different topics, and he talks about something known as the quantum nexus. I think he even coined this term. And so he deals a lot with paranormal because he's a psychic, but then he's also dealt with extraterrestrial stuff and then what he would claim as interdimensional stuff. And he said, Joshua, this is interesting because if you take everything down to the base foundation, which is one thing that I do, I have to take everything down to the base foundation of learning and understanding the base dynamics, whether it's etymology, whether it's the historical context, references. I always have to take things down to the base. And I said, okay. And he goes, what is the one thing that all of these various experiences or entities have in common? I don't know. He goes, they all appear to be conscious, which means that conscious is the fundamental unifying factor of the paranormal, of the interdimensional, and of the extraterrestrial. And this is where we come into what he calls the quantum nexus, is that we are all one accent of each other on the quantum level, just varying different levels of consciousness.
Well, yeah, indeed. The question of consciousness is crucial. It's a big topic. We can delve into it somewhat, but it is one that, again, much of mainstream ufology doesn't want to deal with. I tend to follow UFO Twitter, right? The Twitter conversation about UFOs. There are some smart people on this, so that's why I pay attention. And at the same time, the entry bar to become a UFO observer is pretty low. Mm-hmm. I'm struck by the number of people on Twitter, UFO Twitter, who clearly haven't done any real delving. So I heard someone the other day, read somebody saying, what does this mean when people say we have to explore the nature of consciousness? And then he said, are they saying that UFOs are merely subjective? So again, this is the kind of, we are caught between a rock and a hard place. But what I mean by that, no, that they're not merely subjective. What the UFO does is cut right between the cleavage. This is the cleavage. Over here is objective, over here is subjective. The subjective is the realm of the observer, thoughts, feelings, inner life. Objective is supposedly out there. The UFO says, nice division, but we're not going to acknowledge it. Mm-hmm. They continue to appear in forms that undercut the division between mind and matter, spirit and physicality, inner and outer, objective and subjective. This is why the experiences are life-changing. That's why they resemble Ezekiel's wheel, Moses and the burning bush. I do think those are descriptions of the same phenomenon. Which is not to say, oh, Moses saw flying saucers. No, the flying saucer frame of reference is a contemporary way that a mega phenomenon, meta system. Let's put it this way.
You're spot on. Yep.
The UFO frame of reference, the saucer frame of reference, is a system, and it is produced by a meta system, I believe, that says in our age we expect things to be technological. So it gives us technological stuff. In other ages, in the Middle Ages, where angels were the stock in trade, then these beings took the form of angels. In other words, this phenomenon, and it's crucial, you touched on it, this is an intelligence. Mm-hmm. And it is an intelligence that in some sense, I believe its purpose, or at least its effect, is to shape human belief in new ways. And that's why I'm describing in my book, I'm calling it Cosmos Calling, because I think the UFO is a call from the cosmos. Now, and the book is going to be what that call is. The broadest sense I'd put it, Joshua, is this way. It's calling on us to wake up and play a bigger game.
Yep.
There's more to we ask, what are UFOs made of? Amazing how often that question always points back to what are we made of? We're not going to figure out the UFO's makeup without exploring our own. We don't get out of this thing in our current state. We are an evolving animal. We're spiritual beings having a human life. It's one way to talk about it. But we are paranormal ourselves, okay? But we're not in touch with that part of ourselves very often. I think the UFO is an enticement to step into larger dimensional aspects of our own being.
All right, I'm going to share something with you, and a few people knew they saw me smiling when you were saying this, and I hope that this maybe from my experience is validation for what you just said there. Back in about 2009, I was heavily into various aspects of the occult, magic aspects. And I used to be able to get into very, very trance-like meditations. And I used to do them before bed and go into these meditations. I had a hypnosis session one time where I met this being, and this being, a being of light. And she kind of guided me and helped me, gave me a lot of knowledge throughout life. And this one night I go into this kind of meditative trance. And it's kind of cool. I mean, you're like... it's seconds are hours in the real world, right? And so the experience in this realm is very prolonged in the real world. But I hear a voice right here in my left ear, and it's saying, Josh. And so I follow the voice with my consciousness, and I'm kind of going through this kind of this darkness, and it kind of comes to a light. And at the light, I see just kind of glimmers of light going back and forth, and they're communicating, they're talking. And I go, oh, hi. And she's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, well, what do you mean what am I doing here? She goes, you shouldn't be here right now. And I'm like, but I am. I heard my name. She goes, but I'm talking to you right now. So you can't be here right now. And so then she kind of comes down and it just gives me this idea in my mind that I can't see them. Everything that I'm perceiving of them is an illusion created by my mind. My mind is trying to interpret the the information that's coming from a higher dimensional or vibrational level. And so what my mind does is it pulls from its memory stores the best interpretation it can of what's actually happening. And she goes, this is all phenomena, from ghosts to spirits to shadow figures to UFOs to alien abductions. It's all this way, is that things that are beyond your perceptual ability, beyond your dimensional perspective, are basically interpreted through your brain the best that it can, and it usually will go to social and cultural aspects that are currently trending to depict what it actually is. And it hit me, and I'm like, UFOs, flying saucers, the progression from a saucer to a triangle to these different levels of technology. The next day, I'm listening to Elliot in the Morning in Washington, D.C., I think it was 95 or 103.5, and he had Sammy Hagar from Van Halen on. And Sammy Hagar had just written his autobiography, and he talked about the time that he was abducted by aliens in Cabo San Lucas. And he said that it was the weirdest thing in the world. They left my body right there, but they took my consciousness. And it was crazy because everything that I looked at them, how I perceived them, was all a formulation, a creation of my mind, and I never perceived them in their true form, only what my mind believed them to be. And so what you just said was mind-blowing because it was spot on with exactly what I've been saying for the longest time. And it comes from two different levels of experience.
Wow, that's great. First of all, I didn't know about Sammy Hagar's experience.
Yeah.
When I lived in California, I had crossed paths with Sammy one day. Very fun. He and his wife at the time anyway, quite a couple. I don't know if he was Van Halen at the time, but he was Sammy Hagar.
Red rocker.
And, yeah, a total rocker, an amazing guy. There is. What you're describing, there's one part of what you said I want to touch on. This is something that we all have to do all the time. Imagine a kid, learning to make, let's say him, a kid making his way, an infant, making his way, learning what things are. He learns, he or she, but I'll just say he because I don't want to keep saying he or she, learns that a furry animal with 4 legs and a tail is a doggy. And there are more than one kind of dog. He sees other kind of doggies. One day he sees a new kind of doggy, which he doesn't know is a cat. But it fits every other aspect of a dog. It's furry, has 4 legs and a tail. Doesn't say bow wow, it says meow. So at this point, he's got the category that furry, 4 legs and tail. We all attempt to assimilate new experiences into our existing categories. And there are times when we are required, in order to learn and cognitively develop, we have to allow our belief systems to accommodate something different. So there are 2 things in the category of furry, tail, 4 legs: dogs, cats, zebras, giraffes. It goes on and on and on. So you've just described the first step is, how do I assimilate this into my existing belief system? And there are cases that it's not possible. The belief system has to expand. And part of the dilemma with that is a social dilemma. How do you reveal, how do you talk about experiences of this magnitude? An abduction, being taken, with details that, well, I began by talking about Pascagoula. Let me tell you the story of Pascagoula, Mississippi. 2 men, 49-year-old Charles Hickson and 19-year-old Calvin Parker. They're both steel workers, or I should say shipyard workers. The age difference was that it was the first day Calvin had started at the shipyard, Walker Shipyard. And at the end of the day, Charles Hickson said, "Calvin, would you like to go fishing?" "I sure would." And they both love fishing. So they went home, had their dinner, had their showers, and they met, and they drove off to a place to cast their lines for the night. Wasn't a good place. They moved to another location. That wasn't a good place. Finally, they went on private property and walked out on a pier. And Calvin Parker, who is now, he was 19 at the time, is now 70 years old, said, "Charlie, we're going to get arrested here." And by the way, I was just down in Mississippi, so I'll be slipping in and out of my Pascagoula accent. He said, "Charlie, we're going to get arrested here. This is probably not a good place for us to be." And Charlie said, "Don't worry, it'll be all right." Well, so they're catching fish. Sure enough, Charlie sees reflected on the water blue light. And he says, well, Charlie, I told you, the police are here. Now I'm going to spend the night in jail, and so are you. They turned around. It wasn't the police. It was a craft. I would say an apparent craft. You know, we always have to say an apparent. It appeared to them to be a craft. But I've learned to, at some point you have to stop, start dropping the phrase apparent, and it seemed to be. Of course it seemed to be. Well, it was blue and white and shimmering, and then a door opened up like on Star Trek. These guys are not Star Trek fans. Yeah. They're not influenced by science fiction. They are high school graduates, maybe in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Okay, and there was only one major UFO abduction that had taken place at the time. That was Betty and Barney Hill. They didn't know about it. So with that as a framework, the door opened up, a bright light, and out came three creatures. That's what they described them to be, creatures, about 5 feet tall, gray, with what appeared to be carrot-like ears, like carrot sticks, nose like carrot sticks, eyes that didn't appear to be eyes. If they were, they had legs, but they were floating. Both of these men were paralyzed, unable to move. Two of them came on each side of Calvin, took him, and oh, by the way, as they were approaching them telepathically. By the way, Calvin had never had a telepathic experience. He probably didn't know the word, let alone the experience. He got a mental statement from them that says, don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. We mean you no harm. And it's nice to hear when two or three creatures are grabbing you and taking you inside this thing. And he said the light inside was as bright as a welder's arc, which is, if you know anything about, well, that's pretty bright. Yeah. And then, so long story short, they put them through procedures, an examination of some kind, still paralyzed, terrified. So they then released them out onto the shore. Calvin fell to his knees, crying and weeping, 19 years old. Charlie, who'd been to Korea for war, had at least had some trauma in his life. But for Calvin, it was the first trauma. I can't imagine a worse trauma. So they stood there and they agreed, we'll never tell anybody. We can't tell anybody. And they were stopped 15 minutes. They were overwhelmed. And this thing, by the way, disappeared. It didn't just fly off, and it just disappeared, literally dematerialized. And by the way, there were later sightings. Other witnesses saw a blue light. So there were secondary sighting. By the way, it doesn't necessarily make us extraterrestrial yet. Right. Could be something from another dimension that opened up. We don't know, but that's a larger question. Wormholes in physics, quantum physics, there are various models for multiple worlds. They may be right here, close to us, and under certain circumstances, things translate in a way that open us to a larger set of dimensions. So with that as a framework, Charlie, the older one, said, we got to call the Air Force. They had an Air Force base nearby. We got this could be an invasion, Charlie. And that was a reasonable, or Calvin, that's a reasonable position. So they called the Air Force. The Air Force says, we don't investigate this stuff anymore. Call your local law enforcement. And Calvin said, please, Charlie, do not call the local police. We do not. They did call the local sheriff. Sheriff brought them in. They sat with them separately. They saw how absolutely terrorized they both were, especially Calvin. Calvin was truly, and this is like an assault, to say the least. As John Mack, Dr. John Mack at Harvard, who went on to study the abductions, called it ontological shock. Ontology is the division of philosophy that deals with the nature of being. Mm-hmm. Well, an ontological shock is a shock to your very sense of what is possible, what is real. That could not have happened, what just happened to these old boys, good old boys. And it did happen to them. So I'll bring this to an end by saying this. They met with them privately. They told them to tell the story over and over. They got pretty fed up with it. And then they set up a tape recorder in a cell and then put them both in a secret tape recorder, a hidden tape recorder. Put them both in there and said, we got some calls to make. You boys just sit here and then we'll let you go home. They closed the door. Now, if it was a hoax, You think they would have said, well, we got it going now. Now we got to keep it up, and we'll get on TV, and we'll get a book deal and a movie. You know, that kind of talk is what you would have expected, or else from psychologically deranged individuals. Instead, these are guys. Calvin is still weeping. I'd like to have gone crazy out there. That thing held me up, and I couldn't move my arm. I'm about out of my mind with terror about that. I need to sleeping pill I mean, just the kind of stuff. Charlie said, well, I need me a drink for sure. And I'll get you a sleeping pill. I'll get you a room, or get you home, son. Don't worry. But they talked for about 10 minutes, entirely consistent with, this is what caused the sheriff to say, well, these guys have had a real experience. Dr. Hynek flew down. Some other researchers flew down, interviewed them, and said, if these guys are acting, they deserve the Academy Award. We don't know what they saw came from, but they had an experience. Wow. And so it went on. It became one of the greatest cases. It's now 50 years later. And as I said, I went down to Pascagoula at the invitation of Calvin, who's the only one left, because I wanted to see how it's sitting with him 50 years later. Wanted to also talk with some of the other witnesses. So that's part of what I'll be doing in the book, is revisiting Pascagoula. Had a wonderful time. He's a wonderful human being. Mostly I was impressed by his normalcy. At this point of his life, he has integrated the experience. And you know what? He continues to say, I don't know what happened. Something happened. He said, it may be from dimensions. I don't understand how that works. I am not an educated man. He's very forthright about not having the kind of education that would seemingly go with it. He was persuaded to write a book. Finally, let me share that story with you real briefly. Yeah. He and his wife went to a funeral back in 2016. And Calvin had learned to stop identifying himself by his name, because Pascagoula is a small town. And he didn't want to have to be Calvin Parker of that incident. So he signed the funeral registry with his real name. Someone looks over his shoulder and said, well, are you Calvin Parker? And Calvin said, oh, God. Yeah, I'm Calvin Parker. But 2 or 3 others came over. They tell us your story. We want to meet you. Can we take our picture? And Calvin turned to his wife said, well, this isn't right. We're here for a funeral. This is not respectful. So they exited the scene, got in the car. And by the way, a publisher had that week contacted Calvin and said, would you be interested in reconsidering and doing a book with us? And in the car, his wife, Wynette, turned to Calvin and said, Calvin, you got to write that book because you have got to deal with this. And do you know what, and that was 2017 or so. Do you know that between 1973, when the incident happened, and 2017, Calvin Parker had never told his wife the full story on his own? She'd read about what he was reported to have said, but he was continued to be so traumatized and so disturbed, he kept it within. Wow. And it was only in the process of actually writing the book, even though he wasn't a writer, he wrote it in his Mississippi way, first person, and that was a big part of what he found very healing, to finally bring it forward. So anyway, I'm giving you one of the best cases in UFO research, and it's one that I'm going to be revisiting with the kind of details I've told you here.
That's fascinating, and I'm going to get your book because I want to find out how this sits with Calvin 50 years later. And so I urge everybody to go to your website, which is thompsonatlarge.com, and you guys can check out everything there. I'm curious, other than the Ann Arbor sightings, have you had any experiences yourself with either with UFOs, aliens, whatever it might be, paranormal, any type of experiences?
Well, I have. I have not had UFO experiences, but I have had an experience that I have that, that like Calvin, I kept to myself for reasons that I'll make clear. I used to call it a near-death experience, but I finally come to realize I had a death experience. I experienced death. I experienced dying. And I came back. So in that sense, it wasn't permanent death, permanent bodily death. I'll give you a brief overview. I went in my mid-20s, went to Hawaii with friends, and we went body surfing one day on a beach called Sunset Beach. Anybody who knows North Honolulu, North Oahu knows that beach. It's the site of surfing championships. They have signs that are not temporary signs. They're permanent signs. Don't go in there, or be very, very careful. The undertow, the waves. We were feeling our oats. We were young. We were immortal. We were invulnerable. We played along the edges. And then I love body surfing in warm water. It is a heavenly experience for me. And I've had my share of it in this blessed life. So I get out, I start, hitting the surf. And I, long story short, I lost it. I got taken out too far. Combination of undertow and waves coming from behind me. So the waves from behind me crashed, the undertow pulled me further out, crash. And what I was doing, let me just put this out there to anybody who does ocean swimming, playing in the ocean. If you're ever caught in undertow, riptides, swim parallel to the beach. Don't fight them. Find a place where they're not there, and then let the waves from behind wash you onto the shore. But if you're swimming against riptides, you will exhaust yourself and you probably won't survive. I got far enough out there. And my friends on shore were saying, they're calling me, get in. Somebody came out on a surfboard, offered it to me. He tried to swim, and then the surfboard got blown, the waves blew it out of my hands. And I remember the scene that I said, I'm going to die. And I got taken by a huge breaker, crashed to the floor. And when I came back up, I was really up. I was looking down on the beach. When I say let me say what I mean by this. The sense of being an aware being as you are right now. When you say you're referring to this perspective. My perspective was 360 degrees. I was not only seeing my friends on the beach calling to my body, I saw my body. I was aware that I was not seeing from my body. I was seeing from outside my body. And I had a very clear and lucid moment, as is often the case with dying experiences. I said, dead isn't dead. And because my body was lifeless, it was being being like a doll. That used to be Keith. Now I saw the body that used to be me. And in some sense, I was still engaged with. Went through the stages of the near-death experience, a tunnel, brilliant light, sounds, music, a sense of a heaven-like place. I say heaven-like because I was not raised with a strong Christian background, but I know what heaven is supposed to look like. I saw deceased relatives. I saw beings that did not appear to be quite human, mythological creatures. I was engaged with a wisdom force that talked with me, that we communicated telepathically, mind to mind. What was I learning about life? Long story short, it wasn't one of those things if you're going back because you're not ready, but you have more to learn, or I had more to learn. And next thing I knew, I was seeing the world again through this body. I saw the shore. My friends were waiting out. I had found I was back in the body, and I had found a cove that was carrying me, and I was kind of beaten up, not badly injured, but kind of wrecked. Let me just tell you what the significance of this was. Yeah. When I was on the beach, my friends were reviving me and not doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but I was stunned. I was in shock. Dying is hard on the body. to say the least. It's not a victory for the body. It's a trauma for the body. But I came back with, even though I was in the body again, I'd recognized that I had, one more detail, Josh. It was very significant. That was decisive for me. Not only did I see my friends see my body in the water and see my friends on the shore and see everything as awareness itself, as limitless, boundless, infinite. I heard my friend Mary on the shore, frustrated and a little bit pissed off, saying to our other friend, it was a bunch of buddies, said, why didn't he listen? I told him it was too rough. This was based on the assumption that my body would be retrieved and would be sent back in a body bag. Awareness, was suddenly at the side of Mary. And I was telling her, I am fine. There's nothing wrong. I'm okay. She couldn't hear me. I could hear her. That was another sign that this was not the game. The game I'd been playing was different. Yeah. Well, at the level of anomalies, the next day after I survived and back in the body and they were taking care of me. And I said, Mary, I'd like to tell you something. Let's go for a walk. She was a platonic friend. Her boyfriend was Jim, and they were there she was a good buddy. Yeah. And she goes, what do you want to tell me? And I said, well, I need to tell you, you remember when you were on the shore and I was in the water? She said, yeah. I said, I heard you say, Keith, why didn't you listen to me? Why didn't he listen to me? I told him not to go in. And she goes, her face, the blood drained from her face. Now, when I say, when she said that, my body was probably 200 yards out into the water. And the amount of noise from the waves, and it was big crashing waves. It was a crazy thing that I got caught up in. We both knew what it meant. By the way, one more detail. This was after the book, Life After Life, had been written. But only 4 years after. Oprah had not made the near-death experience famous. Raymond Moody had written the book, but it was not yet famous. I had never heard it. I was too busy living life as a 24-year-old to be interested in people who have near death. I had never heard of the NDE, near-death experience, which was significant in two ways. Number one, I had not memorized the stages of a near-death experience, and therefore that's what I had, because I was expecting, the expectancy explanation. Oh, you hear about these and you imitate them. I had no idea. And the other thing that made it significant, Josh, is that I could not get anybody. When I was on the beach afterwards, a good friend of mine, Moore, said, buddy, we thought that you'd eaten it out there. And we thought that you'd die. And I naively, I should say, matter-of-factly, looked at it as an opening. I said, I did die. And he looked, I could tell by the look in his eyes, everybody's look was, Keith is traumatized. Keith is maybe hysterical. One friend was a psychologist, so she went to the psychological explanation. Good analysis, reasonable. They'd never heard of the NDE either. You don't die and come back.
Right.
So I learned quickly over time, like Calvin Parker. I had one after telling more and more about more and more circumstances, at a party. Keith, tell us about what happened to you in Hawaii. So I would tell them, I would one after time, one after another, find that you wouldn't be believed. You need trauma therapy. It's a good thing to get, by the way, if you've had this kind of an experience. I came to realize there's a poem by the German poet Goethe. There's a line from this poem that goes like this: tell a wise person or else keep silent. For the mass person, the person of the masses will mock it right away. Tell a wise person or else keep silent, because the ordinary person will mock it right away.
Wow. Love it.
I came across that poem, and it relates to people who've had abduction experiences. It relates to any kind of life transformed experience. You need to tell somebody who can understand, who's also had it, or else keep silent. So I kept silent. So this is a long answer to your question. I kept silent. I shared it with a few people. Fortunately, around this time, the near-death experience did get to be famous, get to be well-known. I found, well, wow. I went through all the things that I later found the near-death experience includes. A life review process in which everything is revealed to you. Wisdom is downloaded, which has taken me years to embody and bring forward. Well, in any case, I never have written about it. I didn't write about it in my first book. I am going to bring this experience forward in this book, because I am not doing, I'm doing this work as an empiricist. I'm taking an empirical approach, but my view is that we have to have a broad-based empiricism that includes physical experience, mental experience, emotional experience, and spiritual experience. These are all experiences, and the empirical approach studies it all. So I'm bringing my own experience in. It's not a book about my own experience, but I will bring it forward because I'm not going to any longer conceal that this is a framework that has continued to change how I see and the significance of consciousness. I'll tell you one piece that is in place for me, Josh. I came back. I've had conflict. I've had struggles back in the material world. We all have, relationships and difficulties. But something left me that has never come back, and that was what left me was any fear of death, any fear of dying. I have no. People say, does consciousness survive the physical body? It's death. I kind of laugh when I hear that. I said, consciousness survives because consciousness precedes. Consciousness is here before we're born. It is the ground of our being. And it comes through us, seemingly, through our five senses, but it is the frame in which the five senses are. The consciousness isn't in the body. All of this is in consciousness. I don't know how deeply I'm going to try to develop that in the book, but I'm convinced consciousness is here before we are, and consciousness continues. What form it takes? We could talk about reincarnation. There's really some good evidence for these children who remember past lives. And there's also the scenario of heaven-like pictures, which are very consistent with Christian and Islamic. So is it reincarnation? Or is it a permanent place where you go after death? It could be both. Yeah. There could be levels of choice. Anyway, these are big questions that'll take us beyond the UFO frame, but I'm gonna pry this thing open a little wider than most people are prepared to look at.
Well, this is Fringe, so the conversation is okay, because I think that these conversations need to be had and explored in these various topics, especially the UFO phenomena, because I'm a firm believer that this connection to the metaphysical, to the spiritual, is direct. That many people look at the old ancient religious stories that come about, Ezekiel's wheel, as you mentioned before, and they look at this as angelic. Well, why can't it be? Why couldn't? Maybe it was both. Maybe it was perceived as this is something that's godly, heavenly, spiritual, and this was their way of describing it, but it was also technological in its perspective, that it was both spiritual and technological. It was both advanced civilization as well as spiritually advanced, more than us, and therefore guidance, therefore, bringing a message, right?
Yes. Well, the way when people say, what's the essence, Keith, of the UFO, and just in the UFO frame of reference, the saucer frame of reference, the essence is really, there's two ways to look at it. This is either a physical phenomenon and by the way, it shows up on radar, shows up on other sensors. The military has had a long-term interest in this phenomenon. The amount of deception that we've had has not served the health of our democracy. But at least it's a physical phenomenon that at the same time has profound effects in terms of our consciousness, radically causing altered states of consciousness. Or this is primarily an intelligence that has physical effects. Either one. You can it works either way. You can look at it as a physical technology that has profound paranormal effects on mind and consciousness, or it is primarily a form of intelligence that has physical effects. But either way, it cuts across the quick of that division. Let me tell you another story that I've recently been playing with. Ken Arnold.
Yes.
Was the pilot who saw. First, 1947, saw 9 discs over the what appeared to be discs. They actually appeared to be, what is the word for the particular shape? Scorpion. They were actually scorpion-like. In any case, they were 9 objects that were. He didn't say they were shaped like saucers. He said they skipped like saucers over water. Mm-hmm. And he landed. He was out on a search mission to find a crashed plane. It was a reward, $5,000. Wasn't a small amount in 1947. I don't think he found it. Maybe he did. In any case, he found something else. He found this phenomenon. Well, so it was widely perceived, at first he thought these might be Russian, but there were aspects of this that he didn't talk about openly, because he was already thought to be kind of a nut for simply seeing what were called flying saucers, extraterrestrial spaceships. He never said that. But that's what it became. This was a post-war jittery period, and concerned about the Russians and so forth. His daughter, after Dad died, gave an interview. She said, I want to set the record straight. I want to say what my father described to us and what happened to us as a result of this phenomenon. So let's pause right there and say that the UFO phenomenon in the modern age, the creation myth of the UFO world, is the Kenneth Arnold story. It's the origin myth, right? It's where it all begins. So it sets the stage for all to come. When I say a creation myth, primal people in the Aboriginal world of Australia and elsewhere have creation myth. This is where our people, we descended from the stars. This is our story. And these stories are told through the centuries. And likewise, the creation myth of ufology was what Kenneth Arnold discovered. Well, his daughter, Kim Arnold, came forward after he died and said, let me tell you what else my father experienced that day. He didn't tell the full story. He said he saw these objects. They were shimmering with blue and white light. One of them that passed close lit up his cockpit, quote, like a welder's arc. Now, isn't that an interesting 2 uses of I don't want to make too much of it. Let's just say very bright light. But the Pascagoula guys, like a welder's light, the Kenneth Arnold in his cockpit, and the nature of the light was so astonishing that it left him with a deep sense of something other dimensional. He said they were blue-white light. They were transparent in different densities. He said, I was convinced she said, my dad never said they were mechanical. He never thought there was anything mechanical about them. He thought they were living, and they pulsated like the human heart. Okay, now right there, we have a frame of reference in the original story that never got told. So in the UFO creation myth we now know, there was a larger set of details. He didn't describe those details because you could imagine the assumptions that would have been made about him. Something else he didn't tell. She said, when Dad flew back that day to Boise, which is where they live, Boise, Idaho, and after talking all day long to the news media, the phone is ringing off the hook. Everyone wants to talk to Kenneth Arnold. In the parents' bedroom that night, Ken Arnold's bedroom with his wife, they experienced orbs of light in their home, red, blue balls of light, which are an increasingly common, a very frequent aspect, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that one scene when all the police cars are chasing the UFO along the road, and then the balls of light follow the craft or precede the craft. Orbs of light are actually a very common thing. So Kenneth Arnold in Mount Rainier, Washington, experiences 9 living beings, if you will, pulsating like light, which were represented as mechanical to the mechanical mindset of the time. He flies back to Boise, comes home, and their home is filled with light. This suggests something that transgresses the boundaries of mind and matter that Western science insists on. Western science's story of mind and matter as divided by an inseparable bridge is exactly that. It's a story. Yeah. It's not the essence of the scientific process. The scientific method can explore the paranormal. It's the paranormal is not pseudoscience. The paranormal can be explored in pseudoscientific ways, for sure. But by its nature, the paranormal is not out of bounds to study. Telepathy is not out of bounds to study. None of it is. So I take that view. I'm actually scientific, but in the broad sense of the scientific method. And so I say to the materialists who say things like, the scientific materialists, the physicalists who say, well, we know these things couldn't happen because, or no, it didn't happen because it can't happen. Oh, really? Why can't they happen? Well, because we know from the laws of nature. No. There are regularities of nature. There are patterns of nature. And guess what? These are patterns you don't want to look at because they require us to maybe reverse, Josh, the very equation that instead of the material world being primary, and somehow we've got to explain how the material world developed self-awareness, maybe consciousness is the base. And we are born into a culture that has pushed so much off to the side. Maybe the physical world that we're in right now is, in fact, there are some schools of philosophy in neuroscience right now that suggest the physical world is actually a dense form of consciousness. Maybe it's all consciousness. Again, I'm not unpacking those deep issues, but the consciousness piece is crucial, and it's in the Ken Arnold founding story. So I love discovering that. It opens up the territory wide.
Well, it does, as well as in the sense of social engineering, because the way the mainstream media ran with the story in the sense of flying saucers, we know during this point in time in the history of the country, the U.S. military and the intelligence communities were well aware of these types of phenomena. We know that they were well aware of it. Nazi Germany, they obviously had recovered this. This is post-World War II. So we know that they were aware of it. And so it would be at the guise of them that they would say, hey, look, media, this is what they were. This is what you need to report, instead of actually reporting what they believe they actually were. I mean, and think about how the flying saucer idea itself was ingrained into the minds of humanity for the last, 50, 60 years. Exactly what we just talked about there is it goes back to that social attribution that sits in your brain of your mind trying to interpret what it's seen, and it goes back and correlates it with a saucer. Eventually that's going to transition to a triangle and so forth. But if Kenneth Arnold had came out and told that story, and that story was actually told, just think what the UFO phenomena would be today in the sense of the minds of humanity.
And it probably, when I think about that, I think it's a very good point. It's a very good point. I think actually, if he had come out with the full story, it would have been dismissed it would not have. His story would not probably have been the founding story, because that was too. It would have appeared that Ken Arnold was troubled.
Yeah.
Okay, to put, I mean, that level of detail. I don't think there's anything that. Everything happens for a purpose. He said what he saw. By the way, if he didn't describe them as shaped like saucers, but he said they skip like saucers would skip, isn't it interesting that in fact what has been continued then over the years, what has been perceived very often is flying saucers. What is how does that happen? I think it is actually possible. And this puts me out there among those who are out there. But I think the evidence, we've got to go with the evidence. But I think it's possible that this phenomenon is sentient. It is precognitive. There are many, many cases of people knowing that they're going to have, ordinary people sense that they're about to see something, and they look up and they do see something. So this is a sentient phenomenon that interacts with this physical world. It is precognitive. We know that. Well, we know it. There's great evidence from the Skinwalker Ranch phenomenon and the TV series called Skinwalker Ranch. If our listeners and viewers don't know that show, I would suggest they look up Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. In any case, the phenomenon says, in effect, this intelligence recognizes that we're expecting it to be saucers. It conforms to saucers. By the way, only 50 years prior to Ken Arnold, 1947, 1896, there's an entire phenomenon that I will be describing in the book, and I'll keep brief here, the Texas airship mystery. Throughout the southern states, airships that were, this is the pre-Wright brothers, so we weren't flying yet, that were almost Wizard of Oz-like dirigibles were landing in Texas cornfields, seen by sheriffs and deputy sheriffs, and strange, absurd conversations happened between humans and the beings on this ship. One of the sheriffs said, "Where are you from?" He said, "Today I'm from Greece, but tomorrow from anywhere." Well, that is in Zen Buddhist practice. That's called a koan. That is like the question, what was your face before you were born? When you're asked that in a meditative setting by a Zen man, what was your original face? It stops the mind.
Yeah.
And in that moment where the mind stops, there can be an illumination, which is the whole point of Zen practice. Well, is it possible that the UFO is a well-orchestrated koan? K-O-A-N, if you want to look up that word. It refers to a nonsensical challenge to the mind, which has the effect of stopping the mind, because the mind tries to figure it out and stops in its tracks. So when you ask where they're from, today we're from Greece, tomorrow anywhere, and that gets reported, first of all, it gets debunked. That couldn't have happened. Right. The sheriff must have been drinking. So this is the structure. It reveals itself, Joshua. It reveals itself in a way that further conceals it. Every revelation it makes of itself, it also conceals it, because that couldn't have happened. What? And that's, by the way, just briefly, we're about to go to these hearings on March 17, when Congress apparently has finally had enough. They've had these classified briefings. They've been shown some pretty far out stuff. And apparently the Pentagon has kind of said, well, we're just going to keep it between us, right? We don't know what to make of it. Several members of Congress said, actually, no, we're going to have public hearings. We're going to put you under oath. They've got to protect methods of intelligence. They've got to protect sources. We don't want to put our intelligence sources at risk. But we're about to put to the military and to the intelligence services some tough questions. That's just this coming Tuesday, the 17th. So in any case, what I think they're probably going to have to acknowledge is they don't know what this is. Yeah. It is so surpasses our technology. Oh, the Tic Tac sightings of 2004 on the Nimitz aircraft carrier. I can't begin to do that story justice, but what was recorded on radar, these phenomena, these apparent craft tic-tac shape, dropping 70,000 feet into the sea level in 3/4 of a second, in less than 1 second, 70,000 feet, and then zooming 60 miles in 1 second beyond.
Yeah. I got out of,
and then disappearing on the spot. Just not just zooming out into space, but literally dematerializing, or what appears to be popping back out of this realm. That's why I think we have to look at the possibility that I call it. You add up the extraterrestrial, then there's the interdimensional. Some call it the ultra-terrestrial. This is a form of intelligence that's right here. So I take all the theories, ultra-terrestrial, extraterrestrial. I've created the term omni-terrestrial. I like that. Omni meaning all, or everything, or the whole. It is all levels of Earth. It is an Earth broadly defined. All levels of body, all levels of mind. And no, that's not comforting. Yeah. No, that's not easy to explain. Our science isn't there yet. This is prodding our science to move. It's like a horse when you smack a horse with a what do you call it? The crop. Yeah. It's to get the horse to gallop. Well, this is trying to get us to gallop. It's trying to get us to grow up.
Now,
yeah.
I find it interesting that you mentioned the Tic Tac UFOs. I've told a lot of people this story. I actually did an interview with Linda Moulton Howe in 2012. I got out of service in 2010. I finally got my VA benefits in 2012, and I felt safe enough to tell the story. And the story that we had was we deployed to the South Pacific. And so we were just off the coast of Peru, about 300 miles by the Galapagos Islands. You can't operate within a 100-mile radius of the Galapagos Islands because it's protected waters. So what would happen is drug smugglers would go into those protected waters and they'd use them as waypoints to transfer narcotics or human beings in human trafficking operations because they knew we couldn't go in them. But so that's what the area of operation that we operated in. And one night, I go out, I was on radar watch. I worked in weapon control and worked on the radar systems on my watch. My duty was standing watch. So worked on the fire control. Radar has a range about 25 nautical miles. I check out my air search radar, 250 nautical miles, nothing on there. Surface search radar, 55 nautical miles, nothing there. I'm like, hey, I'm going to go have a smoke. And I go to port side midships and I watch this red light on the horizon just rise up. And we're in the middle of the ocean. We're running dark, so the only thing we have on is a mast light on our ship. Everything else is dark. It's crystal clear skies. I mean, the most amazing skies you've ever seen in your life. And I see this red light, and I go, oh my God, that's a flare. Someone must be having an emergency, a small boat or something like that. So I go and I call the bridge. Like, hey, we got a red flare portside midship. Just came up over the horizon. They're watching it with the big eyes. I go back up to combat, and they said, Josh, there's a problem here. I go, what's that? And they go, usually when someone shoots a flare in the air, the flare falls down. And I said, oh. They're like, do you have anything on radar? I'm like, we have nothing on radar. So we start moving towards it, and at the same, so we don't gain any traction on it. It's as if it's moving away from us as we're moving towards it. So we launched the SH-60 Bravo, the helicopter we have, towards it. And the helicopter, it starts moving away from the helicopter, eventually stops. The helicopter gets on top of it, and we get it on the FLIR camera, which is an infrared camera. And it's about the size of a SUV. And it drops into the ocean and begins to dissipate. And so the dissipation was just the heat signature in the red light began to disappear as it sped up going down into the ocean. And that was one of many experiences we had in 2004 in the ocean. And it was a spherical object. It was nice and big, round spherical object. But it was glimmering red. Like just, it looked like a flare in the sky. It looked like a burning circle in the sky.
Well, the pilot, the F-18 pilot, I believe it's Frager, in the Nimitz, if I've got his name right, I don't want to call him by his wrong name, but he was originally drawn. By the way, they had been seeing this stuff during their maneuvers in the aircraft carrier maneuvers. Finally, somebody said, "Go down to this, pursue it, check it out," and they found it coming out of the water, essentially. So there is a very well developed theory, or at least a speculative approach that suggests that there's as much evidence they come from under the oceans. We haven't surveyed the oceans fully, and it may be that they are off planet and also underwater. Jacques Vallée, the French astrophysicist who's done such good work, astronomer and UFO author, has said, look, given the way this works beyond time, and that comes in and interacts with time and space, they could be from anywhere or any time, which actually brings open the possibility of time travel. I mean, these are very far out things, but the new physics, new approaches to physics speak of wormholes. I'm not conversant in quantum theory. I do know enough about quantum theory to know that if you've got 10 quantum physics theorists in a room, they'll all say it's a lot of high strangeness, but boy, will they disagree on what to make of it, because it's clearly related to this macro world we live in. But how it is it the process, non-locality and the kind of fundamental interconnectedness that seems to be suggested in paranormal phenomena? It opens up all of these questions. So that's a great story. That's a very powerful experience.
Yeah, it was one of the few that we had on that deployment. And my buddy, actually, who came on our ship when we got back in from deployment, he came from the Princeton. which was with the Nimitz battle group doing those exercises. They were one of the ships that had those massive experiences, and he told us all about it. In our next deployment, we went out and we had more experiences. And there's something about that part of the ocean, the Pacific Ocean. And when you start getting out 400, 500 miles off the coastline of California, and even if you transit down south and you go a few hundred miles off the coast of Peru, South America, where there's absolutely nothing on that whole side of the planet, there's something very eerie and strange about being out there. I've been out there many times, and I'll tell you, it's the most surreal experience you've ever had in your life, in the sense of serenity, in the sense of oneness with nature. I mean, the only thing that you hear is the sounds of the waves. The only thing that you see and smell is the salt in the water, and then you see the night skies and the starlit skies and the reflection of the stars off the still ocean, which is absolutely one of the most amazing things in the world. But there's also something out there that's just, I don't know, it's just eerie. And I've had cryptid experiences. We saw a massive 7-foot bird out there. We've seen we chased one with a P3 Orion in the air. We chased this one that was doing exactly what you were saying there before. It was going up in altitude, 50, 60,000 feet, moving freaking 80 miles in a split second, then dropping altitude at ocean level, going back up. And we chased this thing for 3.5 hours until we eventually said, let's get out of here. It's black. They call it Blackbeard's pirate ship because it was in the Caribbean. We had just crossed over into the Panama Canal, and we got this thing on radar. And the P3 Orion had it, and they sent us out to go investigate about 60 miles away. We finally get it on radar, and it's just running all over the place. 100 miles here, 60 miles there, and the P3 is would get over top of it. There's nothing here. There's nothing here, and all of a sudden it would rise up to 70,000 feet in altitude. And they're just it just must be Blackbeard's pirate ship. And there's hundreds of accounts of sailors in modern day of seeing Blackbeard's pirate ship in the Caribbean. And they see it as a contact or a blip on a radar of which they chase and never find.
All of it is fantastic. And you described the cryptids, the mantids, the various forms, these beings, let's just call them, when we're talking about human interactions with beings, especially in the abduction realm. There's a process that I'm going to describe in my book, and I want to do it very respectfully toward the researchers like Bud Hopkins, the famous abduction researcher who wrote Missing Time, and he popularized the idea that people are taken from their cars and their homes into ships, and by the Greys, these short aliens, that they're experimenting with our genetics and they're creating a hybrid race. Okay, interesting when I got to know Bud Hopkins, he had a process of selecting. He had a filter that he didn't know that he had. When someone would say they had a mantid or a cryptid or a creature that did not fit the little Greys, Bud would, without knowing it, would say, well, that one is probably imaginary. See, there's a process of unknowing confirmation bias and cognitive bias, whereby the desire to have a pattern that fits has an effect of a kind of reducing valve. It takes the richness of the actual reported phenomena and narrows it down. So John Keel was a researcher back in the 1960s who wrote a book called Operation Trojan Horse. He started out as an advocate of the ET hypothesis. He went very fast into the view that this is a long-term phenomenon, in his view, very often mischievous and often malevolent. He would travel around the country as a reporter, as a professional reporter. He would arrive at a hotel and want to check in, and they say, "We have your reservation, Mr. Keel." He'd say, "Well, I didn't make a reservation. We have it here. Is this your address?" I mean, he got involved in a paranormal funhouse, if you will. Reservations were made for him. His phone would ring off the hook. He would be followed by long limousines, the men in black. This has a dimension to it. It's not just, the men in black could not just be U.S. military. They act like military intelligence. But there's a phenomenon that reads us. It's reading us as we're trying to read it. And it is goading us, playing with us, in ways I'm still figuring out how to describe how I'm going to talk about this, but it is a call from the cosmos. If it is extraterrestrial, okay, let's just say let's say at least some of it is extraterrestrial in the classic Spielberg sense. Well, in that case, the call is to, hey, Earthlings, you're part of a larger galactic world. You got to get better at managing your planet. We're not going to make contact with you more formally until you get better at relating to yourselves. So there's that. But if they're interdimensional, then it's a call from the cosmos to say, your 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time, your 4 dimensions that you acknowledge, that's not a bad start. Here's the deal. You live in 20 dimensions. That's how you're even interacting with us. Open up your philosophy, open up your cosmology. So in that sense, it's a call from the cosmos to own a larger game. Just because I'm going to add this, just because we've decided for the past 500 years of the materialist scientific method to get rid of angels and angelologies and demons and demonologies, doesn't mean they've given up on us. In other words, because they're no longer part of our maps, doesn't mean that such beings don't exist. And in fact, we are less able to respond because we don't believe in them. Again, I'm not saying classical angels are the actual final form, but it's a phenomenon there is a vast middle realm of phenomena. This is what I want to say. The UFO phenomenon invites us to open to the possibility that between mind and matter, there are middle realms, subtle matter. For example, most of the mythological and religious traditions of the world have doctrines, as you know, from the occult traditions, theosophy, Rudolf Steiner, of subtle bodies, subtle material, astral realms, etheric body. Well, what if, as a matter of fact, I happen to think many of the abduction experiences are happening in the body, but they're happening in a star body or an etheric body. This is why Calvin Parker was paralyzed and floating into, people say, well, some technology did that to him. It didn't do something to his body that his body was. He's already composed of the elements that are beyond the material realm. And he experienced that night. Then he was poured back into a body. And he, to this day, he thinks that he lives in his body. We all do. We have to navigate the material world. But you're getting where I'm kind of leading.
I love this because running through my head is so many different examples of this through mythological history. You can go to Hermes and the divine Pymander, where he talks to the crocodile god, the alligator god, the representation of God. You got Arjuna and Krishna, of where he sees the 1,000 faces in an instant of God vibrate and manifest in front of him. You got Ezekiel and his visions, and all of these, if you take them into the context, is not physical experiences of witnessing something in the physical, but in the sense of a deep meditative trance-like state where you're being pulled out of your body and experiencing something in a higher dimension or even the astral world. The context of it, of what they're explaining, which seems beyond our mind here in the physical realm, it makes complete sense.
Well, Hermes is one of my favorite gods. He is the guardian of thresholds.
Yeah.
What is the UFO but if not a transgressor of the various thresholds? It's both here and over here. It's up and it's down. It's inside and it's outside. This phenomena is neither simply objective nor simply subjective. It's both. So Hermes, not only is he the guardian of thresholds, but he's the guardian of communication. So we're trying to communicate with something. Then the other Greek god I love is the god Proteus, from which we get the word protean. A protean phenomenon is a multiple, takes many forms, many shapes. Protean means diverse, many, manifold. Well, the phenomenon is indeed anything but singular. It is, there's a doubleness to it, and it has fun with us. So I have fun with it. Sometimes I've had people who've taken me aside and say, Keith, you're kind of lucky. You've been exploring this for a long time. And it hasn't damaged you. And I asked someone once, he said, what do you mean? He said, well, there's a history of people who have these encounters, and even researchers, they don't end up well psychologically. And I said, you know something? I think I know what you what you're getting at. I think the researchers and even the experiencers who have not had a framework that is larger than the conventional material mind-body realm, if they don't have a cosmology that allows them to open to it, they can be driven crazy by this phenomenon. And some of the researchers, I won't name names because I respect them all and I'm not looking for wars, but there are researchers in the UFO field that are extremely dogmatic and extremely troubled. I think it doesn't end well for people who, if you're categorically certain what this is, it's going to have a bad effect on you.
Yep.
If you're open to not knowing and you have an awareness, as I have studied over the years, of philosophy and esoteric traditions, I think it leaves me alone, so to speak, because I have a spiritual orientation. You know, the old saying is, one of the great quantum researchers, I think he said, or philosophers, I'm not sure who, I've got to get the name right. He said, I never said it was possible. I only said it was true. I don't know how this is happening. I know that it is happening.
Sounds like fine.
And Whitley Strieber was deeply troubled by his experience. By the way, we're coming close to the end, I think. But I tell you a quick story. After he wrote Communion,
which happened, by the way, about an hour and a half from where I live, where I was born and raised.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, he wrote Communion based on this experience in the cabin out in the woods. And then they went public with it, which I think Whitley has sometimes wondered whether that was the right path, but it's become who he is, and he stands up and stands for it. They invited people to write them. They put their post office box on the book, and they got many thousands of letters from people. And his late wife was the archivist for that particular project. She would spend days with some volunteer researchers collating them and pulling out the themes and looking at the patterns. One day she came out and said, Whitley said, what are you finding? She said, Whitley, from everything I'm studying, this has a lot to do with what we call death. So there's a big one. Drop that one in the UFO field. Are we looking at the possibility to understand this phenomenon of interaction with so apparent aliens? We're also looking at the realm that I experienced in my death experience and others. In other words, I'm going to be developing overlap, almost like a Venn diagram. The UFO encounter experience, the near-death experience. What are the common elements? And there are many. This is a larger framework that is revealing itself to us. And if we try to look at it only in pieces, it will drive us crazy.
You know, in that perspective right there, because I know exactly what you're talking about. And this is, so the Red Pill Project, I created this because I got censored heavily on all different types of platforms because of my opinion, because of where the information I was research was leading me, and I was very verbal about it, and that got me banned. And so I created the Red Pill Project, and I said I have to have a motto for it, and I picked that you never believe anything anybody tells you, no matter who they are or what authority they profess or possess, unless you can prove it with your own will, through your own volition, and through your own experiences. And so the interesting thing about this is that the one thing that you should leave out of that, though, is your conceptualization of belief. Because when you bring your beliefs into the interpretation of the information, you automatically assume that your perspective is right. But instead, I utilize a level of intuition to interpret reality, right? In the sense that all information is manipulated in some way, shape, or form, and that when information comes into my sensory system, is that you have to be hypercritical of what that information is. You have to look at it in a very discerning way and not just accept it as it is. And so people who are very dogmatic, people who are based upon a certain belief structure or oriented or indoctrinated into a belief structure, they're always going to look at information in that perspective that they were indoctrinated, trained, or organized to. One example I use, and he's passed away now, I guess we can talk about him, is Bill Cooper. I think Bill Cooper was a fascinating human being. He did a lot for these different truth communities as well as the UFO and alien community. And I think he's wrong on about 80% of the things that he talks about, because he doesn't understand the occult from an occult or esoteric perspective. He understands it from a very, very Christian perspective, which you cannot take something that is outside. You cannot take something that you're inside of and look outside of it and say, oh, this is what it's compared to on the inside, and this is why it's bad or good or whatever it might be. Is you have to go out to the outside and you have to dip your feet in it and you have to experience it and you have to go out there and find the truth within it for yourself. And when that happens, it completely changes your paradigm.
Well, one of the basic practices, I think, whether one is spiritual or whatever one believes about matters related to spiritual practices, such as meditation, can be extremely helpful to simply notice the mind stream that will be of thoughts all day long, and that thoughts are just what they are. They're passing through the sky like clouds. The tricky area we get into in any part of life is to believe thought. It's okay to have the thoughts. It's even okay to form beliefs. But always remember that those are to be held tentatively. And when we believe our thoughts, this is the teacher Byron Katie with her 4 questions about, is it true what you're believing? Suffering is really based on believing our thoughts. And so have thoughts, have systems, have concepts, don't be run by them. And some kind of practice of daily practice, weekly practice of sort of sitting in silence and noticing, gee, the mind is just announcing things all day long. And notice that that's not you, you're the subject of that instead of being subjected to it. If you don't know your mind is a stream that's running on, you'll be identified with the mental stream. And, we get in all kinds of trouble every day of our lives with, gee, she wasn't very friendly to me. Maybe she doesn't like me. Maybe I'm not good enough. Actually, she was maybe focused on her own life. It's nothing about you. You run with that belief, you'll really ruin your day. Maybe ask her, you seem kind of abrupt. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking in my own world. So check out stuff. Check out the beliefs we form, because very often they're not true.
That's it. Well, and in that, I know we got a few more minutes. Well, it's time, but I'll just go over a few minutes because I wanted to finish this thought. When we start looking at truth in its totality, I come out and say that there's only 2 truths in the universe, and that is there's the absolute truth, which is unknowable, it's incomprehensible. It's beyond mind and unimaginable to us human beings, because I believe that we're in this finite form right now. And then there's the self-evident truth, and that is a subjective interpretation of the absolute, which is our own experience of what that truth is. And the only truth that we can ever know is that subjective truth, but it's ever evolving to understand what that absolute is. But it'll never obtain that absolute, because the absolute therefore grows with it in the interpretation of the individual.
In Buddhism, that breakdown is between the absolute and the relative. And and I believe what happens in many UFO experiences is what is called a non-dual experience, a state of absolute wholeness and oneness. And psychedelics as well can be experiences when they are successful and productive, an experience of the wholeness, the oneness, the suchness of things that is beyond words and expression. Then we come back into when the trip wears off, or when we come back from the encounter experience, we're back in the body of subject is in here, object is back out there. We're back in the relative world. So part of the translation problem with the UFO phenomenon is having a profound experience of beyond the division of mind and matter, then coming back to being in the body and separating, oh, that happened to me. Actually, what happened was an interaction between, I think there's a shared ground. One thing I want to develop is, I think the abduction, the hidden secret of the abduction experience is that the human and the alien are interacting in a shared space. What's the nature of that shared space where people are transported through walls? I mean, experientially, it's real. People have real experiences. What's the nature of that, and how does it relate to this realm? Those are big questions, including questions that got Dr. John Mack in a lot of trouble at Harvard. We have another conversation sometime. His research, which was bold and brave, and again, got him in a lot of trouble at Harvard because they said, John, are you really believing this stuff? And he says, I believe it's pointing us to the limitations in our maps. Yeah, that's what I believe. And he said, by the way, don't we have something here called academic freedom? And to the credit of Harvard, they said, you know something, we think John Mack is kind of nutty, but he's an academic. This is an academic institution, and we don't have to agree with him about what's going on in the abduction experiences. But if we close down on John Mack, well, it was before the current crazy cancel culture that we're dealing with, but there's a lot of problems now with free thought and free speech, and John Mack was a warrior for that in this field. You don't have to agree with his conclusions, but Harvard correctly said, hey, this is a great university. Great universities allow diverse thinking.
Wow. Keith, this was fantastic. You know what? I'm gonna have Andrea schedule you again because there's so much more to do. There's so much more in depth that we can go in so many different angles. So I can't wait to have you back on.
Well, let me just tell you, I'm happy to do it even while I'm working on my book because it's helping me. I will look at this as a little colloquium we're having, like in psychology, they call it a practicum. Mm-hmm. You discuss with your fellow psychologists cases you're working on. And what are you working on? Well, I've got a patient who's this way. So I'm thinking out loud about what I'm working on in the book. So and by the way, I've learned I don't talk with many people about the UFO phenomenon. When people in casual that I don't know, what are you writing these days, Keith? I don't necessarily start with UFOs because it often doesn't go well. I don't necessarily want the conversation with the uninformed person on this subject. You know that. I mean, you can end up as at a party. It's a great way to stop Keith, you're working on a book about UFOs, and just watch the silence in the room. So I look at this. This has been very beneficial to me, is what I'm saying.
That's awesome.
Being able to download these ideas and try them out, and knowing the next time we talk, my views may be different.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it as well. And anytime you want to talk, you just let me know. We'll bring you on. We can have a conversation because this is fantastic. You guys can find him at thompsonatlarge.com. It is linked up in all the description boxes below. We'll be at the After Dark chat, Fringe After Dark, in about 35 minutes from now. You can find that on socialredpill.com under the subscriptions. And we'll see a few of you guys there. Everybody else, we'll see you tomorrow night on Makes You Think and Mars Chronicles. Much love, respect. God bless you guys. All take care. Have a great night. Good morning, everybody in the world. My name is Josh. This is David Icke, my guest for the day. This is Conversations on the Fringe, a special interview session with the great David Icke here. We're going to be talking a little bit today about what is happening in the world and kind of maybe what the solution is to all this. For those that don't know, David has been writing and lecturing for nearly 30 years on the global Orwellian state. He's been warning humanity throughout that whole time of exactly what is happening and unfolding right now. I started following David back in the late 1990s when I was first introduced to him by my father, and been following him ever since. And I'm just it's just a pleasure to have him on this show. David, how are you doing today?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, well, as good as can be expected in the ludicrous circumstances we're facing.
Absolutely, and you're out in England, and it's getting bad there, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but there are some good signs as well as bad. There's been a lot happening here in the last 24 hours, actually. First of all, it's been announced that they're not going ahead with the vaccine passports at the end of this month, as they said. And as they said in the House of Commons officially 2 days before that they would. So they've rolled back on that very quickly. And they are saying, or Johnson is apparently going to say this week, that he doesn't want to go into lockdowns again. And I'll come to that in a second.
Yeah.
And then today, literally in the last couple of hours, it's been announced that the chief medical officer for England, a bloke called Chris Whitty, a complete psychopath, who's been central to directing policy in this country since the start of the COVID hoax. He's announced that 12 to 15-year-olds will get the fake jab. And the reason he's made the decision is because the scientific advisory group on vaccines, which itself is controlled massively by Big Pharma, but even it said in the last, 10 days, that the 12 to 15-year-olds shouldn't necessarily have it, because the danger benefit analysis was not justifying it.
Yeah.
So because it's the agenda, as it is around the world, that everyone gets it, the government, instead of accepting that advice, and whenever that organization, that group, that science group, that vaccine group, make a recommendation that is the agenda, then the government immediately takes it.
Yeah.
But because they prevaricated on the agenda this time, the government was saying, "Well, hold on a minute. Well, maybe there are other reasons that need to be looked at. Other non-health reasons why they should get it. If you can work that out." That's what they said. And the most predictable decision in human history was announced this afternoon when this psychopath Whitty said, yes, they should get it. And so we're looking here in these decisions of the last few days at a couple of things. First of all, with Whitty's decision that the agenda must be obeyed, but also with not the abandoning, the shelving of the vaccine passports, where they were going to say, unless you were vaccinated, fake vaccinated, you couldn't go to football matches, nightclubs, all these things. It's because in this country, particularly, I mean, in Scotland, they're still going ahead as I speak with the vaccine passports. Right. But in England, there has been some serious pushback. I mean, when you look at the London marches, which I've been on most of them, you're talking hundreds of thousands of people walking through the streets of London in protest at all this. Yeah. And there's also been pushback from within Johnson's party, the Conservative Party in government at the moment, from the MPs who are not actually in government, but are members of that party. And there's pushback from other areas too, and there's legal challenges in the pipeline as well. So it shows that if you don't accept it, and if you don't just do whatever you're told, but you challenge it, then actually you can throw spanners in the works. Yeah. And I think if you look at Australia and the level of fascism that has been imposed there, where it's complete madness.
Yes.
You've got a group of people in Australia who are absolutely fantastic, who've been pushing back on this against the odds with enormous pressure coming the other way, not least with troops involved and very brutal police. But the ratio of people in Australia who have pushed back on this has not been anything like sufficient. And therefore, what you will accept, you will get. And if people don't want to go to that level, of course they wouldn't, to that level of fascism that we're seeing in Australia, which is extraordinary, then there has to be a massive campaign of non-cooperation with the tyranny. Right. That's what we have seen, and it's been gathering in England. And therefore, they're on the back foot in some areas. That is not to say for a second that they don't plan to have another go. And that because Johnson says, I don't want any more lockdowns, so there aren't going to be any.
Right.
Or that because, oh no, we're not having the passport at the moment, like we said we were at the end of the month, but it doesn't mean we're not going to have it at all. Because all these things are globally planned. But it does show that you can reach a situation where they make a judgment, as the British government clearly has, that, well, this is what we need to do, this is what we want to do, this is what we plan to do, but I don't think we're going to get away with it now. This is look at the mathematics, getting on for 8 billion people in the world.
Yeah.
And the number of people that are actually involved, even in the wider area of the gophers who mostly don't even know that they're gophers for a force with a very sinister agenda for humanity. But you take them into account as well. The numbers are tiny compared with the population that's being manipulated. The answer's staring us in the face. But it takes first of all, self-respect to get yourself informed of what's going on. And then it takes backbone to take what you've seen as the situation and cease to cooperate with it.
Now, do you think that's what's happening right now? Because you're obviously seeing it there in England. We've seen a little bit of it coming out of Australia after the fact of the totalitarian rise. The United States is still a slumber party. I'm not going to lie about that. It's not that it's not bad here. We have Draconian Joe and Kami Kamala out here doing some horrible things, making horrible policy, integrating Agenda 2030 policies and World Economic Forum policies into our legislation and passing that through executive order and through legislation. It's a scary time in the world. I got friends in Canada who are talking about the same thing with Trudeau.
Well, it's getting really extreme in Canada.
Yeah. And so do you think that the world is at a cusp, that we're coming to an apex where there's going to be some type of mass awakening?
Well, I think, it depends on your perspective. You see, if I go back to when I started to awaken, in fact, top of my head exploded, really, in 1990, 91. And I compare that and the period that followed for year after year after year after year after year after year after year, and I compare that with now, there has already been a mass awakening. The question is, we want it to be much bigger, obviously, but it is a mass awakening. I mean, I remember the days when absolutely next to no one wanted to know about any of this stuff. And it's a dangerous time for what I call this cult, this global cult that's behind world events and COVID and 9/11 and all these horrors. Because up to this point, they've been manipulating from the shadows. And if you think about it, from the shadows actually means from the human subconscious. They operate in the human subconscious, where the conscious mind can't see them. And therefore, if you're being subconsciously manipulated, the conscious mind's a babe in arms. It has no idea it's being manipulated. It thinks its thoughts and its opinions are its own. But what's happened in the COVID era, because of the nature of how far along the road it's got, they've had to enter the room. They've had to come into the conscious mind, not the conscious mind of still vast numbers of people, but they've come into the conscious mind of enormous numbers of people who suddenly see it. And once you see it, it's like, if you look at subliminal advertising and subliminal images in pictures, they're subliminal because subliminal means below threshold. The conscious mind, below the threshold of the conscious mind. But once this, and that's why people can't see the insert, the subliminal image.
Right.
But once it's pointed out to the conscious mind, that's where it is, look. Then every single time, and I've tried this many, many times on many, many people, every time from then onwards, whenever they see that picture again, the subliminal they couldn't see before is the first thing they see.
That's right.
And it's because the conscious mind has become aware of it. And in this COVID era, the conscious mind of unprecedented numbers of people compared with where we've been up to this point have consciously acknowledged at least some levels of what are going on. and therefore this is a dangerous time for this cult, because it's not got the shadows to hide in anymore for more and more and more and more people. I mean, those hundreds of thousands of people marching through London every month, they're consciously aware of what's going on. So what happens when you become consciously aware is you start to see things you weren't seeing before. You start to connect dots that you weren't connecting before, because now you can see it, that you can see the subliminal. So it's an encouraging time as well as a very dangerous time. And the more that people become consciously aware of how it all works and what the game is and what the goal is and where we're being taken, every new person that gets it, it's weakening the power of the cult, the manipulators, the psychopaths, because they depend on doing it from the shadows, doing it from the hidden. But they can't do that now, from now on, with vast numbers of people. And it is growing. I mean, you would look at the division between people who say, I'm going to have this jab, and people that say they're not. Now, that is a massive expression of where those people are at perceptually. Because those that just say, I'm going to have it, are overwhelmingly having it because they've been told to have it by authority, and they somehow, incredibly, given human history, trust authority, and they have the jab. And then you've got the people that won't have it, who've got the self-respect to actually check out the background to it, what's in it, what the consequences are, and they're not having it. So that's a very clear statement, jab or no jab, of where you are perceptually. But what I'm seeing now, I don't know whether you've come across this in the United States, but what I'm seeing now is people who've had the jab previously are now coming across and saying, I can see it now. I can see it. I've had this jab for no reason. And this is becoming more prevalent when they introduce the third one, and they're talking about a fourth one in Israel. I mean, if people want to know where this jab stuff is going, look at Israel, because that's the blueprint. So now in Israel, they're saying, well, actually, there's a fourth one coming. So now it's the third one. And as I said months and months and months and months ago, that this vaccine passport stuff, which is being introduced around the world, and the British government still want to do it the moment they think they can get away with it, that you have the two jabs, okay, you get your vaccine passport, all right. But when they introduce the third one, then you don't get the passport, or you get the passport taken away if you don't have the third one. That's exactly what's happening in Israel. They've said that the people who had two and have had these green passes, as they call them in Israel, which allows them to do absolutely normal things, which the non-fake vaccinated are not allowed to do in Israel. It's fascism, ironically, but it is. They are being told now that if they don't have the third one, within 6 months, they're going to lose the green pass, the vaccine passport. They're not having the third one. And then it will be, well, if you haven't had the fourth one, then you're going to lose the vaccine. And so this is what is going on. And more fake vax people are looking at this and going, hold on a minute. You told us if we had these two things, these two vaccines, we go back to normal. Now you're saying it's the third. And in Israel, a fourth. And this is waking up more and more people because the extremes to which this is planned to go are almost unimaginable. And therefore, as these extremes go step by step on their way forward, more and more people, even those that bought it this far, are going to stop buying it, and they are.
Yeah, so we have seen that. We have a private social network, so we got a lot of people coming into it. And on that network, we've seen a lot of people who were vaccinated coming in saying, look, I didn't believe any of this stuff. Now I'm seeing it firsthand. Israel is the prime example where they're starting to implement this here in the United States. You had fascist Fauci just come out today and say that the unvaccinated shouldn't be able to travel. They shouldn't be able to get on a plane, and that they need to restrict them from this. And this is just ludicrous because, I mean, the science aside, I mean, we can get into the science of things we don't even need to. It comes down to personal and individualized freedom. You know, at what point do people stand up and say, look, I have the ability to determine through my own research, my own information, my own volition, what happens to my life and what happens to my body. That is not something that the government should be able to decide. And it's like the people in Israel have just laid over and just let it happen. And we know we see this coming. We see that Bill Gates and what's his name, Soros, just bought MoLogic, that British company with the COVID testing. And so this is a fast, quick-acting test that goes at the entrance of every event stadium, of every office building, of every restaurant, and they can just administer that test right there. And so it was interesting that they bought this company a few months ago, and then all of a sudden we see this vaccine passport restrictions being implemented everywhere in the world. It's like this is all planned.
Yeah, it's all planned. It's been planned a very long time.
Yeah.
No, I could call this a long time ago for a simple reason. None of it's random. If this was all random and they were just reacting to events, how could anyone call it? You couldn't. Nope. But you can call it when you uncover an agenda and you see where it's leading. So this has been long planned. And, you know, this cult has a series of high-profile front people whose job it is to fund this agenda. And what happens is they're given positions. In terms of Soros, it's in finance. In terms of Gates, it's in stream of things through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but through Microsoft, etc. And they are therefore very, very wealthy people. That's the benefit. Microsoft was not run by Bill Gates. It was run by this cult, just as Zuckerberg doesn't run Facebook. It's run by this cult. Yep. Same with Twitter, same with YouTube, Google, YouTube owned by Google. These people that appear to be fronting them up are just doing that. They're fronting them up. Does anyone really believe that Jack Dorsey is running Twitter? I mean, gee whiz. I mean, hello. Or even that Zuckerberg running Facebook, come to that. They are front people. The decisions, the key decisions are made by representatives of the cult. But these people become very, very rich as a result of fronting up. But there's a rider with that, and that is that enormous amounts of this wealth that they accumulate have to be spent on advancing the agenda. So you look at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which he said is based on the Rockefeller Foundation, which is appropriate because the Rockefeller Foundation has been doing the same thing for much longer. These tax-exempt foundations are means to protect yourself from paying tax like everyone else, but also through the smoke screen, that's what it is, of philanthropy, they are funding the agenda. In Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's case, vast amounts of the agenda. Again and again, you'll see agenda situations coming up, which I've been writing about for all these years, and it's funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Vaccinations, of course, are the central part of it, but it's many, many others as well, not least in the whole area of so-called human-caused global warming, which is hoaxed by the same people hoaxing the COVID hoax. And then you've got Soros, you mentioned. One of Soros's responsibilities is to fund vast movements of people into America from the South and into Europe from the South. That's been in my books for years and years and years, that's what he was doing. Not least through his open society foundations, open society, open border foundations, which is what the cult agenda is, the end of countries and the end of cultures as we know them. And he is also obviously funding this COVID hoax as well in the way that you describe. So these, you pick out these front people,
right?
And if they're funding it, it's the agenda. End of story. And you look at someone like Soros, and people say, "Oh, Soros, he's a brilliant financier," but all the money is made out of finance. I've never been in the inside of a stock market, but if someone's telling me when the market's reached its peak, because they're making it reach its peak, And the same people are telling me when the market has reached its lowest point, because they've taken it to its lowest point and now it's about to go up or go down, then I could make unbelievable amounts of money.
Yep.
Because I'm going to get in at the bottom of the market and I'm going to get out at the top of the market. Piece of cake. So once this cult is you're working for this cult, you get this information. And you're able to accumulate vast amounts of money, which, like I say, great chunks of it have to be spent on advancing this agenda. The idea that George Soros or Bill Gates are philanthropists, that they could care less about human society, human suffering, human justice. They're psychopaths, both of them. And it's one of the things on the questionnaire to get in the cult. Are you a psychopath? No. Next. Yes. Oh, welcome. Come in. There you go. That's what it is. You've got to be a psychopath. And psychopaths, if you look at the so-called hair test of psychopathy, named after the guy who produced the list, it's a series of traits. And if you get enough of them, then you are designated a psychopath. And at the top is lack of empathy.
Yep.
Lack of compassion. So, and what right up there too is lying as much as it takes to get what you want. But empathy is the key. Empathy is the fail-safe mechanism of human behavior. If you have empathy, you can put yourself in the feelings of those you're affecting, then that is going to affect your behavior towards them. Because the empathy is the emotional consequence of what you're doing. But if you have a deletion of empathy, you have no emotional consequence, no matter how much you make people suffer. Indeed, you get off on people suffering. That's what people like Gates and Soros and Schwab, Fauci, and all these people do. Then you have no fail-safe mechanism. You've got no limits. You'll do anything. I mean, this is why it's so important that, when it's explained, what this agenda is, and you look at the consequences for so many people worldwide of this COVID hoax already, the number of people who died through lack of treatment because the hospitals have been, running on virtually empty while claiming, that COVID was everywhere. And you look at the people that have died as a result of lockdown and all these other things. And then you say, well, this was planned. I mean, a lot of people would say no one would do that. But psychopaths would, and psychopaths will get off on it.
Yeah.
So it's understanding the scale of evil. Evil for me is the absence of love that we're dealing with, because then, they'd never do that, gets put aside, because not only would they do it, they are doing it every day.
Yep.
Look at Fauci. Fauci's an absolute psychopath. He's a mass murderer.
Yep.
He's a mass murderer. He's mass murdered thousands and thousands and thousands of people through a drug called remdesivir, which was designated by him as the treatment, the protocol for people in hospital with so-called COVID.
Yep.
And it's killed them. It's killed them through destroying organs, not least kidneys, and people have been drowning. I mean, you look at the evidence of this that's been put together by an American doctor. The remdesivir is a incredibly destructive drug, and what it does, it destroys kidney function.
Yep.
And so the body starts to fill up with water, and people literally drowned in their own fluids. And when this has happened, it happened a lot in New York in the so-called first wave. It was called COVID-19.
Yeah.
And in Britain, we had a similar situation with a drug called midazolam. Midazolam is a drug, it's a sedative drug used in end-of-life care, or lack of it. And it's also used in conjunction with other drugs by some American states in executions. And the health secretary in Britain, the equivalent of Fauci in effect, called Matt Hancock. He's gone now, but he was the health secretary for a long time through all this. In the spring of 2020, he announced, as they did in New York through Como and in some other American states, that because this wave of COVID was coming and the hospitals were going to be overrun, they had to get lots of people out of hospital beds and they put them in care homes. And in Britain, they did this on the orders of Hancock. And at the very same time, he ordered a fantastic supply. He went to France to get their supply of a drug called midazolam. And it was then used in unprecedented amounts. The data's there, the figures are all there to prove it, in the spring of 2020. And deaths in care homes went up 159%, I think it was, on the previous year. And they called that the first wave. I mean, the first wave of COVID deaths was overwhelmingly in care homes, old people. They were killing them. And I've seen unimpeachable evidence of the dose levels that were given that would kill an elephant. And they were just taking them out. And at the very same time that they were using this drug in unprecedented amounts, they were putting do not resuscitate orders on old people en masse in care homes. Wow. Not only on old people, but on people with learning difficulties, people with other disabilities. It was Nazi Germany, exactly what they did in Nazi Germany. The evidence of this midazolam scandal is building and building and building. We've done a lot of it ourselves, davidicke.com and Iconic. These people are mass murderers because they're psychopaths. They have no capacity for empathy. If you had empathy, you'd never do that. You couldn't do that. You couldn't sleep at night. But these people sleep like a baby.
That's right. And about the nursing homes here in the United States, it was through executive order, executive decree by these governors who don't even hold that power to do that, by the way, in 6 different states. What they did is they took COVID positive patients and put them in there with the elderly who had comorbidities. And that's when it just absolutely skyrocketed in the death rate. Exactly what you said, remdesivir, all these different things that were happening. And even now, same thing is happening even today. I mean, we have an overrunning of the hospitals in the United States, and it's because they fired the doctors and the nurses who didn't want to get the vaccine. But that's not what's being said. They're saying it's because of all the patients coming in. No. The majority of the patients coming in are vaccinated. This is what the data is showing.
Well, this is the point. A couple of things are happening, and it's happening in this country as well, in Britain, is that people, I think we've just about reached, and I think this is part of the reason for the British government decision yesterday to say we're not going ahead with the vaccine passports now, as they said 2 days before they were at the end of this month, is that I think we've reached the point now pretty much where those that are not going to have this vaccine, have not had it, are not going to have it. Right. So, and therefore they're seeing the numbers they're dealing with in terms of how many they've got to impose this upon.
Right.
And I think that the British government's taken a decision. Well, I don't think we're going to get away with it now, because the far more people not had it than they're claiming.
I agree. The numbers are completely misconstrued.
Completely, yeah. So in this country, the same thing's happening. Care home workers, they're told that they have just a few weeks now before they'll have to be fully vaccinated, not had a fake vaccine, or they're out of a job. And they're saying anyone visiting a care home, like delivering something, also has to be fully vaccinated and all that stuff. So you can see the employment implications of that. And because you're reaching the point now, pretty much, I mean, some might still waver, but pretty much where we're not having it, and we mean we're not having it. And if that means that I don't work in a care home, I won't work in a care home.
Yeah.
That we're seeing care home organizations and unions coming out and saying, look, we're running out of staff. And the same's happening in like you say, in the health service. This is why it's so important that people stand their ground, because there's nothing they can throw at us. There's nothing they can intimidate us with that is more sinister, more life potentially ending, and certainly life changing than having this fake vaccine. There's nothing they can do that's beyond that. So that's the worst case scenario, is having the vaccine. Anything else is, we'll just have to deal with. But it's certainly true that you are going to see and are seeing people in the health service who were just saying, well, I'll go there.
Yeah.
And that's creating a problem with staffing. But another thing that we're seeing, and we're going to see a lot more of, is the effect of the fake vaccine. See, one of the effects, and because it's what they call messenger RNA, and it's changing the messaging system of the body, and the body is healthy when the messaging system is in balance and it's working. It's like a computer. Your computer's working fine until it gets what they call a computer virus, and the computer virus affects the messaging. And because it affects the messaging, you start banging the keys and banging the mouse and nothing's happening. It's not responding because the messaging's changed. It's going around the computer. Something's taking it over. Mm-hmm. And with these messenger RNA vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna, etc., they are changing the messaging of the body by introducing synthetic mRNA. And therefore, as the messaging changes, it's not that, you're going to change this message, so this is what you can expect with the health effect. It's changing all the messaging, and because it's self-replicating, it's impacting on the body more and more every day, every week. The messaging is being affected over a wider and wider area. So the potential for health disruption, it's not one thing or two things or three things, it's a vast number of things. And as the self-replication increases, and indeed as people ludicrously take more of these fake jabs, this is going to increase, and therefore the hospitals are going to be getting fuller and fuller of people who are having the fake vaccination consequences, and they need to hide this. I did a video on this recently. They have to try to hide this. So what they're doing in the short term, and this is why you have this contradiction. Mm-hmm. They're saying that a very high percentage of people who are fake vaccinated have ended up in hospital with, quote, COVID. Well, they've not got COVID at all. We're looking at the consequences of the fake vaccine, some of which are respiratory. And as you well know, since the COVID era, anything to do with respiratory problems is COVID-19. That's why flu's disappeared. I think they're going to try to bring the flu back as
it's going to come back bad.
Yeah, it's one of the covers, I think, for the effects of the vaccine, because the last thing they want people to realize is that it's the vaccine that's causing it. Because through that first period of 2020, you had COVID appear to be deadly to people, older people, by redesignation. You had the PCR test, not testing for the virus. And if you were tested positive, then you were a case. 28 days. I mean, when's the last time that ever happened? Yeah. You have a positive test for something, and if you die of anything else within 28 days, that something goes on your death certificate. I mean, it's crazy, man. So that's how it's kind of redesignation that they did it. But once they started putting this vaccine into people in December, January of 2021, then they did start to infuse into people genuine health problems. Mm-hmm. So now they've got genuine health problems caused by the fake vaccine that they can designate other things like COVID and flu and whatever. So it's very important that we hold this thought of what these fake vaccines are doing, so that we don't let this this cover story, it's something else that's doing it. Like the classic will be a variant. Oh, there's a new COVID variant and it's more deadly, and that's why people are dying. No, they're dying from the bloody vaccine, mate. That's what they're dying of.
Yeah.
Because the vaccine is a depopulation. It's a massive depopulation agent. But on the other side, those that survive the transformation, it's a complete genetic transformation of the human form that's going on. This is why it's synthetic genetic material. This is why they want more and more of these fake vaccines into people. Fauci, again, is talking about maybe having a fake vaccine every 8 months to cumulatively transform the nature of the body and take more and more people out who can't make that transformation.
Yeah, and it's you mentioned the flu in the fall. So Gert van den Bosch, who's a German virologist and immunologist, worked for Gavi, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He's been screaming since March of 2020 that this is a leaky vaccine you need to stop. It's going to cause variants. He was saying back this in March. It's going to cause variants. Everything that's happening now is exactly what he said, that all these variants come about are from the vaccine itself, and that it makes people immunocompromised. And so we're going to go into the fall with all these people, including the U.S. military, getting vaccinated all at the same time, right at the beginning of flu season. China's going to absolutely love this, but, you know, it's going to be very, very bad for millions of people around the world, in my opinion.
Well, you know, you mentioned a key word there, China.
Yeah.
I've been saying for decades, if you want to see the West tomorrow in the agendas plan, then look at China today. China's the blueprint.
Yep. This
global cult, which is a global network of secret societies, semi-secret groups, and satanic groups, with an interlocking at the core leadership and central mission control that I call the spider that's driving all this from the shadows. It was behind the Mao Revolution in China. Because they wanted a closed society, which China was for a very long time, it still is to an extent, where the blueprint for the global system of control could be incubated. So in the West, until the COVID era, they still had to pay lip service to the fact that it was freedom and democracy. And so they could move these things far slower than they could in China, where the government says this is what happens, and it happens. And what China has done is develop this system, not least technological system, of total 24/7 surveillance and control. And if you look at what's happened after a, quote, virus, and I could say a lot more about that, apparently appeared in China, that the West has become more and more and more and more and more like China.
Yep.
And this is the plan. At the start of this, I did an animated video, which you can still see on the internet, in the summer of 2020, which was explaining how this was pulled off. And the key was China. China had to set the blueprint for how you respond to what was claimed to be a deadly virus. And China's response was ultra draconian, obviously, lockdown. And right from the start, the World Health Organization, through its Director General, a complete crook from Ethiopia called Tedros, appointed by Bill Gates, that's how bad he is, was saying that the Chinese response is what everyone else should do. They then had a psychological problem to get over, which is that China to the West is still a long way away, and it's still a different culture. So what they needed to do was have a Western example that they could frighten the people of the West into the apparent realization, hey, if it's happening there, it could happen to me. And they chose Italy. And Wuhan is notorious, globally notorious for its toxic air, and thus its respiratory diseases. And so is northern Italy, the Lombardy region, where this crisis broke out, they said, of the COVID moves west. And they have a lot of respiratory disease in Lombardy because they've got tremendously toxic air too. And you saw all those pictures in in China, first of all, people were collapsing in the street. Well, why weren't they collapsing in the street in the West from apparently the same virus?
Right.
And very, very soon, if you notice, after the virus through propaganda moved westward, in Wuhan, it was party time. They were having thousands of people at pool parties. It was over. What? But then it moved west. And it moved to Italy. And after all those pictures of all these people dying, and what did Italy do in response to it? They locked down the entire country, just like China did in the Wuhan area. And then after they'd frightened the West, and as a result of Italy, you started getting other Western governments again saying, "Oh, we've got to lock down to protect people from this virus." But after that had been done, the Italian authorities announced that actually they'd been, well, this was their word, generous in their designation of COVID-19 as the reason for those people dying. They said only about 12%, I say 0% actually, and I can talk at length about that, but they said only 12% of those designated to have died from COVID-19 in Italy in that crisis actually did. And they said that 99% of those designated COVID-19 deaths had 1, 2, 3, 4 or more, what they call comorbidities, other reasons to die, because they were old people. I mean, the average age of dying of COVID is higher than the average age of dying, once they started introducing the fake jab into kids, now they've got genuine health problems that they can say, look, this is happening to children now. Yeah. But before that, virtually the entirety of people who died of COVID were old people, very old people. Why? And not young people, hardly touched by it. Yep. At all. Why? Because not many young people die of anything. Yep. When compared to very old people who die of lots of things all the time. And so the potential for redesignating other causes of death, COVID-19, was vastly greater among old people than it was among the young. That's where that came from. And then, but now, of course, the game's changed with the fake vaccines, and they're now saying, in fact, oh no, COVID's moving into the young now. No, the effect of your frickin' vaccines moving into the young as you vaccinate more and more young people. Like I say, today it's been announced that they're now going to start giving this fake jab to 12 to 15-year-olds in England.
They just announced that here in the United States too.
Yeah, because it's centrally coordinated. Yep. Like I said earlier, when this scientific advisory group called the JVCI or something close to that, the vaccine advisory group, when they came out and said, well, actually, not sure really know that it's justified to vaccinate these 12 to 15-year-olds who are healthy, it was like, oh my God, what's going on? You can't say that. It's the agenda. Yeah. And so they handed it over to this psychopath, Chris Whitty, the chief medical officer of England, to make the decision, and he's decided that they will. So because, thank goodness for that, we're back on track. Because it's centrally coordinated, it's why it's happening in America as well. Because it's mass depopulation and, for those that survive, transformation of human genetics from a human form that's biological to a human form that's much more synthetic. Right. For reasons, there are reasons they want that. They want to get this stuff into every man, woman, and child on the planet. They're just going to keep going lower and lower and lower until they're giving it to babies.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Do you think there's with this synthetic integration, do you think there's well, I think we know this, there's an agenda behind it, a technocratic, AI-based type of agenda behind this?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, I have this phrase, know the outcome and you'll see the journey.
Yeah.
If you don't know the outcome, then everything seems to be random. They're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing that, they're doing that, all dots. When you know where they're going, suddenly the dots are no longer random. You can see they are stepping stones towards the outcome. So the outcome from this area you're talking about, this transhumanist agenda, is to move to a different kind of human, from human 1.0, the biological human, to 2.0, which is a far, far more synthetic human that is connected, brain connected to AI. So AI becomes the human mind, and they no longer have to manipulate information to manipulate perception, which they do up to this point, while the censorship. They have to. They don't have to do that anymore, because the human perception will come direct through AI, and they're talking obviously openly about doing this and selling it as it will make us the gods and superhuman. No, it'll make us subhuman. It'll make us no longer human. That's the whole point. And so. They are moving into this whole area of a far more synthetic human. And that's why there's synthetic genetic material in these jabs. That's why they're doing it. And that's why it's self-replicating. So it's self-replicating the synthetic material more and more and changing the nature of the body. And a lot of people won't make that transition, and they'll be the depopulation part of this, and some will, and that they'll be the new human. And so you then connect that into the fact that they want to phase out human 1.0, and as they bring in human 2.0. So the way you phase out 1.0 is you make it no longer able to procreate. So this is why human sperm counts, or male sperm counts obviously, around the world, not least in the West, are absolutely plummeting. I mean, plummeting through chemicals in food and other sources, through the smartphones in the pocket. It's all destroying sperm counts. And at the same time, these fake jabs are said by doctors who are prepared to speak out that they're going to affect sperm, and they're going to affect female fertility and cause miscarriages and inability to give birth to children, to bear children. Now, because this genetic material that is nanotechnology, synthetic material, it's going to be passed on in the sperm. So the subsequent children of vaccinated people are going to, in effect, already be vaccinated with this genetic material. They're going to be infused with it. And what they're going to find, these doctors and scientists with a backbone are pointing out, is that when they get to childbearing age, that they're not going to be able to bear children. They're not going to be able to produce children. They've been sterilized, basically. And the human 2.0 is designed to be not transgender, no gender. It's the no gender human, which doesn't procreate, and the species is produced technologically. Then you go back to 1932 and Aldous Huxley in Brave New World. He was describing exactly this. And some of the technology he was talking about, which was external technological wombs, they're now being produced. And you know, we could go in another time. There's a reason why he would know that, because this cult is a network of secret societies for a simple reason: it's to keep secrets, from the population. So their timeline, their knowledge of technology, their knowledge of what is possible, is far different from the timeline of humans. And the human population know that another level of technology has been introduced when they read it in the newspaper, or they see it on YouTube. Oh, you see what they're doing now? See what they can do now? But in this other world of the secret societies, and even then at the inner core, not all of it, they know what's coming. See, if you look at the way this technological world has unfolded faster and faster and faster, there's never been a time, certainly since the real button was pressed in the last like 20, 30 years, and more the closer we get to now, there's never been a real time where they've been sitting around strumming their fingers thinking, well, we can't move forward anymore until someone's invented the next level. It kind of just plays out, and especially now, it's playing out faster and faster. Why? This technology has been in the underground bases and the secret projects for decades, waiting to be played out, and it comes out in a sequence, and the sequence is getting faster, and so they introduce smartphones, which is technology that you can hold, and then you get people addicted to that, as they clearly have. And part of that addiction, I think a fundamental part of that addiction, in fact, not the base part of that addiction, is actually the electromagnetic fields that are coming off them, that are causing that addiction. Yep. It's like a form of magnetism, you know. You see people, they're watching, they've got these phones for ages, and they put them down, and next to no time they pick them up again and they're off. It's complete addiction. I think that what's coming off those phones electromagnetically is having a massive effect in that. So you get them addicted to that, and then when you've got them all used to that, then you go to the next stage, and this is technology that you wear, because they want to get in the body, so you wear it. All these things now, all these wearables that people have, and then you move to the next stage, which is inside the body, which is where they're going now, what they call implantables. And the real implantables are not even what you can see; they're nanotechnology. Mm-hmm. And you see, part of these fake jabs and the nanotechnology in there, and the magnetic and electromagnetic nature of that material, is designed to connect us into this technological smart grid, what the insiders call the cloud, like Ray Kurzweil, the Google executive, who's just telling you what's coming on. He's selling it as, oh, you'll be superhuman, but he knows exactly what's going on. Man ought to be in jail for the rest of his life for what he's helping to move forward. But so you've got Elon Musk, another psychopath. Oh, man of the people. Oh yeah, good, sure he is. Yeah. He says AI could be the end of humanity. True, and then starts a company called Neuralink to connect the human brain to computers. But he is leading. Well, I say he's leading. He's the front man, like all of them. But he is fronting up the launching of tens of thousands of satellites in low orbits, beaming 5G and other electromagnetic cloud radiation at the world, because they want every inch of the planet covered, because they want everyone connected to the cloud. And part of that, majorly part of that connection is this nanotechnology that's being put in the body. And it's like literally, you have say you have a wireless mouse, and you're clicking it, and the computer's picking it up, not through a wire, but through an electromagnetic field, which is through which it's communicating with the computer. Well, that's the same principle as putting this stuff in the body and then having like a Wi-Fi connection to the cloud. So then you add in some other dots, like the transgender agenda, which came out of nowhere and is suddenly everywhere. Now that's the biggest red flag you can come across, when something appears and is suddenly everywhere and everyone's pushing it, all the media, everything, then it's the agenda. And these transgender activists, some of them will know, they'll be on the inside to that extent, but most of them won't know. Yeah. They won't know that it's nothing to do with transgender. It's to do with confusing gender on the road to fusing gender. It's not about transgender, it's about no gender. And that's the reason they're targeting the kids, especially small kids. And they're bringing drag queens in to read them stories and stuff like that. I mean, it's happening in many, many, many countries all at the same time. I mean, they all had the same idea at the same time. Let's have drag queens reading stories to kids. And I have no problem with drag queens. Good luck to you. Do what you like, as long as everyone's agreed on it. But if you're going to confuse gender in the minds of small children, then what better way to do with it than a drag queen? I mean, and their woman, what's going on? And it's all about that, confusing the gender. So what you then have is this: you move from this solid, simple male-female into this long list of letters that claim to be different genders when they're not. They're just, you know, the way people preferences, really.
Right.
They're not genders. And therefore you are confusing gender, because you're fusing gender. That's your goal.
Wow.
So all these things are connected, and go into the jabs and everything else that's going on.
That's crazy. It's interesting you talked about Musk there. So the United States Congress just passed a bill called Operation Starfall, where they're ordering the U.S. Air Force and Space Force to now put low Earth orbit and stratospheric balloons, blimps, and satellites to basically beam down Wi-Fi. So pretty crazy that you said that, because you're spot on right with that. We're just about out of time. David, what do you have coming up?
Well, I've got a new book out. Actually, it's just arrived in America. It's taken so long to get there because of the container shipping chaos that's gone on. I mean, we put it on a container, or got it, you know, to be on a container. Last July, and it's just arrived at the warehouses in America. It's called Perceptions of a Renegade Mind. You can get it through davidite.com, and it's posted from within, shipped from within America now, so you'll get it very quickly. And on November the 6th, I'm doing a 6-hour live stream with Iconic called Where From Here, which I think will be a question that people will be asking big time by then. And you know, you just keep putting everything out that you can as often as you can, and you know, you can get round the censorship if you're just prepared to keep at it. And like we were talking just before we went on air, you know, necessity is the mother of invention. And these all this massive censorship. And why the censorship? Why the censorship of qualified doctors and scientists when they come out against the narrative? It's because the narrative is so ludicrous, it cannot survive being questioned. So the only way you're going to protect it is by stop it being questioned. But look at all these other platforms, video platforms, social media platforms that have emerged as a result of the mainstream internet platform censorship. So it's very important that we don't get downhearted and go into victim mode and think, oh, you know, they're all so powerful, these people. They're not. They're not. This is the key. These people are not powerful, and they're not that bright either. I mean, you can't accuse Fauci and Gates of being bright. You can't accuse Zuckerberg of being bright, and Dorsey of being bright, and Susan Wojcicki at YouTube for being bright. They use other people that are bright to do their work and creativity. They just front it up. They're not bright in and of themselves. They're only, the great ability is exploitation and manipulation. That's their gift. But they're not bright. And the way that they have, this cult has imposed its will on humanity is not because it's all powerful and all knowing. It's the last thing it is. They have put humanity in a smaller box than they're in. The classic description of the situation is in the land of the, or in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. They're the one-eyed man, appropriate given their symbolism. And they've made humans blind. That's where the power or the knowledge dynamic comes in. But when humanity awakens to its true self and awakens to the greater picture, then that advantage, that knowledge advantage, disappears. And this cult, I absolutely will say, is very, very frightened of where this could go, because it knows that the only way it can advance this agenda is through secrecy that it's going on and where it's meant to go, and through the acquiescence of the population. And in this COVID era, although we'd like it to be much more than it is, the acquiescence has started to weaken in more and more people, and the secrecy is disappearing. because people are starting to see it, because increasingly it's in their face and they can't ignore it anymore. So this is a very dangerous time for this cult. And, you know, I was called years and years ago when I was predicting all this, I was called the prophet of doom. But I'm the last prophet of doom you could imagine, because we're going to win this.
Agreed.
This is coming down. We are going to bring this down. We're in for some real challenging 2 or 3 years, but we are going to bring this down. This cult is going to be removed from human society and human control, where it's been acting and working from the shadows for millennia and millennia, gathering more and more power as it centralized power more and more in the world. But now in its end game, it's had to enter the room, and big mistake.
100%. David, thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait to have you back on here very shortly. You have a great time, and we'll get those links out to all of our viewers here. Everybody else, much love, respect. Take care. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Sunday edition of Conversations on the Fringe. Tonight we are, Tupacabra is with us, our good friend here, talking about UFOs, UAPs, aliens, and everything in between. It is a crazy time right now, man. So it's kind of interesting because on the ballot this year with Donald Trump is aliens, is disclosure of the truth. Tim Burchett came out last week saying that he has briefed and talked to Donald Trump about UAP disclosure, and Donald Trump is ready and willing to get it out of the black projects and get it out into the public, out in the open. Firstly, how have you been, and what's new? How is UFO timeline going? And talk to me, bro.
Josh, good to be back, man. Been good. Great, actually. Since we've last talked, the timeline has gone public, so it's released now. People can go visit it anytime, and it's been just a blast to watch people use it, get some feedback. I've basically rebuilt it, kind of gave it a new update, and then more UFO research, more kind of catching the news online. It's been really good.
Very cool. And for everybody out there, we are recording this through Zoom, but I want to pull this up there so you can see the UFO timeline and kind of what he has done with this. You can go in there, you can look at all different types of sightings, of information that's came out from the UFO world since 1935, the present date. This is amazing. All the data points that you have put out here. Do you have any updates coming out?
This is the newest update. This just happened 2 days ago. So on November 1st, we just completely didn't redesign the whole site, but we had to move stuff around. Once we got enough people using it, it became obvious where there were some fixes to be made. One of them was bringing the information right there for people to see, including the images and videos that are shared within each case. And that includes embedded YouTube links now. So right on the front page, you can click a case, and then if there's extra information, it'll pop up right in the thing next to the summary. And if not, you still get all of this, right? We moved the toggles up there so that people can kind of sift through what they want as they want it. And, there's some really cool stuff happening in here now, and quality of life kind of improvements from making sure the categories highlighted, bringing it down just kind of not in scale, but I wanted people to not be overwhelmed with all the data right away. So when you load the site, it only shows you 1940s to 1970s. So that way you can see kind of how the data is kind of spread out. And then you could zoom out to the point where you can see from the 20th century all the way back to the 15th century if you want to.
Oh, wow.
And then you could zoom all the way into even the months. So a lot more control there. And then, it's all about as much information as you can get at a glance. So if an event that you've selected has a craft type and an entity type, it will show up as pink on those toggles. So it's also a readout now of what the information for the case you're looking at. And then if you wanted to isolate just the saucer cases, hit the button, isolates it. The only thing you could see on the timeline at that point are going to be those cases. It's really cool. I'm pumped about it, man. It's cool to watch you use it right now.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I mean, for anybody doing reporting or investigation into UFOs. I mean, dude, MUFON's had 30 years to do something like this and never did it.
Yeah, they
And
never touched it.
it's
Isn't that
amazing
weird?
that you were able to like put this together and build it yourself within just a year. It's crazy.
Dude, I started learning how to code in July.
Right.
So it's like July, August, September, October. Now we're November. So yeah, like I couldn't, create a landing page or a blog or whatever in August. So yeah, it's been really cool. And why they waited so long to do it, I don't know. But clearly it was needed, and I'm glad that I was able to at least throw my hat in the ring. You know what I mean? Like it should be good. It should be good for a little while. Game loves it. Game Tech loves it, and it's just like it's cool. I'm pumped, man. It's very well received so far.
One of the cool things that you can do with it, and I think that this is one of the probably the problems that we find is when you're in critical social discussions with people about UFOs, specifically atheists or scientists.
Yeah.
They always say, show me the evidence. Like there's no evidence whatsoever of any of this stuff. And like, well, actually go to UFO Timeline, pull up any case. And there's a substantial amount of evidence already provided within that timeline that has been thoroughly reviewed and accredited. Like this is one of those things that helps out on that perspective of challenge against the mainstream.
Absolutely. It's a weapon against doubt, right? You're supposed to be able to see it, be like, oh, the idea was like someone could look at it and go, wow, there's a lot of history here for this thing that doesn't exist. So maybe there's something to it. And then when they scope through, and that's why I'm focusing on historical cases first, right? The ones that have been researched, the ones that have a lot of media coverage. Not that media coverage dictates believability, but still, you want to know, because anyone could create a database, I suppose, like even like MUFON, they have so many individual reports. And while that's great, without the ability to sift through it and make connections between real cases, you're just kind of inundated with story after story after story, sometimes as short as one sentence. I've seen there, right, where it's just one sentence. You're like, oh, this thing flew by while I was driving on I-5. Like, okay.
Well, you
cool.
saw their video that they put together, the rep video for did you see this at MUFON? One of their directors
okay, listen, I gotta own up to this. I made that video. Okay. I'm okay. Thank God. Cause a lot of people came to me and were like, oh my God, MUFON made this. And I was like, no, I made it. I just made it look like he did. And
well, but it shows the complete arrogance and level of incompetency of MUFON. And that's why I think it was put out there like that, is because what it does is it shows that MUFON has taken probably millions of dollars in over the last 30 years, and they've done nothing with it to help the movement. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's obscene, right? And I wish, I think that their company was probably always in between generations, right? Like they didn't fully go digital when they should have, which I understand. I get it. But still, to be like MUFON and not to be trying to innovate and make their, be the most effective at what they're trying to do as possible, they really missed the boat, and they did a disservice. I would say they did a disservice. I know that's an extreme kind of dramatic phrasing, but they did, because while everyone was waking up to the digital era and social media, they just kind of stayed out of the conversation, and then didn't even adapt or change the way they were bringing in data and sharing the data. And they basically dated the topic. So when people would look them up, it was like, oh, a 1998 GeoCities website. Like, okay, this is, I guess, how serious this is.
And I think in context that they were probably bought and sold by the deep intelligence state. They were probably, funneled in money, paid off people to say, hey, shut up about this, do as little as possible. Don't join in the conversation. Because, I mean, you think about the integrative network that MUFON had in the 1990s, which was pretty vast. I mean, without the internet, people like me had heard about MUFON and had the numbers and could report sightings. And a lot of that came about from Coast to Coast AM and Art Bell and George Norrie and everything that they did. But the idea that they have this vast network and email list, and they have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of sightings globally, that they would do something with it, but they never did. And they were never part of the discussion when all of these documents started coming out about the UAP investigations within Congress and within the DOD. So it's a disservice, like you said, to the American people.
Yeah. I mean, they're taking the data in. The least they could have done was try to figure out a way to get it out to us. They're accepting it. And I think you almost had to pay a little bit to I'm not sure what their servicing was, but I know that there was even clauses and you couldn't send those photos to anyone else. There was things like that. So yeah, it was a bummer. It's a bummer to see. And again, it makes me feel that people who look up the topic, they don't have to take it seriously because no one else did. And so I wanted to make it so that I wanted to make it look like someone was taking it seriously.
Right.
And so that's what I hope that the timeline does.
Now, before we get into the election details and the talk and what the future is going to bring, I want to ask you your perspective, because you've reviewed probably thousands upon thousands of cases and case evidence. What are your conclusions from this? I mean, I know you're a believer, but I want you to kind of bring about a high level conclusion of what you've seen through the evidence. Have you found sightings that you found are bullshit that just didn't make sense? Have you found ones that are just so unexplainable that it has to be reality? And then what is the aggregate kind of perception that you come about with this?
Well, I'll say that there's a lot of sightings that I think are legitimate sightings that are, they're the most common interaction that people have with UFOs. It's the most common form of evidence is a sighting, right? So there's these stories that happen that I think are completely normal, but when you look at the data, a lot of them turn out not to be normal. People sometimes report getting a sense that they were about to see something, right? Telepathically or mentally, they get the intuition, hey, you're about to see something crazy, don't freak out. And then they see a UFO. That's a strange thing to have occur a lot for a lot of sightings. So something else is also happening, right? Well, I believe there's these offshoot kind of what's over there. That's happening. There's also this extra layer. And when you dive into more and more UFO cases, you find that extra layer is everywhere. It's under all of them. Not just this weird psychic connection, but something else. There's a consciousness connection to this phenomenon. And there's more cases involving the weird consciousness vagueness, right? The high strangeness than there ever has been involving physical alien evidence, right? So that's the strangest thing to me, is because I guess modern culture and pop culture and the media, the way in which we digest this information is how they feed it to us. And it's always nuts and bolts. It's very rarely ever something extra. That extra layer's never really there, except for in Steven Spielberg's film, The Close Encounters of the Third Kind. You have all of this weird conscious, he starts making mountains out of mashed potatoes. He can't stop doing it, right? And there's three different types of craft that you see flying around. There's this saucer, followed by a weird geometric cube spinning around, followed by a little orange orb that's darting around and dancing everywhere. So there's all this stuff is in that movie, but typically it's always, we're here to take you over, we want to kill you, or we're here to do this or that, but it's always aliens coming in. It's rarely ever, hey, we're from a different dimension, we're trying to help your world out, don't blow up nukes. I mean, it's never that. And so I was surprised to find out that was in almost every case, was that, including there's crossover between paranormal or ghost stories and UFO sightings. I didn't realize that a lot of UFO sightings also had this weird after effect where the witness would go on to sense ghosts in their house for the next couple months, if not longer. So I'm like, well, what is that? I was very surprised. So my conclusions are, after all of the research I've done, is I don't think it's a conventional one, but I think it's going to grow in popularity just because of it's some of the only thing that makes sense. I think at some point, our government, right, discovered something that proved the soul or something exists. I think that at some point there's some discovery there. and whatever that was, whether it be accidental time travel through some gravitational experiments or communication with another being through occult practices, I don't know. But they are very interested in this, and they are very motivated to not let people know about it. Those are very glaring to me. They found something and they don't want anyone to know about it, and it's very serious. And that a lot of this UFO activity could represent a merging of two dimensions, or of these two kind of different worlds that humans have always been kind of partaking in and understanding. Like, some people have one foot in the spirit world or whatever, right? Like, there's something going on there where it almost leads me to believe that humanity might be even evolving, that through the evolution of our consciousness and through the evolution of our physical bodies, we are gaining the sense of another thing that we didn't have a sense for. And that makes sense to me too. And again, the government very motivated in finding the people who have this ability and controlling how they perceive it. They're very motivated at it. So those are the...
Yeah. So I want to touch on that real quick. So I think one of the things that we've realized over the last probably decade is that there are various compartments of the government when we talk about this. We kind of bunch that up in the sense the government is one entity. But if we talk about the kind of social government or the public government, they are just as clueless as everybody else on this phenomenon. And they've been kept in the dark for much of the time upon all of this.
True.
There's various people within Senate, within Congress, who have been there for 20, 30 years to build up the levels of trust, who are introduced to these to keep the funding going and to keep all of this stuff privatized and to keep all of this compartmentalized. There's military actors that are probably brought into this every 4 to 6 years in the perspective of their change out, that keep this highly classified and compartmentalized. But it appears that there is some type of governing faction working behind the scenes, whether it's a collaboration of the military industrial complex, the intelligence industrial complex, and the commercial business infrastructure with various parts of government organization. Very few people, by the way, that know the truth and keep it hidden. And I agree with you that whatever they discovered about these topics, they do not want anybody to know. And I think one of the reasons, at least from what I've gotten from people that I know that I've talked to, is because once you get it, once you understand it, it's so simple. It makes so much more sense that it has the capacity to unite humanity, it has the capacity to streamline technology exponentially to the point where we become interstellar species, as well as it empowers the human being beyond anything that we could ever understand, which draws a lot of power away from the deep state, the cabal, the globalist, and the various different factions that are in control of this planet. Now, what are your thoughts on that, on both parts?
I think that's exactly right. That's exactly right. I mean, if the government stumbled upon something more powerful than itself, a truth, an access way to truth that wasn't through them, their number one job would be to prevent their public from knowing about it.
Right.
That would be their number one job, because if that's just power dynamics. If it was revealed by a government that even they don't have the power over something that can come into your bedroom, right, in the middle of the night, or it's just straight up tap into your head, then now they seem less powerful, and now your need to have them around is less. And you might start trying to build up a different type of force that could have a say in this, but the government would not be involved in that. And so the government will not ever kind of crack that door open and admit that there's something greater than itself. And so that's definitely part of this secrecy. They can't have it. And I think that you're on the nose when you say that it's easy. It must be incredibly easy, intuitive, and obvious in order for this kind of hiding and distraction to be needed. Because if it was a very specific core secret that was like, the unknown of unknowns, then, it's like, whatever. They wouldn't, you only find this if you're in this one particular cave in this one place. It's not like that. It must be something like electromagnetism or something, where it's like you can do this at your house with a battery and a magnet, and now you can warp into this world. It must be something like that they're just terrified of letting people know, like sing this frequency and hold a battery, watch what happens, like something like there's a problem.
So one of my favorite shows, I've watched the series probably 10 times. I mean, there's 10 seasons, 9 seasons, is Stargate SG-1.
Oh, wow.
Now, I'm probably, I don't know, I would consider myself an expert on the show, at least in the philosophy, the philosophical aspect of it. There's an episode out there where, so I don't know, do you know the whole theme line of Stargate SG-1?
No, I know buddy. Stargate, and I know the show, like Teal or whatever.
Buddy.
I
Teal,
get it.
Oh yeah, you need to watch it. Oh my God. So firstly, let me lay this out.
Yeah, do it.
You had the Kurt Russell movie that came out in the 1990s, 1996, I think it was.
Very cool.
They go to Abydos, they find the Stargate, they go to Abydos, and Abydos is visited by the alien that rules over them, pretending to be an Egyptian god by the name of Ra. The alien is a gray alien. So they show a human body, but the lights flicker inside and you see a gray alien inside of them, right?
Yep.
So afterwards, the two guys that put together the storyline for the Sci-Fi Channel, they're looking for funding for Stargate SG-1 through the Sci-Fi Channel. And they want to utilize lifelike characteristics of the Air Force, of Cheyenne Mountain Complex, because it's at Cheyenne Mountain. So they reach out to the Air Force media communications component, and the Air Force comes back and says, sure, we'll actually help fund the show, and you can use Air Force insignia and in uniforms, and you can use NORAD, all this stuff, right? So they allowed them to use that theme. Well, the Air Force came about and said one thing. They said, one thing that we want you to do is we want you to remove the idea that it's a gray alien, and we want you to change that to where this enemy is a snake, a serpent that kind of can go into your brain stem and wraps itself around your spine and suppresses your consciousness. And then later in the series, the gray alien are actually proposed as the Asgard, which are helpers of humanity, saviors of humanity in a different sense, which I find kind of interesting, because if I was the Air Force and I knew about these secrets, I would utilize this as a point of disclosure. So later in the series, actually throughout the second season and on fourth, they start learning the origins of the gate builders. They're called the Ancients. And they start meeting these ancients, which have ascended to the fourth dimension, or ascended to the next dimension of existence. They're long since gone out of this galaxy. And they seeded this galaxy from another galaxy. But there's one episode where Samantha Carter, I forget her name, but she's like one of the top lieutenants, the science officer. She meets this one ancient who appears to her as a kid. His name's Oren. And Oren comes in and he starts aging really, really, really fast, and he needs to escape planet Earth. He needs to get back to the place he was before so he can go back into the fourth dimension. And they're not letting him leave. The government is trying to take him and study him, and they want to learn all the information he has in his head. And he takes off, and he ends up being in Sam's basement. And he's sitting there, and he's got a toaster, and he's got all these other electronics. And he looks at Sam, and he says, by the way, he's building a Stargate in her basement. He's building a Stargate portal in her basement with a toaster and just random electronic items. And he goes, I don't think you humans truly understand how easy it is and how overcomplicated your current technology actually is. Like, it was that moment I realized, like, whoa, it's much, much easier than we could ever imagine. He says, you guys are so wasteful with your technology. He goes, this thing heats bread, but I can make a Stargate out of it. Right. And it's that perspective. And by the way, the ancients were a human race from another galaxy that seeded human races in the Milky Way galaxy.
And then they've since ascended into the fourth. I love this. Okay, cool.
You need to watch the whole series.
I'm hooked. I'm hooked, dude. That was a really great description. I'm gonna go check this out now.
It's an amazing series. And then when you get into I call it the timeline series. So when you start getting into the perspective of the ancients and how all that evolves, it becomes really cool in watching kind of how they project that storyline. But in that perspective, I think that technological aspect of things, of how we look at these, is much, much simpler than we can ever imagine. And that the missing component that we've seen within our evolution of science, within our evolution of technology, is the conscious component, is the integration of consciousness itself. There is recently a whistleblower has came forth, gone public. He hasn't shown his face, his name, or anything like that. I knew of this back when David Grush came out. So David Grush was a proxy for a few different people that worked in these black projects. We knew this when he came out. When he originally testified, he testified with one of these people, and they came forth with loads of they called it the briefcase of evidence. Me and Game Tech actually talked about this. I talked about this on Redacted with Clayton Morris. That one of the original classified testimonies was with actual evidence. Well, this is the one guy who just recently came forth with what is it? Project Immaculate Constellation.
Yes.
This is the guy that worked for that project. He was in the black projects, and he's got the evidence. Okay. One of the things that he is supposedly released in information is that they are in possession of a craft that they have zero idea how it operates or what it is. That there is no component whatsoever. There is no indication of a navigation system, of a computer system. It is just a piece of refined metal that flies, that has ambient gravitational effects. Now, it's interesting because 2 years ago on my podcast, you go back and I'm saying what they're going to discover is technology that is being brought forth through quantum etching. What do I mean by that? Is that you have redundant layers of navigation, weapon systems, of propulsion and gravity systems, energy production systems that are quantum etched into the fabric of the craft themselves. And so if you took a scanning electron microscope and looked at the infrastructure of this craft, you would begin to see the intricate patterns and designs that are built into it, because the craft itself is integrated into the quantum reality. And so the reason why I believe that is like that is because they integrate at a very high level and capacity with a mind. But I don't believe it's any mind. I think that a lot of these shipbuilders, when they do this, it is DNA specific. It is kind of like the DNA resonant frequency specific in the sense of how they operate. And actually, Stargate SG-1 hits that right on the head. When they're out there and they're finding the various different technologies of the ancients, it doesn't react to regular human beings, but certain human beings go into it and all of a sudden it's reacting to them and they can utilize the technology. The reason is because it's identifying a gene, an ancient legacy gene that certain humans have, which I find fascinating because we know that that's kind of where our technology is heading today.
I think there's a lot to that. I mean, if there's a consciousness connection, we have to ask, like, what's linking our consciousness to our physical being at all? And if that thing is, for me, there's only one option, and that would be your DNA. DNA is a fractal based system. It's so individual, and that's how we literally can tell every single person in the world apart from one another. It's hereditary, it's everything. It has that code in it. And so if consciousness was somehow brought into the body or connected to the body through some fractal antenna like DNA, it would make sense that if you wanted to do that, let's say you wanted to remotely control a vehicle of some kind, and you could make that vehicle out of your own DNA, and it might provide you with a avenue to control it, like without technology, right? And if you were in space or you're quantumly trying to build something in a vacuum or whatever, and you can build it with DNA, then now you've created this thing that you might be connected to. And I think there's a lot to that. I think that that sounds very futuristic and very much like something that we're going to build anyway, right? Like, I mean, it's for sure going to be that. And yeah, I think space provides and vacuums provide a perfect environment to grow something like that. And it wouldn't be the first time I've heard, and I'm sure you've heard too, the idea that UFOs are grown. They're not built.
Right. And that goes to the perspective of the Leviathan types of UFOs, that they're biosynth organisms. I've heard this from a few different whistleblowers. David Adair is one of them who's talked about this. He claims that he's worked on them at S4 and S2. That there's these, they're glistening metallic, and when you go up to them, they're alive. They're biosynth organisms. So they have a biology component as well as a technological component that are integrated into them, and that they are not built, but they are grown. If you remember, do you remember the TV show back in the early 90s called I want to say Farside. It's not Farside. Farscape.
Yeah.
Farscape. Remember in Farscape, the craft that they have is a Leviathan. They find it. They find it, and it's born of the universe. The universe bears these aliens, this species, which can go faster than the speed of light. And they capture one of these babies after the mother is killed, and they utilize it as their craft.
Yeah, their craft was an animal. I forgot about that. That show was good. That show was really good. It
was good, but the problem is that, like, just watching something like that these days, the graphics just don't do it for you.
But for the era, like I remember there was a show Babylon 5, and they used to have these like really bad CG like space cannons that would shoot off their ship, and it was so bad. But you're like, I'm putting up with this. It's all we got. It's all we got. But yeah, the idea of living ships and growing ships, it's definitely outside the box, and I think it's something that should be explored a lot more for UFO theorists out there, because there's something to it.
Now, a level of study that I got into is I started out in college as a biotech student, and I'm fascinated with the aspect of biology. But there was a researcher circa 2014 who actually coined the term that DNA is a holographic, is a fractal antenna, as well as that DNA is an electromagnetic transducer. This is a guy by the name of Dr. Martin Blank. He was at Columbia University, and he was researching the effects of 5G, 3G, 4G, and 5G radiation on DNA. And one of the things that they discovered in their research is that DNA, firstly, is a fractal antenna, which means that if you cut it in half and you just keep on chopping it in half, it still resembles the same electromagnetic characteristics that it had as a whole. The secondary part is the electromagnetic transducer. It sends and receives electromagnetic signals within a certain frequency band. Now, I found this interesting because there are some correlative studies that were done around that same time. And one of the things they tried to do was say, hey, what if the human evolution, our DNA, was heavily influenced by the amount of solar and cosmic bombardment of radiation on the planet? And so what they found is that there is a direct correlation between the cosmic microwave background radiation, the CMBR, bombardment on this planet, and the stages of what they consider to be human evolution. They found that DNA itself, in the sense of electromagnetic transducer, meaning it sends and receives electromagnetic signals, is receptive within that 3 to 300 gigahertz range, and that it primarily peaks on the surface of Earth at about 32 to 34 gigahertz, which is quite interesting because that is also the peak frequency range of the cosmic microwave background radiation on our planet. And people are wondering, like, well, what's that? Well, that's white noise. That's the snow on analog TVs, in between radio stations when you're tuning, that static. That's the cosmic microwave background radiation that you're actually getting. This is a bombardment that is consistent throughout our entire galaxy. They say throughout the entire universe. I think it's only galactic level, but they think that had an evolutionary perspective on our development. Now, are they right? Are they wrong? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I think that there is definitely something worth investigating. I think that the whole idea of what's called biophotons is more importantly related to what life really is. And this goes through the work of Nikola Tesla in the sense of what he called radiant energy. Rife, obviously, with the Rife machine. And then you have Wilhelm Reich in the 1950s with orgone. Actually, I'm drinking right here Tesla biohealing, $7.50 water.
Let's go.
Now let me tell you about this. So some friends of mine, I was over at their house the other night, and they pull out these Tesla biohealing things, right? And all it is like there's one that's just a little cylinder about this big, and you grab it and it's cold. It's cold to the touch. And I'm like, it's like it's 72 degrees in the house. And this thing's probably like 55, 60 degrees. And I'm like, what is this? And they're like, do you feel it? I'm like, yeah. Like, dude, I could feel my heartbeat through my hands while holding this thing.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, this is odd. They're like, oh, we got stronger ones. They come out and they grab these bricks. And they're really heavy. And we were measuring the magnetic fields of them. One had a magnetic field, the other didn't. But basically, the guy who develops these is a Chinese scientist that operates in the United States. And he claims that they are basically harvesters of biophotons. I'm like, oh, they're orgone accumulators. And they're like, oh, well, maybe. And I'm like, no, that's what they are. So I go and look at the patents, and the patents are like all different types of sands and metal that are layered in a very strategic pattern that harness biophotons and then help to emit them and amplify them. And I'm like, there's something definitely going on with these things. This water right now, it's probably 78 degrees in here. This water is cold to my hand right now. It's been sitting here all day. This is sitting room temperature for over 24 hours. And there's coldness in my hand right as I'm holding this. I have no idea how this water is colder than the room, but it is.
Wild.
They got some pretty cool technology.
Harvesting biophotons. Yeah, there's something there.
Well, that's what Wilhelm Reich said. Wilhelm Reich said that biophotons exist around us all. That everything that's organic on this planet gives and takes on biophotons, and biophotons are the predicate to life. I had a Raytheon engineer on my show a few years back, brilliant guy, and he said that while he was at Raytheon, they actually investigated a lot of these claims of what's considered to be biophotons, and they developed these detectors. They utilized, I forgot what it was. It was some type of electron detection system that they utilized that Raytheon had. And what they found out is that your skin has cells that detect biophotons, and your eyes actually, your skin and your eyes are actually sending and receiving biophotons all the time. That right now your eye is actually not only absorbing light, it's emitting light.
Yes. You know who talks about this is Rupert Sheldrake actually talks about this too, right? The idea that it's got to be projecting an image outward too, not just collecting. There's a projection happening. Very, very bizarre to think about. Again, very outside the box, but something to it, man. And then you also have you get it like Manly P. Hall, like the mind is the builder type stuff. You're like, okay, how did all these guys know about this? And why is our culture so evasive about this information when it comes down to like mainstream? So strange. And like, dude, the idea of the DNA as a fractal antenna, dude, it makes total sense. They make car antennas, as fractals because they want to maximize the surface area. So they'll use fractal designs as a way to bend the metal to maximize surface area, and those shapes just also happen to be very conducive to frequencies and waves. Mm-hmm. And like the DNA strand, when you look at it from the top down, it resembles a fractal. Like you look, it's like, oh, okay, I get this. I think it totally makes sense. And because out of a fractal, you get a very complex shape from just one simple equation. Some very simple input, just run it back. And when you do, you get the most complex shape ever made. And so, yeah, why couldn't a fractal create, from a mustard seed, right? A fractal is going to create some very complex, all of the life on Earth you have through this DNA process. Something to it.
So, dude, I saw an article a few weeks ago. I'm looking for it right now. I can't necessarily find it. But what it was a scientific paper published in Nature. And what they had discovered is they utilized artificial intelligence to look at the quantum cosmological structure. So we know that the boson field makes up a lot of our reality. It makes up about 3%, 4% of actual mass. And they were looking for kind of a patternization within the boson field. And what came next was quite interesting. Is that I think they were it was a type of boson. I forgot what boson it was, but bosons are just force carriers. But it was a quantum particle, and they actually formulate in the universe, in the galaxy, as a fabric. And guess which pattern that fabric organizes into. The double helix. And it's kind of mind-blowing, don't you think, that
yes,
the fabric of the universe itself is intertwined in a double helix?
It's these repeating shapes, and you have the double helix represented in all the cultures, right? And a lot of symbolism. The two snakes intertwining, is found almost everywhere.
Caduceus, yep.
Everywhere.
Well, and I think that there's, it's interesting. We were talking about like, what is the big secret that they're hiding from us? I think that we just kind of hint on it, is that understanding reality is much more simpler than we could ever imagine. And if we look at the psychological warfare that has been played out on this planet for like the last 500 years, it's all been a deviation away from this spiritual oneness, this knowing and understanding yourself, and this idea that we have a soul, and so it's all this deviation away from that, and we're all mechanistic, deterministic beings and all this type of stuff. But there's a secret they're hiding from us, and that's most likely the fact that we're all creators in this universe. I actually had a theory a long time ago that once you get to space, once you're in space, do you ever watch Star Trek: The Next Generation?
Yeah, I loved that show growing up.
Okay. Do you remember the episode where they're what's his name? Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton's there. Yeah. And they bring on this one alien who's going to help upgrade their propulsion systems, their warp drive technology. And nobody really knows too much about this alien species, but they have amazing technology. They bring him on they bring him on the show, the Starship, and he's going to upgrade their systems. Well, he's sitting there and they're doing a test and he passes out. And all of a sudden, they go millions upon millions of light years. And they're like in an uncharted realm of space and they have no idea where they are. And he wakes up and like everything is manifesting. There's like spiders manifesting, snakes manifesting. People are getting scared to death of their greatest fears coming to life. People are having the greatest fantasies come to life. And the guy ends up waking up and he takes them back and he goes, "I'm so sorry about that." He goes, "To be honest with you, we are a highly advanced species from the future, and we are technologically superior to all of you guys. And I'm just a traveler here. And I was trying to hope to engage your curiosity and get a ride. And where I just took you to was a whole different realm of the understanding of the universe, that you create the universe as you actually go about, that you went to the beginning, the infrastructure, the center of the universe. And in the center of the universe, anything you think becomes reality." But he goes, "You humans aren't ready for that yet. You don't have the control of your mind yet to really understand that capability." And I tend to think that when we get out there, I think that that's the real reality, is that once you're out into that space, it's a new dynamic of mind. That mind starts to coalesce with the universe, integrate much faster, and that things that you think about begin to happen, and that you can control much of reality much better when you get out of the realm of a planet.
I love that. It's almost like you're losing the solidification or whatever, the process that the planet requires to create something. It's almost like the dream state. When you're dreaming, these things just manifest, right? And you're in this weird state where things you think of, like the room will change, people will suddenly change. You're not just producing like an apple in your hand when you want an apple. Like the entire universe around you restructures around these thoughts, on these whims and these reactions. And it's very interesting. I love that film Inception, because they kind of captured how incredible it is of what the dream is doing. And yeah, the idea, it's almost like Solaris too, right? There's this old movie Solaris. They redid it with George Clooney, right? And then so there's things are starting to manifest from within the mind, and it's like the planet or the star, whatever they're orbiting, something is changing it. And I think that is true. There must be different levels of the physical world, you know what I mean, where things are really hard. And it would make sense too, like the idea of Earth being a creation almost of Satan, or right, this it's created to be this kind of voluntary prison of matter, where to make something you have to do something. Like it's an alien scenario for a dream being, or a purely conscious being. It would be view that as a prison, 100%.
Did you see the article recently of the scientific team who utilized technology to induce a lucid dream, that they had dream communication for the first time ever recorded?
I saw the announcement, but I didn't look into the research. What they do, how they pull this off.
I don't know that they're utilizing some type of headset, but I don't know how they did it. But they're utilizing people who are highly experienced in lucid dreaming. But I find it fascinating that two people can connect in a realm of the dream world and communicate, which is just mind-boggling. Now, you had mentioned the movie Inception. That's why I brought that up. But I've actually had Robert Wagner on my show quite a few times. Robert Wagner has master of lucid dreaming, and he was actually one of the consultants for the movie Inception. And it's very, very real phenomena, and the stories that he tells of lucid dreaming, like they've confirmed this multiple times over, that you can communicate through dreams with other people. But what if that's what is really waiting for us out in space?
Dude, I'd love that. I love that. Yeah, I'm not experienced in lucid dreaming. I believe everything I'm shown in a dream. I'm like fully locked in when I'm in it. But yeah, the idea of group dreaming. I mean, that's why I liked Inception so much, dude. Is there was this element where they're like, how does this work? And they just open up a briefcase and they attach like something to your wrist or your hand, right? Nothing even that crazy. And it's like, oh, this was developed to allow soldiers to train, without dying or equipment loss. It's like, okay. It's such a great exposition, like this wouldn't exist if the military couldn't figure out a way to make it, and they needed it.
Yeah.
And then it is, but it's also this very simple, understated technology. And it made me think, like, is even this machine even kind of like a magic feather? Like, do people really need this machine? It was also there to like pump in, to induce the dream, right? To induce the sleep, to keep you sedated enough to be asleep. But that was given to people, I think, actually through a shot. Yeah, I don't know. I got to look that up again. I got to watch that movie. I love that flick, but every time I watch it, I see something new in it. But anything to do with dream state is just really fascinating to me, dude.
Well, have you seen the show on Apple TV called Dark Matter?
No.
So there's the old Dark Matter show that's on the Sci-Fi Channel, which is really good. I highly recommend it. Not many episodes, but on Apple they just came out with a new show called Dark Matter, and it's a physics professor who, in an alternate reality, creates a quantum portal, or basically an entangled portal, and so he can travel to other dimensions. And it's kind of interesting because the way it works is when you open a door down this illusionary corridor that's created, the door opens into a reality generated by your thought and emotional structure at that point in time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But fascinating show again, because it's making you think, but it also brings about the connectivity to the quantum world and your consciousness and your thoughts and your mind and how reality actually operates. And I think that this is the biggest thing. One of the reasons why the aliens themselves, if you want to call them aliens, interdimensional beings, as well as the government, is they don't want this information out there because the majority of humanity is just not ready for it. So you can have the bad aliens who don't want that to happen because obviously we could become powerful and overcome them. And then you have the good aliens who say, hey, this can be very, very dangerous for a species who has not evolved to that point of understanding the true nature of the universe. But then you have the government on both those sides saying, well, they could use it against us, but also it could be very dangerous. I think that that's probably one of the main components that is being hidden right now, is the spiritual aspect of what is coming about within the UAP UFO disclosure.
Yes.
And that brings me to 2 days from now, Election Day, Donald Trump. I know we're talking about UFOs here, but what is your thoughts on the election and what's going to happen here?
I think Trump is going to take it. I think he's got the numbers, and the country seems ready for it. It seems like a welcome change to what's been going on. I do see it as a battle between good and evil. A lot of people see, maybe people see that in every election. I haven't noticed it until this one. From the miracle in Butler, Pennsylvania, all the way to now, like there have been more and more reinforcements, like in bits of information reinforcing the idea that this is a really major thing. It's not a shift, but it represents two different directions that America could go, which is, are we going to buy into the Marxist idea in socialism, and are we going to allow the rest of the country to look like Portland and Seattle and LA? Like, is that really what we're about to do? Some people are so caught up in their own personal identities, that they're willing to take it there. I hope that most of America, with families and at the very least with some foresight, they see what we're facing and they go ahead and make that decision at the polls. Now, if Trump wins, you obviously have a lot of consequences that are going to come from that, which for me, I would ideally I would hope it just is a little bit of noise at first, and then it just kind of dies down while America begins improving. Will there be a growing faction of hardened Marxists and communists that form in America? Yeah, absolutely. There will be. And will we see things like terrorist attacks and stuff? I think so. I really do. But now if you have Kamala winning, then you got we have a lot of problems, because not only do we have to deal with the chaos that's been happening, we have to deal with the ensuing chaos, and we also have to deal with the knowledge that it's going to be like that for 4 years. And it's, there's no way she makes groceries cheaper, by next year. It's only going to get worse, and we're only going to see these people who used to be humanitarians, and the Democratic Party used to be all about the people. We're going to see them become more and more disgustingly rich, while we all become more and more disgustingly poor, and it's going to create very hard times for us, I believe. So and whatever happens from there, it's hard to say. It's been increasingly hard to predict what will happen within any given year as we go on towards this kind of like eschaton. You know what I mean? It feels like it's coming, right? And so there's so many unanswered questions and fears about technology, about social improvements, and so many more things that no one knows where the ground's going to be at. So I hope Trump wins. If he doesn't win, then we have to really be strong at keeping the hope alive that things aren't going to get as bad as we think they are.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on major UFO events here in the near future?
Lots of talk of big events coming, undeniable sightings, and I think that's in the mix. It feels like that's right. We're all ready for it. There's memes about it, right? Like, these guys are next. Something like that is going to come, and it makes sense to me from my own research that that's about to happen. It looks like it. There's been a buildup. I think it's time. Do
you think more so with Trump winning, you get UAP disclosure? There's Trump goes on 9:00 p.m. Eastern time on all the news channels, says, "Hey, humanity, I was just briefed on this. I was briefed on this my last term as well. This is the information that we have. I can tell you unequivocally, we are not alone in the universe, and the Earth has been visited." That type of moment right there.
Yeah.
Do you think that all of a sudden that just opens the door for it?
I think if Trump wins and we get an alien sighting, that it remains within, like, humanity doesn't shift. Humanity's place in the world, our ontological shock is limited in a good way if Trump is president when disclosure happens, or if this event happens. If this event happens and Kamala's the president, I feel that it will lead mankind into a godless hellhole of demonic possession and obsession. That's what I think, because something like that shows up, and it's going to snap people and either into it or out of it. And there's these two competing sides. It's not just Democrat, Republican. In many ways, it's much bigger than that. A lot of people feel that it's much bigger than that. And if America is primed to, the anti-God, anti-life, anti-American vibe, then when we see that event happen, it will reinforce all of those terrible things. If we are faced with the realization, if Trump wins, that some of these battles need to be fought, then when the alien thing shows up, then it'll be I think it'll be viewed under a much better lens that leaves humanity in a much better place. That's what I think.
Now, there's a lot of reports that something big is coming. So, ex-CIA agent says that there is UFOs coming, right? So I'm trying to remember his name. I'll have it in 1 second. John Ramirez, ex-CIA agent John Ramirez. He's claiming that in 2027, they're coming. They're on their way here now, and they will be here in 2027. That the next president is going to be the one that brings about full disclosure, because they have to, because these things are going to be here in 2027. What are your thoughts on this?
I really like John. He's a good guy, and he's got a lot to say about this stuff. This 2027 date is coming up often, but John's part of a group, and a lot of the times 2027 as a date shows up, it's from people associated with the same kind of clique, same kind of group. And I think I'm very hesitant to believe in anything like that. Any impending 2027 date seems like how is that any different than any of these other predictions, right? That have kind of been like a little far enough out to get a solid paycheck, right? If you're going to write a book or something, right? Far enough to cash in on it and then get out before you're proven wrong and you got to move the date again. I've heard different theories put out by some of these same kind of group that, there is perhaps knowledge of a coming alien confrontation, and that they are so many years away, and that in the meantime we came in contact with another species or another group, and they offered their protection to us at a trade. We'll protect you in the coming years. When this happens, you got to let us harvest some of your life, some of your people. And there was supposedly some agreement. Again, these are all part of the rumor mill from the kind of more upper tier, right? This isn't like message board down in the randos. This is coming from people who know people like John Ramirez, right?
Right.
So, while it sounds very weird, like, oh, they're making a prediction, like almost like a prophecy of doom, I think that it could be more complex than that, right? We could have insiders on their side, our side. There could be a group. Yeah, I think that if it's going to happen, I think it already has happened. If I got to be honest, this 2027 date probably already occurred, and like no one knew about it. Like we are not on the tip of the spear of information. We could be 10 years post disclosure and not know it.
Right. I agree. And, I go back to a lot, Bob Bigelow's comments to the James Fox at their private dinner, when Bob Bigelow said that they walk among us. They look like us. They walk among us. And this is a guy who would know. This is someone who would absolutely have that information.
I agree.
And then if they look like us, they walk among us, that brings about another question. There had been a lot of talk recently about time travel. That what if a lot of what is visiting us is not aliens, or what we consider to be interdimensional is not something interdimensional, but instead is something either from the far, far future or from the distant past. What are your thoughts on that?
I love it. I love the idea of time travel involved in this, because, you immediately go into this other option. You break open time travel, I think you're going from the coat room to the club. Right, you're like, you realize that you haven't even seen the full building yet. You've been in awe for several million years on just the coat room. Now you're about to walk into the mall or to the club, and now you're going to see a lot more people. You're going to see a lot more interesting things. Things are going to be a lot brighter and louder than you ever thought possible. But let's go in. I think it's going to be like that. We're going to be inundated with other aliens, with other worlds, with other options. And you go from a, what do they call us? Whatever they call our type 1 civilization
Type
or
0,
whatever.
type 1, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go from that to the top tier and like literally instantaneously. Because I feel like you walk in the door, and for the people outside the door watching you walk in, maybe no time will pass before you walk back out of the door a living God, having experienced all these things, having done all these things, having realized that you are your own great grandchild and you'll come through that door immediately after having lived 1,000 lives.
Right.
And the outsider would not know what they were seeing. But then, yeah, you get everything from the flying airships in the 1800s. You get Roswell, you get all these moments that could have just been, time traveling different species and time traveling different versions of us. There's a lot of talk about it, dude. Like one of the people who's excited about the timeline, Michael P. Masters, right? Evolution scientist, PhD, and he talks often about the future human hypothesis when it comes down to aliens. And I think there's a lot to it. And I think that if you look at the Earth outside of time, you would notice that there were probably in a plethora, maybe let's just be conservative. Let's say there are 100 different species of animal on the planet Earth from the beginning to the very end, place we haven't seen yet, that will or have or did become sentient and create a technology that allowed them to time travel. If there are 100 that did this, that ever pulled it off in the billions of years of life on the planet, then they can pop in and out whenever, however they want to. And, we could have seen them, when they were on their coffee break in the 1800s. And then when they went back, we could have seen them on their next coffee break in 1985. We won't know. That's honestly, like, this time hypothesis is one of the exciting little things. I'm waiting until I get a lot more cases in the timeline, because I want to look for those potentials, because you'd think you'd see the same craft, the same place, but just a different time. And without having all that data, there's no real way to know, but that would be exciting for me.
Yeah, it's something that is like ingrained in my mind from an experience that I had when I was 10, 11 years old, when I stuck out of my house. I think we talked about it last time. And I had this experience of missing time, and 30 years later, I'm sitting on a podcast after Zoom, and I'm talking about it, and someone says to me, "Oh, you had missing time." And I'm like, "No, I didn't." They're like, "Yeah, you did." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, whoa." It didn't even dawn to me. It didn't even occur to me that I had missing time until it was like said to me like 10 times in a row. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, oh. And I was like embarrassed. I was like, oh, whoa, that's odd, right? But I had this this experience when I was 10, 11 years old. Me and my buddy snuck out of my mom's house. We're walking to my dad's house, which is about 400 yards away. There's this little berm behind a grocery store, and the Rochester International Airport is to the north. And we were watching this. We're crawling in our ninja suits with like kitchen knives and stuff tucked in because we thought we were ninjas. And we're crawling on the ground towards my dad's house and stuck out at like 11 p.m. And we're watching this plane come in. And I remember looking at Tom and I go, "Hey, I don't hear any noise. That's a very silent plane, and it doesn't look like it's moving." And it was just getting brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. The next thing I know, we're just crawling again on the grass, and there's a dew on the grass. The grass is all wet. And I'm like, "Oh, it's all wet." And we got up and we ran to my dad's house. And when we got there, my dad was awake and he's like, "Where the hell have you been? We've been looking for you. Like, what happened?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "We've been gone 15 minutes. He's like, "It's 4:30 in the morning." And we're like, "What?" And like, I've told this story hundreds of times, and I never once correlated that I had missing time. And about a year ago, I decided to do. I've been practicing meditation and various different other types of self work for a very long time, well over 30 years. Very experienced at it. I have the ability when I'm kind of engrossed within water, whether it's a bathtub or a shower, to kind of transcend my normal state of consciousness and kind of delve into what I call transcendent or transcendental states. And I've had regressive therapies before, in the sense of like past life regressions, those types of things. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna put myself in a state of meditation. I'm gonna go back to that moment and see if I can figure anything out. See if something can come up, right? And in this time that I take myself, I'm crawling through the ground with my buddy Tommy. I'm watching the light come in, and I can see it clear as day. And the next thing I know, I'm sitting on this table in this room, and it's all one kind of like pale, shiny gray color. And there's this being in front of me, kind of tall. He's wearing some type of garb, and I hear Tom screaming. And I start laughing, and the being turns around, and without moving his lips, he says to me, "Why are you laughing?" And I said, "Because I know why he's crying." And he says, "Well, why is he crying?" He's like, "Because he doesn't understand." Things like, "Well, doesn't understand what?" And I said, "That you're not going to hurt him." And he goes, "Well, how do you know that?" I said, "Because I've been here before." And we start having this conversation. And he goes, "Well, ask questions." And so I started asking questions. And I started asking, who are you? Where are you from? All this stuff. How does the technology work? Right. But it's me in present time asking these questions. And I looked at the bee and I said, this is kind of odd. How did I ask these questions when I was 10 years old? He goes, you didn't. You're asking them now. And I said, wait, what? And he goes, the reason that happened to you then was so that this could happen now. And I was like, he goes, your species believes that a lot of this is operating through the manipulation of space, but really, we operate through the manipulation of time. And I was like,
damn.
Right? Like, that future event was preset into the past. But the reason that happened then was for me to be a conduit at my 10, 11-year-old life. It's a conduit for me, after I'd gained a certain level of knowledge, to ask the right questions. Just mind-blowing to think about it in that perspective. But
I wonder how many different cases could fit that bill.
I don't know. I was blown away. I got out of the shower. I'm like, oh my God, I wrote it all down. I'm like, holy shit. And a lot of the things that he told me as well was quite substantial. But I also understand
was it like meaningful to you personally, or just like world knowledge information? Like
all around. But one of the things that you have to be careful with, especially with those like types of therapies like that, or meditations, is that your mind will include its own information in there. So if your mind can't understand something, if it doesn't, there's a very thin line between your imagination and the creativity level, and of actual real experiences and information. And kind of the way it was portrayed to me a long time ago is that the way that those levels of communication work like that when you're in a meditative state is that your mind is actually creating the perspective of what you're seeing. It's not that it didn't happen that way, but your mind is regenerating it through the information that it has. So it's really easy for false information to pop in there. So I got to look at the storyline that I put out there, that I wrote down afterwards, and say, okay, what parts of this is bullshit? What parts of this is not true or delved from my own fantasy, and what is real, right? And so I have a really hypercritical kind of component within myself that analyzes those things, and I don't take everything that happens to me like that as 100% legitimate. Did the experience happen when I was? Oh yeah, absolutely. Did that meditation happen? Absolutely. But I look at it more for the kind of the broad understanding that who they were, why they were here, who we were, what we were doing here, and then kind of how the technology worked. And the reason that they operated through time was because they had an enemy that was hunting them. They have an enemy species that is trying to annihilate them. And so they have to hide in time in order to avoid them.
It's probably just their past self. Yeah.
It's
I love
split
this.
Split race.
Really? Okay, so I love that you were able to put yourself back in that place through meditation. Lots of meditative experience happening around water. There's something electrical, something's happening there. It definitely seems to supercharge the experience.
Well, it
And then,
amplifies it through the structure of water. So your
right.
intentionality structures the water as it comes down and produces a level of amplification within, I guess, the ether, if you want to look at it like that.
Well, that's why I like just zoning out in the bath, dude. You just like,
Yep.
You're gone. You're gone. Yeah, I love this. Now, the fact that you had this missing time experience too, this is very compelling. The idea of just combat crawling. I used to do the same thing. I take a black t-shirt and put my head through the neck hole of my face. And then I would use the arm sleeves to wrap around my head as like a bandana, and it just complete ninja outfit. Me and my cousin used to go around, take like a little plastic fence, like inserts out of the chain link fences. And we had swords, all that stuff. The idea of watching a plane come in and then realizing slowly, like, that's not a plane. Like, what? And then snap out of it. You're now crawling and it's 4 a.m. You're wet. Your family's looking for you. It's a whole scene, dude. It's a whole scene.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the idea you're now a grown man, you zone out or you're meditating, you go back in the position. Now you're able to see this experience as a grown man. You're reliving this memory, and then you're talking to this guy, kind of changing history, and you realize you're not changing it. That's what was occurring. That's why you were there in the first place, was to do that. There's something to this, man. Right?
I 100% agreed.
Yeah, there's something. I think there's something to that. I think if and then something I'm going to look for from now on. You know, I always look for weird dream stuff in experiencer stories, but this one in particular, this particular idea of someone being abducted at that moment, so that in the future they could remember it and they'll have access to that person, like they being the abductors now have access to that person's future self through any version of them they find. You know what I mean? Because they're creating, almost like trauma, right? You create this trauma, the brain hides it in the back of its head, but it also seems to control the outcomes thereafter from the person. It is from a subconscious level, right? So very weird. Dude, I love that story.
Yeah.
When did this happen? What year was this?
That I did the meditation?
No, that it happened. When you were with your friend.
Oh, shit. It had to be 91, 92.
Wild. Okay.
Western
Very
New
interesting.
York, Western New York, Rochester area. I mean, dude, my hometown, we have a place called the UFO spot. Like, you can
Just
go
because
up
of all
there.
the sightings that happened?
Yeah, you can go up there and you can sit, and we used to smoke weed back there, and you'll watch strange lights come up over the tree line, take off, all types of shit.
Strange lights doing strange shit. I love this. Okay.
Yeah.
Rochester, New York.
Yeah, it's outside of Rochester, New York. That's up
Dude,
in
I'm
Oaxaca
gonna-
Trail, just south, 20 minutes south.
in my building of the timeline and data, dude, I'm going to be looking for this. Like, I'm going to be looking for cases around Rochester around 91, and then with these weird like lights. That's that's a whole thing.
Well, there was actually a well-documented UFO sighting in 1969, I think it was, in the town that I'm from, Caledonia, New York. They actually have all the old newspaper articles at the town library, and it was a time frame in the whole area, like multiple counties, of like 3 or 4 days that lights and craft were in the skies, and there's multiple accounts of abductions during that time frame.
And this is in the New York area.
Yeah, Western New York area.
1969, you say?
I think it was 69. I want to say it was 69. My dad had the news articles. I don't know where they are at now. My father's now since passed. He claims that he was one of the people that was abducted during those time frames. Maybe it was earlier, 59, maybe 62, somewhere in there. But I know that the town library in Caledonia, New York still probably has the old news articles. And it wasn't just that town. It was all over those areas that were having those sightings.
There's a lot of different waves that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And the wave behavior too, it's kind of for me like a tip off of like something on the spiritual or consciousness side happening. That's how I feel. It's like, because the things that happen, like if you take the Mothman experiences from Virginia, right? Pleasant Point, it's same kind of thing, where these the whole town was like seeing these lights and having these weird experiences, and it occurred for a short time. And then you have, in the case of the Mothman prophecy, you have this very big outcome. But you got like the Belgian wave in '89. You got these other waves that just pop up, and yeah, I'm very interested. Now I'm going to look for the New York one and check all that stuff. I can't wait, dude, because now I can put like YouTube videos directly on the site, and the idea of like having, you know, more waves that people don't know about. Good, but I've identified waves on the timeline that no one's ever. I've never heard anyone talk about.
Now, do you know one of the most famous UFO abduction tales came from New York State in the Catskill Mountains?
Which one is that?
Whitley Strieber.
Oh yeah. Yep, dude, his story is wild. Whitley was just on my buddy Danny Jones's podcast.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, his story is wild, and it goes on for a long time. It just kept on happening.
He's had a lot of crazy experiences throughout his life with all of this, but it brings you into the darker perspective, I think, with a lot of this. I mean, you go into the I'm forgetting the guy's name now. What is it? The Arizona one, the logger one. What's
Travis Walton?
Travis Walton. You go into the Travis Walton one, and I love following the perspective of him, because originally he looked at it as like these things were, you know, evil or kidnapped him, and it was this negative experience. But then he realizes later on in life that, you know, they saved him, that maybe they weren't so evil after all. Maybe, you know, they were just, you know, it's like we going out into the woods and finding a deer with a broken leg and nursing it back to health and then throwing it back out into the wilderness, right?
Yeah, like he was like injured accidentally by the propulsion of this thing, and they decided to take him in and then help him out and then let him go. And you know, you black all
But they
that
were
out.
completely uninterested in humanity, so they didn't know about social culture, clothes, all this stuff. They just threw him back out in nature.
Dude, and his experience has all these weird elements to it. Like when he says when he went inside after he was in, what he was inside of was not a ship. That although he was in a ship, like at first, eventually it was not a ship, it was like a hangar. It was huge. And it was like some interdimensional stuff. And there was like humanoids there along with these grays. So cool.
And I think with the Travis Walton story is, I think that this is one of those one-offs. I think it's one of those experiences that you'll probably never hear about again. That whatever was visiting the planet at that point in time was probably the only time it was ever here and the last time it was ever here, because we don't hear very many of the details surrounding those types of craft or beings or abduction experiences like that, at least in my perspective from what I've read.
No, you don't. I mean, abduction experiences are very interesting to sift through, though. I mean, they're very interesting. They're not cut and dry. You think it's going to be like, oh, I was abducted here. This is what they did to me. But a lot of it involves hypnotic regression. A lot of it involves partial memories and, you know, these weird themes that are ever present, you know, like fluids and these different types of stuff that almost feel, I want to say, like witchcraft, you know, like very occultish. There's a lot of very occulty vibes in these abduction stories, you know, even like Whitley Strieber's, you know, it's full of stuff like that.
Right.
Full of it.
Well, and I think that there is a component that what the occult is actually looking into, or what would be considered, i.e. magic, is really just conscious technology. It's just really understanding how consciousness integrates into the fabric of reality.
That's a really good phrasing for it. Conscious technology. Do you think that there's any, like, that stuff is being deployed against humanity right now by people who have that technology, like human beings, factions, governments, agencies? You know, they got to have it. They got to have something like it. It's got to be super powerful.
Well, I think that number one is, I think that that type of technology operates on an individualized basis. And the reason I say that is because no country in the past has been able to conquer any other group of people or beings on this planet with the utilization of conscious technology. And we know that it did exist, right? We know that magicians and sorcerers and those types of things that could manipulate the fabric of reality absolutely existed. and that nobody was ever utilized that to conquer a nation or a country or an empire. So I've always came to the conclusion that it operates on an individualized basis, and that you have to have a level of trust developed within the universe. What do I mean that by that is that this is one of my realms of study for a very long time, is the merging of occultism and science. But I believe that we have a trust-based universe. And what that means is that in order to generate that capacity of manifestation or creation within your own mind, the integration of your consciousness with the fabric of reality, where things happen like that in your world, where you can change the world in an instant with a single text or a tweet, right? Donald Trump, Jeff Bezos types. That level of influence, that comes about with a certain ingrained level of trust that is developed through your relationship with the universe, and that the universe doesn't give a baby the full powers and capacities to manifest anything it wishes or wants, right? That baby has to go through the trials and tribulations of life. It has to learn and understand knowledge to at least garner just a little bit of that ability to manifest its reality. It's always producing and creating its reality, but having that self-knowledge to then go in and take that reality and start projecting your own intentionality, your own emotion into it, to have the universe itself react to what you're producing. That takes a high level of trust. And a lot of these people who are the high priest or the high occultist, or even just in Catholicism or Christianity or whatever, that's why there's that high level of devotion for them to those faiths, is because there has to be that equivalence of trust that is built within the universal structure.
Oh yeah. I mean, you got to crawl before you walk, and
right.
Consciousness is a powerful thing. Intention is a powerful thing, dude. Like, even paying attention to something, you're doing a lot there. So
now the Montauk chair. You ever heard of the Montauk chair?
Yeah.
Now, the Montauk chair is the only thing closest to what I've ever heard of the government having that type of technology. For those who don't know, this originated out of the Montauk Project, which was an after effect of the Philadelphia experiment with the USS Eldridge. Preston Nichols and Al Bielek talked about their time at Montauk Island. We know, obviously, that was an MK Ultra hotspot. But it was a chair taken out of an alien craft that you could sit in and manifest anything, or even project yourself into the past or the future. You can manipulate time, gravity with this chair. What are your thoughts on that one?
I think there's something to it.
I do too.
I think there's something to it. I mean, there's also I don't know how to pronounce it, but there's that mirror, the Kirchev mirror, right? Mm-hmm. This idea, this curved metallic mirror. There's these black mirrors. Yeah, there's something about it. There's something about these devices. There's also like Project Looking Glass, and like there's so many, dude. Like, I would believe that these relics and these artifacts actually existed, and they actually did what they said that they did, and that there's some element. There's always most likely a conscious component to them, which is why when like the movie Contact, right? Like, she was basically in a Montauk chair,
yeah.
Right? And no one else could see what she saw, but she gets out of it. She goes, no. I was on a full-blown experience. I saw an alien posing as my dad. They said this, and this. This is your first step. There's going to be a lot more meetings like this. And you're telling me that I just fell directly through this machine and no one saw it. I'd imagine that there's probably been a lot of things like that. And that's why
16 hours. Then why did the camera record 16 hours of static?
Right. Was it James Woods just like,
yeah,
don't worry about it. I love that scene, man. And so I think Montauk chair, the mirrors, the devices, the looking glasses, there's something to it, and it goes back to old school occultism and witchcraft, mm-hmm. right? To these magic balls or these crystal balls, and then you even have, right, that painting supposedly done by Da Vinci of Jesus, where Jesus looks very feminine and he's holding that crystal ball. And within that crystal ball is these 3 dots, right? And the 3 dots kind of mirror Patrick Jackson's like orb network kind of orientation, right? These system of metallic spheres can manifest and appear wherever there's an invasive UFO, and they will like take it down however they do it. And a lot of the shoot downs or a lot of the crashes that the government is retrieving, the crash retrieval projects, a lot of those are due to this system. And it's the thing I thought about, right? And it's that's what I thought about when I heard the term immaculate constellation. That's what that's the formation I thought of. That's the constellation I thought of.
Interesting.
Was that yeah.
That it would be a planetary defense system that they didn't build. So there you go. Is that it appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's
when
immaculate.
There's a threat. It's immaculate.
Yeah.
And it derives through the constellation. So there's 12 points on Earth of which they will come out of. Interesting.
Yeah, could be. I don't know. I mean, I was following Schellenberger like as he was talking about it, right? And but still don't know on the low information zone on that. I hope it comes up, but a lot of people in the UFO community saying it doesn't mean nothing. You know, it's another like red herring, but there could be some meat on the bones.
Well, how about this? I mean, take Michael Schellenberger, for example. Just a few years ago, Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi were liberal reporters, mainstream media type of investigative journalists, liberal reporters. They were not Trumpers. They were not free speech advocates. They didn't believe in UFOs or any of this shit. But now you got people like Matt Schellenberger here talking about, holy shit, UFO stories, blah, 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 government corruption. It's kind of interesting the time that we live in because it truly is the Great Awakening, isn't it?
Yeah. I think so. I think technology, availability, communication, community, these are the things that are really helping.
Yeah,
they're really helping something come to a head. Whether it be the waking up of what media is, or waking up to the possibility of what these aliens are. There's 100%. A fair amount of.
So, what do you think we're going to see? Give me your next 12 months perspective of what we're going to see.
Next 12 months, we're going into 2025. I think by mid next year, we have a confrontation with something. A new video comes out. The public is going to have to be confronted with something else, a type of disclosure. I think that if it's Kamala, then that disclosure will be nuts and bolts. If it's Trump, then that disclosure will include the spiritual side. That's what I think, right? If we get that way, let's say it's Trump and we're coming around to next November, I think the summer will have been a summer of riots and a summer of sabotage, a summer of domestic terrorist attacks. And by this time, we're going to be coming out of it next year. That's what I think.
Jeez. Well, I'm praying for the best and preparing for the worst. So I hope that everybody else out there as well. It's going to be an interesting time, but I think that disclosure is right around the corner. And so it's an exciting time. Brother, thank you, man. I appreciate you joining me tonight. Where can everybody find you?
Find me on Twitter at Tupacabra2, the number, over there on Twitter. And then also just check out the timeline. Go to the UFOtimeline.com, the UFOtimeline.com. Check it out. Find me on Twitter. Let me know how badly I messed it up or how good it is. Either one, I'm all ears. But yeah, thank you for having me, dude. I love these shows. I'll come back whenever you need me.
Appreciate it, brother. Well, we'll definitely have you back on here relatively short because I think that we have that the congressional hearing coming up. And so maybe me, you, and we'll grab a few other people and get in and talk about that after the fact, especially if we get some information from some of our friends behind the closed doors of what happened. So pay attention to that, guys.
That'd be great.
Appreciate it, guys. Everybody like, share, comment. All of his links are linked up in the description box below. Much love, respect. God bless. Take care. Have a great night. We'll see you guys next time.
Do not try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Only try to realize the truth.
What truth?
There is no spoon.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I am Josh, that is Jason, that is Vince down there, and that is our guest, Robert Wagner. This is Red Pill Project's Conversations on the Fringe. This is where we bring you all those weird things in the world that we like to talk about on Fridays, the things that exist on the fringes of reality. And tonight we're talking with our guest, Robert Wagner, who's the former president of the International Association for the Study of Dreams. He's the author of many different books, two of them which we have right here, Lucid Dreaming, The Gateway to the Inner Self, and Lucid Dream, Plain and Simple. As well as co-editor of the Lucid Dreaming Experience, a magazine for lucid dreamers. We're going to be talking about, if you haven't guessed, lucid dreaming. And this is like one of my favorite topics because dreaming is just an amazing thing, especially when you can experience it with lucidity or in out-of-body experiences and these types of aspects of it. But any type of altered consciousness just fascinates me. And I look at dreaming as an altered state of consciousness that we tend to forget about the next morning. And Robert, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Josh, thanks for having me.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit more about yourself and how you got into this, because lucid dreaming isn't necessarily something that I believe is normal for most people to kind of like stumble upon or come across. And it doesn't seem like it's an easy thing to do. And I think we're going to talk about that a little bit. But tell us about your experiences and how you got into this.
Yeah, you know what? When I was a kid, I just had a really active dream life, and so I was just kind of kept chart on those dreams and followed them. And I think my very first spontaneous lucid dream was probably I was 10 or 11 years old. I was at the library looking at the books, and all of a sudden, through the book stacks comes this little Tyrannosaurus Rex, a little 3-foot dinosaur walking, through the book racks. And I think, wait a second, dinosaurs are extinct. And at that moment, I thought, how can this be? And at that moment, I just thought, whoa, this has to be a dream. This is too far out. And even though I was 10 or 11, at that moment, I became lucidly aware. I knew, hey, this is a dream. And so it was years later, though, that I figured out a technique on how to become lucidly aware. That just happened to me spontaneously.
That's nuts. Now, cool. Do people typically have these experiences while going into adolescence? Is this something that's normal for most people during this time?
It's great that there was a study by Ursula Voss, who's a researcher in Germany, and she studied a group of school children, ages 6 to 19, to find out when they started to have lucid dreams and how many of them had lucid dreams. And she and her team actually interviewed each kid who said that they'd had a lucid dream. And what blew me away is like more than 20% of the 8-year-olds had already had a lucid dream. But I mean, just think of it, when you're a little kid like that, you don't have anyone to talk to. You don't have, you just don't talk about dreams. So this woman was really blown away because to have them spontaneously and naturally just appear, that's kind of amazing. But of the whole group of the 694 students in that research, already 51% of them had lucid dreams. And a lot of them, these young ones, they had no training, they had no anything. Huh. They just spontaneously became lucid dreamers.
That's interesting. Do you know what percentage of people don't dream? Because I've met people who say, I don't dream. Are they actually not dreaming, or are they not recalling? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you have that right, Vince. They're not recalling. Unless they've had a frontal lobotomy and had a lot of their wiring snipped away in their brain, every night, almost all of us are having 5 or 6 dreams. In fact, it's kind of wild when you start to play around with the numbers. 23% of the night we spend in the dream state. And so if you start to think about that, by the time you're 11, you've spent an entire year in the dream state. And by the time you're 33, you've spent 3 entire years just in dreaming. And the time you're 66, you spent 6 years. It's really wild to think how much time we spend in dreaming and why is that? Yeah. But we all dream. Some of us, though, we're either taking a medication that inhibits our dream recall, or we've just gotten out of the habit. Sometimes I've told people, I go, look, when I've given university talks, someone will raise their hand and say, I never dream. I say, look, do this. Tonight, tell your inner self, hey, inner self, I'm ready to dream again. And I remember the first time this happened, the kid, I was at a conference, the young guy came back. The next morning I saw him, he started dancing. He said he told his inner self he was ready to dream again. And he said the entire night it was like a slideshow of 10 years of forgotten images, of dream images, just shooting across.
Oh,
him.
wow.
So that's how wild it can be. But you're right. All of us dream. And when you look at the national population, probably about half of us are lucid dreamers.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you ever been in that situation where you're dreaming and maybe something wakes you up? Maybe it's your alarm clock, whatever it may be. When I have these particular dreams, I try to interject back into the dream because I don't want to wake up, right? Because it's very joyful. Yeah. There's an incredible amount of emotions that comes over some of these lucid dreams. And even as a 40-something-year-old male, I still find them quite enjoyable.
Yeah, you know, that's something that almost every lucid dreamer says, is that when they wake from a lucid dream, they feel totally pumped up, excited. They have this kind of lucid afterglow. I mean, for the next 3 or 4 hours, they just feel like they're on top of the world. And so that's a really common experience.
Now, is that an aspect of control, kind of like a Freudian or Jungian type of thing, where we realize that we have a level of control over our state of existence, of our being, of our reality, and therefore we I don't know. How does that come about?
Well, you know, I really don't understand exactly how it comes about that we have this lucid afterglow. I've seen in some lucid dream accounts where somebody solves a big problem or overcomes some big emotional issue in their lucid dream. Then all of a sudden, when they wake up from that, they're on cloud nine for like weeks. I mean, 2 or 3 weeks, because they've finally, you know, this inner thing, they finally solved the puzzle. And so, you know, it's hard to know exactly what it is. It's the creativity, it's connecting with your larger awareness. I really don't know what it is, Josh.
It's interesting. I read a book many years ago, Power of the Subconscious Mind by Dr. Joseph Murphy, a classic. Yeah. And he always talked about how before you go to bed, ask your subconscious mind a question. And typically within your dream state, this question would be answered. And exactly what you just said there is when you wake up the next day and a problem is solved within the dream, you're like, wow, like, yes, like it's amazing. And it really does work. And there's like this mysterious connection between the universe, your subconscious, and the dream state.
Right. You know, there's this great study at this university in Germany where they gave these math students a difficult problem that required a real creative solution. So you had to really think creatively to solve this math problem. So they gave it to the control group, and 8 hours later, they came back and asked them to solve it. Then the other group, they gave it to them right before they went to sleep. Mm-hmm. They told them, just sleep on it, and in the morning, solve it. The group that was able to sleep on it, 60% of them solved the problem. Wow. The group that had 8 hours to think about it during the day, only 20% of those people solved it. So it's kind of, funny. It's sometimes, you know, the best thing to do is if you got a big problem, don't know what you can do, you know, just sleep on it. Because sometimes the next morning you wake up and it's all clear as day.
So true. I'm a programmer, and I like to give myself 2 days for any project, because if something goes wrong, having that night to sleep on it and just think about it. Yeah. Sometimes first thing in the morning, I have an answer and fix it, you know?
Yeah, it's amazing. And this is one of the scientific aspects of dreaming, is that they've shown that in the dream state, we make new associations and new creativity emerges. And there's a lot of these studies that show just by allowing people to dream, all of a sudden answers appear, whereas before there just weren't any answers. They were stumped.
Yeah, it's interesting how something you don't know comes about in a dream.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. In fact, there's a lot of people who have scientists who credit their discoveries with dreams. Even the guy who made lead shot, you know, for like shotguns and guns, he dreamt it. Because previously, this guy is named Watts back in England in like 1874 or something. You know, back then they used to pour molten lead into little molds, and then they would make the gunshot.
Yeah.
But then he kept dreaming night after night of molten lead falling from the skies into vats of water and making these perfectly round little, shot pieces.
Yeah.
And after he dreamt about it like 3 nights in a row, he gave it a try and poured some molten lead into water, and all of a sudden it made these little perfect pellets. And he revolutionized, how to make gunshot. But it came to him in a dream. I mean, that's how wild this is. But there's Nobel Prize winners who the idea came to him in a dream. There's just tons of stories like that.
Gene Roddenberry, I believe, dreamt up Star Trek. It came to him in a dream. I know that, was it Alexander Graham? No, it was Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison actually utilized hypnagogia to solve a lot of his problems. He would put himself in the rocker. He would put like a roll of quarters. And so when he would start to lean back and fall asleep, he would wake up. It would wake him up because the chair would go forward, and he would remember the problem, and he would have the answer to the problem. Unfortunately for the light bulb, it took 10,000 tries. But, yeah, that's pretty crazy. So tell me a little bit about how you got started in the lucid dreaming. So you had the lucid dream when you were a kid, and then you learned how to actually do lucid dreams. So
if you can imagine, back in high school, I was kind of really a curious kid. Yeah. So one of my brothers came home from the University of Kansas, and he gave me this book by Carlos Castaneda called Journey to Ixtlan. And so this Carlos Castaneda, he was a UCLA graduate student in anthropology who decided to go down to southern Arizona and try to find a shaman to teach him about peyote and mescaline and psychoactive substances. And so here I am, a little kid in high school reading this book, Journey to Ixtlan, and his shamanic teacher Don Juan tells him, "I want you to find your hands in your dreams tonight and realize you're dreaming." And I'm sitting there reading, what? You could realize you're dreaming? And he goes, yeah, find your hands in the dream time. And so I kept looking, well, where's the technique here? Where's the instruction? So there wasn't any. So I just made up my own, because like you, Josh, I knew about the power of the subconscious mind. Yeah. And so I sat there looking at my hands while I told myself before I went to sleep, tonight in my dreams, I'll see my hands and realize I'm dreaming. Tonight in my dreams, I'll see my hands and realize I'm dreaming. Tonight in my dreams, I'll see my hands and realize I'm dreaming. And I do that for about 5 minutes and fall asleep. So what happened on the third night of doing this, I'm walking through my high school hallway, and all of a sudden, boom, my hands pop right in front of my face, and I go, oh my God, this is a dream. I am dreaming. And those football player guys, hey, they are dream figures. And this wall over here that feels so cool and nubby, man, it's dream stuff, but it all looks real. And I went on and had just a wild lucid dream. So that's how I taught myself. And this was 5 years before the scientific evidence came out. Wow. So it was wild. I was telling my high school friends, hey, I'm realizing within a dream that I'm dreaming. I'm becoming lucid. And they go, nah, you can't do that. You can't become conscious in the unconscious. I go, I am. And finally, I taught some of them how to do that. And they had the same experience. The hands popped in front of them, and they go, oh my God, this is a dream. But anyway, I was the happiest university student when the scientific evidence came out, because I've been talking to people about it for 5 or 6 years, and everyone blew me off. So finally they gave me a chance.
Now, isn't that kind of strange that as highly advanced psychologically and technologically that we are in society today, that it wasn't until the early 1980s the science actually started coming about this, validating this. And the general consensus in society was, no, that can't happen. It does. No, you must be lying, because I can't do it. I can't replicate it.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Oh yeah. It even took science, the dream scientists at the time, sleep researchers at the time, they had a hard time accepting this one, but the evidence was so overwhelming and replicated all the time. So basically what happened is people like Stephen LaBerge at Stanford and Keith Earn at University of England, that they would bring lucid dreamers into the sleep lab, and they'd tell them, look, we're going to put these rapid eye movement pads on your eyes. When you become lucid in the dream, move your eyes in the dream left to right 8 times. And that'll be such a weird signature on the rapid eye movement readout that'll provide the evidence. And they did it innumerable times until finally science had to accept it.
Now, is there anything that, so obviously you're an expert teacher in teaching people how to lucid dream. Do you lucid dream every month, every week? Is it something that's,
it's an interesting thing for science to be a frequent lucid dreamer. All you have to do is have one lucid dream a month. And so the bar isn't really that high, because when you think about it, if I'm having 5 dreams a night, I'm having 150 dreams, each month. And so just having one lucid dream a month isn't too big of a deal. But I'll tell you, at my best, I got up to 30 lucid dreams a month. I mean, some nights I'd have 2 or 3 lucid dreams.
Yeah.
But in just the kind of average if I'm not doing projects and stuff, I might have 2 or 3 lucid dreams a month on average. Now, there are some people who who learned how to have lucid dreams every night. And almost, I'd say 80% of them are people who, as young children, had recurring nightmares. And so, like, the witches, every night the witches were there. Every night the zombies were there. Every night, Godzilla was there. And so after a while, these little kids, they learn to figure out the difference between waking and dreaming. Well, gosh, in the dream state, do you have shadows? Oh, no shadows here. Oh, this is dream state. Or oh, it's Godzilla. Oh, I only see Godzilla in the dream. Oh, this must be a dream. And so really some of these people have just become incredible lucid dreamers in terms of quantity, but really the quality is where the dreams get powerful.
We have a member of our audience out there, and we've had this discussion before, and she has lucid dreams every night of the week.
Yep.
She's like, I'm a freak of nature.
The only thing is, I'll tell you, because I've been lucid dreaming for 40 years now. Sometimes I'll meet people who have lucid dreams all the time, but they're the ones who come to me and say, okay, now how do you use lucid dreaming to heal yourself? And how do you use lucid dreaming to interact with a larger awareness? And how do you use lucid dreaming to do a spiritual practice? Because they have them so frequently, they just stop doing anything with them. It's kind of like, oh no, another dream figure. So what? Go away.
I'm just it's just entertainment at that point. It's a dream. Let's talk about that. What is interacting with awareness?
Yeah. So here's the wild thing. So 10 years after I started lucid dreaming, started using my hands technique. So 5 years later, the evidence comes out, and now scientifically I can talk about it. And then 5 years after that, I was part of this Lucid Dream Explorers group that every month we had a goal to achieve. And so 1 month, the goal was, in your lucid dreams, find out what the dream figures represent. And so I thought, oh, that's a piece of cake. I could do that. No problem. So I became lucid. I followed this woman into an office. Now I see there's 3 women over here, and there's this guy in a 3-piece suit. And I walk up to the guy and I go, excuse me, what do you represent? And that's when something wild happened. Instead of the dream figure responding, a non-visible voice boomed out a response from above. And it was just half a response. And so I looked up and I repeated what it said. And I said, now what? And then it's like it had to think about it. And then it boomed out the full response of what this dream figure represented. And I thought, okay, well, then took care of the goal. I'm going to wake up and write this down before I forget it. But the next day I started to think, wait a second, what's that voice behind the dream going? Is there an awareness behind the dream? Can you talk to your unconscious mind? And so after that, in almost all my lucid dreams, I just started ignoring the dream figures, and I would just shout out questions to the awareness behind the dream, and it would respond. And it's blown my mind. It's blown tons of people's minds. And what's weird, Josh, because I know you're a Carlos Castaneda reader. Yeah. So I had that experience in 1985. Carlos Castaneda came out with the book, The Art of Dreaming, in 1993. And in that book, he asked Don Juan, his shamanic teacher, he asked him, who's this voice in this non-visible voice in lucid dreaming that responds to all my questions? And Don Juan goes, oh, I call that the dreaming emissary. It'll always tell you the truth. And I thought, oh my God, if Carlos Castaneda knew enough to ask that kind of question, he actually was quite a good lucid dreamer. Because a lot of people says, you know, his stuff is all fiction and he's just all made up. And I'm thinking, no, this guy actually knew a lot.
Yeah, I've done a fair share of psychotropic drugs, and I read Journey to Exelon, Separate Reality, the Teachings of Don Juan in high school. And I had already done psychotropic drugs, and that kind of got me into that, along with a lot of mysticism, esotericism. And I remember bits and pieces of it, but I remember a lot of the experiences that he was talking about in the book. This is legitimate experiences that you have while you're under the influence. And not only that, is the way that he explains it, that Don Juan actually explains it to him, in the sense of the ritualistic aspect of the experience, the God or the being behind the substance, whether it's peyote or psilocybin. This is traditional and ritualistic. And then allowing that entity to take you through the experience. Now, it's interesting because I was going to ask you is, how is this comparable to an out-of-body experience? Because I know in a psychotropic state, when I'm under the influence of a hallucinogenic drug or a lucid dream,